Audiobook title Reborn, as the Empire's Genius Minister FM01 to 258 End original title. I'm the female supporting character. Jammu says I'm a famous Prime Minister throughout the ages FM01 to 258 End Part 04, but she never expected that from then on, every time night fell, on the route her procession had to take, there would always appear, right on schedule, flickering, connected stretches of torchlight, accompanying them all the way, never absent. People in the world say that the road to the Yiming nation is extremely dangerous, with rugged mountain paths, numerous obstacles, and cliffs and precipices standing everywhere, making every step difficult. Yet Aureli Pendragon felt that this journey was not actually that difficult. As the procession slowly entered the crowd holding torches, Aureli Pendragon and the accompanying officials keenly discovered that by the originally narrow mountain road, many simple tents had been set up early, built from rough cloth and branches, barely able to block the night's cold wind. Besides the wind-blocking tents, the ground was covered with all sorts of worn-out bedding. Obviously, these commoners had been waiting here for a long time, day and night, just to wait for her procession to pass. Elara Valeria sat upright in the bumpy carriage, lifting the curtain to look at the scenes before her, her eyes full of disbelief. She covered her mouth and murmured in a voice lost to motion, could it be that they set out long in advance, travelled all the way on foot, and specifically stood guard on this rugged mountain road to guide and escort Sister Aurelian? The endless stretch of torchlight before her eyes, and these sincere commoners before her, were the best answer. And indeed, that was the case. Back when Aureli Pendragon decided to travel far to the Yiming nation to provide disaster relief, before the procession had even officially set off, the commoners of Rome Prefecture learned the news. Their hearts instantly tightened, and they sat and stood in unease all day long. They knew deeply that the territory of the Yiming nation was even more remote and isolated than the former Bayron, and the route was almost entirely winding, rugged mountain roads. On one side were steep, upright, barren cliff walls, and on the other was a bottomless, terrifying abyss. If one were careless, and took a wrong step, they would fall off the cliff and end up smashed to pieces. If travelling during the day, one could still see the road conditions ahead, be careful with every step, and barely pass through. But once deep into the night, the lush towering trees overlapped, completely blocking the moonlight and starlight from the sky. It was pitch black all around, without a single glimmer of light, impenetrable. Even experienced hunters dared not walk this mountain road at such a time. Commoners who had walked this mountain road before still felt lingering fear whenever they recalled it, and could not help but sigh to others. The darkness of that place at night is not ordinary darkness. It is so dark that it makes one's heart panic, and every step underfoot is terrifying. At the time, I almost lost my life falling off the cliff. But Master Dragon's trip this time was to save the commoners of the Yiming nation from dire straits. It was an urgent matter that required travelling through the starry night. Even late at night, they absolutely could not stop and delay the time. Every moment later meant more danger. What was to be done? The mountain road was already dangerous and difficult to travel, and Master Dragon's accompanying procession was so large, with many carriages and horses. Travelling all the way, there was no guarantee that accidents wouldn't happen. Thinking of this, the commoners hurriedly spat in their hearts several times, treating it as bad luck talk. Master Dragon was the best person under heaven. She had great fortune and a great life, and there would certainly be no accidents. They had previously heard from the Aurelian soldiers stationed locally about the arrival of the Sky Screen, and also learned of Aureli Pendragon's future fate of dying young. The warrior in the depths of their hearts surged even more intensely, and they were restless day and night. Such a good person, who was wholeheartedly for the commoners of the world, and sacrificed herself for others. Heaven should not take her so early. She deserved to live a long life, safe and smooth. On the very day they learned the news, all the commoners of Rome Prefecture, regardless of whether they were men or women, old or young, all set up that small statue of Aureli Pendragon in their homes. This was something they spontaneously worshipped. It was the faith in their hearts. Everyone clasped their hands together, closed their eyes, and made the exact same wish in their hearts. That was to wish to exchange their own lifespan to earn Master Dragon a long, healthy life, free of disaster and trouble. Sincerely hope Palace for someone's well-being was never just polite words spoken with the mouth, but actions put into practice. Subsequently, the commoners spontaneously gathered together, discussed it carefully, and immediately made a decision. They would personally go to the rugged mountain road leading to the Yiming nation to escort Master Dragon. Thus, a group of commoners set aside their farm work, businesses, and household chores, spontaneously prepared sufficient dry rations, enough torches, and firewood, and set off several days in advance, trekking step by step, scouting the path ahead, and rush in toward those dangerous sections of the road. After they arrived at that most dangerous section of the mountain road, the local commoners learned the reason. Knowing Master Dragon's good deeds and the danger of this trip, they also set aside their work, brought their own torches and dry rations, and spontaneously joined the waiting ranks. Everyone waited on the sections of the road that Aureli Pendragon's procession was bound to pass, waiting day and night. When the procession drew near, they all lit the torches in their hands simultaneously, merging into a boundless sea of light, illuminating the entire mountain road. Only when they saw with their own eyes that her procession had passed safely did the stone hanging in their hearts finally settle down. As for the road further ahead, they did not have to worry in the slightest, because on the road further ahead, waiting for Aureli Pendragon were people who equally loved her and were grateful for her kindness. Along every section of the rugged, difficult, and extremely dangerous road, there were commoners silently waiting there, holding fire to wait, never leaving day or night. Only after waiting for Master Dragon to safely pass this section of the road would they truly set their hearts at ease and be willing to rest a little. Everyone stood silently in the firelight, praying devoutly over and over in their hearts, praying for their Master Dragon to return safely as soon as possible. Aureli Pendragon only had to recall the scene in her mind for a moment, and her heart was filled with dense, prickling heartache. She rode a tall horse, and had fine carriages and horses, yet she still felt that this journey was arduous, and progress was not easy. Yet these commoners, relying on a pair of feet, step palace on gravel, 1 footprint at a time, had actually trekked here on foot, walking countless difficult roads to arrive in these mountains to wait. The commoners were full of worry that she would encounter accidents or fall into danger, and in her heart, how could she not be feeling heartache for them? When I return from this trip, I will definitely have to give them a good talking to. Aureli Pendragon looked at the warm sea of light before her, looking at each simple and sincere face. Her voice slightly choked, and she spoke softly. Ilara Valerius heard the sound and raised her eyes to look over. Although Sister Aureline's words sounded like she was feigning a fierce tone, there was not a shred of blame or dissatisfaction in her words. Looking at Aureli Pendragon again, her eye sockets were already red, and tears were constantly swirling in her eyes. In a short while, her eyes were teary, yet she still forced herself not to let the tears fall. Seeing Sister Aurelian in such a state, Ilara Valerius also had red eyes, but the corners of her mouth lifted into a smile. The people of later generations were indeed right. Sister Aurelian really is a soft-hearted person who is easily moved. She deserves all the beauty and kindness in the world. The crisp sound of horse hoofs rang out again, breaking the tranquility of the night. The procession, facing the morning sun slowly rising on the horizon, draped in the torchlight that had not been extinguished along the way, continued to move firmly toward the direction of the Yimeng nation. The road ahead still had mountains and waters blocking the way, and there were still dangers waiting to be braved. But this time, Aureli Pendragon was not lonely at all, and in her heart, there was not the slightest fear. Behind her, and on the road ahead of her, were the specks of faint light ignited by countless commoners. When countless fragmented specks of light gathered together, there was the courage to compete with the sun in brilliance. Yimeng Nation. The situation within the borders had become increasingly severe. The officials sent by the imperial court to govern this place had all arrived at their posts, but the dire situation in the city showed no signs of improvement. More and more commoners infected with the epidemic were gathering at the city gates in a continuous stream, restless and uneasy, with their hearts set on breaking through the city gate to flee this place. But they had already been infected with the epidemic and carried the poison of the disease in their bodies. If they were rashly let go and allowed to disperse and leave, then the innocent commoners in surrounding cities and other regions would inevitably suffer a catastrophic disaster, and the epidemic would thoroughly spread, becoming uncontrollable. More than half of the Aurelian soldiers who had come along to garrison the place had also inadvertently caught the disease. Even so, from top to bottom in the army, not a single person felt timid, and not a single person showed fear. Everyone in their hearts harboured the same belief. They firmly believed that their compatriots would certainly travel thousands of miles to come and save them from dire straits. At that moment, official Deng Huan stood before the army and clearly saw, in these soldiers, the clanking, iron-willed military soul belonging to the Aurelian Iron Army. In fact, when it comes down to it, if the commoners of the Yimeng nation were willing to cooperate with the isolation controls and medical treatment implemented by the imperial court, the current situation would definitely not be this bad. Even though medicine was currently in short supply and materials were scarce, he had long since sent a letter for help by fast horse. The city closest to this place had already sent a batch of medical supplies. It was just that the commoners of the Yimeng nation today had been completely brainwashed by the deceitful words of the Three Lotus sect. They were fully convinced that the Auraline officials and doctors were there to harm their lives, and no matter what, they refused to take the decoctions or cooperate with the treatment. Official Deng Huan had not failed to try using forceful means, but what it brought in exchange was even more intense resistance and opposition from the commoners. The situation not only failed to calm down, but instead became increasingly chaotic. Having personally experienced such a helpless situation, official Deng Huan finally understood completely why Aureli Pendragon had always insisted on eradicating feudal superstitions in the world and exposing all kinds of deceitful and demagogic rhetoric. Because these feudal, ignorant thoughts truly can kill people. The commoners, who had not yet been enlightened, had completely become puppets controlled by others, without any independent consciousness, allowing the evil cult to incite and manipulate them. If not for her foresight in ordering the soldiers to search and confiscate all implements in the commoners' homes that could be used as weapons, I fear this place would have already brewed a tragedy of blood flowing like a river. Back then, the Aurelian army took the Yunmeng nation without spending a single soldier or a single pawn. Now, they also did not want to lay a hand on the innocent commoners. Chapter 65 Han Jinyan, Innocent. Open your eyes and look at them now, in this state of madness. Do you truly still believe they are completely innocent? Official Han Jinyan furrowed her brows tightly, her tone full of disapproval. Official Deng Huan pressed her lips together tightly and spoke with a firm expression. Official Han Jinyan, Master Dragon once said that those who serve as officials should love the people like their own children, strictly observe military discipline, and never take so much as a single thread or needle from the common people. Upon hearing this, official Han Jinyan's brows furrowed even tighter. Master Dragon also said something else. Official Deng Huan looked up. What else did Master Dragon say? Official Han Jinyan, in extraordinary times, one must take extraordinary measures. Official Han Jinyan was one of the most outstanding students at the Imperial Academy, with talent and courage far exceeding that of ordinary people. Her parents were deeply affectionate toward each other and doted on her with the utmost care and love. Therefore, even though she was a woman, before the Aurelian Empire implemented the new policy for women, her family had never stopped her from reading and writing, allowing her to study a great deal of knowledge. What she learned from a young age was never the lessons for women that constrained women. Instead, it was the 4 books and 5 classics, and the classic treatises of the various schools of thought, which could truly bring peace and stability to the nation. Her father was a low-ranking civil official in the imperial court. In his spare time, he would personally teach her brother, and he never stopped her from listening and learning on the side. It was precisely because she had been exposed to such orthodox knowledge from a young age, and had witnessed the enlightened atmosphere in her home, that official Han Jinyan had been unwilling to resign herself to spending her life in vain, as her mother had. But she had absolutely no choice. Until the new policy was officially promulgated. Like the thousands of women in this world bound by feudal ethics, the moment she received the news, she was so excited and joyful that she wept, finally seeing hope. Relying on her own intelligence and talent, she successfully entered the Imperial Academy to study. Because of her outstanding academic performance, she caught the eye of the Emperor of Aurelian, who personally issued an imperial decree sending her to the Yunmeng nation to hold a key position. At that time, the Yunmeng nation had not yet been conquered by the army of the Aurelian Empire. However, all the civil and military officials in the court, and even the common people of the world, knew clearly that the Aurelian Empire's reconquest of the Yunmeng nation was a foregone conclusion. Thus, official Han Jinyan packed her belongings and set off in advance. On the day the official robes bestowed by the imperial court were delivered to her home, she would always remember her mother looking at her with eyes full of gratification and pride, saying, "At such a young age, you have entered the court as an official, and your rank is even higher than your father's." Her father, standing to the side, looked at her with eyes full of expectations. Official Han Jinyan followed the imperial procession and boarded the carriage to the Yunmeng nation. Inside the carriage sat other female officials who were also being sent to various regions. Among the crowd, she even saw the renowned official Jiang Nenshuang, who had shot the imperial harem. Every one of their faces was beaming with anticipation for the future. It was a kind of incomparably excited, incomparably fervent affirmation of self-worth from the bottom of their hearts, and a longing to realize their ambitions. Official Han Jinyan had already carefully planned her various measures for after she arrived in the Yunmeng nation. She was determined to emulate Minister Aureli Pendragon, to do her utmost to govern the Yunmeng nation, to let the local people live in peace and contentment, and to build the Yunmeng nation into an increasingly prosperous and powerful place. But she never expected that. The moment she arrived in the Yunmeng nation, she was greeted by a massive disaster caused by the people being incited by a cult. Looking at the out-of-control situation before her, official Han Jinyan made up her mind to execute a few of the ringleaders of the rioters, killing the chicken to warn the monkey. However, official Deng Huan adamantly refused, insisting that these people were all commoners, and even if they were mad, one must never cruelly kill the common people. But those commoners kept cursing Aurelier Pendragon as an evil woman, every word piercing the heart, which made official Han Jinyan furious and angry every time she heard it. As for official Deng Huan, official Han Jinyan had heard of her illustrious reputation on the way to the Yunmen nation. Several small nations north of Rong Prefecture had all been conquered by her leading troops. She was a heroine among women with brilliant military achievements. As a fellow woman, official Han Jinyan admired official Deng Huan very much. But who would have known? This official Deng Huan was so stubborn, a person of one-track mind. Every other word was Master Dragon said this, Master Dragon said that. But Master Dragon had said countless pearls of wisdom in her life. Why did her foolish brain only remember these few? And why was she completely unable to adapt? Official Han Jinyan looked at the stubborn official Deng Huan before her, sighed helplessly, and said in a deep voice, General Deng, I apologize. Official Deng Huan was full of confusion and subconsciously spoke official Han Jinyan. What are you all? Before she could finish her sentence, she felt her whole body go limp, her vision blurred instantly, and her body collapsed straight down, falling into unconsciousness. She never imagined that in this military camp, someone would dare to drug her. Official Han Jinyan looked at the unconscious official Deng Huan on the couch, and silently said I'm sorry countless times in her heart. She did not intend to target official Deng Huan, but given the current situation, she had to take extraordinary measures. If the stalemate continued like this, the situation in the Yunmen nation would only spiral completely out of control. By then, the epidemic would spread, riots would intensify, and more innocent people would die. If she did not control official Deng Huan first, the soldiers in the camp would not listen to her orders at all, and her measures could not be implemented. Sai, who told her to be a newcomer with little influence, making it hard to command respect. Pass on my order, deploy troops immediately, capture the ringleaders of the rioters, and control all the rest. As for subsequent matters, official Han Jinyan paused. The rest of the words did not need to be spoken. Her subordinates already understood. The lower official beside her received the order, but showed a look of hesitation on his face, asking tentatively, My lady, if we act this way, Master Dragon, no matter what happens, I will bear all the blame alone. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Official Han Jinyan did not hesitate at all. Yes, my lady. After the lower official received the order and left, official Han Jinyan slowly walked to the side of the couch, looked at the unconscious official Deng Huan, remained silent for a long time, and then gently bent down to cover her with a thin blanket. She had once been fortunate enough to hear a lecture given by Master Dragon herself from the students of the Imperial Academy. In class, Master Dragon had frankly stated that her lifelong wish was to achieve great harmony under heaven. At that time, a student in the audience raised a hand with trepidation and asked, Minister, to achieve great harmony under heaven, surely many people will die in the process, right? Aurelier Pendragon was silent for a moment, then said in a heavy tone, yes. What official Han Jinyan remembered more clearly was the ensuing conversation. Someone asked, then if for the sake of the big picture, it is necessary to sacrifice some of the common people. That student's eyes shone when he mentioned this scene. He told her that at that time, a flash of pain that was difficult to conceal darted through Master Dragon's clear eyes, but it was immediately replaced by an incomparably firm expression. She nodded heavily. In extraordinary times, one must adopt extraordinary measures. Some sacrifices are necessary. They are to exchange for the stability of more people. This is something that no one can stop. The student, later, I asked again, even if you have to bear the infamy of ages, you must do this. At that time, official Han Jinyan was curious, and then, what did Master Dragon say? The student looked at her and smiled. Master Dragon said, yes. That day, official Han Jinyan understood. In Master Dragon's heart, she had never cared about her own reputation or the judgments of the world, but she cared. All the women who had received Aurelier Pendragon's kindness and who had been guided by her out of the darkness, they all cared. Official Han Jinyan knew clearly that even if Aurelier Pendragon came to the Yunmen nation in person at this moment and faced this kind of situation, she would definitely do the same as she had done. She thought to herself, since someone was destined to bear the infamy, let it be her. Such a person of clear breeze and bright moon, such a pure person like moonlight, should not have any stains. Having sorted everything out, official Han Jinyan no longer had a shred of hesitation. She personally donned the cold armor, picked up the heavy longsword, and then rushed without hesitation into the downtown area where the riots were fiercest. personally beheading a person on the spot, just because this person kept chanting that the evil woman was bringing disaster to the world. Such a person deserved to die 10,000 deaths. The scalding fresh blood splattered in all directions. Official Han Jinyan lowered her long sleeves composedly, using the wide sleeves to cover her hands that were trembling uncontrollably. The scarlet blood stained the bluestone ground beneath her feet, and even more so, it stained her eyes, which had originally been clear, but were now covered in cold severity. For the past 10+ years, she had been born into a scholarly family, had never touched any weapon, had never seen such a bloody scene, let alone taken a human life with her own hands. Official Han Jinyan slowly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, all the panic, reluctance, and palpitations in her eyes were replaced by an incomparably firm coldness. If one wants to quell the chaos, sacrifice is unavoidable, and since she was an official appointed by the imperial court, she must never be indecisive again. How can you kill people at will? They are all innocent commoners. Don't you people of the Auraline Empire talk about loving the people like your own children all day long? Why do you cruelly kill the common people? Among the rioters, one person immediately gathered their courage and roared loudly, questioning her, trying to incite the emotions of more people. Hearing this, official Han Jinyan suddenly laughed instead, but the smile did not reach her eyes, full of cold mockery. Commoners? So these people also knew that the Auraline Empire never killed civilians, and they were also clear about the bottom line of the officials of the Auraline Empire. It was precisely because they were certain of this point that they dared to be so unscrupulous, and dared to use the identity of commoners to act madly and cause chaos, bringing disaster everywhere. But unfortunately for them, the person they encountered today was her, official Han Jinyan. Since things had reached this point, what else could be done? Just take it. Official Han Jinyan did not say another word. The long sword in her hand swung out again, directly beheading this person who was shouting loudly on the spot. 2 people fell into a pool of blood one after another, completely stimulating the rioters present, making the mad emotions of the crowd even more intense, and their anger and paranoia completely overwhelmed their reason. They indeed have malicious intentions toward us. They are here to destroy our Yimeng nation. Right? We cannot submit. We cannot let the Auraline people rule our Yimeng nation. It was unknown who had shouted first in the crowd, and it was unknown who had been the first to make a move. Immediately after, 1, 2, 10, a group the commoners brainwashed by the cult completely lost their reason. Like mad demons, they rushed crazily toward the Auraline army, trying their best to seize the weapons in the soldiers' hands, punching and kicking the Auraline army, fighting endlessly. Official Han Jinyan, this what should be done. The official accompanying her was so anxious that his face turned red. He felt immense regret in his heart. If he had known, he shouldn't have followed official Han Jinyan to act like this. He had thought she had the ability to stabilize the situation, but he hadn't expected that it would make the chaos even bigger. Now, in this situation, it was simply impossible to salvage. Official Han Jinyan looked at the chaotic scene before her and let out a cold, light laugh, immediately ordering sternly, "Pass on my order. Anyone who dares to create trouble or riot, no matter who they are, is to be killed without exception." Upon hearing this, the soldiers all showed hesitation. Official Han Jinyan swept her heavy gaze over the crowd. Master Dragon once said that at any time, we must first preserve ourselves. As soon as this was said, all the soldiers immediately held their weapons. Cold corpses fell one after another. Vivid lives passed away just like that. Scarlet blood spread on the ground, converging into shallow streams of blood, and the pungent smell of blood permeated the sky over the entire downtown area, making one feel nauseous. Standing in the back, official Han Jinyan was trembling uncontrollably all over, her heart churning with endless reluctance and bitterness. How could she have the heart? How could she be without waves of emotion? Those who fell were all living human lives, but she had no other choice. However, the effect of this method was also extremely significant. Most of the people of the Yimeng nation were thin and small, and coupled with the days of turmoil and the torment of the epidemic, each one was weak and could barely truss a chicken. And the soldiers of the Auraline army, even if some of them had been infected with the epidemic, were all strictly trained, strong, and robust. Even 10 Yimeng commoners would definitely not be a match for one Auraline army soldier. What's more, the soldiers of the Auraline army held incomparably sharp weapons in their hands. Although they were not hot weapons with astonishing power, they were new types of cold weapons that had been improved. The blades were incomparably sharp. Under their swings, it was like cutting melons and vegetables, and they could easily subdue the resisting rioters. If only 1 or 2 people died, the commoners present might resist madly. But when more and more people fell one after another, and when every step they took had to be on the blood-stained ground, leaving bloody footprints, the only emotion left in their hearts was one. That was a fear that seeped into the bone marrow. It was unknown how much time had passed, but the crowd, which had been boiling and clamorous just a moment ago, fell into a deathly silence. The entire downtown area was silent, with only the sound of the wind blowing and the sound of blood slowly flowing on the ground. All the surviving Yunmeng commoners stared fixedly at the official Han Jinyan before them, their eyes no longer having a shred of madness, leaving only full of fear. Official Han Jinyan took a deep breath, suppressed all the emotions in her heart, slowly raised her foot, and deliberately stepped over the head of a rioter. A very faint smile slowly bloomed at the corners of her lips, and she said word by word, "Now, can you listen obediently?" She was clearly laughing, but the smile was cold and piercing, without a shred of warmth, falling into the eyes of the Yunmeng commoners. They only felt a boundless chill spreading along their limbs and bones, freezing them stiff, and goosebumps instantly broke out all over their bodies. Chapter 66 Lord Pei Loves Me. The woman before them was clearly an iron-faced female Yarmer who had crawled out of the Avicii hell. Damn it! How could there be such a ruthless person in this world? The people of Yunmeng Nation present froze in place. Not a single person dared to make a sound, and not a single person dared to lift their head. Everyone was filled with terror, fearing that the slightest carelessness would displease this malevolent female Yammer, leading to their tongues being cut out, and their lives ended on the spot. Watching the people around her trembling like cicadas in winter, the smile on official Han Jinyan's lips never wavered. Now, everyone line up immediately to receive your medicine. If anyone dares to disobey, if one person commits an offense, their entire family, along with all collateral relatives, will be punished together and executed without exception. It was the punishment of collective responsibility. This incredibly cruel order made the already terrified people of Yunmeng Nation shudder once more. Even the Aurelian soldiers escorting them subconsciously held their breath. Heavens! Where on earth did His Majesty find such a decisive and ruthless official Han Jinyan? At this moment, only despair remained in the hearts of all the Yunmeng Nation people present. Previously, the celestial master of the Three Lotus sect had said over and over again that the people of Aurelian had come here only to harm Yunmeng Nation and destroy their homeland. He also said that the medicinal soup sent by the Aurelian people was all poison that could take a life in an instant, and it must absolutely not be touched. Now this official Han Jinyan was forcing them to drink the medicine so aggressively. In the eyes of these long brainwashed people, it was clearly an attempt to poison them all to death. But what other choice did they have? Those who refused to obey just moments ago were already lying dead on the spot. If they didn't listen now, they would likely lose their lives immediately. Perhaps by obediently following orders, they could linger on for a few more days. Look on the bright side. What if they had a special constitution and wouldn't be poisoned to death? Official Han Jinyan watched coldly as the group of people listlessly lined up, and one by one, with the look of those facing death, gritted their teeth and downed the bitter medicinal soup in their bowls, her face remaining completely impassive. After everyone finished their medicine, she spoke coldly again, her tone still indifferent. Now, go eat. The Yunmeng Nation people before her were all skin and bones, their bodies so weak that a gust of wind could blow them over. Not to mention the strong and healthy Aurelian soldiers, even she could easily take down several of them with one punch. They were truly sick in the head. Instead of living a stable and peaceful life, they insisted on listening to the Three Lotus sect bewitching lies, remaining obstinate and seeking their own deaths. The Yunmeng Nation people standing there were stunned by her words. What? This cold-blooded female devil would actually give them food to eat? How could there be such a kind thing in this world? Surely that food must have already been laced with lethal poison. When they saw the food, everyone was completely dumbfounded. White, fragrant rice was piled high in coarse ceramic bowls, accompanied by fresh, vibrant seasonal vegetables, and there was even thick, generous chunks of fatty meat. That was real, solid meat. Gulp-gulp sounds of swallowing saliva erupted one after another. Countless people couldn't help but stare at the food before them, an unconcealable hunger and longing flashing in their eyes. It seemed this was indeed their final meal. Oh well, they were going to die anyway. Being a well-fed ghost was better than starving to death or being hacked to death by blades. Without further hesitation, and ignoring the fear in their hearts, everyone picked up their bowls and chopsticks and began to wolf down the food. Each one of them was like a starving ghost reincarnated, wishing they could lick the bottom of their bowls clean. Official Han Jinyan stood to the side, her eyes filled with undisguised disdain. Yunmeng Nation was the northernmost region. Any further, and it would be the sea. That was why General Den's army stopped here and didn't continue. The place was ridiculously remote. The territory was ridiculously small. The people here were also ridiculously poor. Everything about it was terrible, and they were brainwashed too. Ridiculously stupid. This bunch probably hadn't eaten much meat. She would give them a slap, and then a sweet date. After all, she was still their local official. The official accompanying official Han Jinin heard this. Their mouth twitched. Are you sure it was just a slap? That display was more like you were digging up their ancestral graves. Asterisk. Hey, have you heard? That notorious demoness from Orlion is coming to our Yinmeng nation. I heard the news from the wife of my uncle's older brother's uncle, saying she'll be here in a few days. In a crude isolation shelter, a young man whose complexion had eased slightly held a bowl of warm medicine. Sipalis, it slowly while whispering the latest gossip to the people beside him. Everyone in this isolation shelter looked sickly. Ever since that cold-faced female Yarmer issued her order, they'd been staying here, not allowed to take a single step outside. Every day when the time came, specialized physicians would come to distribute medicinal soup and bring food, just like raising pigs. The young man's words instantly piqued everyone's interest. Being trapped here for these past days had been far too boring. An old man with grey hair trembled slightly upon hearing this, and immediately raised his voice, asking with a face full of terror, really? Is this news true? Does that mean we're going to die soon? A woman lying on a bed looked at her sickly daughter beside her, frowning in disapproval when she heard this. After pondering for a long while, she finally said, It's been nearly half a month. Do you still think that way? Do you still think the Oraline people are here to harm us? As soon as these words were spoken, the previously noisy scene fell silent for a moment. Someone rubbed their nose, and after a moment of contemplation, spoke. I don't know either. I only know that these past few days here, I've been able to eat my fill at every meal. The medicinal soup has never stopped. My body feels much more comfortable. My complexion has improved a lot, and the plague that has plagued me for so long seems to be slowly recovering. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately chimed in. That's right. And we're still alive. And well, if they really wanted to poison us to death, why would they waste so much food? As the days of being trapped gradually stabilized, their confused minds finally began to clear, and they learned to think. The taste of living these stable days was simply too wonderful. Yinmeng Nation had always been prone to plagues. Previously, whenever an epidemic broke out, people in an entire area would be infected one after another. There was simply no cure, no possibility of survival. Once infected, one could only lie on the bed and wait quietly for death. But now the facts were right before their eyes. They were all living well. The plague was slowly recovering, and their bodies were gradually getting better. Remembering back when the Oraline people first entered Yinmeng Nation, they had said in public that they had come to help the people of Yinmeng Nation and quell the plague. Words that were once dismissed as lies. Now thinking about them carefully, perhaps they were true. The young man who first started the gossip hesitated and spoke again. Don't forget that female Yarmer killed so many people back then, and the celestial master of the Three Lotus sect had specially divined the will of heaven. Everyone fell into silence again, and their previously listening minds became complex once more. The recovery of their bodies was a hope they genuinely felt, but the scene of blood covering the ground had become a fear they couldn't shake from their hearts. Hope and fear intertwined in their hearts, leaving them completely lost, not knowing which side to believe. After all, having lived for so many years, no one had ever taught them how to distinguish right from wrong, or how to break free from bewitchment. The woman by the bed did not participate in the discussion. She silently picked up a wooden spoon, scooped up a spoonful of warm medicinal juice, blew on it gently to cool it, and slowly fed it to her daughter. The wooden spoon clinking against the ceramic bowl made a crisp sound, which was exceptionally clear in the quiet room. The woman's voice rang out slowly, reaching everyone's ears. I don't understand any will of heaven, nor do I understand right from wrong. I only know that if not for the Oraline people and official Han Jinin, I would have already died from the plague, and my little girl would not have lived until now. On the sixth, the little girl opened her big, round eyes, looked at her mother, revealed a pure smile, and said in a soft, sweet voice, I know. The Oraline people are Mummy's savior, and they are also my savior. They are all good people. The innocent words of a child struck like a heavy hammer against the hearts of every person present. Watching her daughter smile, the woman's heart instantly softened into a puddle. She reached out and gently pinched her daughter's rounded cheek. She still remembered that before, her daughter's cheeks were sunken, and there wasn't a shred of flesh on her body. Now her face had finally grown some flesh, and her complexion had become rosy. She secretly made a resolution in her heart that from now on, she would definitely obey that person's orders obediently, and take good care of her daughter to live on. Asterisk, Yinmeng Nation Temporary Office. Official Han Jinyan calmly flipped through the secret report sent by her subordinates, taking in the trends and changes in the thoughts of the Yunmeng Nation people over these days, and her furrowed brows gradually relaxed. The thunderous methods and pacification policies of these past days had not been in vain. The state of the people had improved a lot, and the resistance had gradually settled down. Early on, at the beginning of the governance, she had planted personnel in various areas to secretly promote Orline's policies and explain the truth, establishing a good reputation for Orline. She knew deeply that as time passed, all the rumors of the Three Lotus sect would collapse on their own. It was just a pity official Han Jinyan's gaze slowly fell on the urgent letter that had just been delivered to her hands. Her fingertips gently rubbed the letter paper, and she couldn't help but sigh softly. The time is still too short for her to have completely quelled the chaos in Yunmeng Nation, and too short to have cleared away all hidden dangers before Master Dragon was about to arrive in Yunmeng Nation. What she wanted was never the superficial submission of the Yunmeng Nation people, but a submission from the heart, just like the wrong prefecture she had pacified before. What she wanted to present to Master Dragon was a well-governed Yunmeng Nation. She wanted to earn Master Dragon's approval, wanted to hear his praise, and wanted him to see her own capabilities. At the thought of being able to see the Master Dragon he admired the most, a trace of excitement couldn't help but well up in official Han Jinyan's eyes. On the grand armchair in the room, General Deng was the same, only she kept her face taut, looking sour. If Master Dragon comes and holds us accountable for this matter, you just say that all the decisions were made by the two of us together. Official Han Jinyan was slightly stunned upon hearing this and instantly understood General Deng's intention. General Deng was afraid that Master Dragon would punish her for this matter, and wanted to help her share the burden. Although this General Deng was one-track-minded, she was exceptionally sincere and open, valuing relationships and righteousness. It was no wonder she was so highly regarded by Master Dragon. Official Han Jinyan smiled gently. One person acts, one person bears the responsibility. When I made these decisions, I had already thought through all the consequences. Everyone should be responsible for their own actions, shouldn't they? She had always been upright in her dealings and dared to act and take responsibility. Furthermore, she didn't think Master Dragon would blame her. The Master Dragon she revered and loved had all the people of the world in his heart and felt compassion for all things. But he was also equally insightful, able to distinguish right from wrong. She, official Han Jinyan, was an official of Orlion, so Master Dragon would also have her in his heart. However, official Han Jinyan's tone changed, and her brows furrowed slightly again. The most urgent thing right now is to make sure those with ulterior motives do not cause trouble before Master Dragon. Among these people, there are still quite a few ignorant fools completely brainwashed by the Three Lotus sect. I fear they might be deranged and do something to harm Master Dragon. The remnants of the Three Lotus sect had not yet been completely eradicated. Or rather, as long as this evil ideology was not eradicated, this land of Yunmeng Nation would always have followers of the Three Lotus sect and could never be completely cleared. For the security and defense of the city, I will have to trouble General Deng to put in more effort and be strictly on guard. Official Han Jinyan bowed solemnly to General Deng. General Deng immediately clenched her fists and swung them fiercely at the air twice, her eyes resolute, and her tone ringing with conviction. Rest assured, if anyone dares to harm Master Dragon, they must first step over my dead body. Even if I, General Deng, have to risk this life, I will protect Master Dragon's safety. Watching her so excited, official Han Jinyan couldn't help but be a little surprised. This was the first time she had seen General Deng show such strong emotions, other than when eating. Good heavens, so General Deng was actually a die-hard fan of Master Dragon. Being so protective, they were truly kindred spirits. Furthermore, General Deng's tone shifted, returning to her usual straightforward manner, and she said slowly, Master Dragon's abilities are far greater than mine. If there really were an emergency, those petty villains wouldn't even be able to get near him. Official Han Jinyan nodded without hesitation, not feeling at all that General Deng's words were any exaggeration. On one hand, it was because the sky screen had previously mentioned Aureliar Pendragon's combat power. Her abilities were beyond doubt, and on the other hand, come on, that was Master Dragon, an omnipotent existence. Not to mention just being highly skilled in martial arts. Even if someone said he could fly to the heavens or dive into the earth, move mountains and fill seas, in official Han Jinyan's view, it would all be within reason. If one day someone came to tell her that the sky had a big hole in it, and it was Master Dragon who broke it with his own hands, she would also choose to believe it without hesitation, and ask with confusion, is this strange? Chapter 67. Are you a fairy? Travelling through the starry night, the carriage and horses of Aureliar Pendragon's party finally crossed into the territory of the Yunmeng Nation. As the horseshoes trod past the final boundary marker, dust fell in rustles, and even the wind seemed to carry a hint of faint bitterness. Given how serious official Deng Huan's letters had been, she expected to see a scene of decay and lifelessness. She had not expected to be greeted by a group of officials led by official Deng Huan and a young woman, and the few commoners behind them. Aureli Pendragon looked up. Although these commoners still bore traces of lingering illness, they were by no means as gaunt and emaciated as they had been when gripped by the epidemic in her memory. Their cheeks at least had a hint of colour, and their eyes were no longer filled with dead, vacant confusion. As the wind swept past their temples, some subconsciously pulled their coarse cloth garments tighter. Their fingertips were still stained with grass clippings from just finishing tidying up the camps. It was clear they had just come from working in the epidemic zone. It seemed that the crisis in the Yinmeng nation was truly about to be resolved. Little Master Dragon. As soon as Aureli Pendragon stepped off the carriage, the official at the city gate with a copper seal tied to her waist hurried forward to greet her, her voice full of excitement. The officials behind her also bowed in unison, their eyes filled with reverence. Aureli Pendragon first gave a slight nod to official Deng Huan. Her gaze swept over the faint dark circles under her eyes and the medicinal stains on her cuffs, and she said softly, "You've worked hard." Along this journey, official Deng Huan must have been guarding day and night, with barely any time to catch her breath. Official Deng Huan's cheeks flushed red. Just as she was about to speak, Aureli Pendragon had already turned her head to look at the woman beside her, who was so excited that her face was glowing red. That woman wore a pale blue official robe and the simplest wooden hairpin, but it could not hide the eagerness in her eyes. It was none other than official Han Jinyan. Aureli Pendragon smiled lightly, the corners of her eyes curving with gentleness. Official Han Jinyan's ability is truly extraordinary. Being praised by the idol she had long revered in her heart, official Han Jinyan felt as if she were floating. YFL flattery, FL flattery. Damn mouth, hurry up and say it, just say it. Official Han Jinyan wished she could give herself a hard slap. She, who had always been sharp-tongued, why was she unable to even speak a complete sentence at this very moment? She absolutely could not make a fool of herself in front of Little Master Dragon. Little Master Dragon, she means to say that you flatter her too much. Official Deng Huan scratched her head, suppressing a smile at the corner of her mouth, though she had no intention of mocking her at all. After all, when she first met Little Master Dragon, she was no better than official Han Jinyan. That day under the arena, she still remembered the warm, soft touch on her palm clearly to this day. As soon as she saw Aureli Pendragon's brows and eyes, the scene from that day surfaced in her mind again. Official Deng Huan hurriedly lowered her head, her earlobes instantly burning red, and even her voice became a bit thinner. Why you? Aureli Pendragon raised an eyebrow, deliberately drawing out her tone. Official Han Jinyan, she means to say that you have travelled far and are weary, and she wants to ask if you would like to rest for a moment first. Official Deng Huan looked up, meeting Aureli Pendragon's eyes, which were filled with a smile. That gaze was like a spring stream, gently and softly flowing into her heart. She hurriedly lowered her head again, murmuring in a muffled voice, Aureli Pendragon looked at the two people in front of her who were so nervous that they didn't know what to do with their hands and feet, a smile rippling in her eyes. She turned and instructed the attendants behind her, "Take Tanya Sterling to the resting quarters. She is also exhausted from the journey." After the attendants acknowledged, she turned to official Deng Huan and official Han Jinyan. "Take me to see the condition of the commoners first." "All right." Official Deng Huan familiarly led Aureli Pendragon through the quarantine zone. The bluestone slabs underfoot were swept clean, and even the scattered medicinal dregs had been carefully swept to the side. As she walked, she explained the situation in detail. Now the epidemic has been brought under control. The patients in the quarantine zone are fed medicine and have their dressings changed on time every day. I think it won't be long before they all recover. It's just that the situation was too chaotic before, and quite a few people still didn't make it. At this point, official Deng Huan's voice paused. She stopped in her tracks, then knelt on one knee, pressing her palms to the ground, her voice full of guilt. "Little Master Dragon, this subordinate has failed to complete the task you entrusted to me. I was unable to protect more commoners. I beg for your punishment." Aureli Pendragon was slightly taken aback. She reached out to help her up, her palm firmly resting on her shoulder. "You have already done very well." She knew clearly in her heart that this was by no means official Deng Huan's fault. When she first learned that the commoners in two areas of the small surrendered nation were deeply brainwashed and bewitched by the Three Lotus sect, Aureli Pendragon had immediately written a letter informing official Deng Huan of how to handle it. The original plan was to let the Yinming nation recuperate, secure tangible benefits for the commoners, and proceed slowly, Who could have expected that this plague would suddenly break out? The commoners were already in a state of panic, and encountering such a major epidemic made the situation something official Deng Huan could never have controlled. The commoners of the Yumen nation were already not as well off as the subjects of Great Aurelian, and their situation was not even as good as that of the commoners in Rong Prefecture. Their living conditions were harsh, and their past rulers were incompetent. This place was originally a prosperous land bordering the sea, relying on the water for a living, but pirates ran rampant on the sea, and the commoners dared not go out to sea to fish for a living at all. Even if they stayed indoors and guarded their rural villages, there were still those insane pirates who would actively break into the coastal villages to burn, kill, and loot, committing every kind of evil. Aurelian Pendragon had come this time, on one hand, to rectify the chaotic situation and soothe the people's livelihoods. On the other hand, it was to train the navy. Now that Great Aurelian had opened the maritime ban, new warships were also being built at an accelerated pace. Who else could be more familiar with water and more knowledgeable about maritime affairs than the Yumen commoners who had lived with the water for years? In any case, she had planned to come here anyway. She might as well do something else while she was at it. Official Deng Huan saw that Aurelian Pendragon had no intention of blaming her at all, and her cheeks became even hotter. There was one more thing. Seeing her like this, Aurelian Pendragon had already guessed what she wanted to say. She was not a fool. As soon as she stepped into the city, a lingering scent of blood had been swirling around the tip of her nose. To stabilize the situation in such a short time, how could it be possible without paying the price of bloodshed? Aurelian Pendragon sighed softly. Official Deng Huan was truly too obedient to her instructions. Let me ask you this. If the carriage you were driving suddenly went out of control, and there were only two paths ahead, one with one person lying on it, and the other with 5 people lying on it, and no matter which path you chose, the people on the other path would be run over by the carriage, how would you choose? Official Deng Huan pondered for a moment, then looked up at Aurelian Pendragon. Little Master Dragon, I would choose to save the side with more people and let them live. I understand your intention now. In her mind, she recalled the principles that official Han Jinyan had once told her. This is a necessary sacrifice. Only by considering the overall situation can more people be saved. Official Han Jinyan gave official Deng Huan a rather strange look from the side. Even though she had said the same thing to Little Master Dragon, why was this silly girl so obedient to Little Master Dragon? All right. In the end, it was still Little Master Dragon's personal charisma that was too outstanding. She secretly glanced at Aurelian Pendragon, her heart pounding. Even her walking unknowingly became awkward, with her hands and feet moving in sync. Little Master Dragon is truly gentle. Little Master Dragon is truly beautiful. Little Master Dragon is truly capable. Little Master Dragon also smells good, fragrant. The further they walked into the depths of the quarantine zone, the stronger the scent of medicinal herbs in the air became, mixed with the decadent aura of post-illness, but it was diluted quite a bit by the cleanly swept ground. Official Han Jinyan's heart became increasingly uneasy. Her hand subconsciously gripped the jade pendant at her waist, fearing that some unreasonable commoner might suddenly pop out and hurt Aurelian Pendragon in a moment of impulse. Official Deng Huan's gaze was even more vigilant, sweep palace over everyone around her, her hand resting on the short knife at her waist, ready to protect Aurelian Pendragon and retreat at any moment. Aurelian Pendragon observed as she walked. The tents in the quarantine zone were arranged neatly, the tent curtains were tied up properly, the weeds on the ground were pulled clean, and even the patient's bedding was dried to the warmth of the sun. Aurelian Pendragon turned her head and praised the two of them again. You've managed this place very well. You have worked hard. Official Han Jinyan was blushing furiously, feeling sweet in her heart. It's one thing to say it, but in reality, who wouldn't want to be praised so earnestly by their own idol? This was even more gratifying than being commended by the Emperor of Aurelian in the imperial court. When passing by a tent, a heart-wrenching wail came from inside. The wee palace was as sorrowful as reeds soaked by rain, making one's heart tighten. Aurelian Pendragon paused, raised her hand, and was about to lift the tent curtain to walk in. Little Master Dragon official Deng Huan hurriedly grabbed her sleeve, her face full of worry. It's fine. Aurelian Pendragon gently patted her hand and lifted the tent curtain to walk in. The people inside turned to look at her in unison. Official Deng Huan's hair instantly stood on end, her whole body tensed, and her hand pressed on the hilt of her knife. Official Han Jinyan also silently rolled up her sleeves. Don't look at her as a civil official at this moment. She was also prepared to take action at any time. But in fact, both of them were overthinking. They saw that the Yumen commoners in the tent were all staring dully at Aurelian Pendragon's figure, whispering in their mouths, their voices full of awe. Are you a fairy? Official Han Jinyan and official Deng Huan. That's not what you said before. The wailing in the tent came from an elderly man with white hair. He was so thin he was nothing but skin and bones. His coarse cloth clothes had several patches, and he was half kneeling on the ground, staring desperately at the young boy on the bed. The young boy was about 10 years old. His small face was red, his eyes were tightly closed, and his breathing was as weak as a candle in the wind. When the old man saw Orlai Pendragon approach, a glimmer of light instantly lit up in his cloudy eyes, as if he had grabbed a lifeline. He did not know her identity, but seeing her luxurious dress, and the people around her treating her with such respect, he knew she must be a noble person. Noble lady, please save my grandson. The old man knelt on the ground with a thud, his forehead hitting the dirt floor heavily, making a dull sound. Cloudy tears mixed with dust, carving gullies on his face. There are only 2 of us left in my family, and he is only 9 years old. I cannot lose him. Goose's illness, I'm afraid it's hopeless. The commoners on the side couldn't bear to watch and didn't say the last 3 words. Orlai Pendragon walked quickly to the sick and reached out to touch the boy's forehead. A scorching temperature came through her fingertips. It was a high fever caused by the epidemic. It looked scary, but it was not incurable. She withdrew her hand, her tone firm, like a stabilizing force. It can be cured. As the 2 words fell, the old man who had been slumped on the ground suddenly looked up, the light in his eyes instantly becoming astonishingly bright. He tremblingly grabbed Orlai Pendragon's sleeve, his voice shaking. Really, noble lady, are you telling the truth? Official Deng Huan added with a smile on the side. If little Master Dragon says it can be cured, then it must be curable. Our minister is best at snatching people back from the hands of the King of Hell. Snatching people from the hands of the King of Hell. Official Han Jinyan's eyes flickered slightly, and she nodded silently in her heart. This is true. If it weren't for little Master Dragon, I'm afraid hell would be overflowing, and people would have to queue up to be reincarnated. But the main commoners in the tent had completely different thoughts. Little Master Dragon, isn't this the demoness mentioned by the 3 Lotus sect? But she doesn't look like one. She was wearing a water-green dress, simple in style, without cumbersome jewellery, and a faint crescent moon pattern was embroidered on the hem. Her hair was simply coiled into a bun, inserted with only a single jade hairpin. Her skin was as white as if covered by a layer of moonlight, and her eyes were full of compassion. They had lived for more than half their lives, and had never seen such a beautiful person. More importantly, her temperament was too special. Gentle, warm, like the warm sun in spring, and like a calm lake. Being looked at by her eyes, it seemed as if all pain could be soothed. So when she just walked in, they thought they had seen a fairy. If official Han Jinyan knew that the commoners' change in attitude toward Orlai Pendragon was solely because of her appearance and temperament, she would probably have her mouth twitch on the spot. Turning from haters to fans so inexplicably, the main commoners only saw that fairy-like noble lady take out a small brocade box from her sleeve. After opening it, there were a few pills with a warm luster inside. She poured the pills into her palm, mixed them with ground medicinal powder, carefully crushed them into fine powder, then took warm water to dissolve it, and carefully fed it into the young boy's mouth. Those porcelain white hands gently touched the boy's forehead again to check the temperature, and then she carefully tucked the blanket for the boy. She turned to look at the old man. He has taken the medicine. I estimate the fever will subside by tonight. Don't worry, he will be fine. The old man's tense body instantly relaxed, and tears welled up again, but they were no longer tears of despair, but tears of joy. He lay on the ground, kowtowing to Orlai Pendragon repeatedly. Thank you, noble lady. Thank you, noble lady. Orlai Pendragon frowned slightly, and reached out to pull him up. I do not like kneeling and bowing. If you want to thank me, then cooperate well with the treatment. As soon as these words were spoken, all the Yunmeng commoners present were ashamed and embarrassed. It turned out she was genuinely looking out for them. Yet they had listened to rumours, and some had even almost shown disrespect to the noble lady. What had they done? Orlai Pendragon looked at those weathered faces. She paused for a moment and added, everything will be fine. The Yunmeng nation will be fine, and all of you will be fine. As her voice fell, a series of soft sobs sounded in the tent. At this moment, they saw it. Hope to live on. Chapter 68. From hater to fan to die-hard fan to poisonous soloist. The restlessness in Yunmeng nation had been completely smoothed over. No one had expected it to happen so quickly. Official Han Jinyan had prepared herself for a tough battle, but she never could have imagined that after Orlai Pendragon merely strolled around the quarantine zone a few times, these Yunmeng nation citizens would turn from haters to fans, just like those in the tents. Official Han Jinyan's eyes widened, her mind full of question marks. Official Deng Huan chuckled, as expected of little Master Dragon. Ilara Valerius hummed twice. They know what's good for them. Official Han Jinyan turned her head to glare at the two of them, although she was also a die-hard fan of Little Master Dragon. But don't you two think this is weird? Official Han Jinyan didn't know about something called a filter. Actually, the Yimeng Nation citizens had wanted to cause trouble at first. In their minds, they had imagined what the enchantress looked like. She must have had a green face and fangs, with 3 heads and 6 arms. However, what they saw was completely different. Anyone who was gazed at earnestly by that pair of gentle eyes, which seemed to contain the whole world, wouldn't have the heart to say anything harsh, right? What's more, she was truly thinking of them. These past few days, she personally served porridge, entered their tents, asked how they were doing, and asked what plans they had for the future once they recovered. Even if they stammered and couldn't answer right away, she would smile gently. In that moment, whatever enchantress or fairy she was, it didn't matter to them anymore. They only knew one thing. The gods and brooders didn't care about their lives and deaths, but she did. Official Han Jinyan, then what about her? Woo-hoo-hoo, she cared too. This wasn't just turning from a hater to a fan. This was the rhythm of turning from a hater to a die-hard fan. Official Han Jinyan admired the speed at which the Yimeng Nation citizens changed their faces. And the speed at which this area was turning for the better was also very fast. On the 7th day of Aureli Pendragon's arrival, the quarantine zone was lifted. The moment the news spread, the entire Yimeng Nation was in an uproar. The citizens, who had survived the disaster, beat gongs and drums, ran along the streets, and the clouds of sorrow on their faces were swept away. Official Deng Huan stood on the city tower watching, truly happy for them. Who would have thought that these people would gather in front of the government office en masse at noon, just after coming out of the quarantine zone in the morning? Official Han Jinyan saw them from afar, her heart tightening in fear. The documents in her hand almost dropped Palace to the ground, thinking they had been incited to riot again. Who knew that one by one, they were all kneeling on the ground, shouting about wanting to repay her. Ilara Valerius kept scratching her head. She was a noble. She was used to being arrogant on a daily basis. But now, she couldn't say anything harsh to these people. Everyone, get up first. Let's talk properly. But how could the citizens be willing to get up? Ilara Valerius had no choice. You all stay here. I'm going to find Sister Aurelian. At that time, Aureli Pendragon was standing in the Yimeng Nation shipyard, observing the craftsman's techniques for building warships, her eyes shining. Who could have thought that in the land of Yimeng Nation, while agriculture and trade might not be as good as the hinterland of Great Aurelian, and various facilities could not be considered developed, the shipbuilding technology was genuinely leading. The curvature of the hull was designed just right, the sail cutting was precise and durable, and even the mechanism of the anchor showed ingenuity. Especially those few warships, with sturdy keels and solid gunwales, making Aureli Pendragon nod repeatedly, surprised and delighted in her heart. In fact, given the conditions of Yimeng Nation, it should not have been like this today. Living by the sea and relying on the water, it was naturally a wealthy land. Coupled with shipbuilding technology, how could they be beaten back repeatedly at sea? To put it simply, it was just lacking a wise ruler. Aureli Pendragon was planning to have her attendants compile these technical details into a booklet and send it to the capital for the Ministry of Works to reference, when in the next second, Ilara Valerius rushed over anxiously to tell her about the situation outside. Aureli Pendragon brushed the dust off her clothes, her tone calm. I'll go take a look. Outside the government office, a crowd was kneeling on the ground. They were feeling guilty. They were repenting. They were also grateful. Seeing Aureli Pendragon's figure, the crowd burst into even louder voices. Little Master Dragon, we are sorry. We previously believed the rumors of the Three Lotus sect spoke about you like that, and misunderstood you so much, yet you didn't hold a grudge, and risked your life to save ours. We really shouldn't have. That's right. That's right. Thank you for saving me, and thank you, Official Deng Huan, Official Han Jinyan, and all the other officials. If it weren't for you, my whole family would have been gone long ago. Official Han Jinyan, I'm sorry. Official Wang explained your good intentions to us. We took your kindness for granted. Official Han Jinyan heard this, was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. In the crowd, a small figure squeezed out. He was wearing worn-out rough cloth clothes, but they were washed clean. Aureli Pendragon recognized him at a glance, and her eyes curved. It's you. The young boy imitated the adults, bowed respectfully to Aureli Pendragon, and said in a milky voice, Little Master Dragon, Grandpa said that a life-saving grace should be repaid with a gushing spring. Although I'm young, I will definitely repay you. As soon as these words came out, it immediately drew a chorus of agreement. Yes, yes, yes. Should repay. Little Master Dragon, whatever you command, We will do it even if it costs our lives. I'm willing to work like an ox or a horse for you, even go through fire and water. Pairs of eyes watched the woman in white at the door nervously and uneasily. Their uneasiness was about the future. It was the uneasiness of being abandoned. They had finally found a few good officials. If they left, they really wouldn't know what to do, so they wanted to pay anything to keep them. But they were just a bunch of commoners with only one life and some strength. Would they be abandoned? After all, they had really gone too far. Thinking of this, the scene fell silent for a moment. Everyone's hearts were tightly held, and they didn't dare to breathe. They heard. Little Master Dragon sighed softly. The sigh was very light, but it made everyone's heartbeat skip a beat. In the next second, Aureli Pendragon squatted down and gently touched the boy's head. Her eyes curved towards the boy first, then she looked at them. Later, the sentence she said, every Yunmeng Nation citizen would never forget for the rest of their lives. You all being able to find your own value is the best repayment to us. They didn't expect this answer. She didn't need them to pay any price. She only hoped they would live, not living in a daze amidst suffering, but living with hope, with light, and living with dignity. Official Han Jinyan watched the citizens crying in a huddle, and then looked at Aureli Pendragon. One sentence made the Yunmeng Nation citizens turn into toxic solo fans. As expected of Little Master Dragon, she turned to look at official Deng Huan on the side. This guy's eyes were bright, her cheeks were red, and her mood was surging. She looked like she was ready to do something big and achieve success at any moment. This was no longer an ordinary toxic solo fan. This was an extraordinary toxic solo fan. Sigh, alright, she was one too. Chapter 69 Pirates. Great Aurelion had lifted the sea ban. There was no reason for Yunmeng Nation not to do the same. In such an undeveloped expanse of waters, the wealth within could be imagined. Aureli Pendragon would not give up on making money. Yunmeng Nation Office. Master Dragon, this is all the information on the maritime forces. Official Han Jinyan handed a booklet to Aureli Pendragon, who flipped through it silently. The maritime forces in Yunmeng Nation are divided into 3 factions. The first is the Tiger Raw Stronghold. Their leader, Yu Hai, was previously a death row inmate in Yunmeng Nation. He was ruthless and cruel. After bribing the prison guards to escape, he feared his family would become a burden, so he killed his wife and daughter, then fled to the sea with a group of subordinates. Over the past decade or more, he has recruited many followers. Most of the suffering of the people in the coastal areas of Yunmeng Nation stems from them. The people of Tiger Raw Stronghold frequently raid the seas, stealing wealth and taking lives. Hearing this, official Deng Huan asked in confusion, what about the local officials? Do they not care? Aureli Pendragon's head remained buried in the documents, not even looking up. If the local officials were of any use, they wouldn't have surrendered. Perhaps some officials were truly for the people. However, there was too much darkness in Shili City. In the overall environment of Yunmeng Nation, such good officials could not survive for long. They would likely be killed by their own people before the pirates could even get to them. Official Han Jinyan nodded and continued. The second group harassing the people is from Chang's Island. As the topic was raised, the information regarding Chang's Island was placed on Aureli Pendragon's desk. Chang's Island is a maritime island not far from Yunmeng Nation. Their features are quite deep-set, and their hair is red, so they are also known as red-haired devils. No one knows where they came from. It is only known that when they first landed, their strength was not this formidable. It was the officials of Yunmeng Nation who secretly sold them ships and weapons, and later they gradually took shape. Red hair. Aureli Pendragon's eyes darkened. Chang's Island is just a small island with a limited area. This group must have come from another country on the other side of the ocean. Although she didn't know why they came here, since they could come, they must know how to return. In that case, she would not be polite. What about the other side? Aureli Pendragon asked. The other side, their situation is different from those of Chang's Island and Tiger Raw Stronghold. Their leader, Wang He, was originally a military general of Yunmeng Nation. Later, because he was framed, he fled to the sea. His subordinates are basically former soldiers of the Red Feather Army, and they are very capable. These matters were not secrets in Yunmeng Nation, and official Han Jinyan found out as soon as she investigated. Wang He and the others still continue the name of the former Red Feather Army, calling themselves Red Feather Stronghold. My suggestion is to offer amnesty. Aureli Pendragon flipped through the documents. This Wang He could be considered one of the few good officials in Yunmeng Nation, but the same thing applied. Good officials did not have good endings here. Because he impeached a favorite minister of the Yunmeng Nation's ruler, he ended up with his family destroyed. At the execution ground, if it weren't for his brothers risking their lives to save him, he would have likely become a lonely ghost. However, he was the only one in his whole family to survive. Can the warships in the dock be used? Closing the folder, Orlai Pendragon looked at an official at the end. The official was named Tang Jilly, who was responsible for shipbuilding in Yinming Nation. After Yinming Nation surrendered, 90% of their officials in this area were dismissed, and half of that 90% were beheaded for harming too many people. Tang Jilly was one of the 10% who had not committed any offences. After testing his abilities, Orlai Pendragon allowed him to continue in this position. After all, there were too few usable people under her command right now. Upon hearing this, Tang Jilly cupped his hands. Master Dragon, please rest assured. They are already being repaired. I have already studied with the craftsmen under me how to install great Auralion-S weapons onto the warships. Within 7 days, no, within 3 days, I will definitely give you good news. Orlai Pendragon nodded. The ships in the dock had been gathering dust for too long, and some parts were beyond repair due to years of neglect. If they wanted to launch them, they would need to re-examine everything. This was a time-consuming project. The thermal weapons approved by the Emperor of Auralion before official Deng Huan set out on the expedition had basically not been used, except for the few she threw out at the beginning for deterrence, so there were still many cells left. Orlai Pendragon's idea was to combine gunpowder with the warships, fighting pirates. It was her first time doing it. Official Deng Huan and the others also had no experience. As for the previous navy of Yinming Nation, Orlai Pendragon had already gone to check on them. This group had not trained for too long. Their military discipline was lax, and they were not even as good as the coastal people. Therefore, Orlai Pendragon prepared to recruit soldiers anew from among the people and join forces with the great Auralion army to form a new navy, even without experience. However, the source of all fear comes from insufficient firepower. Although she really wanted to wipe out the pirates, she did not want to make unnecessary sacrifices. Soldiers were also people. Losing any one of them would make her emo for a long time. She didn't believe it. Under the suppression of gunpowder, could the pirates still be rampant? Official Deng Huan, this general, is here. Strengthen patrols in coastal areas to ensure the safety of the people, Orlai Pendragon instructed. According to the documents, the pirates were rampant, and there had been many incursions. However, the great Auralion army had been here for so long without receiving any reports. Orlai Pendragon felt that perhaps they had received news and knew the great Auralion army was stationed there, so they dared not meet them head-on. Coupled with the spread of the epidemic, they had temporarily ceased their activities. Orlai Pendragon did not believe they would stay honest forever. The desires of wicked people could never be satisfied. Now that the situation in Yinming Nation was stable and the epidemic had dissipated, surely that group would not be able to hold back. Orlai Pendragon always felt that the pirates would strike within these few days. Official Deng Huan cupped her hands. Yes, it was exactly as Orlai Pendragon had thought. Just as official Deng Huan went to garrison Shili City, that very night, the people in a small coastal fishing village suffered an attack by a wave of pirates. Fortunately, she had sent soldiers to patrol various coastal villages in advance, so no tragedy occurred. The surrounding people gathered in a circle, throwing stones at them. Beat these red-haired devils to death. Yes, 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 beat them to death. Woo woo woo, heaven damn it. We just recovered from illness, and these heaven-damned people have come. They really aren't leaving us any way to live. The stones bruised them black and blue. If it weren't for Master Dragon saying to keep them alive, the enraged people would have likely beaten the red-haired devils to death long ago. Seeing official Deng Huan come over, the red-haired devils opened their mouths and let out a string of gibberish. Official Deng Huan frowned. What are you jabbering about? She couldn't understand a single word, but looking at the expression of the red-haired devils, she knew it wasn't anything good. Oh, they were cursing her. Official Deng Huan smiled. She walked over and slapped each of them once. Red-haired devils, war. Slap. 2 more slaps. The red-haired devils continued their babbling. Official Deng Huan drew her sword, and then they became obedient. HMPH Sheep Scum. Chapter 70 Recruiting the Enemy. At the desk, Orlai Pendragon, who was busy writing furiously, looked up. Bring them in. Orlai Pendragon already knew about the red-haired devils. These pirates were truly restless. Official Deng Huan led the soldiers to bring them in. Orlai Pendragon lowered her eyes to look at them. This was her first time dealing with Westerners in this era. In modern history, the development of foreign lands was far inferior to the Central Plains. However, this was a fictional dynasty, and Orlai Pendragon did not know what the world on the other side of the ocean was like. Even though the Sky Screen had endorsed this before, it was still necessary to understand it a bit. After all, if you know the enemy and know yourself, You need not fear the result of 100 battles. The future was separated from the present by such a long span of time, and there was no telling how much information that there was. If they hadn't been useful, they would have been corpses from the moment the red-haired devils were captured. Perhaps knowing they wouldn't have a good ending, the tempers of these red-haired devils were not as fierce as when they were first captured. Some hung their heads low, their bodies trembling, clearly afraid. Official Deng Huan sneered at the sight. Truly spineless wretches. One of the red-haired devils looked relatively sharp. His gaze had been observing ever since he entered, and finally, his eyes landed on Orlar Pendragon. Seeming to understand that she was the one in charge here, he opened his mouth. Waller, 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 waller. Official Deng Huan felt a headache listening to it, and slapped him. What kind of gibberish are you speaking? The red-haired devil was hit and glared back angrily. He was then glared back at by Official Deng Huan. To the side, Official Han Jinyan knit her brows, feeling puzzled. How was one supposed to communicate? But who could have known? In the next second, Orlai Pendragon parted her thin lips slightly, and a string of the same foreign language as the red-haired devil slowly spilled out. Her tone was steady, with absolutely no sense of awkwardness. Official Han Jinyan and Official Deng Huan. As expected of Master Dragon, the two could not understand specifically what Orlai Pendragon and the red-haired devil were discussing, so they could only stand quietly to the side and wait. They saw that the originally panicked red-haired devil's expression gradually calmed down, the fear in his eyes slowly dissipating, while a faint smile slowly curled at the corners of Orlai Pendragon's mouth, clearly having obtained the intelligence she wanted from the other party. Not long after, the conversation ended, and the red-haired devil even wore a smile of relief. And as for their Master Dragon, she waved her hand lightly, her tone calm and waveless. No need to keep them, execute them all. As soon as the words fell, the guards waiting outside the door immediately pushed the door open, strode forward, firmly grabbed the red-haired devils who hadn't yet reacted, and dragged them directly outside. Only then did the red-haired devils wake up, as if from a dream. One by one, they widened their eyes, their faces full of disbelief. They shouted and yelled gibberish, struggling desperately, their emotions even more agitated than when they were captured at sea. Official Deng Huan looked at their retreating backs and scratched her head. Master Dragon, what exactly did you say to them just now? Official Han Jinyan also pricked up her ears. She was dying of curiosity. I told them that as long as they honestly answered all my questions and confessed all their background details, I would spare their lives. Orlai Pendragon spoke calmly, and while speaking, she picked up the pen on the table again, lowering her head to prepare to record the information she had just obtained. But in the end, you still? Official Deng Huan asked in confusion. Orlai Pendragon raised her eyes. I was naturally lying to them. Those who bully the citizens of my great Orlai must be punished, no matter how far away they are. Even though her expression was calm, Official Deng Huan and Official Han Jinyan clearly felt a bone-chilling coldness from these brief words. Orlai Pendragon waved for the two to withdraw and sat alone in the hall, quietly sorting through the information she had just obtained from the red-haired devils, her brows gradually furrowing. Everything was not much different from her previous guesses. These red-haired devils all came from a foreign land on the other side of the ocean. Rather than calling it a complete nation, it would be better to call it a tribal alliance that had just begun to take shape. Although they had established basic order and rules, and had corresponding administrative personnel, the overall level of development was extremely backward. The people's livelihood was withered, and supplies were scarce. The situation was several times worse than the recently pacified Yunming nation, not to mention comparing it to the Great Orlion, with its strong national power and prosperous people. Those red-haired devils who broke into the Yunming nation to cause trouble were originally just fishermen who barely made a living by fishing in the coastal waters. Later, because the climate in the foreign seas was harsh and fish catches plummeted, added to the tribal fighting and resource grabbing, they had no other choice, so they sailed on broken boats, drifting all the way, and accidentally found the Yunming nation. After they landed, they saw at a glance that the lifestyle of the people of the Yunming nation was completely different from theirs. The people here had stable dwellings and sufficient food, as well as decent clothing. The supplies were far richer than in the foreign lands where they lived. The huge disparity instantly made them harbor vicious thoughts of looting, and they began to frequently harass the coastal villages of the Yunming nation. At first, when they saw the officials and soldiers of the Yunming nation holding weapons, they were indeed frightened by the fine equipment, and did not dare to act presumptuously. But after interacting for a long time, they discovered that these officials and soldiers looked imposing, but in reality, they were a mob that could not withstand a single blow. In their daily lives, the methods of oppressing the people and scraping up the people's hard-earned money were even more heinous than theirs. It was precisely because of this that these red-haired devil pirates grew stronger step by step. Now, they were entrenched on Chang's Island, not far from the Yinming nation, using it as a base to frequently go out to sea and cause trouble. Orelai Pendragon knew clearly that this group of pirates must be thoroughly wiped out to eliminate future trouble. Relying on the military strength and power of the Great Orelion, this naval battle was destined to be a show-win situation. But the most difficult problem at the moment was who to send to lead the troops out to sea. The soldiers of the Great Orelion she brought were all brave and skilled in battle. Charging in land battles and attacking or defending cities were not a problem at all. However, they were not good at naval warfare. The vast majority of the soldiers had grown up in the inland of the Central Plains since childhood, and had never even seen the vast ocean in their lives, let alone steering ships on the rough sea to deal with various emergencies at sea. Moreover, fighting at sea was never an easy task. It was 100 times more difficult than land warfare. The climate at sea was unpredictable. Fierce winds, heavy rain, and giant waves could strike at any time. To sail smoothly and accurately find the pirate base, one must be familiar with the wind direction, ocean currents, and tidal patterns at sea, and must also be able to identify the location of the sea area and avoid reefs and shoals. If one was not careful, the entire fleet could be buried at the bottom of the sea. If there was no general proficient in naval warfare to coordinate the overall situation, it would be impossible to advance smoothly. But the current situation made her feel very troubled. Although official Deng Huan was brave and good at fighting, she knew nothing about naval warfare or navigation. Even if she were to temporarily raise a navy according to instructions and train urgently, there was no experienced general who could lead them. The original officials of the Yinming nation could not be relied upon at all. It was not that she hadn't thought about sending a letter by fast horse to report to the Emperor of Orelion, requesting the imperial court to dispatch troops to the Yinming nation. But the Yinming nation was located in a remote area. By the time the imperial court received the news and discussed it properly, who knew how long it would take? After thinking it over, Orelai Pendragon locked onto one person. That was the third-party force active in the waters near the Yinming nation. The leader of the Red Feather Stronghold, Zhuang He. Zhuang He was originally from a military background and had been drifting at sea for many years, so he had extremely rich experience in naval warfare. What was even more rare was that the Red Feather Stronghold always strictly followed rules and never harassed innocent coastal people, which was completely different from those pirates who burned, killed, and looted. He was simply the most suitable candidate. Orelai Pendragon pursed her lips slightly. Her fingertips tapped Palace the desk lightly, and then she picked up a pen and wrote a few big words solemnly on the blank rice paper. Step 1. Amnesty. Orelai Pendragon had a headache. Zhuang had been heartbroken by the imperial court, which was why he fled to the sea. Would he be willing if it were a different imperial court? It would be fine if he had heard about the Great Orelion, but the Yinming nation was remote, and the people here didn't know about it, let alone the Red Feather Stronghold, which had been avoiding the world for many years. Chapter 71. The sky reappears. At the same time, on the island, where Red Feather Stronghold was entrenched, he had already received news of the regime change in Yinming nation. This news caused a stir throughout Red Feather Stronghold, and everyone's faces bore the relief of long-suppressed emotions. That goddamn old dynasty has finally been completely destroyed, the second-in-command said, gritting his teeth hard. His dark eyes surged with intense hatred, yet also carried the satisfying pleasure of having a great grudge avenged. His real name was Bai Ziming. In his early years, he had been a high-spirited young officer in the Yinming nation army. While he didn't have the far-reaching reputation of their leader, Zhuang he was still a man who had truly been on the battlefield and earned military merits. Back then, he was full of passion, his heart filled with ambitions to make achievements, and his future should have been bright. But misfortune arrived without warning. A powerful official in the Yinming nation army took a fancy to his gentle and virtuous sister-in-law at first sight. Relying on his power, he acted recklessly, completely disregarding morality and shame. His older brother had a fiery temperament. He simply went to reason with him, just wanting to protect his wife and child, but was beaten by the official's lackeys until his legs were broken, leaving him bedridden. Even so, his sister-in-law was forcibly abducted and subjected to endless humiliation. The official never showed a shred of kindness. Within just a few short days, a family cot covered in broken straw appeared in the village where he lived. When his brother, who was already disabled and mentally confused, learned that his wife had passed away while carrying their unborn child, he was completely shattered. He grabbed a firewood chopper from their home and set out to make that official pay with his life. But when the official learned of this, he directly led men to slaughter his entire family, sparing no one. Bai Ziming tried his best and luckily escaped from that mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Later, he was brought back to Red Feather Stronghold, finally finding a place to settle down. It was precisely because of this deep blood feud that Bai Siming hated the incompetent and corrupt old dynasty to the core. And not just him. Everyone present hated it. The third in command, Jing Hang, sat to the side. Hearing this, he nodded heavily, agreeing with a look of relief on his face. But as he laughed, his brows furrowed tightly again. That may be so, that the old dynasty has fallen, and a new one has taken its place in the blink of an eye. Who knows what kind of character this new ruler has? Are they genuinely for the people, or are they just as incompetent and brutal as the old dynasty? A heavy and desolate sigh slowly dispersed throughout the meeting hall, instantly causing the high spirits of everyone present to plummet. They sighed at the ups and downs of their own lives, at their fate of having nowhere to settle, and even more at how much more suffering the common people of the world would have to endure. Zhuangyi stood at the head of the table, taking in the expressions of everyone below. His expression was calm as he raised his hand and took a secret letter from his bosom. I have received news here. After the great Orline army captured Yunmeng Nation, they not only did not burn, kill, or loot upon entering the city, but instead immediately opened their granaries to provide food and relief to the displaced people. The official in charge of the troops stationed in Yunmeng Nation is even revered by the local people as a goddess. A goddess? A brother in the hall immediately sneered, his face full of disdain and skepticism. If there really were divine protection in this world, how would we have been forced to the point of having our families destroyed and our homes ruined back then? How could the people have lived in such misery? Another person followed suit, just another fame-seeking hypocrite, using the name of pacifying the people to actually exploit and oppress them in secret. How is that any different from the Three Lotus sect that wreaked havoc? Didn't the Three Lotus sect also use the banner of saving the suffering, only to end up squeezing the people until not a single drop of sweat or blood was left? Zhuangyi pressed his thin lips together and remained silent for a moment. I have decided to go to the Yunmeng Nation territory myself to take a look. I have a feeling in my heart that this time is different from everything in the past. Furthermore, the brother who sent this secret letter also said in the letter that he no longer wishes to be our insider planted in Yunmeng Nation. He only wants to live a stable life in Yunmeng Nation from now on. Once these words were spoken, everyone fell into silence. The night grew deeper, the ink-colored sky screen shrouded the earth, and the sea breeze blew past, carrying a salty and damp scent. Zhuangyi and his men silently steered their boat to the shore and stationed their forces on the outskirts of a coastal fishing village. But before they could figure out the surrounding situation, the figures hiding in the darkness had already been discovered, and the group of soldiers stationed here in front of them was completely different from the old Yunmeng Nation soldiers they had seen in the past. Each one of them wore fine, orderly armor, stood tall and straight, had sharp eyes, and exuded an aura of awe-inspiring righteousness. Their military discipline was strict, with none of the sloppiness and brutality of the old soldiers. What shocked them even more was that the fishing village commoners gathering around looked at these soldiers with no fear or evasion on their faces, but instead were full of closeness and trust. You have to know, in the past years, whenever the common people of the world saw soldiers, they would wish they could hide far away, for fear of being bullied or looted. They had never seen such a scene of harmony between the military and the people. Just from one encounter, he was thoroughly convinced that everything said in the previous secret letter was true. Yunmeng Nation had truly changed into a new world. He felt even more urgent in his heart, wanting to see with his own eyes that official in charge who was revered by the people as a goddess. Not far away, official Deng Huan was in full military attire, calmly commanding the soldiers, wanting to temporarily control and bind Zhuangyi's party to prevent any untoward incidents. But in the very next second, the night sky, which had been as black as spilled ink, suddenly began to emit a soft halo of light without warning. The light slowly spread, illuminating the entire horizon, causing everyone present to subconsciously stop their actions and gaze up at the sky in a daze. Everyone was stunned at first. Immediately after, the great Auraline soldiers present reacted, their eyes suddenly bursting with excitement and disbelief. It's the sky screen. The sky screen has appeared again. Chapter 72 Young Master Dragon loves me. Zhuangyi and the others, the former Yunmeng Nation citizens, everyone looked up at the sky in unison. As the light faded, a beautifully dressed woman appeared on the light screen, smiling slightly at the camera. Hello everyone, I'm your great Auraline history creator, Miss Bo. Long time no see. Heavens, the sky is speaking. It's the goddess. The people of Red Feather Stronghold knelt in unison. Even Zhuangyi lowered his head. Judging by how the people in this area fanatically worshipped the Three Lotus sect, it was clear they were extremely superstitious. The great Aurelian soldiers, seeing these people bowing and kowtowing repeatedly, felt as if they were looking at their former selves. Just as they were about to say something, the former Yiming nation citizens were quicker. No, isn't it a goddess? The people of Red Feather Stronghold. If it's not a god in the sky, what is it? A citizen turned their head blankly to look at official Deng Huan, who was also looking blank. General Deng, is this the sky screen from future generations that you great Aurelian people keep talking about? The people of Red Feather Stronghold. What is all this? However, they noticed that the great Aurelian soldiers had no sense of awe toward this miracle. Instead, their expressions revealed a hint of familiarity. I suppose so. Official Deng Huan rubbed her nose. She was originally from Beirong. This was also her first time seeing such a scene. Since entering Beirong, the great Aurelian soldiers had told everyone they met that great Aurelian had a sky screen, but it had disappeared. Official Deng Huan hadn't expected to see it with her own eyes in her lifetime. The former Yiming nation citizens were even more shocked. They had always heard about the sky screen. The sky screen. Wait, it's real. The people of Red Feather Stronghold were even more bewildered upon hearing this. What exactly are they talking about? Feeling left out, Grav/Epsilon's eyes cannot deceive. They saw the great Aurelian soldiers, who had just been sternly catching pirates, raise a hand to wave beside their cheeks, their faces blooming with an extremely kind and friendly smile. Long time no see, Miss Bo. Asterisk. It really has been a long time. Yiming office. Aureli Pendragon had been handling matters at the shipyard, and she reacted the moment the anomaly first appeared in the sky. At this moment, she was sitting at the entrance with Lyra of the Vales, Kirisui, and official Han Jinyan, eating fruit while watching. Official Han Jinyan was from the great Aurelian lands. She had not missed a single episode of the sky screen. Seeing the familiar face, she smiled kindly. The chrono archivist seems more mature than last year. It had been a long time since the sky screen last appeared. They had thought they would have to wait a few years or even decades to see it again, so they hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Well, it wasn't exactly that soon. I wonder what the chrono archivist is going to talk about in this episode. Lara rested her chin on her hand, her eyes shining. Kirisui's eyes curved. The chrono archivist appeared just in time. It seems we don't need to worry about the hearts of the people in certain places anymore. Clara hit the nail on the head. Having been by Aureli Pendragon's side until now, her vision and ability could already compare to those of a local official. In the past, she saw the future on the sky screen. Now, she could see past the surface and realize that every time the sky screen appeared, the morale of Great Aurelian would rise a notch. Now that the wars of Great Aurelian had just ceased, there were many territories that had just been incorporated into the map. Since Yiming could see it, it went without saying for other places. As long as the chrono archivist talked about Her Lady or the Emperor of Aurelian in this episode, their hearts would automatically align. But how could the chrono archivist not talk about Aureli Pendragon? The sky screen had always revolved around Her Lady. After all, asterisk. I said before that I would continue to update videos in the future. After the last episode ended, I rewatched the history of Great Aurelian again. However, this time I wasn't holding the mindset of completing a task, so I actually found it much more interesting. The theme of this episode is Little Master Dragon Loves Me. The chrono archivist finished speaking and blinked playfully. Some first-time viewers saw a small screen split off to her right, covered in dense text. Hehe, already starting to laugh. #1 How jealous Aureli S. Harem is #not really. Hey. Is harem the right word to use here? Here, I'd like to specifically criticize a certain official surnamed Pei and a certain official surnamed Han. An official surnamed Han, is it me? For some reason, official Han Jinyan had a premonition. Asterisk. As everyone knows, our Aurelier is the universally acknowledged heartthrob of Great Aurelian. Anyone who's truly interacted with her and understood her character cannot help but develop a fondness for her. Even former political rivals have had to sincerely submit and acknowledge her extraordinary charm. Aurelier has always treated everyone equally, gently, and kindly, treating every citizen of Great Aurelian. She also possesses a keen eye for talent. The number of capable officials and generals she has recommended and sent to the imperial court to assist the Emperor of Aurelian is countless. Not to mention, the 9-year compulsory education schools that Great Aurelian has popularized throughout the world were also initiated by her. Countless people have thus been able to study, understand reason, cultivate themselves, and become talents, continuously supplying Great Aurelian with pillars of the nation. It is no exaggeration to say that these students are the disciples of both the Emperor and the Prime Minister. Here, I must praise Emperor Tiberius the Wise. If it were any other emperor, they wouldn't have the broad-mindedness to use people recommended by the same official It would be good enough if they didn't suspect them of forming a clique. That's it. That's how you should praise me. The Emperor of Orlion's face crinkled into a chrysanthemum with a smile. Eunuch Cedric silently turned his head away. His Majesty is becoming increasingly unbearable to look at. Tusk. I'm so envious. If I had to go to school, I would want to go to a great Aurelian school too. To be taught personally by the Emperor through the ages and the Prime Minister of Eternal Merit. If you put that on your resume, it would be absolutely incredibly cool. The Emperor through the ages. The Prime Minister of Eternal Merit. Chuang He's gaze was fixed on these 2 lines of text, his heart trembling violently. He had originally thought that the first 4 characters were the highest praise the world could bestow upon an emperor, impossible to surpass. Yet he never imagined that there would actually be someone in the world capable of being crowned with the 4 characters' eternal merit. He felt that they had indeed seen a goddess, but not some ethereal deity above the clouds, but the one who stood firmly on this land. The sky screen comment scrolled and jumped rapidly, filled between the lines with extreme reverence and fanatical admiration for Orlar Pendragon. In the video, the Crone Archivist spoke again in a light tone. Little Master Dragon Loves Me actually has a backstory. The newly aired historical drama even filmed this part, and it made me laugh so hard I nearly died. It's my first time seeing officials of a dynasty fighting in the imperial court to see who's more important in Orlai's heart. Ha ha ha. As soon as the Chrono Archivist finished speaking, the screen split into another section. Inside, there were many little people. These are actors from later generations playing us. The old Great Orline people explained to the new Great Orline people. The latter nodded and continued to watch. The video played. Officials dressed in Great Orlion attire were standing in the brightly lit Golden Throne Hall, discussing the same political matter. The Emperor of Orlion, dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe, sat at the head, watching the commotion below with great interest, his eyes conveying a few words. I love to watch the chaos. In the center of the Golden Throne Hall, one person stood steadily amidst the crowd. Although she had not said a word, she was the irreplaceable core of the entire scene. She was dressed in moon-white, dark-battened Prime Minister's court attire. The cloud silk fabric draped straight and crisp, a plain silver jade belt cinched her waist, and the patterns were elegant and simple, fully displaying an aura of refined nobility without a hint of ostentation. Her appearance was pure and transcendent, her eyebrows like distant mountains, gentle and relaxed, her eyes clear and warm, her gaze sweep Alice calmly over the crowd, her lip line soft. Her entire aura was cold yet compassionate, with a gentle kindness condensed between her brows that seemed to overlook all living beings, like a bright moon descending upon the world, carrying the posture of a goddess who pities the world. Lady, this actor playing you seems to have changed. Lyra widened her eyes, immediately capturing the change on the sky screen. Aurelia Pendragon nodded faintly, her gaze falling calmly on the figure in the video. How could she explain to those around her that people thousands of years later had compiled a new historical drama to depict the old events of Great Orlion? Beside her, Clara looked back and forth, her gaze wandering repeatedly between the actor on the sky screen and her own lady. Whether it was the previous actor or the current one, even if their appearance and charm were excellent, they were ultimately shallow. They could act out the courtly demeanor and the gentle appearance, but they couldn't replicate even a fraction of the backbone and spirit embedded in her lady, not even reaching 3/10 of the real person's charm. Behind this actor, the civil and military officials stood on both sides. The imperial court, which should have been solemn and dignified, was now in total chaos. Correction. Miss Bo's voice cut in unexpectedly. The production crew didn't do their research here. In the 3rd year of Aurelia's term as an official, officials no longer had to stand during court. The Emperor of Aurelion had custom seats made according to their height and weight, and a small table was placed in front, with food and drinks on it. Sometimes, when discussing a matter for a long time, the Emperor of Orlion would even have the imperial kitchen serve dishes, and the officials would eat and chat. In the capital, the officials, who were sitting in their seats eating hot pot while watching the sky screen, nodded in unison. At the head, Crown Prince Julian had the same dishes in front of him, eating with oil all over his mouth. Don't ask him why they were still having a meeting so late. There was no choice. His father was not a human being. He dropped a sentence and ran off. He was thrown into the position last minute, and it exhausted him. Don't look at how these officials seemed tamed by his father and little Master Dragon on the surface. But they didn't respect him. Since he started acting as regent, he had only suffered. Today, he had prepared himself for a debate with the Confucian scholars. Who would have thought? The sky screen appeared, so he breathed a sigh of relief, quickly ordered food to be served, and let these people watch properly. It was another beautiful day. Crown Prince Julian took a big bite of lamb. So delicious, he couldn't find north. The Crown Prince's actions are too crude. As a ruler, one should pay attention to one's words and actions. Otherwise, if the superior sets a bad example, what rules are there to speak of? Crown Prince Julian, just eat. Can't eat and keep your mouth shut. Asterisk. The video continued to play. The officials were originally discussing a political matter. The result of this matter was a 100% political achievement, so everyone wanted to get a piece of it. The actress stood in the hall, the noise around her seeming to have nothing to do with her, until the topic went off track. Her relaxed brows furrowed slightly. One could only hear the ministers, who were arguing until their faces were red and necks thick, each shouting at the top of their lungs, channeling water and repairing canals. I have always been responsible for this, of course. It is still my job. As soon as his words fell, an official retorted, nonsense. How is it yours? Last year, I was governing water with Little Master Dragon. I have plenty of experience, okay. After this person finished speaking, a female official rolled her eyes. According to you, I am a student of Little Master Dragon. When I was in school, I studied all kinds of knowledge, so it is more appropriate for me to do it. Fine. We're all comparing this, right? When I first started, and wasn't an official yet, Little Master Dragon even said she loved me. Another woman glared. Clara of the Vales, stop gilding your own face. Little Master Dragon was clearly talking about the people. According to you, Little Master Dragon loves me too. Are you commoner? Hee. I am a person of the world. Little Master Dragon said she loves the people of the world. What person of the world? I think you're a piece of S******. If you're a person, I'll eat it. How can you speak like that? Lush you. Clara of the Vales glared with the same expression. Was this female official, who was arguing so rudely and passionately with her colleagues, actually playing her? It's you, my lady. In the Chen family courtyard, a young and beautiful man's eyes glowed. Clara of the Vales looked at him and smiled slightly. If it were in the past, she would not have dared to imagine that she could become an official one day. But now, she had been managing government affairs in Riverlands of Lev for a year. In this year, she had changed a lot. She had married the son of a subordinate, and even taken a concubine. This was also something she had never dared to think of. Let alone her. Her parents in the underworld definitely wouldn't have thought of it either. After all, when they were alive, they had told her countless times to be virtuous and to find a good family. In the video, the ministers could not reach a conclusion in their argument. Not knowing who started it, they actually started fighting in the imperial court. A punch here, a kick there. Clara of the Vales watched with her own eyes as the version of herself on the sky screen tricked an old official during the chaos. Clara of the Vales. And she wasn't even afraid of being sued. Orlai Pendragon, who also witnessed all this. What a disgrace. She didn't know how later generations studied her, but they must have studied the Emperor of Oraline thoroughly. That actor playing the Emperor perfectly portrayed the Emperor of Oraline's expression while watching the drama. He was afraid the chaos wouldn't be big enough. Sitting on the dragon throne, he was eager to try, wanting to sneak into the chaos. Is this appropriate? A group of new and old officials showed off their fists and feet. Even the person playing Arthur Pendragon took 2 punches. Orlai Pendragon heard these grown men saying one after another, Little Master Dragon loves me. Her mouth twitched. If it were any other emperor, they would have stopped long ago and criticized them a few times. What about the Emperor of Aurelion? He did indeed criticize them. He only spoke to stop them when he saw everyone was tired from fighting, his expression still somewhat unsatisfied. Your Majesty, please be the judge, an official said aggrievedly. The Emperor of Aurelion suppressed his laughter and coughed twice. You are not children anymore. Fighting during court, aren't you ashamed if word gets out? Each of you is fined 1 month's salary to provide porridge for the people. The civil and military officials. The Emperor is bad. The people exclamation. The Emperor is good. As for the candidate for this matter, I have already decided. Official Zhang, didn't you say the day before yesterday that your legs were inconvenient, and you wouldn't sign up for this year's soccer match? I saw that you were quite nimble when you kicked Official Wang just now. Chapter 73 Orlai Pendragon. Official Shan. Official Wang glared angrily. And that Official Chen, tell me. You're at such an advanced age. What are you fussing about? You can't win a fight anyway. I will give you a piece of advice. Next time you encounter a situation like this, just lie on the ground and stage a scam. When that happens, I will stand up for you. The Emperor of Aurelion leaned against the throne, his tone casual and teasing, entirely devoid of the rigid dignity of a monarch, instead resembling an elder from the neighborhood who loved to joke around. Official Chen, Is there any other monarch who stands up for his subjects like you? Beneath the sky screen, countless commoners gathered from all directions to watch the sky screen. The commoners from the small surrounding nations that had recently submitted to Great Orline stared with wide eyes, their faces filled with disbelief that shattered their understanding of the world. In their former kingdoms, monarchs sat high in the temples, majestic and cold, their words carrying the weight of lore. The imperial court was silent, and the officials trembled with fear. Not to mention joking with the monarch. They didn't even dare to look up at the imperial countenance. A single misstep was a capital offence punishable by death. Yet, the Emperor of Great Orline had no airs of a monarch, joking and playing with his court officials. With no rigid barriers between ruler and subject, this relaxed court atmosphere completely overturned their lifelong perception of imperial power. As for the commoners of Great Orline, they were completely unperturbed, wearing smiles of familiarity instead. When they saw something interesting, they would even offer a proper critique or two. In the past, they certainly wouldn't have dared. When did it become so commonplace? It must be because the Emperor and Master Dragon are so approachable. The Emperor on the screen tapped his finger lightly, calling out the names of several more officials, like Yama from the underworld taking attendance, refusing to let a single one off. The entire civil and military court, even the Prime Minister he relied on most, were not spared. You're all here, chattering and arguing endlessly. You won't reach a conclusion even if you argue until dark. Why not switch to something interesting? Let's ask our Master Dragon, among all the civil and military officials here, who do you love the most? As his words fell, the great hall fell silent for a moment. Immediately after, countless pairs of eyes turned in unison, as if pulled by a string, all landing on Aurelia Pendragon, who stood at the front of the court officials. Their gazes were filled with curiosity and the excitement of watching a spectacle. The crowd beneath the sky screen also perked up instantly. The low murmurs ceased abruptly, and everyone's eyes were fixed tightly on Aurelia Pendragon on the screen, full of anticipation. Even the commoners from the small nations, who were still immersed in shock, stared fixedly at the sky screen, wanting to see how this highly regarded Master Dragon would react. The smile in the Emperor of Orline's eyes grew more intense. The actor playing Aurelia Pendragon stood in place, looking completely devoid of the will to live. She simply raised her eyes, staring straight at the ceiling, her gaze unfocused, completely activating ignore mode. The patterns on that tile above looked a bit strange. It was worth a good study. Yiming Nation. Aurelia Pendragon was equally speechless, feeling nothing but helplessness. Aurelia, don't ask me, I don't know either. Official Zhang, original name Zhang Chengping. During this period in the video, he was 4 to 5 years old. In an era where the average life expectancy did not exceed 50, this was already considered a ripe old age. To put it bluntly, he didn't have many years left before going into the ground. Emperor Valerius having him sign up for soccer was probably just to see if he could kick himself to pieces. Ha ha ha. As soon as this barrage comment appeared, a burst of laughter erupted beneath the sky screen. The people in the Golden Throne Hall turned their gazes toward Zhang Chengping, who was currently eating hot pot. The Emperor of Orline watched this comment, his face stiffening, his mind filled with ellipses. Slander. This was naked slander. He was an enlightened monarch who cared for his officials with all his heart. How could he be the kind of emperor who didn't cherish his subjects? However, a trace of curiosity inexplicably rose in his heart. Could someone really fall to pieces while running? He really wanted to see it with his own eyes. Imperial Palace. Zhang Chengping's face turned red from his cheeks to his earlobes, like a ripe persimmon, and the hand holding his chopsticks trembled incessantly. He looked completely tense, as if he were about to explode in anger the next second. The surrounding officials suppressed their laughter, muttering inwardly, "So angry. He shouldn't get so angry that he ruins his health. At such an advanced age, even if he were to pass away, he shouldn't be angered to death." They still wanted to see how he would run himself to pieces. Old Wang, the official closest to Zhangchen Palace, looked at his state, hurriedly put down his chopsticks, and was just about to open his mouth to offer gentle comfort. Who would have known? The next second, Zhangchen Palace suddenly slammed his chopsticks onto the table with a loud, crisp snap. Before anyone could react, he stood up with a quick whoosh. Because he rose too hastily, his body traced a wavy arc in midair, which looked painful just to watch. But Zhangchen Palace didn't notice at all, nor did he feel any discomfort. He looked radiant, as if he had instantly become 10 years younger, and even his white hair seemed to have gained a bit of luster. The smile on his lips grew wider and wider, changing from an initial smirk to a hearty laugh. He looked at his colleagues on the left, then at the people beside him on the right. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, He swung his arms and started to dance, twisting his body and laughing loudly. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. This old man has left his name in history. Ha ha ha, left my name in history. This sight stunned the surrounding officials who were still watching the spectacle. When everyone came to their senses, they secretly thought to themselves, that's right. Regardless of whether the reputation is good or bad, he has been firmly remembered by future generations. He has truly left his name in history. For a moment, the officials in the hall felt a thick bitterness, their eyes filled with envy. Looking at Zhang Chenping, they felt both envious and annoyed, hating themselves for not having done something that could be remembered by future generations. And that official Chen Kingson, don't let his name fool you. It sounds as sturdy as a pine or cypress, but he has no integrity at all. When he encounters trouble, he just lies down and stages a scam. He is undoubtedly the great Oraline's #1 scammer. There are at least a dozen or so officials who have been scammed by him. He never suffers from internal friction. Instead of blaming himself and sulking, he pushes the responsibility onto others. His main strategy is to have an incredibly good mindset. The barrage in the sky screen exposed more information. Chen Kingson was slightly stunned at first, and then his eyes lit up. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, then curled upward again. After repeating this a few times, he finally grinned wide, forming the look of a crooked-mouthed dragon king, and giggled smugly. He. That self-satisfied look made the civil and military officials silently grumble in their hearts. Great. Another one has gone crazy. But on second thought, who cares if it's a good reputation or a bad one? The question is, has he left his name in history? Being remembered by future generations is better than being unknown. Thinking this way, the group of mediocre officials who had always considered themselves untalented and just wanted to muddle through life peacefully were now, for the first time in history, starting to hatch crooked schemes, their eyes filled with calculation. It seems the people of future generations actually prefer these amusing historical anecdotes that don't follow conventional patterns. If they stubbornly stuck to the rigid and orthodox path, the group would be destined to be submerged in the long river of history after 100 years, unable to even leave a single name in the history books, becoming completely nameless. Perhaps provided they didn't violate the laws of Great Oraline or touch the bottom line, could they try other avenues to fight for a place in history? If they had to choose a suitable step palace, the gazes of the crowd suddenly became uniform, converging on one point, their eyes precisely locking onto the calm-faced Arthur Pendragon. This was Master Dragon's biological father, a person with a special status and high visibility. They didn't dare to scan the Supreme Emperor, nor could they afford to provoke him, but this old man Pei was usually mild-tempered and seemed very easy to talk to. He was definitely someone they could bully a little. If they could get involved with him in some special way, even if it meant punching him, surely the court historian, out of consideration for Master Dragon, would definitely record it seriously. That's it then. Next time they attend court, they could really give it a try. Arthur Pendragon, standing in place, was inexplicably stunned, his face full of confusion. He shuddered for no reason, his neck feeling inexplicably cold, but he didn't know the reason, so he could only look around in confusion. On the sky screen, the barrage from future generations rose and fell. Apart from crazily teasing these few officials with distinct personalities, the most frequent content was complaining about the Emperor of Oralion. In the early period of his reign, Emperor Valerius was indeed a truly diligent and enlightened monarch, although he remained diligent in governing throughout his middle and later periods, never once slacking off and always putting the common people first. Perhaps because the world was at peace and the people lived stable and prosperous lives, with the court and the public in harmony, he couldn't help but want to find some amusement, often joking with his officials. Although Emperor Valerius loved to tease and joke with the officials, speaking casually and freely, appearing to lack the demeanor of a monarch, in his heart, he genuinely cared for everyone, treating his court officials like close family and friends. The recipe for strengthening the body that Oralai gave to Empress Dowager Wang back then was highly effective after the Empress Dowager used it, and her body became increasingly robust. When Emperor Valerius saw this, he immediately thought of letting the court officials also maintain their health, specifically ordering all officials to exercise daily to strengthen their bodies. Eventually, this fitness trend spread throughout all of Great Oralion. From high-ranking officials and nobles to commoners, everyone started to exercise. Schools in Great Oralion specially set up gymnastics courses, and every year they held a series of sports activities such as soccer and racing. Even the elderly, after eating dinner, would gather together to practice Tai Chi or dance square dances, living comfortable and pleasant lives. Because of this, during the reign of Emperor Tiberius the Wise, The average life expectancy of the people of Great Orleans saw an unprecedented and significant increase compared to the previous dynasty. The people got sick less, lived longer, and lived and worked in peace and contentment. This is a monumental achievement that has truly been recorded in medical history and national policy. However, no matter how good the rules are, there are always big lazybones who shirk and refuse to comply. Zhang Chenping, I'm talking about you. In all of Great Orleans, you're the one who loves to move the least. As chrono-archivist Echo's voice faded, the officials in the hall burst into laughter instantly, the sound shaking the great hall, as if it were trembling slightly. Zhang Chenping's face turned bright red again, from his cheeks to his neck, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into immediately, and never come out again. Damn that sky screen, it specifically picks his embarrassing stories to talk about. Now it's done. He has lost face before the whole world, and even to future generations. With a bitter face, he hurriedly cupped his hands toward the Crown Prince, explaining in a rush, Your Highness, please examine the facts. This subject is definitely not a lazy or slack person. It's just that this subject was born with stiff muscles and bones, and my legs and feet are not flexible. I am truly not good at these jump palace and hop palace things. The Crown Prince stood to the side and spoke slowly. Oh, stiff muscles and bones. Yesterday after court, when you were chasing official Louis to grab the last basket of crab meat buns, your legs and feet were nimble, and you ran very fast. You were quite agile indeed. As soon as these words were spoken, the laughter in the court became even louder. Everyone laughed until they were bent over, and even the guards standing outside the hall couldn't help but curl their lips. Zhang Cheng Palace stood in place, opened his mouth, and was completely unable to speak. Fine. His lifelong reputation was completely ruined. Although, having said that, losing a little face was nothing. He still straightened his back, and muttered proudly, this official has left his name in history. A short sentence made the laughter in the hall cease abruptly. Chrono-archivist Echo's voice sounded again, carrying a hint of a shallow smile. Zhang Cheng Palace can also be considered an eccentric of the Great Orleans dynasty. Emperor Valerius personally urged him to exercise many times, and official Lady Genevieve Thorne had even specially prepared medicinal soups for him to condition his muscles and bones and soothe his body. However, he was impervious to both soft and hard tactics. He would sneak naps during court, and lie flat after court, simply refusing to move a muscle. But who could have thought that such a person who didn't like to exercise and was lazy and slippery would eventually live to be 73 years old, becoming one of the few long-lived people in the court. As soon as this was said, the Emperor of Orleans was stunned, his eyes full of question marks. Orleans Pendragon. The people who had been spoiled by the sky screen about their early deaths. Alright, that's off topic, let's continue. Before the Great Orleans dynasty, the way ancients expressed their emotions was particularly reserved. Whether it was the feelings between ruler and subject, among friends and relatives, or love between men and women, everything was hidden in the heart and never easily spoken aloud. But during the generation of Emperor Tiberius the Wise, the court was clear and bright. Every official in the later period was a carefully selected good official who served the people with sincerity. They were dedicated to seeking welfare for the people, treating them kindly, and protecting them, so the people naturally wanted to repay them and remember their kindness. Sincerity in exchange for sincerity, true feelings for true feelings. Over time, everyone habitually hung love on their lips, daring to express their true feelings. Is this not a huge step forward in breaking free from thousands of years of rigid constraints? Actually, the theme today wants to express exactly this point. Previously, ancient marriages were all by the order of parents and the words of matchmakers. Both men and women had no right to choose independently. Before marriage, the man and woman had only met each other a handful of times, or even never met at all, leaving everything to their parents. If a man didn't like his wife, he could take concubines at will, and enjoy the blessings of having multiple wives. But for women, once they married into the husband's family, no matter how bitter their lives were, they could only resign themselves to their fate. This kind of loveless marriage was simply hell for women. Chapter 74 Gauziru. That's right, that is so well said. Beneath the sky screen, countless women were moved by the words. Their eyes turned red, and they nodded vigorously. Deep within their eyes, waves of bitterness and profound resonance surged. Every emotion felt genuine and searing, filled with the empathy of those who shared the same fate. In Ping County, the common folk in the streets and alleys all stopped to gaze up at the sky screen. The surroundings were filled with noise and clamour. But Gauziru stood quietly in the crowd, feeling that every word pierced the deepest pain in her heart. Tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to roll down. She was the daughter of a minor official in Pengan County. Having read many books since childhood, she was well educated and sensible. Yet, even so, she could not escape the fate of women in the old days, bound by marriage, and unable to control her own life. Her former husband was a candidate her mother had decided on at first glance. She was accustomed to hearing her mother's praises, claiming how learned and talented this man was, and how wealthy and prestigious his family background was. If she married into that family, she would have a stable life, and her days would be comfortable and smooth. In her youth, when she first began to understand love, she had full-heartedly yearned for this marriage. At that time, she and the man had only exchanged betrothal papers and had never even met once. Yet, she firmly believed that her mother's judgment could never be wrong. The mother who raised her would certainly not push her into a pit of fire. Moreover, the man's family held considerable influence in Pengan County. If they could form a marriage alliance, it would provide some assistance to her father's official career and relieve a lot of pressure on their family. Just like that, carrying both longing and anxiety for the future, on a bright and breezy afternoon, accompanied by thunderous wedding music and drums, she covered herself with a bright red veil and married into a family she had never met. On her wedding night, she saw her husband for the first time. At that moment, all her expectations were dashed, leaving only disappointment. The man was short in stature, his skin dark and rough, and his face covered in uneven pockmarks. Where was the handsome, learned, and gentle appearance her mother had described? Right at that moment, regret and disgust sprouted in Gao Ziru's heart. She couldn't help but think to herself, if only she had the right to choose, if she could pick her own life partner, she would certainly not have chosen the person before her. As soon as this thought emerged, it filled her with terror. In an era where women were expected to strictly adhere to the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, and where social etiquette was rigid, having such thoughts was simply rebellious and unorthodox. But deep in her heart, a faint voice kept asking repeatedly, why can't women choose their own marriages? Why must the destination of one's life be left to the arrangements and manipulation of others? 2 contradictory thoughts clashed and threw at each other in her mind, tormenting her day and night. Keep Alice her tossing and turning every night, unable to sleep. She could only force those rebellious thoughts down, warning herself over and over again to keep her place. Since she had already married into the family and the rice was already cooked, she could only accept her fate, put away all her unwillingness, and try her best to manage her little household. Who would have thought that life after marriage would be far more difficult than she had imagined? Her husband took in one concubine after another, spending his days lingering in the arms of others. He was cold and distant toward her, turning a blind eye to her existence, and never once considered her feelings. In the backyard, the concubines fought for favor, schemed against each other, and plotted, creating a foul atmosphere. Gao Ziru was exhausted by this. She disdained to participate, and couldn't be bothered to care about any of it. She even felt that these women were exceptionally pitiful. In the end, they were just a group of pitiful people unable to master their own destinies, trapped within the confines of the inner courtyard. At that time, she often pondered to herself, if women could be given the same opportunities for education as men, allowed to read and write, distinguish right from wrong, and broaden their knowledge, their talent and ability might not be inferior to these hand-mighty men. Days passed slowly in a cycle of repression, irritability, and pain. Gao Ziru felt that ever since the day she married, she had not had a single day of true joy. From morning to night, she was struggling in endless torment, and the final straw that broke her was the long failure to bear an heir. Just because she had not yet conceived, her husband and father-in-law completely disregarded her feelings and insisted on bringing in a secondary wife to replace her position as the mistress of the house. Her mother-in-law did not object, but only looked at her with a complex and indescribable gaze. That look was too obscure. At the time, she did not understand its deep meaning, only feeling full of grievances with nowhere to voice them. It was at that very moment that she first conceived the idea of divorce, wanting to break free from this suffocating cage and escape this desperate marriage. But as soon as her idea was voiced, it was met with strong opposition from everyone in her husband's family and her own family. Her husband became even more relentless, using cold sarcasm and harsh words, and even resorting to beatings and scoldings, wantonly humiliating her. Her father-in-law was even more displeased with her in every way, making things difficult for her, and looking at her with nothing but disgust. Her own father was only concerned with his official career, fearing that her insistence on divorce would offend her husband's family and affect his position and future, so he blindly urged her to endure, compromise, and submit. Her older and younger brothers, having grown up in a patriarchal environment, could not understand her suffering at all, only thinking she was willful, pretentious, and making trouble for no reason. She had once thought that her mother, who was also a woman confined to the inner courtyard her whole life, would surely understand her pain best. But when she told her mother about the idea of divorce, she was met with a cold and helpless consolation. Just endure it. Which woman hasn't survived this way? Just endure it, and a lifetime will pass. At that moment, she suddenly realized. So her mother-in-law's complex and indescribable gaze was pity and heartache hidden in her eyes. So, her mother-in-law had endured her whole life in this marriage, and her mother had also suffered in silence her whole life. Now, it was her turn to endure. She still couldn't understand why women were born to just endure and concede, and why the fate of a lifetime had to be left to others to manipulate at will. For countless silent nights, she tossed and turned, filled with confusion and despair, but she could never find an answer. Until later, when the sky screen appeared, clearly displaying to the world the new policies implemented by Great Lion and the various measures Master Dragon took to seek welfare for women. The chrono archivist recounted how, since Master Dragon took charge of a region and became an official in the imperial court, Great Lion had undergone earth-shaking changes. She spoke of how women were able to attend school, become officials, choose their own husbands, divorce freely, break free from the shackles of social etiquette, and live out their own brilliant lives. At that moment, she gathered all the courage of her life and once again proposed divorce to the elders of both families. Her family still strongly opposed it, obstructing her in every way and refusing to give in. But to everyone's surprise, the first person to stand up and firmly support her was her mother-in-law, who was usually reticent and never concerned herself with worldly affairs. Gao Zirui was full of confusion and asked softly, "Mother-in-law, why are you willing to support me?" Her mother-in-law looked at her eyes filled with the bitterness and compassion of someone who had been through it all, and spoke slowly, "Seeing you's like seeing myself back then. I don't know if breaking the rules like this is right or wrong, but if no one ever becomes the first person to break through the shackles, we women will only be able to remain this humble and low, trapped in the hell of the inner courtyard, with no hope of ever seeing the light of day." At that time, her heart was absolutely certain. How could this be wrong? People of later generations were all praising this courage to break through constraints, and were speaking out for the women of the past who had no control over their own lives. History had already given the answer. Striving for an autonomous life for women was, in itself, a natural and absolutely correct choice. She had completely understood, and she had completely awakened. This time, she would live for herself. It was just that not all women could be this clear-headed and insightful. There were still many people trapped deep within the shackles of old customs, unable to break free, and afraid to take a step forward. But she always firmly believed that with the new policies promoted by Master Dragon and the hope and guidance conveyed by the sky screen, everything would slowly get better, and women would eventually welcome a true rebirth. And the facts, indeed, were as she had wished. In today's Great Lion, women could establish their own households and manage businesses. They could enter schools to read and write, and seek knowledge and reason. Those with outstanding talent could also become officials in the imperial court and plead for the people. They could choose whom they loved as they pleased, do everything they wanted to do, and no longer had to be firmly bound by blind marriages and feudal etiquette. Even her mother-in-law, with her encouragement, bravely proposed divorce, completely breaking free from a painful and oppressive marriage, and finally lived a free, comfortable, and unfettered life. Master Dragon, Miss Bo, everyone from the future, we have finally escaped from hell. Gao Ziru looked up at the sky screen, her eyes filled with hot tears, but a look of relief rippled across her face as she murmured to herself. Above the sky screen, Chrono Archivist Echo's gentle voice continued to flow slowly, continuing to recount the growth and transformation of Great Lion along the way. Later, as the social atmosphere in Great Lion became increasingly open, the status of women steadily improved, and the outdated bad customs of blind marriages were gradually abandoned. In matters of marriage, people began to respect the wishes of their children. Although there was still a gap compared to the free love of the future modern era, compared to the old systems of the previous dynasties, earth-shaking changes had already taken place. Beneath the sky screen, the common folk of the many small nations that had just submitted to Great Lion were stirred, their emotions difficult to calm. Especially the women of those small nations, each one clutching her sleeves tightly, eyes red, filled with shock and undisguised envy. In their home countries, women were born as appendages to men. Marriage was nothing more than a transaction with a marked price, and divorce was an extravagant hope they dared not even imagine. Trapped for a lifetime in the confines of the inner courtyard, suffering in silence, resigned to their fate, with life, death, glory, and shame all beyond their control, How could they have ever hoped that there would be such an enlightened place in the world as Great Orlean, capable of giving women so many paths to live, and so much dignity? Countless women gazed at the sky screen, unable to help but sob softly. In their weeping, there was the bitterness of heartache for their own past experiences, the melancholy of envying the rebirth of the women of Great Orlean, and even more, a secret hope that one day, their own homelands would also welcome such enlightened new policies, welcoming the dawn that belonged to women. As for the women native to Great Orlean, they were already brimming with hot tears, constantly murmuring words of gratitude, their hearts full of relief and thankfulness. In the streets and alleys, those women who made a stable living relying on their own skills all straightened their backs, their brows and eyes filled with unprecedented confidence and openness. Chrono-archivist Echo's clear and gentle voice still flowed slowly above the sky screen, every word and sentence gently knocking on the heart of every woman. Their brows were tense, and their eyes were shimmering with water. The shackles and inferiority that had long pressed on their shoulders seemed to quietly shatter at this moment. A searing and firm strength slowly rose from the depths of their hearts, spreading through their limbs and bones to their whole bodies. They saw it. They saw their own future. Unknowingly, this episode's video is also coming to an end. Are we going to say goodbye again? Although the people of Great Orlean were already accustomed to this process, when they thought about how they didn't know where Echo would appear next time, they couldn't help but feel reluctant. Miss Bo, don't go yet. Can you chat for a while longer? This was from the people of Hua Prefecture. Miss Bo, can you tell us again? In the future, can we women really have a wonderful life without having to get married? This was from the people of Wrong Prefecture. It's like a dream. This was from the people of Yiming Nation. Everyone was speaking up to ask her to stay. It was just a pity that the people of the future on the sky screen could not hear them at all. Well then, goodbye Tilda. As the voice fell, the flow of light on the sky screen began to slowly recede in layers. The pearly white halo faded away like ripples in water, and the strange phenomena across the sky gradually melted away, finally disappearing completely into the night sky. Yiming Nation. The clamour gradually subsided, and the noise of discussion turned from high-pitched to low murmurs, finally turning into countless tremors and undercurrents in the depths of their hearts. The people of Yiming Nation still gazed up at the sky, unwilling to come back to their senses for a long time. The searing words from the sky screamed just now, the blood, tears, and glory of those women breaking free from their fate, had already been deeply branded in their hearts, turning into a seed named hope, quietly planted. Some shed tears and sighed, some clenched their fists and made resolutions, and some silently felt grateful in their hearts to that master dragon who brought prosperity and rebirth. Tonight, it must be another sleepless night that would leave countless people tossing and turning. Tonight, and Orlar Pendragon looked up at the night sky, and only 4 words were firmly fixed in her heart: the hearts of the people can be utilized. The appearance of the sky screen was truly too timely. The hearts of the people, which had originally been somewhat restless and wavering, were thoroughly settled after this night. After all, for the ancients, such a sky screen that appeared out of thin air and could reflect the words of future generations was no different from a divine miracle. Coupled with the fact that the people of Yiming Nation had already gradually begun to trust her, now there were even fewer worries. Orlar Pendragon did not return to her room to sleep immediately. Instead, she personally received Zhuang He and his group. Long before, when he witnessed the miracle of the sky screen with his own eyes, and listened to the people of the future recount the various prosperous scenes of Great Orlean, he had already made up his mind to submit to Great Orlean. But when he finally saw the renowned Master Dragon with his own eyes, the last trace of any other distracting thoughts in his heart vanished without a trace. She was like a bright moon that could illuminate the road ahead and point out the direction for the world in the depths of the dark night. Not scorching like the blazing sun, nor weak like a spark, but with a gentle, self-restrained, and noble temperament, quietly hanging and shining in the dark ink like cold night. Her brows and eyes carried compassion and a benevolent heart, and her entire bearing was calm and composed. She possessed both the awe-inspiring character of someone in a high position, and the gentle warmth of someone who sympathized with all the people. She was clear, open, and untainted by the mundane world. Zhuang He was held kneeling on the ground by official Deng Huan. He had originally been angry, but the moment he saw Orlar Pendragon, all his negative emotions were smoothed away. At this moment, he also saw the future. The future of all the people in the world. Chapter 75. May you live in peace and tranquility year after year. On the 5th day of the 9th month of the 21st year of Canning, Yiming Nation was officially renamed Ming Prefecture. On the 17th day of the 9th month of the 21st year of Canning, he was ordered to begin training the naval forces along the coast of Ming Prefecture. Had it not been for the approaching winter, when the freezing weather made military operations inadvisable. He would likely have already led his troops to set sail and conquer territories across the sea. In early the 10th month of the 21st year of Canning, Aureli Pendragon issued an order for every household in Meng Prefecture to build heated brick beds and distributed sufficient charcoal. She also provided the common people with warm sweaters and trousers. This was the first time in generations that the people of Meng Prefecture would not suffer from the bitter cold during winter. In mid-10th month of the 21st year of Canning, the newly built school in Meng Prefecture officially opened for enrollment. People from all corners of Meng Prefecture brought their children to sign up enthusiastically. The 19th day of the 11th month of the 21st year of Canning, the weather grew colder with each passing day. The north wind began to rise, and the chill intensified. But the end of the year was also drawing closer. Aureli Pendragon had always been sensitive to the cold, and would never easily go out when the weather was freezing. This time, however, she thought she would take advantage of the time before the heavy snow fell to go out and look around, first to relax her body and mind after days of managing government affairs, and second to observe the public sentiment firsthand and pick up some goods for the new year. Lyra and Clara followed closely behind her as always. This was the first time they had set aside all their duties to properly stroll around Meng Prefecture. Lyra found everything novel. The customs here are quite different from those in the capital. Clara nodded gently, her tone carrying a hint of longing. But I still think the capital is a bit livelier. Aureli Pendragon glanced at her indifferently. What? Are you homesick? Clara grinned and replied straightforwardly. Isn't Miss missing it too? Don't think she hadn't noticed. Every time Miss read her letters from home, she would secretly shed tears. Aureli Pendragon pursed her lips slightly. When spring comes, we will go back. It had been nearly 2 years since she left the capital. This time, it was truly time to return. When Aureli Pendragon went out, she brought plenty of money, but as they walked along, she hadn't been able to spend a single cent. Once the commoners recognized her, they refused to accept her money no matter what. No matter how she tried to persuade them, everyone insisted on declining. If she insisted on paying, the commoners would quickly pack up their stalls and hide far away the next second. Aureli Pendragon felt helpless and could only follow her usual practice, having someone quietly inquire about the addresses of these people, intending to prepare gifts and return the favour later. They walked slowly along the road. Suddenly, Aureli Pendragon's gaze was drawn to a stall by the street. It was because the aroma of wontons wafting from this spot was truly too rich and tempting. She immediately stopped and ordered 3 bowls of wontons. After only a moment, a young girl with an innocent appearance walked over carrying the steaming wontons. Master Dragon, here are your wontons. This, I'm afraid I can't finish this. Looking at the overflowing bowls of wontons in front of her, the portion was much larger than what was usually sold. Aureli Pendragon couldn't help but speak softly. Upon hearing this, the young girl was flustered for a moment, clutching her hem and whispering, It's okay. If you can't finish, you can pack them to take away. Seeing her so nervous and constrained, Aureli Pendragon smiled helplessly and said nothing more. Immediately after, an older woman also brought over the wontons for Lyra and Kiusui. Clara glanced at her bowl and joked with a smile. It seems we are benefiting from Mrs. Presence again. Lyra picked up her spoon and tasted one directly, her eyes curving with happiness. So delicious. The old woman looked at them with a simple, honest smile on her face. As long as the minister likes it. Aureli Pendragon picked up her spoon and gently stirred the wontons in her bowl. Just looking at how plump they were made her appetite increased significantly. Grandma, is it just you and your daughter managing this stall? Lyra asked curiously while eating. The old woman smiled and nodded, her tone straightforward. Yes, just us two. Although life is a bit hard, we live freely. Didn't Master Dragon say it before? Women can hold up half the sky. Hearing these words, Aureli Pendragon was amused and laughed out loud. Unexpectedly, just after she finished speaking, the young girl beside her suddenly reddened her eyes. Although I'm not the old woman's biological daughter, she has always cherished me like her own. Grandma, this form of address caught the attention of the 3 of them. Aureli Pendragon had initially thought the girl was young and naive, never expecting that she was already married. She looked at the person with reddened eyes in front of her and asked gently, The school started accepting applications these past 2 days. Did you go? The young girl shook her head quickly. Study. No. With my status, how could I be worthy of such a precious thing? Besides, I'm already married and am no longer. Listening to her belittle herself sentence by sentence, Aureli Pendragon felt a pang of heartache. The women of Meng Prefecture had only just ushered in a new life. For a time, There were still too many people who hadn't gathered the courage to take the first step. It wasn't that they didn't want to change or didn't want to seek education. They were simply shackled by old concepts and filled with fear. Take it slow. Everything would slowly get better. Orlai Pendragon comforted her gently. It doesn't matter. As long as you are under 18, you can go to school. Even if you're over the age, the government has set up special literacy workshops specifically to teach the common people to read. I naturally know that. Hearing this, the young girl slowly lowered her head. The old woman on the side couldn't bear it and said to Orlai Pendragon, "The silly girl. She understands everything. She just worries about me. The men in the family are all gone, and we only have this one stall to make a living. She is afraid that if she goes to school, I won't be able to handle the work alone, and will ruin my health. Master Dragon, please help me persuade her." The young girl pressed her lips tightly, her hands hanging at her sides clenched slightly, and she said nothing more. So that's how it is. Orlai Pendragon suddenly realized, in a couple of days, the government will issue a new policy. Elderly people who have reached a certain age can apply for a pension from the government. If the family is in difficult circumstances, they can also apply for poverty alleviation funds. You can go to the government office to inquire about it then. Really? The young girl suddenly raised her head, her originally dim eyes instantly brightening up. Orlai Pendragon nodded with a smile. Yes, naturally, it is true. Thank you, Master Dragon. The young girl quickly bowed to thank her. Seeing her joy, Orlai Pendragon also felt happy. What is your name, Mrs. Anne? The young girl replied without hesitation. I'm asking for your own name. Orlai Pendragon frowned slightly. The girl looked blank and asked in confusion, My name is Mrs. Anne, or I am called Liuenxia after my husband's family. But mother usually calls me Seer. Seer, that is not a name. Orlai Pendragon's expression was somewhat complex. As for Mrs. Anne or Liuenxia, that was even more of a tragedy. She took a deep breath, met the young girl's dazed and helpless gaze, slowly gathered her thoughts, and smiled gently. When you enter school, learn to read and write, and gain knowledge, you will give yourself a name that truly belongs to you. When the time comes, come and tell me, okay? Late 11th month of the 21st year of Canning, the naval forces sent by Orlai Pendragon to suppress the bandits returned in triumph. Although expanding territory would have to wait until next year, the threat to the common people at sea had to be eliminated. When Zhuanghe first heard the earth-shaking sound of the cannons, he felt a cold sweat break out in hindsight. It was fortunate that he had surrendered early. Otherwise, wouldn't he have been blown to smithereens by a shot like that? In the time that followed, Orlai Pendragon and the officials of Meng Prefecture continued to handle government affairs. When all matters were finished, Orlai Pendragon gave them time off and even distributed bonuses. Everyone was beaming with joy, day after day, month after month. Just like that, this year finally came to an end. The first day of the first month of the 22nd year of Canning. The morning mist drifted over the streets and alleys of Meng Prefecture, and the first ray of dawn pierced through the clouds, sprinkling onto the newly renovated bluestone roads. This was the first new year after Yunmeng Nation was renamed Meng Prefecture and incorporated into the territory of the Aurelian Empire. It was also the most secure and peaceful new year that the people of Meng Prefecture had experienced in generations. Just as the sky was barely brightening, the streets and alleys were already bustling with noise. In the past, the winters were bitterly cold, with wind and snow sealing the doors. The common people would huddle at home, enduring freezing temperatures and hunger. They even had to shrink their necks and hurry along just to go out and buy New Year goods. There was not a shred of festive spirit. But this year was completely different. The heated brick beds in every household were burning warmly, the charcoal was sufficient, and the warmth spread from the surface of the beds to fill the entire room. They no longer had to shiver in the cold wind while wrapped in old, thin clothes. The sweaters and trousers distributed by the government were thick and soft. The elderly and children wore them, feeling warm from head to toe, and there was no longer the misery and shrinking from past winters in their expressions. The streets and alleys were decorated with lanterns, and every household had bright red spring couplets pasted on their doors, with the character for fortune posted upside down, and the scent of ink and paper filling the air. The markets, which used to be desolate and quiet, were now filled with clamour. New Year goods shops, sugar cake stalls, melon and fruit stalls, and general stalls were all set up, the shouts of hawkers, and the sounds of laughter intertwined, thick with the atmosphere of life. The common people, with money saved from their stable lives in their pockets, no longer had to be stingy. The elderly held the hands of their grandchildren, and women brought their children, bustling about to pick out New Year goods, buying a few sweet pastries or pulling a few feet of bright fabric, all full of smiles. The entrance to the school was even more bustling. The newly built Meng Prefecture School hung up big red lanterns, and the teachers had long prepared brushes, ink, and red paper, writing spring couplets and the fortune character for the people for free. The common people, who in the past couldn't even recognize their own names, could now mostly recognize a few simple characters. Children jumped and hopped around the teachers, chattering as they recited newly learned poems. Many women also came together in groups. They wore neat clothes, chatted openly and casually, their postures relaxed, their expressions frank and open, no longer having the humble and cautious appearance of the past. The afternoon sun was just right. The government specially set up a stage in the city square and invited a theatre troupe to perform for 3 days, presenting auspicious plays about family harmony and a peaceful year. The square was packed with people. The elderly moved small benches to sit in the front row, children chased and played, weaving through the crowd, and young men and women stood side by side, laughing and talking. Xuan He also brought his soldiers to watch the play and chat with the people, having shed the coldness of his armor. The ferocity of the former coastal bandits had long been dissolved by the warmth of this prosperous age, and his eyes were filled with peace and stability. Throughout the city, Aureliar Pendragon was compassionate to the people. She ordered the remission of harsh taxes for the new year in Meng Prefecture, and allocated grain and charcoal to help the lonely elderly and poor families in the city. The bailiffs visited every household, delivering rice, flour, oil, grain, and cold weather supplies. Those elderly and poor families who had applied for pensions and poverty alleviation funds held the heavy gift in their hands, bowing repeatedly to the government office and expressing their gratitude over and over again. Night fell, and the lights of 10,000 homes lit up one by one. The aroma of food from every household filled the streets and alleys. On the tables of ordinary families, it was no longer the bland coarse grains and salted vegetables of the past, but fish, meat, melon, fruit, and sweet cakes. Families sat around the table, laughter filling the air. Booma, a thunderous sound suddenly tore through the night sky, the sound waves rolling through the streets and alleys, echoing for a long time among the eaves and corners of the houses in Meng Prefecture. At first, caught off guard, the sound made the hearts of the people in the city jump. People who'd lived by the sea for a long time were used to the wind and waves, but they had never heard such a sound exploding on flat ground. For a moment, everyone was suspicious and uneasy, shrinking inside their houses, their hearts filled with trepidation, suspecting it was an omen from heaven or even worrying that it was an earthquake shaking the ground. The next instant, the crisp and joyful laughter of children burst out from every courtyard, chattering and full of excitement. Daddy, Mummy, come out and look. Something beautiful in the sky has exploded. Come out quickly. It's sparkling. The adults heard this, and half believing, pushed open their doors to look up at the pitch-black night sky. In an instant, the sky was suddenly filled with flowing light. Clusters of starlight shot straight into the clouds from the ground, exploding with a roar in the ink-black sky screen, turning into fragments of gold, red, silver, and purple light, like a pouring galaxy, like blooming flowers, layer upon layer, dazzlingly gorgeous. The flowing light wove into a net, and then scattered down, illuminating the window lattices of every household. What is this? Some commoners widened their eyes, subconsciously raising their hands to block the dazzling light, but they couldn't bear to look away, muttering and asking, full of confusion and amazement. In the crowd, a merchant, who frequently travelled between the capital and various places, stroked his beard and spoke loudly, resolving everyone's confusion. I know, this is fireworks. It's a novel thing ordered by Master Dragon. Last year, when I spent the new year in the capital, I saw this magnificent scene with my own eyes. Fireworks. The people of Meng Prefecture repeated this fresh word in low voices. Before the words had faded, another cluster of fireworks soared into the sky, blooming into larger and more beautiful sparks in the night sky, the flowing light burning brightly, making the world gentle and bright. The children clapped their hands and jumped with joy. The women's brows relaxed as they looked up at the magnificent scene in the sky, the corners of their mouths unconsciously curving into smiles. Fireworks. Someone sighed softly, their eyes reflecting the starlight in the sky, full of awe and joy. It's really so beautiful. The fireworks bloomed one after another in the night sky of Meng Prefecture. There was no longer the bitter cold and bleakness of winter, nor the panic of troubled times. Heated beds and warm rooms, sufficient food and clothing, the young receiving an education, the elderly being cared for, women having dignity, and the people having hope. This was the new year of the 22nd year of Canning. The night was gentle, and the lights were endearing. As the new year began, everything was renewed. The people of Meng Prefecture knew that this was not temporary. In the years to come, year after year, they would always be this stable and smooth, with peace every year. Chapter 76 Family Planning. Orelai Pendragon spent a peaceful and pleasant new year in Meng Prefecture. After the start of spring, she directed the commoners in spring planting, explained the use of new crop seeds and yield-increasing fertilizers to the people of Yun Prefecture, and brought the curved shaft plough there. Only after personally teaching them how to use it for spring planting did she set the date for her return to the capital. On the day she left Meng Prefecture, just as the sky was beginning to brighten, the entire city of Meng Prefecture was empty of people. Everyone had come out. The commoners spontaneously poured out from all directions, filling the streets inside and outside the city gates. Men, women, young, and old stood together by the roadside, with no noisy clamour, only eyes filled with reluctance. When the carriage carrying Orelai Pendragon slowly drove out of the Meng Prefecture city gates, the commoners still did not disperse, one after another following behind the carriage, watching her go from afar, their footsteps moving slowly. They actually wanted to ask young Master Dragon to stay, but they also knew that young Master Dragon had more important things to do. In this world, there were still countless others like them waiting to be saved. This was not the first time Orelai Pendragon had seen such a scene. She lifted the curtain and waved to those behind her. It was not until the carriage had travelled quite a distance, and the figures of the commoners behind her had gradually blurred and finally disappeared completely at the end of her line of sight, that she withdrew her gaze and sat back inside the carriage. Kirisui, sitting to one side, looked at her young lady's reddened eye rims, with faint tears pooling in her eyes, and felt deeply pained. Young lady, are you feeling reluctant to leave again? Orelai Pendragon sniffled slightly, raised her hand to gently wipe the corners of her eyes, and said with feigned calmness, "It's just that the wind outside was too strong. It blew into my eyes." Kirisui, whatever the young lady says, it must be true. Her young lady was kind-hearted. Why did these people have to be so sentimental, making her young lady cry again? However, seeing her young lady so sad, why did her own nose feel a little sour? And she felt like crying too. Just at this moment, Lyra of the Vales, who was sitting on the other side, very naturally reached her hand out to the carriage window to feel for a moment, and spoke with a face full of confusion. Strange, there isn't even a breeze outside. Kirisui, Orelai Pendragon. Because she had been away from home for a long time, the longing for her family grew stronger, so Orelai Pendragon ordered official Deng Huan to lead the main army, carrying the baggage and supplies, to return slowly, while she took Lyra of the Vales, Kirisui, and a small number of personal guards to speed up and return to the capital first. It was just that the road back was very smooth, yet not quite that smooth. How should one put it? The road underfoot was very flat, solid, and easy to travel on. Nowadays, cement roads had long since been built across every prefecture and county in the Orelian Empire, making travel far more convenient than in the past. And these smooth roads were all built by the commoners across the Orelian Empire, working hard with their own hands, shovels, and soil. It was the result of the collective efforts of the thousands of commoners. It was only later that Orelai Pendragon learned that the imperial court had originally issued an order saying it was freezing cold, and to let them stop and wait until it was warmer to continue building. However, the news of her returning to the capital had spread somehow, so the commoners had put their all into building the road. Whether it was windy or snowy, the harsh weather could not stop their steps. Even during the New Year period, the commoners did not stop. When the local officials found out, they were full of helplessness at first, and had even forcibly issued a ban forbidding them from doing so, but they could not stop them at all. These people would sneak around to work on it, working in the middle of the night. According to the recollection of a minor official, one morning he went to the road construction site for his usual inspection and was surprised to find that the road, which had not been finished the previous day, had grown a long section overnight. He had rubbed his eyes several times at the time, thinking he had not slept enough, and was hallucinating, and it took him a long time to react. When Orelai Pendragon learned of this, she was both helpless and amused. Inside the carriage, Lyra was holding a piece of sweet pastry, eating it in small bites, her voice indistinct. "Young lady, everyone is such a good person." Orelai Pendragon nodded gently. "Yes, they are the best commoners." Clara also smiled and added, "Young lady is also the best person in the world." Nowadays, when commoners perform corvée labour, they can work near their homes without having to leave their hometowns. Everyone is grateful for your kindness every day. Mentioning the issue of corvée labour, the originally gentle expression on Orelai Pendragon's face gradually became tinged with a faint sorrow. In truth, She and the Emperor of Aurelion had long had the intention of completely abolishing corvée labour, but given the current situation, there was truly no way to achieve it immediately. Nowadays, the population of the Aurelian Empire was too small, there was a severe shortage of able-bodied labourers, and the Aurelian Empire was at a critical period of rapid development. Building roads, developing palace water conservancy, repairing city walls, and constructing schools and granaries, every single item was a major task that benefited the country and the people, all requiring a large amount of manpower to support. Therefore, the issue of corvée labour could not be completely abolished for the time being, and had to continue to be implemented. Precisely because of this, after discussing with the Emperor of Aurelion, she had formulated a new series of policies regarding the corvée labour system to reduce the burden on the commoners as much as possible. The corvée labour policy of the Aurelian Empire was an old system passed down from generation to generation. In the past, every year, the imperial court would issue an order to conscript one able-bodied man from every family to travel thousands of miles away to perform heavy labour, all of which was the most grueling, arduous work. The journey was long and full of displacement. Whenever the commoners heard that they had to perform corvée labour, they would all turn pale with fear, and hearts would be filled with anxiety. Some frail commoners would lose their lives due to the hardships of the journey before even reaching the place of service, not to mention that if they contracted an illness on the way, lacking medical care and medicine, there was simply no possibility of survival. Countless families were torn apart and separated because of this. Fortunately, the Aurelian Empire was prosperous and the borders were stable, so there was no need to conscript commoners for military service in ordinary times. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly have been another devastating disaster for the commoners. But even just the heavy corvée labour was enough to make countless families live in constant fear and suffer the pain of separation. Aurelian Pendragon, deeply aware of the suffering of the commoners, immediately carried out a comprehensive reform of the corvée labour system. The first thing was to completely change the place of service. Commoners no longer had to travel far from home to perform corvée labour, but only needed to work in the vicinity of their own county. Those who were lucky could even be assigned to work around their own village. In short, the principle of proximity was strictly followed. In this way, the commoners performing labour did not have to leave their hometowns and say goodbye to their wives and children. After finishing their work every day, they could return home on time to reunite with their families and sleep on their own heated brick beds. This reform alone was enough to make the commoners overjoyed and grateful for the benevolence of the imperial court. Not to mention that the new corvée labour policy not only provided food and accommodation, but also paid wages on a daily basis. Now that the national strength of the Aurelian Empire was gradually increasing and the granaries were full, the food for the labourers was getting better, and the number of times they could eat meat in their daily meals was also increasing. The corvée labour that used to make commoners want to avoid it at all costs had now completely changed its appearance. It was no longer a painful torment, but instead became a job that commoners fought to get. It could both subsidise household expenses and contribute to the construction of their hometown, and everyone was willing to do it. "Young lady, what are you thinking about? You seem so lost in thought," Clara asked softly, looking at Aurelian Pendragon's furrowed brows and pensive expression. Aurelian Pendragon came back to her senses. Family planning. In fact, the idea of promoting family planning had been circling in her mind for a long time, not just a sudden whim. It was just that 2 years ago, the national strength of the Aurelian Empire was still weak, grain reserves were insufficient, and various livelihood conditions were not yet perfected, so there was simply no foundation for implementation, and this idea could only be shelved for the time being. Now, things were different. After 2 years of careful cultivation, high-yield crops like potatoes and sweet potatoes had achieved a bumper harvest, with yields far exceeding all previous grain varieties. Not only had they safely weathered the natural disasters once predicted by the sky screen, but now the official grain granaries in every prefecture of the Aurelian Empire were piled full, and reserves were very sufficient. The imperial court had also specifically dispatched officials to go deep into every village to investigate the grain storage situation of the commoners. After a round of visits, they learned that every household had sufficient surplus grain, and they no longer had to worry about food and clothing, completely solving the top priority of having enough to eat. Therefore, it was time to have children. Chapter 77 Arrival. The carriage passed through province of Kadira and Laju. It passed through every place Aurelian Pendragon had once visited. Upon hearing the news of her return, the people in every region turned out in droves, lining the streets to welcome her. Their enthusiasm was so fervent it almost warmed the very wind. Unable to resist their warmth, Orlar Pendragon would stay for a few days in each place to personally observe the lives of the people and listen to the voices of the common folk. Little Master Dragon, please set your heart at ease. An old woman with cloudy eyes and deep, ravine-like wrinkles etched around the corners of her eyes tremblingly reached out with withered, gnarled fingers to tightly grip Orlar Pendragon's wrist. Now that the family has a full granary of grain, we no longer need to scrimp and save to get by. To tell you the truth, back when times were hard, this old woman would lie awake at night, thinking that once the family left for work, I would head into the deep mountains alone to end my life. At least, that would save a mouthful of food and leave a path to survival for my children and grandchildren. But things are different now. We have someone looking after us. The Emperor of Aurelion is benevolent, and you are a kind-hearted living bodhisattva. Even Minister Min, who came here to manage affairs, is an upright official who champions the people. Orlar Pendragon listened quietly, her heart feeling as if it had been crushed by a blunt object, her nose stinging with unshed tears. The act of ending one's life that the old woman spoke of so lightly, once stripped of its gentle exterior, revealed a bloody reality. To put it plainly, it was suicide born of desperation. Even in the now increasingly stable state of Aurelion, such tragedies were commonplace in the years before. Most of those who made such choices were the elderly. At that time, it was difficult for everyone to make a living. They knew they were advanced in age, and had few days left, so they were unwilling to drag down their descendants or take away their already meagre rations. To leave the hope of life for the younger generation, they would walk alone into the deep, desolate mountains, and the outcome after entering the mountains, those who know. Either they were buried in the bellies of starving beasts, leaving no bones behind, or they exhausted their last ounce of strength in the biting wind and endless hunger, dying silently amidst the wild grasses and desolate paths. In some isolated and remote backwaters, even crueler old customs were hidden. Some elderly people who were too frail to work would be carried by their own children and taken into dark caves in the deep mountains. At first, the children would bring a thin meal every day, but after every meal delivered, they would bring a brick or stone, gradually sealing the entrance. As the gap grew narrower and the daylight grew dimmer, until the entrance was completely blocked, the children would never step foot into the mountain forest again. Inside the cave, everything from the outside world was cut off. Only darkness, cold, and hunger remained. The elderly left inside would die in torment. This was the grave they had chosen for themselves. In fact, Orlar Pendragon had once witnessed such a thing herself while governing Lajou. Upon learning of the village's tragic state, she immediately sent people overnight with food and supplies, pulling the elderly person who was almost abandoned in the cave back from the gates of death. Were those children who sent their parents into the caves unfilial? No, it was simply that they could not survive otherwise. The old woman before her, moved to tears, was weeping, her cloudy tears rolling continuously down her furrowed cheeks and drip palace onto the backs of their clasped hands. Nowadays, this old woman has actually become greedy. I keep thinking about living a few more years, seeing more of these good days, wanting to eat a piece of sweet pastry, wanting to wear bright, decent clothes. In the past, I wouldn't have even dared to dream of such things. Little Master Dragon, tell me, have I become greedy? Hearing this, Orlar Pendragon took out her handkerchief and gently wiped the tears from the old woman's face, her voice slightly hoarse. You're not greedy at all. Really not greedy at all. The days ahead will only get better and better. You should taste and see all these good days. You must stay healthy and live a few more years to accompany us as we move forward. The old woman nodded repeatedly, her withered hands gripped Palace her even tighter. Okay, I will definitely see more. I will definitely live a good life. Throughout the journey back, such scenes played out repeatedly. The commoners chattered on about the bitterness of the past and reflected on the sweetness of the present. It was not a deliberate attempt to complain, to seek pity, nor was it intentional flattery to sing praises. They were simply expressing their heartfelt emotions. They marveled at being able to break free from the mire. Even they themselves felt it was too incredible. Listening to these mundane conversations mixed with the bittersweet flavors of life along the way, Orlar Pendragon finally arrived in the capital, which she had been away from for so long, in early June of the 22nd year of Canning. Dusty and travel-worn, 2 years had passed, and the capital before her was no longer the one in her memory. The towering, heavy city walls had been renovated, the blue bricks were fitted tightly together, their edges distinct and sharp, and the banners on the walls fluttered in the wind, exuding a brand new, magnificent atmosphere. Even along the sides of the official road leading to the city gates, the streets were densely packed with all kinds of stalls, and the faces of the passers-by and stall owners alike were full of smiles. At the city gate, a massive crowd had gathered. Everyone was standing on tiptoe, gazing into the distance at the end of the official road, waiting expectantly. At the very front of the crowd, a figure in bright yellow casual attire was particularly eye-catching. With a tall posture and an outstanding demeanor, it was the Emperor of Aurelion, who had returned to the capital from aegis marches in advance specifically to wait here. Aureli Pendragon's gaze swept past the Emperor of Aurelion, but she did not see Empress Sushui. She had long since learned from letters that since returning to the capital, Empress Sushui had taken the lead in recruiting and selecting many women to form a Kuju team, dedicated to preparing for the Kuju tournament next spring. Presumably, she was training at this moment. The carriage slowly came to a halt. The Emperor of Aurelion walked over quickly, his hearty laughter piercing through the crowd. "You finally returned." Aureli Pendragon's eyes instantly grew hot. She looked back. She saw her mother, father, younger sister, younger brother, as well as her maternal grandfather and grandmother, Lord Tristan Thorn, official Lady Genevieve Thorn, and other familiar figures. At this moment, she could no longer hold back her tears. Seeing this, Zairi could no longer care about any royal etiquette. She immediately stepped forward, grabbed her arm, and gently stroked her thin cheek with her fingertips, wipe Alice away her tears with heartache, her voice choked with emotion. "Oh, my dear Aurelion, you finally returned. These 2 years have been hard on you. Look at you. You've lost weight. You've really lost weight." As she wiped, Zairi could not control her own tears, which fell in streams. Seraphina Pendragon and Celeste Pendragon embraced her, both crying until they were tear-streaked. And her father. He looked up at the clear sky, blinking incessantly, suppressing the surging emotions, refusing to let his tears fall. Even the Emperor of Aurelion's eyes were slightly red. Crown Prince Julian patted her shoulder, saying nothing, everything understood without words. "It's good to be back. It's good to be back," Lord Tristan Thorn muttered. He looked at his granddaughter, his eyes full of pride. Chapter 78. This station's reporter brings you the latest news. Sell newspapers, sell newspapers. Master Dragon is returning to the capital. His Majesty has ordered a 3-day banquet at the city gate to celebrate with all the people. Also, this year's Imperial examination questions were personally drafted by Master Dragon, who will also oversee the entire exam. Come buy a newspaper to learn the details. The capital of Great Aurelion had always been a bustling, lively place, humming with activity day and night, with the scent of life never fading. At the crack of dawn, the little newspaper boy of Sanctum of the Foundling Orphanage, carrying a thick canvas bag, wove through the streets and alleys, his clear peddling voice reaching every corner of the capital. The name of Aureli Pendragon was the weather vane of the Great Aurelion dynasty. When the people of Great Aurelion heard even a snippet of news related to her, before they could even grasp the details, their hands would subconsciously reach into their pockets for money. By the time they realized what they were doing, a fresh newspaper was already firmly in their grasp. "Give me a newspaper." On Vermilion Street, Clara had just finished auditing the accounts for the shops under Aureli Pendragon's name. Raising her eyes, she spotted the passing newspaper boy and immediately stepped forward, speaking softly. The newspaper boy saw who it was and immediately flashed a grin, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, looking exceptionally well behaved. "Minister Kirisui, here is your newspaper." Money was exchanged for goods, a swift and clean process. The newspaper boy carefully tucked the copper coins into a pocket close to her body, bowed respectfully to Kirisui, and then, with the newspaper bag on her back, continued to pedal along the street. In truth, deep down, she didn't want to take Kirisui's money. Everyone in the capital knew that Clara was the most trusted right-hand assistant to Master Dragon. But if she didn't take it, Master Dragon would be sad. How could she bear to make Master Dragon unhappy? The Sanctum of the Foundling Orphanage, where she now lived, was founded through funds raised single-handedly by Master Dragon, abandoned by her parents while still in swaddling clothes. If not for Master Dragon's step palace in to save her and bringing her to Sanctum of the Foundling Orphanage for careful care, she wouldn't be alive and well today. Initially, Master Dragon even specifically invited teachers to teach all the children at Sanctum of the Foundling Orphanage to read and write, to understand reason and be sensible. Master Dragon often said that she didn't ask for them to achieve great success or build careers in the future, but they must learn a skill sufficient for them to make a living, so they could live well without relying on others. To this day, public schools have been built in every part of Great Aurelion, giving countless poor children the opportunity to study. Every day before dawn, she would go to the newspaper office to collect papers, and after selling them along the street, she would rush to school for classes. The school even provided filling meals. After the day's classes, she would return to the warm Sanctum of the Foundling Orphanage to rest. This kind of seemingly repetitive day-to-day life was something she lived with great peace of mind. Master Dragon once said something to them, "Only by living well can life have infinite possibilities." On the other side, Clara took the newspaper, bought a bag of exquisite pastries on the way, found a bench on the side of the street, and began to read it carefully. In fact, every time the newspaper office published a new issue, someone would deliver it to Aurelia Pendragon immediately. She didn't need to buy extra. It was just that she had been too busy this morning and hadn't had a chance to read the new paper sent to the manor. Since she happened to run into one now, it was a way to support the small business of the children at Sanctum of the Foundling Orphanage. The front page headline of the newspaper prominently featured the major news of Aurelia Pendragon's return to the capital, detailing the policies she had implemented in various regions during her absence and the achievements she had made for the benefit of the people. Below the headline, there were interviews conducted by newspaper reporters on the streets, all reflecting the voices of the people. As Clara read, she couldn't help but curve her lips into a smile, feeling that the people's filter for her lady was truly ridiculously thick, and their answers to the questions were completely off the mark. For example, this dialogue. The reporter stopped a passing woman and asked with a smile, "May I ask, sister, do you know what achievements Master Dragon has made for the benefit of the people during this time in Meng Prefecture?" The citizen, Meng Prefecture. "Ah, yes. Master Dragon, I actually dreamed of Master Dragon last night. Master Dragon said I performed very well, worked hard and diligently, and personally awarded me an outstanding citizen medal. It was so wonderful that I ate 2 extra bowls of rice this morning." Reporter. Kirisui, letter 170A, symbol 348, symbol 348, letter 170A. Or another example. The reporter asked an old farmer driving an ox, "Uncle, do you have time for an interview?" The uncle, "Oh, yes. You're the reporters from the government office just set up in our great Aurelion, right? What do you want to ask this old man?" "I will definitely cooperate." You know about Master Dragon returning to the capital yesterday, right?" This old man went to see it on the spot. "I have never seen such a good-looking person in my life. And His Majesty, that dragon's might tusk. It scared people into wetting themselves. Do you know about the 2 babies that Master Dragon personally named before? That little girl is from our village. It made me so envious. Why didn't our dog Egg have such good luck?" Yes. Cannot call him Dog Egg. My grandson is now called Wang Sheng, and my granddaughter is called Wang Xing. You will show this interview to Master Dragon, right? Master Dragon, look, this old man is not biased towards boys over girls, eh? Aren't you going to ask questions? Why aren't you asking yet? Reporter. Note Uncle Wang talked too much. This reporter really didn't find a chance to interrupt. Kirisui, Gujarat Yar. Left paren, Tibetan let F80, Tibetan let F72, Tibetan let F80, Tibetan let F72 right paren Georgina. I must show this to my lady. Clara put away the newspaper. In terms of telling jokes, the people of Great Aurelion were simply gifted. Speaking of which, my lady went to the Eastern Palace today. She probably hasn't returned yet, right? ****. The Eastern Palace. She wanted to go too. The imperial grandson must be very well behaved, right? At this moment, in the Eastern Palace, Aurelia Pendragon was lingering to the point where she didn't want to return to the manor. She had long known her disciple had a well-behaved temperament, but she never expected it to be to this extent. The imperial grandson, Xuning Xuan, was not yet 2 years old, but between her brows, one could already glimpse some of the contours seen in the portraits in future history books. Her eyes and nose bridge resembled the crown princess, while her face shape and lips followed the crown prince. Looking closely, one could even find a trace of the current emperor of Aurelion's bearing. Aurelia Pendragon had originally been muttering to herself, thinking that since she hadn't shown up since the child was born, the little one would definitely treat her as a stranger. She had already prepared herself for the idea that it would take a long time to make the child slowly grow close to her, but she never expected that as soon as she stepped into the palace gate of the Eastern Palace, the crown princess would hold the child and hurry forward to welcome her. The first time the little one saw her, she blinked her big, round eyes twice, and then immediately reached out her 2 short, chubby arms from the crown princess's embrace, and with a soft, milky voice, sweetly called out, "Hub tilder." Aurelia Pendragon's heart was shaken violently, and she froze on the spot, her eyes full of surprise. Exclamation der Underkatum der Malayalam letter 1D17. At that moment, her heart softened completely. Chapter 79. The Crown Princess. My daughter is truly capable. The little one was chubby and plump, clearly well cared for by the Crown Princess. Her round little face was tender, and her skin felt soft and supple, perfect for pinching. What was most rare was that no matter how gently one pinched her little face, The little one never got angry. She would always gaze straight at you with those sparkling almond eyes, a sweet smile lingering at the corners of her mouth. Orla Pendragon couldn't help but lean in and give her a gentle kiss on her little face. To her surprise, the little one took the initiative to lift her small face, leaning in to leave a wet, slobbery kiss on her cheek. Orla Pendragon's heart softened, and she simply poked the little one's soft cheek with her fingertip. The little one immediately giggled, grabbing her fingertip with a tiny hand and holding it tight, refusing to let go. Orla Pendragon decided to play a game of grabbing fingers with her, extending her finger for the little one to catch and then gently pulling it back, teasing the little one until she was dancing with joy, her short legs kicking incessantly in the air. The Crown Princess stood to the side, watching quietly. She felt not a shred of jealousy that the child was so close to Orla Pendragon. Instead, her eyes were filled with envy and heartfelt emotion. I never would have thought that even though I hold this little girl every day, the moment she sees you, she forgets all about her mother. It is truly exactly as the history books of later generations recorded. She has been exceptionally close to you since she was a baby. How could she possibly be jealous? Her daughter is the future emperor. She will be the future Empress Dowager. Her husband's position is secured because of this. The future of her entire family is bright. And as for Orla Pendragon, who brought all of this about, she couldn't be close enough to her. If she were also a child, she would be acting spoiled and asking for a hug too. Ahem, the Crown Princess's words, combined with the baby's cuteness, made Orla Pendragon forget to think for a moment. She lifted her chin and said, "Of course." The Crown Princess watched, finding it amusing. Even someone as steady as the little Master Dragon could actually have such a childish moment. She would have to tell the Emperor later. He would definitely be happy to hear about it. Shuiner, come, follow me and call her master. The Crown Princess gently guided her daughter. Dunengshun tilted her little head, babbled for a moment, and then called out in a milky voice, "Master." Orla Pendragon immediately smiled and answered, "Yes." After answering, she lowered her head and nuzzled the top of the little one's head, her fingertips gently combing through her fine, soft baby hair. She then picked up a small rattle from the table nearby and gave it a gentle shake. The crisp sound of the drum rang out. The little one immediately widened her eyes and reached out to grab the rattle, her little body constantly nuzzling into Orla Pendragon's arms. She was incredibly clingy. Orla Pendragon patiently supported her small hand, teaching her to hold the handle and shake it gently. Watching the child's clumsy yet serious expression, the tenderness in her eyes was almost overflowing. The Crown Princess shook her head. These two, one big and one small, were simply too much to watch. Her daughter was truly capable. She had actually reeled in little Master Dragon. Orla Pendragon stayed in the Eastern Palace for the entire day, only willing to leave at dusk. She had her midday meal at the Eastern Palace, and she even fed Dunengshun her lunch, spoon by spoon, with her own hands. The little one ate with such relish that Orla Pendragon loved watching her, and couldn't help but gently pat her round little belly. The little one immediately followed suit, lifting her chubby little hand to pat her own belly before smiling at her. She was simply adorable enough to kill. If it hadn't been so late, making it truly inconvenient to stay longer in the Eastern Palace, Orla Pendragon really wouldn't have wanted to leave. The Crown Princess also warmly urged her to stay the night in the Eastern Palace, but Orla Pendragon knew her boundaries and did not impose further. Perhaps sensing that Orla Pendragon was about to leave, when the Crown Prince reached out to take Dunengshun from Orla Pendragon's arms, the little one suddenly pursed her small lips and began to wail at the top of her lungs. The crying was heart-wrenching and full of grievance, startling everyone present. The Crown Princess was heartbroken. This child, apart from the day she was born, this is the first time she has cried so hard. Orla Pendragon's heart softened as she listened. In the end, she had to hold the little one, kissing and coaxing her for a long time, promising repeatedly that she would definitely come back to the Eastern Palace to see her tomorrow, and even took off a small jade pendant hanging from her waist and placed it gently in the child's hand to play with, before the little one finally stopped crying. She still hiccuped from time to time, her small hand clutching the jade pendant tightly, even until Orla Pendragon's figure completely disappeared from the Eastern Palace gate and could no longer be seen. The little one was still sobbing softly in the Crown Prince's arms. The Crown Prince, while comforting his daughter, said to the Crown Princess beside him, "Little Master Dragon is truly too doting on Shuiner. If this continues, will it spoil the child?" The Crown Princess heard this and immediately turned to glare at him, saying crossly, "It sounds as if you, as a father, don't dote on your daughter." The Crown Prince was immediately speechless. He could only awkwardly touch his nose and say nothing more. The Crown Princess looked at his flustered appearance and secretly found it amusing. Her husband had always been gentle in temperament, and when it came to his daughter, he had absolutely no bottom line. He said he was afraid of spoiling the child, but in reality, he loved his daughter more than anyone. Whenever the daughter cried, he immediately lost his composure and only knew how to hold the child and coax her back and forth, showing no dignity at all. Indeed, ever since this little one was born, everyone who had met her couldn't help but love her. On one hand, it was because she was a wise ruler clearly recorded in the history books of later generations, born with blessings. On the other hand, the child was born with delicate features and had an exceptionally gentle and soft personality. She was willing to smile at anyone she met, making people adore her. Even the Empress Dowager in the palace, whenever she saw this granddaughter, would smile and say that looking at such an obedient child made her feel like she could live for 100 years. The Crown Princess gave a light hum, stretched lazily, and turned to look at the Crown Prince, who was skillfully holding and coaxing the child. Her gaze fell on his careful movements as he protected his daughter, a hint of satisfaction and tenderness flashing in her eyes, and a faint smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. She spoke softly, "Just rest assured. That is, after all, little Master Dragon. She has her own ways of teaching, and will certainly be able to teach Kshuiner extremely well. I'm going back to my maiden home tonight to play mahjong, so I will leave Kshuiner for you to look after." Crown Prince, all right then. He had less and less authority now. The Crown Princess used to be incomparably attentive and gentle towards him, and the concubines in the backyard would rack their brains to please him. But now at night, when sleeping, the Crown Princess disliked his snoring and had started kicking him out of bed. And there was that concubine surnamed Liu whom he used to dote on. He couldn't see her shadow all day long. Whenever he asked, it was always that she had found a job as a music teacher at a school. Unless he obtained some precious trinkets, she would only come back once in a while. Otherwise, she lived outside. The Crown Prince sighed in resignation. Vying for favour. So it turned out they weren't vying for his favourite chapter 80 corn seeds. "Master Dragon, this is the new grain variety we have been carefully cultivating, Canning No. 3. After 2 years of repeated trial planting and improvement, the yield per move Canning No. 2 has already increased by 20% compared to the original grain varieties. Now, the vigorous growth of Canning No. 3 is no less impressive. By the time of the autumn harvest, the yield will surely increase even more. Imperial Manor. Looking out across the vast fields, rows of lush green crops were arranged neatly, their stems and leaves standing tall and spread out, growing vigorously. Although the state of Orlion now had high-yield crops like potatoes and sweet potatoes, the staple food for ordinary people in their daily lives was still primarily millet. Therefore, the matter of improving grain varieties remained a top priority concerning the people's livelihood. Orli Pendragon came to the Imperial Manor today for an inspection, and Zayun accompanied her, explaining the changes. Zayun was recognized in later historical records as a master of agriculture who had gathered all the great achievements with unfathomable expertise. When Zayun first arrived at the capital, he brought with him many disciples of the agricultural school and experienced veteran farmers, all of whom were experts who had been deeply engaged in farming for many years. They spent their days rooted in the fields, braving the scorching sun and wind and frost, dedicated to studying farming techniques. They flipped through the various ancient and modern agricultural classics that Orli Pendragon had provided over and over again, until the pages were worn smooth and shiny from constant handling. And after day of unremitting effort, the research results on grain seed cultivation and agricultural improvement were truly gratifying. Listening to Zayun's report, Orli Pendragon slowly bent down and picked up a plump ear of rice. As her fingertips brushed over the grains, the simple, fresh fragrance unique to grain wafted toward her. She gently weighed the rice ear in her hand, and that heavy, solid feeling made her smile uncontrollably, as expected of Minister Zai. Orli Pendragon exclaimed sincerely, "Master Dragon, you flatter me. Your subordinate has merely picked up the credit for your work. I truly dare not take the credit." Zayun hurriedly cupped his hands and responded with a humble expression. The two looked at each other and smiled, engaging in a round of professional mutual flattery. As she talked more deeply with Zayun, the pleasant surprise in Orli Pendragon's heart grew stronger. Compared to her, a layman who had started halfway, Zayun was the true top-tier expert with profound attainments. Everything he said and discussed was based on practical principles, with every sentence having substance, logic, and evidence. He thoroughly analysed the agricultural problems that had previously puzzled Orli Pendragon, as if clearing away layers of fog, making her suddenly enlightened. It was quite marvellous to say, but this was her first formal meeting with Zayun. The Zayun before her had temples already touched with grey, and his eyes were deep and calm, revealing the vicissitudes of life polished by time and the rich experience that had settled over the years. His hands were covered in thick, rough calluses, the marks left by years of dealing with the land and farm tools. Perhaps because he spent his days bent over working in the fields, his back was also slightly hunched. Upon learning of Orlai Pendragon's thoughts, Sayun stroked his beard and smiled. Although this is our first meeting, I have felt a spiritual connection with Master Dragon for a long time. Orlai Pendragon nodded. Splendid. In fact, in her initial planning and expectations, even with the endorsement of the Sky Screen, it would have taken at least 5 years for the people of the state of Orlai to completely escape the shortage of millet. But she had not expected that Tsai Yuan, leading a group of agricultural students, could push the progress of grain seed improvement so quickly, far exceeding her expectations. Orlai Pendragon slowly turned her gaze behind Tsai Yuan, seeing those disciples of the agricultural school, all dressed in simple cloth garments. Even though they now held official positions granted by the imperial court, they still wore the lightest and most dirt-resistant work clothes, with a few neat patches even on the hems and cuffs. They wore ordinary cloth shoes on their feet, with their pant legs rolled up high. The exposed tops of their feet and ankles were still stained with mud, and their pant hems were covered in dust, clearly showing they had just returned from working in the fields. Looking at this group of people before her, a sentence involuntarily appeared in Orlai Pendragon's mind. There's no such thing as quiet and peaceful times. It is just that someone is carrying the burden for you. With this thought in mind, Orlai Pendragon folded her hands, stood upright, and solemnly bowed to Tsai Yuan and the group of agricultural disciples. The agricultural disciples were slightly stunned at first, obviously not expecting Orlai Pendragon to perform such a grand salute, but they quickly regained their composure a moment later. They understood what she was doing. Thus, they all restrained the smiles on their faces and returned the salute with solemn expressions. One of the young students looked up. Since we have had the honor of seeing you, we will go back to continue our work. It is time for the No. 8 experimental field to be watered, and we must carefully record the duration and intensity of today's sunlight. You've brought many brand new grain seeds back to the capital this time, so we will have plenty to keep us busy. Hearing this, a gentle smile curled at the corners of Orlai Pendragon's lips. This time, when she returned to the capital from other regions, she had brought a significant amount of supplies and grain seeds. Among them were many rare grain varieties not native to the state of Orlai, and there were some that even she could not identify the specific types of. Now that she had Tsai Yuan and his group of professional agriculturalists to handle them, she could rest assured and entrust them with the research and cultivation. Seeing the group turn to leave, Orlai Pendragon remembered the purpose of her visit to the Imperial Manor today and hurriedly called out to stop them. Everyone, please wait a moment. Master Dragon, is there anything else you need to instruct us on? One person stopped and turned back to ask with confusion. Orlai Pendragon did not say much, only giving a look to Clara beside her. Following that, Kaya walked over with large strides, carrying a heavy burlap sack on his shoulder. Junshen no, Master Dragon, everything you wanted is here. Kaya carefully placed the burlap sack on the ground, scratched the back of his head, and stood honestly behind Orlai Pendragon. Since the Orlaian army returned to the capital, Kaya had returned with the generals who had achieved military merit to report on their duties. The Emperor of Orlai had always been generous, and had conferred titles upon everyone. Afterward, Kaya did not follow official Deng Huan to be stationed at the border, but instead voluntarily stayed by Orlai Pendragon's side, becoming a personal bodyguard, ostensibly to protect her safety. Orlai Pendragon felt it was unnecessary. This was the capital of the state of Orlai, her homeland. Everyone around her was someone she trusted. How could her family and subjects possibly harm her? But she could understand why. Kaya had just arrived here and had a kind of fanatical belief in her. If he didn't see her with his own eyes, he wouldn't be at ease. So she let him be. Master Dragon, what is inside this bag? Tsai Yuan knelt and slowly opened the burlap sack. He casually grabbed a handful of plump seeds from inside, and a flash of shock instantly crossed his eyes as he asked, his voice losing its composure, "Is this corn?" That's right, it was indeed corn. Previously, the Sky Screen had displayed images and descriptions of corn and had also detailed the extremely high yield and high nutritional value of this crop. Everyone knew how important this was. Chapter 81. How could this be Asher? With so many corn seeds, it seems our Orlai Empire's commoners can truly achieve food freedom now. A loud, hearty voice came from the edge of a nearby ridge. Orlai Pendragon turned her head toward the sound and saw a figure walking briskly toward her, looking like a piece of charcoal. Orlai Pendragon. The little black kobold walked quickly up to her, and stood still, looking at her with eyes full of surprised delight. "Little Master Dragon, you've come." Aureli Pendragon examined the person before her closely, feeling only that he was a stranger, with no sense of familiarity at all. Yet for some reason, a name subconsciously popped into her mind. Asher. That's me. I told you that you would recognize me at a glance, but they didn't believe me. Asher immediately grinned. "I rushed to Danhue village early this morning to give lectures to the commoners, and I almost didn't make it back to see you." Aureli Pendragon looked at his skin, which was so dark it shone, contrasting sharply with the snow-white teeth he revealed when grinning, and fell silent for a moment. How could this person be Asher? The sky screen was still too reserved. It had only been 2 years since they last met, but Asher was completely like a different person. Not to mention his complexion. His firm and rugged muscles were exceptionally prominent, and even his stature and height had shot up by a significant margin. Aureli Pendragon tried to find something familiar about him. Unfortunately, she failed. Aureli Pendragon. Who would believe it if she said it out loud? Was this the same person as that frail, sickly handsome man from the rabbit house who could be blown over by a gust of wind? Clara and Lyra stood to the side, equally dumbfounded. Kaya's eyes were filled with admiration. Good heavens. In the Central Plains, there was actually someone whose appearance didn't lose out to his own. Asher's eyes curved as he smiled and said, "The day you returned to the capital, I also went outside the city to welcome you. Perhaps I was standing too far back, which is why you didn't notice me." Recalling the scene where he had been engulfed by the crowd and couldn't even get close to the hem of her clothes, Asher sighed softly, a faint trace of disappointment spreading in the depths of his eyes. Aureli Pendragon pursed her lips. Actually, she had noticed him back then. With his tall and sturdy stature, once he stood in the crowd, it was hard not to notice him. It was just that cough at the time. She hadn't been able to reconcile him with the thin, frail youth in her memory, and had mistakenly thought he was a military officer newly transferred by the imperial court. Seeing her expression, Asher assumed his thoughts had been seen through, so he scratched his head and said with a foolish smile, "I thought you didn't recognize me at all back then, but now it seems I was just overthinking it." Aureli Pendragon. Forget it. Better not tell the truth. She now had a belly full of questions she wanted to ask, such as how Asher had become like this. Before she could speak, someone else spoke up first. "Never mind, little Master Dragon. Even those of us who work with you every day can't believe that a person could have such a huge transformation. Little Master Dragon, you don't know, this guy is incredibly driven. He sleeps right in the fields and responds proactively to any task. If it happens to be dry in the summer, he won't even return to his room. He just guards the fields, terrified of missing the best time to water the crops. So that's how it is." After hearing what others said, the doubts in Aureli Pendragon's heart had an answer. When everyone else dispersed and only the two of them were left, Asher suddenly became a bit shy, his fingertips unconsciously clutching the hem of his clothes. He had spent years shouting and working in the fields, so his voice had long become hoarse and dry. At this moment, he softened his tone and asked tentatively and weakly, Do you think I look ugly now, Aureli Pendragon?" Everyone knows you like good-looking people saying this." Asher lowered his head, his fingers uneasily picking at each other, his shoulders slightly tense, as if he had done something wrong. Fortunately, Kaya was not present at this moment. If he were to see Asher like this, he would surely find it incredibly sore on the eyes. After all, given Kaya's personality, he would absolutely never tolerate such a shy expression on his own face. Aureli Pendragon looked at him for a long while before speaking softly. "Why would I think you look ugly? Do you remember how you used to be? Back then, your body was extremely weak. One illness would barely heal before another followed. The medicinal decoctions never stopped. I was on pins and needles all day, terrified that one day you wouldn't be here anymore." She raised her eyes to examine Asher closely, her tone becoming increasingly gentle, and continued, "Isn't the way you're now good? To me, rather than how successful you might become, I would much prefer that you live healthily." This was not just her expectation for Asher, but also her wish for every single person on this land, because only by living well can one have the opportunity to choose and to become the person they want to be. Asher listened quietly to her words, his tense body suddenly relaxing, and a smile rippled across his eyes. "I knew you would say that." Actually, he had the answer in his heart long ago, but he still couldn't help but want to ask. He wanted to hear her say it with his own ears. As long as he heard her affirmation, all the negative emotions in his heart would dissipate, and he would be filled with endless energy even for work. And the wish he had hidden in his heart for many years had never changed from beginning to end. It was still those 4 words, only what she desires. Asher led Aureli Pendragon all the way, strolling slowly through the imperial manor for a long time, taking her to visit every corner of the entire imperial manor. Wherever she looked, there were rows of orderly fields that stretched as far as the eye could see. Scattered throughout the fields were many busy commoners, bending over to work with skilled movements. Besides the staple grain crops that the commoners relied on for sustenance, a large, orderly vegetable plot had been specially reclaimed, with the vegetable beds built squarely and kept clean and tidy. Most of the crops planted in the ground were novel vegetable seeds brought from foreign lands, growing quite promisingly. Orlai Pendragon smiled and said, "That's wonderful. In the future, the commoners will be able to add a few more fresh dishes to their dinner tables." Asher, who was beside her, frowned slightly at these words. "It's just a pity that in the freezing winter, it's impossible to plant vegetables. If we could grow vegetables all 4 seasons, our progress could be even faster." Winter, growing vegetables. These words entered her ears. Orlar Pendragon was stunned for a moment, then suddenly slapped her own forehead. Asher looked at the reddened skin with heartache. "What's wrong?" Orlar Pendragon's eyes were bright. "How could I have forgotten such an important matter?" Chapter 82, Giving Cakes to the Fairy Sister. "What? I've thought of a way for the common people to eat fresh vegetables even in winter." "That is truly wonderful." Asher's brows relaxed, his gaze falling gently upon Orlai Pendragon. Being able to help her was truly wonderful. Although he still wanted to spend more time with Orlai Pendragon, Asher knew she was busy. Every action she took concerned the future of Great Orlion. Watching her retreating figure, Asher smiled. Those words hidden deep in his heart, which he had never spoken aloud, had long since been said for him by the sky screen. He had no other requests in this life. As long as he could watch her live safely, smoothly, and for a long life, he would be content. Orlai Pendragon walked toward the gate with Clara and Lyra of the Vales, followed by Kyr, who was chattering away about what he had seen in the capital over the past few days. "I thought Aegis Marches was already very good, but I didn't expect this place to be even livelier. It truly lives up to being under the Emperor's feet." Just as the group walked past a patch of lush green ridges, a crisp, childish shout suddenly came from not far away. "Fairy Sister." Orlai Pendragon turned her head toward the sound and saw a small figure running quickly toward her with light, brisk steps, facing the warm, radiant sunlight. A brilliant smile rippled across the child's face, his cheeks slightly flushed from the sun, and his 2 little hands were clutched tightly against his chest, as if carefully protecting some precious treasure. Not until the little boy stopped in front of her, panting softly, did Orlai Pendragon clearly see his appearance. He wore a neat, coarse cloth short jacket and trousers. Although the colour was plain, the fabric was soft and thick. On his feet were a pair of blue cloth shoes with fine, dense stitching, the most fashionable style among the common people in the capital nowadays. His jet black hair was combed neatly and tied with a simple hair tie. His small face was clean, his features were lively, and his complexion was rosy. He looked very healthy. In an instant, a long distant, thin, and shriveled figure from deep within her memory gradually overlapped with the vibrant child before her. Orlai Pendragon's heart trembled, and an incredible light flickered in her eyes. "Zyrohu." Upon hearing this, Zyrohu immediately spread his mouth, revealing a set of neat, white little teeth, his eyes curving into crescents with his smile. He nodded vigorously. It's me, Fairy Sister." He looked up with his little face, his eyes full of adoration. "Fairy Sister, everything you said back then was completely right. Zyrohu, my parents, my grandparents, and my younger sisters, we don't have to go hungry anymore. Yesterday, when Mother came home from the textile factory, she bought a free-range chicken and stewed a rich chicken soup for us. It was savoury and delicious, so tasty." Orlai Pendragon held a faint smile on her lips and slowly crouched down. Only then did she realise that in just a few years, Zyrohu had grown significantly taller. She clearly remembered that when she crouched down before, her gaze had been exactly level with his, but now, when she performed the same action, she actually had to tilt her head up to meet his clear eyes. In the gaps of Zyrohu's chattering, on the field ridge not far away, a neatly dressed woman stood quietly, her gaze looking over here tenderly. Orlai Pendragon recognised her as well. She remembered, back then, it was also this kind of scene. But at that time, the woman's face had been full of fear and anxiety, with the longing for survival of the lowest class common people hidden in her eyes. And now, her temperament had completely changed. Her back was straight, and she was full of vitality. The woman smiled at Orlai Pendragon, and Orlai Pendragon nodded back at her. Clara and Lyra were also listening with smiles on the side. That year, they were not present, but they had heard bits and pieces from Miss Lady Serener. Who would have thought, after so long, the young lady still remembered. Cyril, who was still talking with great enthusiasm. Mother often says that the good life we have now is entirely due to Master Dragon, His Majesty, and all the good officials. She tells me I must study hard, achieve success in the future, and serve the imperial court well to repay all the great officials. Yesterday, during the small exam at the school, I even got first place. Grandma said that when I go back tonight, she'll stew some delicious fish soup for me. Heh. Orlai Pendragon listened quietly, her eyes becoming increasingly soft, and she praised him in a low voice. Cyril, who is truly amazing. Hearing her praise, Cyril, who smiled even more happily, his cheeks flushed red. Cyril, who stopped pestering Master Dragon. The minister has important matters to attend to. You must not waste the minister's time. Seeing her child chattering about everything, almost revealing where they hid their money, the woman felt a bit helpless for a moment. Upon hearing this, Cyril, whose face showed a trace of disappointment. He scratched the back of his head and then reluctantly stopped talking. Suddenly, as if remembering something important, he hurriedly stretched out his little hand and carefully pulled a tightly wrapped oil paper package from his chest. With his short fingers, he gently opened the oil paper package. Inside lay a white flour pancake that was still steaming hot. The aroma of the pancake, mixed with a faint scent of meat, instantly wafted through the air. Fairy sister, try it quickly. This is a pancake my mother made early this morning. It's so fragrant and delicious. Cyril, who said with full anticipation, reaching out to stuff the pancake into Orlar Pendragon's hand. Feeling the warmth of the pancake in her palm, Orlar Pendragon was stunned. A few years ago, it was just like this. Cyril, who had handed her a pancake, but that pancake had been burnt yellow hard and dry. It was life-saving food that the family had scrimped and saved, piece by piece, unable to bear eating it themselves. When she swallowed it back then, the rough pancake crumbs had scratched her throat until it hurt, yet she had felt it was the most delicious thing under heaven. But now, the pancake in her palm was white and soft, a complete and exquisite pancake. Orlai Pendragon took a gentle bite. The soft, chewy pancake, wrapped with a delicious scent of meat, slowly spread in her mouth, the taste spreading from the tip of her tongue all the way to her heart. Is it good, fairy sister? Cyril, who looked at her with nervous anticipation in his eyes. Orlai Pendragon nodded heavily, a faint mist of water rising in her eyes. It's delicious. Your mother's cooking is truly the best in the world. Cyril, who instantly beamed, clapped Palace's little hands happily. Fairy sister, you said the same thing back then. Exactly the same. Is that so? Orlai Pendragon's eyes curved into gentle crescents, and she reached out to gently pat his soft head. After leaving the field ridge, Orlai Pendragon still felt a bit dazed. The manager of the manor who was guiding them was the same familiar person from a few years ago. Having seen this scene just now, he couldn't help but chatter on the side about Cyril's affairs. Master Dragon, you may not know this, but ever since the lives of our people here have been getting better and better, this child, Cyril, who has come to the vicinity of the manor every day, clutching a pancake to wait. Even if he is hungry, he never touches the pancake. I heard from his grandfather that when he returns home at night, he soaks the cold pancake in hot soup and eats it with simple vegetables, enjoying it immensely. Then, early the next morning, he brings a freshly made pancake over again. The manager paused and continued. Sometimes it's a meat-filled pancake, sometimes a vegetable-filled one, and sometimes just a plain white flour pancake. But this child comes every day, rain or shine. When others ask him the reason, he never says. Only his mother secretly said that the child is waiting to fulfill a promise. Today, I finally understand completely. This child has been waiting for you all along. Listening to the manager's account, Orlai Pendragon's eyes grew sore. At this moment, she seemed to see again the thin, frail little boy standing beside his sorrowful mother, nodding vigorously at her and saying in a childish yet firm voice, "Then Cyril, he will still bring pancakes for fairy sister in the future." Yes, she had eaten it, steaming hot and whole. It was the most delicious pancake in the world. Chapter 83. Wen Lanen, Wen Shixing. The 22nd year of canning. At the beginning of September, the golden autumn breeze brought the fragrance of osmanthus. The great Aurelian imperial examination this year was about to begin amidst this full autumn scenery. Scholars from all over the country rushed to the capital to take the exam, filling the vast city of the capital to the brim within just 10 days. In the streets and alleys, students wearing green robes and carrying books were seen coming and going, creating an atmosphere of elegance and scholarly spirit, with the scent of ink lingering throughout the city. In these few days, literary gatherings in the capital were constant, with one poetry meeting after another. The imperial court also empathized with the martial arts candidates and, not wanting them to be overshadowed by the literary scene, specially issued an edict to open the capital's training grounds, allowing the martial arts candidates to practice and spar, and even permitting ordinary citizens to watch. For a time, the literary scene was filled with the fragrance of ink, and the martial scene was filled with the flash of blades. The entire capital was immersed in a grand spectacle. In these few days, the official documents and books on Aureliar Pendragon's desk were almost piled high with information about the scholars who had come to take the exam from various places. Which scholar won the top spot in a literary meeting? Which young martial artist was publicly commended by the Minister of War for his exceptional martial arts? And so on. All kinds of information were submitted to her. Even the excellent poems circulating in recent poetry meetings were copied and organized one by one. Among these many poems, there was one 5-character regulated verse that particularly surprised her. The poem read, "Imperial towers and clouds are vast, the capital's myriad sights are new. Long streets bustling with carriages and horses, embroidered houses and silk in spring. The marketplace has 1,000 flavors, pavilions stretch 10 miles in dust. The people's livelihood is full of joy. The prosperous age scene is boundless." Aureliar Pendragon gently brushed her fingertips over the ink on the paper and sighed. What a line. The prosperous age scene is boundless. Seeing that her mistress was full of praise for this poem, Clara smiled and said, "My lady, this poem was written by the candidate Chen Qingyan, who has come to take the exam." Chen Qingyan. Aureliar Pendragon raised her eyebrows slightly and blurted out, "Is she that famous official Chen Qingyan, who leaves a name in history during Shuiner's reign?" She had a deep impression of this name. When the sky screen first reported the name Chen Qingyan, the Emperor of Aurelian hesitated about whether to recruit this person into the court in advance for the court's use. The Emperor of Aurelian valued Chen Qingyan's talent highly, but he was also worried that everything the sky screen said was a fixed future, and he was afraid that including her in the court early would disrupt her original growth trajectory, causing her to lose her edge and be unable to grow into the person capable of shouldering great responsibilities in the future. So he found it difficult to make a decision for a while. Later, it was the Crown Prince who said, since she could break through numerous obstacles and grow into a towering tree in the Blight, where she was suppressed in the past, now that she has the opportunity to enter the officialdom early and accumulate experience, she will only be more outstanding in the future. So what is there to worry about? Aureliar Pendragon happened to be by his side at the time, and upon hearing these words, she deeply agreed in her heart. In her world, there was a poet immortal known throughout history named Lai Bai. People often asked, if I travel back to the Tang dynasty and memorized Lai Bai's poems in advance, will Lai Bai still become the poet immortal? The most popular response on the internet at that time was, the Chinese literary world will have one more of you, but it will not lose a Lai Bai. Indeed, true gold will never be easily buried. As for Chen Qingyan becoming restless, and henceforth slack and unmotivated because the sky screen exposed her future in advance, in Aureliar Pendragon's view, this was absolutely impossible. How could a person of poor character and weak will have their good name passed down to future generations? At that time, after the Emperor of Aurelian heard the Crown Prince's words, he sent someone to find Chen Qingyan. However, he was rejected. Chen Qingyan said she wanted to rely on her own ability to take the official exam. Even with the endorsement of the sky screen, she wanted to make the world convinced. After hearing this, Aureliar Pendragon only felt that it was worthy of being Chen Qingyan. Later, she also followed the news of the Shen family. In the past 2 years, Chen Qingyan not only absorbed knowledge, but also firmly grasped the power of the entire Shen family, becoming the only person in charge of the Shen family. And the most talked about thing was that she married off her own younger brother. It was only after completely dealing with all the trivial matters in the family and having no worries behind her that Chen Qingyan officially registered to participate in this year's imperial examination, determined to enter officialdom and realize her ambitions. Lara stood on the side, listening to the two talking about Chen Qingyan, and could not help but feel some worry in her heart. My lady, Miss Chen has to manage family affairs and study hard, with such effort and energy. Do you think she can really pass the exam successfully? In Lyra of the Vale's view, Chen Qingyan's energy would inevitably be dispersed, and she was afraid that she would not be able to prepare for the exam with all her heart. Hearing this, Aureliar Pendragon joked, "Then do you want to make a bet with me?" Lyra smiled and said, "No, I won't bet with you, my lady." Betting with her mistress was always a game that was doomed to lose. Being able to be so highly regarded by her mistress, it seemed that this Miss Shen was truly a capable person with great courage. At this time, Clara held another roll of newly copied poetry paper and walked quickly to Aureliar Pendragon, smiling and handing the paper over. "My lady, take a look at this one. It is also an excellent work from a recent poetry meeting." Orelai Pendragon raised her hand to take it, lowered her head to look at the poem on the paper, and just as she caught a glimpse of the first line, she was almost choked by her own saliva. Cough, cough, cough. The opening of this poem was written in a way that was truly too straightforward and sycophantic. I saw it written clearly on the paper. "Pay the Prime Minister is an immortal from heaven, descended to the mortal world to save the people." The lines were full of praise, and the further one read, the more laudatory the words became, especially the last line, which made her feel even more embarrassed. "Even with the beauty of 1,000 stars, it is not as good as half of Prime Master Dragon's beauty." This Orelai Pendragon looked at the poem, and her face turned red. Clara smiled and spoke. "My lady, you don't know. This poem tied for first place at yesterday's capital poetry meeting with Miss Shen's poem about the prosperous age. And my lady, do you know who wrote this poem?" Orelai Pendragon suppressed the embarrassment in her heart, and instead felt a bit of interest. Since Clara was acting so mysterious, the person who wrote the poem must have some unique background. She asked, "Who is it?" Clara blinked, paused deliberately, and then gave the answer. "This person's name is Wen Shixing." Wen Shixing. Lyra was stunned. "This name is so similar to yours, my lady." Orelai Pendragon. Wen Shixing. Whether it was the sound of the characters or the shape of the characters, there was a subtle similarity. Clara explained softly. "This Wen Shixing, whose original name was Wen Leinen, is your fanatical fan. She made a name for herself in the Jianzhou area by virtue of her outstanding poetic talent, and is the top scorer in the literary exam among the candidates from Jianzhou who came to take the exam. It's just that those scholars always mocked her because of her name, and she herself hated this name to the extreme, so she simply changed her name to Wen Shixing, determined to get rid of the shackles of the past." Wen Leinen. These 3 words. Just by listening to it, one could feel the bitterness behind her, and the difficulty of the journey she had taken. Chapter 84. Wen Shixing Part 1. On the day of the imperial examination, Orelai Pendragon personally presided over the proceedings, serving as the chief examiner. At that time, the top scholars from various regions, who had excelled in their provincial examinations, were all seated beside her. It was on such an occasion that Orelai Pendragon first met Shen Qingyan and Wen Shixing. Shen Qingyan was a quintessential young lady from a prestigious family, exuding an elegant scholarly aura. Having managed the family affairs for years, her eyes held a touch of sharpness. She was like a sharp blade hidden in its sheath, ready to strike at any moment, with a restrained yet undeniable edge. Wen Shixing, on the other hand, was slightly shorter than others, radiating a casual and uninhibited demeanor. Her eyes held the broad-mindedness of someone who had experienced much and seen through the mundane affairs of the world. After seeing the poem Wen Shixing wrote that day, her life story was placed on Orelai Pendragon's desk. Wen Shixing came from a merchant family that lacked neither food nor clothing, but her family was extremely patriarchal. She had 5 older sisters above her. Their names were Jeonin, Sonnin, Panin, Heonin, and Yunin, respectively. After carrying the child for 10 months, Mother Wen gave birth to her 6th daughter, who was Wen Shixing, so she was named Leinen. When Wen Shixing was 3 years old, the Wen family finally welcomed a son. This child was born to Father Wen's concubine. The entire Wen family poured all their affection and resources into this younger brother. Young Wen Shixing didn't understand why even her own mother seemed to favor an illegitimate child over her biological daughters. Mother Wen stayed by her younger brother's side all day, repeatedly telling her 6 daughters, "Your younger brother is the only future head of the Wen family. Only when he establishes a firm footing can you all have good lives. His well-being is your greatest security in this life. You must defer to him and obey him in everything." Under such twisted beliefs, the eldest sister, Wen Jeonin, was sent by Father Wen to be a concubine to the local county magistrate. The magistrate was over 40 years old, with greying hair and beard, old enough to be her grandfather. But Father Wen, in order to curry favor with the powerful, forced her into a life of misery. Wen Shixing was the youngest sister in the family. Her sisters often held her and shed silent tears. They wanted to protect their little sister, to carve a path for her, but under the feudal etiquette and their parents' absolute authority, they were ultimately powerless. After Wen Jeonin entered the magistrate's mansion, her life was incredibly difficult, suffering constant harassment from the main wife and disdain from others. But even in her dire circumstances, she scrimped and saved, using her meager monthly allowance to secretly buy books and have them sent to Wen Shixing. Wen Jeonin said, "Sister knows you've loved reading since you were little, but father and mother never allowed us girls to touch these books. My life is already set, with no chance of turning it around. I only hope you can study hard, achieve something, and when you marry, you can be highly regarded by your husband's family for your talent, unlike us who are at the mercy of others. Thus, the six sisters kept an unspoken secret. Wen Shixing secretly studied poetry and books, relying entirely on self-study. She would also hide outside the window and secretly listen when her younger brother had a tutor, slowly accumulating knowledge. She dared not tell Father Wen about her studies. Father Wen always believed that a woman without talent was virtuous. If he knew, he would surely tear up her books and punish her severely. She also dared not tell Mother Wen, who would only think she had improper thoughts and blame her for not following the right path. But what exactly was the right path for a woman? Young Wen Shixing never found the answer. The peaceful days did not last long. In a blink, the second sister, Wen Sonnin, also reached marriageable age. Father Wen was a calculating merchant, with not much power in his hometown. His only reliance was on Wen Jeonin becoming the county magistrate's concubine, which gave him a slight familial connection to the magistrate's mansion. He was determined to cling tightly to the magistrate, this powerful figure, to solidify his family's business and status. After much deliberation, he sent Wen Sonnin into the magistrate's mansion as well, also to be a concubine. The day Wen Sonnin was sent away, her expression was so calm it was almost numb. She simply reached out and gently stroked Wen Shixing's head, unable to utter a single word. But she remembered. Wen Sonnin clearly loved reading folk storybooks and dreamed of one day marrying a beloved man of both talent and appearance. 2 more years passed. A merchant from the capital came to inspect his business, and Father Wen again sought to establish connections. Third sister Wen Pannin was thus hastily sent away. Though it was called a marriage, she didn't even have a proper title, merely becoming a low-status concubine. That day, Wen Pannin cried her heart out, but ultimately silently entered the sedan chair, accepting her fate, because she knew clearly that she was powerless to resist. Later, Wen Shixing learned that Wen Pannin's life in the merchant's mansion in the capital was utterly miserable. The master only treated her as a plaything for pleasure, sometimes even using her as an object to entertain guests when they visited. The main wife suppressed and bullied her everywhere. Ostensibly, she was half a mistress, but in reality, she lived a more wretched life than the servants in the mansion. The fourth sister in the family, Wen Heonin, was the most strong-willed of the 6 sisters. Seeing her coming-of-age ceremony approaching, Wen Heonin knew that if she continued to wait passively, she would eventually follow in the footsteps of her older sisters. Unwilling to bow to fate, she decided to burn her bridges, secretly a low palace with an honest and simple man from the village, and they became intimate. Upon learning of this, Father Wen was furious, feeling that the incident had disgraced the Wen family. He immediately disowned Wen Heonin publicly, citing the destruction of family reputation. The moment she was driven out of the house, Wen Heonin showed no sadness. Instead, she lifted her head and revealed a relieved smile. She was free. Later, Wen Heonin changed her name and took her husband's surname, becoming Wang Qiuqi. Even though her life was poor, she always maintained secret contact with her sisters, caring for each other. However, the 5th sister in the family, Wen Yunin, could not escape her unfortunate fate. Wen Yunin had also tried to emulate Wang Qiuqi and carve out a path for herself, but her intentions were quickly discovered by her mother. Mother Wen, without a word, confined her to her room, strictly guarded her, and cut off all her hopes. Before long, Father Wen was going to marry her off to an old scholar over 50 as a second wife. Upon hearing the news, Wen Yunin completely collapsed. She knew she could no longer escape, and refused to be manipulated like her sisters. Finally, she steeled herself, drank poison, and abruptly ended her young life. The 5th sister of the Wen family died in the season of revival, her favorite spring. When Wen Shixing was tidying Wen Yunin's belongings, she found a stack of neatly arranged books in a small wooden box by her bed. The corners of the pages were meticulously tidied. On the flyleaf of each book, a few words were written in an unpolished hand to my younger sister. Wen Shixing burst into tears. Only then did she realize that these books were bought by Wen Yunin, who had saved up her hard-earned money bit by bit from staying up late doing embroidery. She recalled how, in her innocence, she had once asked Wen Yunin why she was saving money. At that time, Wen Yunin had just looked at her, smiling without a word. Only now, at this moment, did she finally understand that sentiment. Those saved silver, those secretly bought books, were Wen Yunin's hopes for her, and for herself, wishing that she could escape this cage, and live a different life on her behalf. Chapter 85 Wen Shixing Part 2. Later, one day, Wen Jianan finally got the chance to return home for a visit. Taking advantage of a moment when no one was around, she took Wen Shixing's hand and quietly revealed the truth about Wen Yunin's death. That bottle of poison that took her life was something I had someone buy and give to her. My original plan was for her to use that poison to kill all the heartless and ungrateful people in the Wen family, and then for you to seize the chance to escape, fly far away, and never come back. I didn't expect that she was kind-hearted after all, and her heart softened. In the end, she was only willing to end her own life. Wen Jeonan looked at her with growing worry. Among the 6 of us sisters, only your 4th sister is living a relatively stable life now. Although she works in the fields all day and eats simple meals, her husband's family is honest and kind, and they treat her with sincerity. She even gave birth to a well-behaved daughter the year before last, so there is finally some hope in her life. Now, the one I'm most worried about is just you. After a pause, Wen Jeonan's tone was full of helplessness. You've been proud since you were young. Over these years of studying and understanding reason, you have seen clearly the many injustices in this world, and you're surely unwilling to be manipulated. But living in such times, as a girl, what can you possibly do? What to do? What should she do? What to do? What on earth should she do? During those days, Wen Shixing tossed and turned countless times at night. She even thought that if there was truly no way out, she might as well just end it all. The turning point appeared in the spring of the 20th year of Canning. The new year had just passed. The elderly magistrate passed away due to illness. Wen Jeonan and Wen Sonnan were merely helpless concubines in the magistrate's residence, and having never borne any children all these years, they lost their support. They were immediately driven back to the Wen family by the magistrate's wife on some pretext. But the Wen parents only felt that the 2 daughters had completely shamed the Wen family, so they refused to let them in. Looking at the tightly closed door, Wen Jeonan and Wen Sonnan felt a sense of relief instead. But how were the 2 weak women supposed to survive in this world? On the 2nd day of the 2nd lunar month, the sky screen appeared, hanging in the sky of the Aurelian Empire. On the sky screen, it was clearly revealed that in the future of the Aurelian Empire, there would appear a brilliant master dragon. This official would become a legendary female prime minister, implementing new policies and bringing about a new beginning. Having served in the magistrate's residence for many years, Wen Jeonan and her sister had been influenced by what they saw and heard, and understood many worldly affairs. Looking at the sky screen, the 2 sisters exchanged a glance, and a decision was made in their hearts. They sold themselves into a brothel. Relying on this humiliating trade, they saved money bit by bit, and entrusted others to pass it on to Wen Shixing, while repeatedly urging her to study hard and never give up. Upon learning of this, Wen Shixing wept uncontrollably once again. She hated her own incompetence, and hated that she could not protect her sisters. At that moment, she could do nothing. The only thing she could do, and had to do, was to study as hard as she could. Far away in the capital, Wen Panan, along with the now freed Wang Qiuqi, wanted to help Wen Shixing after learning of the sacrifices made by Wen Jeonan and Wen Panan, but their own situations were difficult, and they ultimately lacked the ability to do more. Even so, they still sent the money they had saved by Scrim Palace and saving to Wen Shixing. As days passed by, Wen Shixing finally understood the deep meaning behind her sister's initial exhortations. The imperial court promulgated new policies. It was explicitly stipulated that women across the land were allowed to enter schools to study, and it was further stated that as long as women achieved academic success, they could participate in the imperial examinations just like men and enter the court as officials. On the day she heard the news, Wen Shixing stood in the sunlight, tears streaming down her face. However, the Wen parents remained stubborn and resolutely opposed her studying. They forcibly confined her, coercing her to marry the son of a county magistrate's clerk to pave the way for their son's future. Wen Shixing naturally resisted to the death. Fortunately, the new magistrate was an upright and incorruptible official. Upon learning of this, Wang Qiuqi resolutely wrote a petition and sued the Wen father at the county office, detailing his various crimes of being unscrupulous in business and oppressing the common people over the years. With conclusive evidence, the Wen father was thrown into prison. After learning the news, the Wen mother cried her heart out all day long. She spoke viciously to Wen Shixing, gnashing her teeth and saying that if she had known it would come to this, she should have strangled Wang Qiuqi back then. A month later, the Wen father was released from prison. However, all the Wen family's property had been confiscated, and the once well-off merchant family was destitute overnight. It is hard to go from luxury to frugality. With no source of income and having to exhaust everything to support their precious son's studies, the Wen parents no longer wanted to support Wen Shixing, the burden. Without further ado, they simply sold her to a wealthy family as a maidservant. The person in charge of that so-called wealthy family was hired by Wen Jeonan. Wen Shixing was finally free. After Escar Palace, the Sea of Misery, she moved into Wang Qiuqiu's home. Gritting her teeth and holding back tears, she turned all her grievances, all her suffering, and all her sister's sacrifices into the motivation to study. Study. Only by studying can one change their destiny. The imperial examination. Only by passing the imperial examination can she live up to the support of her sisters. Hard work pays off. She successfully passed the examination for child scholar, and shortly after, she passed the Zikai examination, even ranking first. Wang Qiuqiu was overjoyed upon hearing the news. When she sent someone to share this happy news with Wen Jianan and Wen Somnan, the two sisters, "We palace in the brothel," told the messenger the most cruel yet most sincere words. "Please tell our little sister that from now on, we will completely sever our relationship and never have contact again. She is someone who will become an official in the future and cannot have sisters like us who are not pure. We cannot let ourselves ruin her future." When Wen Shixing learned of this, her eyes turned red on the spot. She said, word by word, that if her sisters insisted on this, she would never study again. Upon hearing this, Wen Jianan was both anxious and angry. For the first time, she slapped Wen Shixing hard. After slap palace her, she just wept, remaining silent. Wen Shixing simply assumed that her sisters had compromised. Spring departed, and winter came, cold, and heat alternated. Wen Shixing never stopped her pursuit of studies. She practiced to have beautiful handwriting, and in her daily life, she could earn a meager amount of money by help palace people copy books. Not long after, the imperial court implemented new policies again. It ordered the closure of all brothels and pleasure houses within the Aurelian Empire, commanded all fallen women to leave their trade, and arranged for them to work in factories, earning a living honestly with their own hands. Upon learning the news, Wen Jianan and Wen Somnan embraced and wept in the factory. When Wen Shixing learned of it, she knelt before a small statue of a deity and kowtowed repeatedly. Relying on day-after-day persistence, Wen Shixing passed the June examination and officially stepped onto the threshold of an official career. And Wen Jianan, because of her, received attention from her husband's family and had the opportunity to return home for a visit. The sisters wept in each other's arms before Wen Yuan's grave. Wen Shixing promised repeatedly that she would definitely study hard and let them live a good life. But just as life was gradually getting better, the Wen parents learned that Wen Shixing had achieved success and came knocking at her door. Chapter 86 Lifting. Wen Shixing hated her father and mother to the bone, and did not want to have anything to do with them. Whenever they came to the door, she absolutely refused to see them. Wang Qiuqiu, with her fiery temper, was even more decisive. She would directly grab a club and guard the gate. If Wen Shixing's father and mother dared to come once, she would drive them away and beat them, leaving no room for sentiment. Seeing that they could not gain any advantage from Wen Shixing, the couple turned to harass the sisters Wen Jianan and Wen Somnan. But the two sisters saw through their selfish and cold nature and treated them with cold indifference. After hitting walls everywhere, Wen Shixing's father and mother did not restrain themselves or repent. Instead, they grew malicious. The two ran through the streets and alleys of the city, spreading rumors everywhere, maliciously slandering Wen Shixing as unfilial and disobedient, and deliberately defaming the other sisters of the Wen family, claiming they had unclear backgrounds and ruined reputations, attempting to use public opinion to force Wen Shixing to yield. Seeing the vicious actions of the couple, Wen Shixing hated them to the core. The next day, Wen Jianan died. It turned out to completely cut off this trouble and protect Wen Shixing's future. Wen Jianan and Wen Somnan pretended to invite their father and mother, lying that they were willing to speak well of them in front of Wen Shixing. Blinded by greed, the father and mother had no suspicions and gladly accepted the invitation. At the banquet, Wen Jianan waited for everyone to be off guard and quietly drugged their drinks. After they fell unconscious, she decisively set the house on fire. The roaring fire swallowed everything. Wen Jianan burned the heartless father and mother to death, burned the spoiled younger brother to death, burned away all the sins, and burned herself. The fire gradually died out, with smoke curling up. A badly burned Wen Somnan found Wen Shixing, her face covered in tears, choking out, "Actually, I had originally planned to die with your eldest sister, to end everything with her. But at the very last moment, she pushed me out. She told me I must live on, that you would surely achieve great things in the future, that we sisters would eventually have a good life. She told me to watch you succeed on her behalf, to watch us usher in a good life." Wen Shixing listened quietly, feeling a chest full of grief, her tears having long since run dry. It was as if any more tears would not be tears, but bone-corroding blood. That day, Wen Jianan vanished from this world. From then on, there was only one person in the world, Wen Shixing, who carried the sacrifices, and expectations of her sisters, determined to fight for a place for all women. The imperial examination concluded, and Aurelire Pendragon returned to Stirling Manor, exhausted. Lara hurried forward to knead her shoulders to relieve her fatigue, while Clara turned to instruct the kitchen to immediately prepare the snacks the young lady usually loved. When Aurelire Pendragon felt refreshed and her expression relaxed a little, both young maids looked at her with curious, shining eyes. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Aurelire Pendragon raised her eyebrows slightly, her tone carrying a hint of languor. Lara rested her chin on her hand. "Miss, did you see that girl Wen Shixing while invigilating today?" Aurelire Pendragon nodded slightly. She was a little bitter melon of the human world. She had cried until her eyes were swollen after hearing her story that day, and could not sleep all night. Lara and Clara were also sentimental, and they asked this out of concern for Wen Shixing. "Miss, what do you think of her?" Aurelire Pendragon pondered for a moment and praised. "She has the talent of a prime minister." She had glanced at Wen Shixing's exam paper while invigilating, although her insights on current affairs were still immature. But do not forget, Wen Shixing had officially embarked on this path for less than 3 years. And before those 3 years, this little bitter melon had relied entirely on self-study. Unlimited potential. Hearing this high praise, Lara felt relieved. With Miss in the court, it might be hard for her to reach the position of Prime Minister, but His Majesty has always valued talent. With Miss Wen's ability, her future will surely be limitless. Her eldest sister and fifth sister can rest in peace, and the other sisters, who lifted her up all the way, can finally rest easy. Aurelire Pendragon's lips curled into a faint smile, her gaze distant. "Do you really think that only her sisters lifted Wen Shixing up to where she is today? Isn't that so?" Lara tilted her head. Aurelire Pendragon tapped the edge of the table with her fingertips. "Wen Shixing is a young lady of the Wen family. Although she was never valued since childhood, she still had servants around her. How did she manage to keep the secret of her studies right under everyone's noses for so many years? And the Wen family's inner courtyard was controlled by the Wen mother. Where did the married sisters get the manpower to send books and money to Wen Shixing?" "Miss, do you mean there were others help Alice behind the scenes?" Clara widened her eyes. "There is one more point." Aurelire Pendragon continued to analyse. Wen Jeonan and Wen Somnan were helpless in the county magistrate's residence. Where did they get the manpower to secretly help them pass things along? Clara realised, in this, I'm afraid many people were turning a blind eye, were secretly tacitly approving. Aurelire Pendragon nodded with a smile. In this story, she admired Wen Shixing's tenacious spirit and was moved by the deep affection among the Wen sisters. But she also saw the nameless figures hidden in the shadows, silently lifting Wen Shixing up as she grew. Perhaps they were unremarkable cleaning maids in the mansion. Perhaps they were the seemingly ordinary but kind-hearted matrons beside the Wen mother. Perhaps they were the tactful managers who went out to purchase supplies. Or perhaps that main wife in the county magistrate's residence, the main wife. Lara was incredulous. "But miss, isn't that county magistrate's main wife a bad person?" The Wen sisters were mistreated by her everywhere, and in the end, she even kicked them out. How could she help them? Aurelire Pendragon looked at her bewildered expression and sighed softly. "Silly girl, things in this world are never black and white. How can one easily distinguish what is absolutely good and what is absolutely bad? The story says the magistrate's main wife mistreated the concubines, but the Wen sisters lived well for so many years, and the magistrate's main wife had more power than the Wen mother, right? Without the main wife's permission, the Wen sisters couldn't have accomplished anything." "But I still don't understand." Lara frowned. She did not understand why the magistrate's wife was so contradictory. She suppressed the magistrate's concubines because she was trapped in the inner courtyard since childhood and never received an education. But she secretly helped the Wen sisters. The reason is simple. What? Because they are all women. Aurelire Pendragon blinked, of course. "This is just my guess. Who knows for sure?" As her words fell, the room fell silent for a moment, with only the evening wind rustling through the branches outside the window. Aurelire Pendragon said no more and looked out the window. She did not know their true identities, but she knew clearly. They were all women. Women saw themselves in Wen Shixing. Women also had a flame of unyielding resistance against fate burning in their hearts. Women also suppressed a desire to rebel. They saw hope in Wen Shixing. They helped Wen Shixing. They wanted Wen Shixing to walk out. Because if Wen Shixing succeeded, it meant they too had succeeded. Wen Shixing was not just lifted up by her sisters, but also by all the women trapped in the mire. In that place she was the brightest star in their hearts. The night was deep, and a full moon hung in the ink-coloured sky screen. The moonlight was like water, flowing over the window lattice, gently spilling onto Aureli Pendragon's plain clothes, gilding them with a layer of gentle soft light. Aureli Pendragon's gaze fell on that solitary moon, her eyes surging with indescribable emotions. The moon in the sky never showed favoritism. It illuminated deep courtyards and high walls, just as it illuminated muddy alleys. Just like the millions of women in this world, each with their own suffering, each with their own struggles, yet also each with their own softness and tenacity. They were in corners no one saw, gathering little glimmers of light, illuminating each other. Chapter 87. Shen Qingyan, the top scholar. On the day the results of the metropolitan examination were posted, the area outside the imperial examination compound in the capital was buzzing with noise. As expected, the Hu Yuan was Shen Qingyan. Aureli Pendragon sat by the window in a private room of a tea house overlooking the street, watching the bustling crowds below, a smile playing on her lips. It seems that this year's golden examination top scholar will undoubtedly be Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan's examination papers had been personally reviewed and graded by her. On the papers, not only were the policy essays lofty in argument and fluid in writing, striking at the heart of current issues, but what was even more rare was the way she had integrated the new knowledge promoted over the past few years. Every word and sentence was eye-opening, truly a masterpiece. Shen Qingyan had entered the examination hall from her hometown, clearing every hurdle along the way, successively taking the top spot in the county, prefecture, and academy examinations, earning the title of Little San Yuan. Subsequently, she had also taken the top spot in the next 2 examinations, having now won 5 consecutive top rankings. Now, with only the final palace examination remaining, if she secured the top spot, she would become the first female top scholar in history to achieve 6 consecutive top rankings. This would be an unprecedented event. Winning 6 consecutive top rankings was already rare, but a female top scholar doing so was a feat without precedent. Such a joyous occasion, showcasing the flourishing literary culture of Great Aurelian, was something the Emperor of Aurelian, who was dedicated to creating a prosperous era, would certainly want to secure. Therefore, as long as Shen Qingyan performed normally in the palace examination, even if her answer sheet was not stunningly brilliant, the top scholar title would still be hers. Soon, the day of the palace examination arrived. The sky was bright, and the morning light spilled over the towering palace walls, shimmering with golden radiance. The top talents from various prefectures, each harboring expectations and the excitement of potentially passing, followed the guiding palace attendants, walking with steady steps yet unable to hide their emotions as they passed through layers of palace gates, all the way to the magnificent golden throne hall. The moment they stepped into the main hall, none of the students dared to look up. They stood with heads bowed, yet they could clearly feel the majestic aura permeating the hall. At this moment, they were being watched by the most powerful emperor and the important court officials of the entire Great Aurelian dynasty. The Emperor of Aurelian, dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe with 9 dragon patterns, sat upright on the dragon throne above the main hall, his face majestic and awe-inspiring without needing to show anger. Aureli Pendragon sat in a specially designated seat on the left side below the hall. The seats for the other civil and military officials had all been moved to both sides of the main hall, making it convenient to observe the students taking the examination. At this moment, the officials were seated, with exquisite porcelain plates and teacups at their sides, leisurely consuming the snacks prepared on their tables while waiting quietly. Today, the imperial kitchen had served newly developed pastries. After tasting them, Master Dragon had personally named them cake. The cake had a warm colour, a soft and glutinous texture, and was dense and sweet upon entering the mouth, with a rich milky fragrance filling the lips and teeth. Paired with a cup of milk tea, it was pure happiness. The palace examination began. The golden throne hall quieted down, and the students all buried their heads at their desks, writing busily to answer the questions. The Emperor of Aurelian, sitting on the dragon throne above, looked at the young talents below and found he could not sit still. He stood up, slowly walked down the steps, and paced along the student seats to observe. Some students with weaker resolve, feeling the pressure of the Emperor's proximity, felt their fingertips tremble, their hands holding their brushes nearly unsteady, so they quickly took a deep breath to clear their minds. Shen Qingyan, as the top scorer of the metropolitan examination, sat in the front row of the examinee queue according to the rules, in a prominent position. The Emperor of Aurelian had been curious about this famous minister of her era, and this time, he couldn't help but be the first to walk to her side, lowering his gaze to observe. He saw Shen Qingyan sitting upright, her eyes focused, completely undistracted by the Emperor's proximity, still holding her brush calmly, devoted to answering the questions. A flash of approval crossed the Emperor of Aurelian's eyes, and he nodded slightly. The examination had not long begun, Shen Qingyun did not start from the beginning of the questions, but instead first set to writing the major policy essay at the end of the first paper. The Emperor of Orleans looked closely at the content she had written. After only a few lines, his eyes lit up. He was momentarily excited and subconsciously wanted to call out, "Orleans." As soon as the sound began, he realized this was the palace examination hall, so he immediately closed his mouth and instead beckoned to Orleans Pendragon not far away. Orleans Pendragon understood and stood up to go forward. When her gaze fell on Shen Qingyun's examination paper, she instantly understood the amazement in the Emperor of Orleans' eyes. When Shen Qingyun finished writing this policy essay, the Emperor of Orleans reached out and picked it up, standing side by side with Orleans Pendragon, reading it carefully word by word. Seeing the Emperor of Orleans so satisfied, Orleans Pendragon knew that Shen Qingyun was secure. She was very happy. The Emperor of Orleans was old, and standing and watching for so long inevitably made him a bit weary, so he gave a few instructions, left the examination hall in the care of Orleans Pendragon and the other officials, and returned to the back of the hall to rest. When the examination time expired, the palace attendant loudly announced the end of writing, and the Emperor of Orleans also happened to return to the Golden Throne Hall. At that moment, the Emperor and the civil and military officials gathered together to grade all the students' examination papers on the spot. After reviewing and comparing them, Shen Qingyun's talent and the standard of her answer sheet far exceeded those of the other students, leaving them far behind. The position of top scholar was well deserved and undisputed. On the other side, the Minister of Revenue, Minister of Rights Lucius Vance, held Wen Shixing's examination paper, reading it carefully over and over again, unable to put it down, stroking his beard and praising it repeatedly. He turned and bowed to the Emperor of Orleans. "Your Majesty, this student's plan regarding the allocation of funds and grain and the replenishment of the national treasury coincides with my own. It is highly practical, and she is truly a rare talent. After she enters the court as an official, I implore your Majesty to assign her to the Ministry of Revenue. I will surely cultivate her with care." The Minister of War Chen Zhen, who was on the side, listened and immediately rolled his eyes, bluntly retorting, "You old man. You want to fight for the second place scorer as soon as you open your mouth. How shameless." This made Minister of Rights Lucius Vance so angry, he blew his beard and stared. The Emperor of Orleans could not help but stroke his beard and laugh, turning to look at Minister of War Gareth Blackwood and tease. "Minister of War Chen Zhen, the martial arts examination is in 2 days. You must have discovered quite a few good martial arts seedlings during the selection process these days, right?" Minister of War Gareth Blackwood grinned, replying, "To your Majesty, I have indeed discovered quite a few good seedlings, all of them exceptional in skill. When the time comes, I ask your Majesty to assign all these young talents to my command. I will personally teach them and train elite soldiers and strong generals for the imperial court." Minister of Rights Lucius Vance, HMPH. The Emperor of Orleans laughed heartily. "You two, neither of you is any better than the other." Orleans Pendragon also curled her lips. Minister of Rights Lucius Vance's words just now clearly meant he wanted to cultivate his next successor. Wen Shixing came from humble beginnings and had suffered much, so she knew the hardships of the world better. The Ministry of Revenue was a suitable place for her. Orleans Pendragon lowered her eyes, her fingertips gently twisting the corner of the ranking list, looking through it carefully, a thoughtful expression gathering between her brows. An official saw her expression and couldn't help but be curious. "Master Dragon, what are you looking at? The rankings on this are already set. Is there something wrong?" Orleans Pendragon heard this and pointed her fingertips at the unfamiliar names on the list. These people's names were never mentioned by future generations, yet their talent is not inferior at all. What does this mean? It means they have already changed the original history. It means that Great Orleans is producing many talents, and it will surely become the dynasty with the most people leaving their names in history, and the one with the strongest character. Chapter 88 Winter Vegetables. The 23rd year of Canning. Deep winter. The thousands of commoners in the capital spent a warm and cozy winter. In the half year since the Emperor of Orleans and Master Dragon returned to the capital, the city had been under constant development every day. Through their own hard work, the commoners were now living in new houses. The wooden windows that used to be battered and damaged by the biting cold wind every winter had been replaced with crystal clear glass windows. Not only could they firmly lock in the warmth of the house, but they also allowed people to sit comfortably inside and clearly enjoy the scenery of the 4 seasons outside. At the foot of the capital, Peach Blossom Village, the entrance to the village, the Lai couple, Lai Taishu and Chan Zairohong, were sitting cross-legged on a warm earthen kang, quietly gazing through the clear glass window at the snow filling the sky outside. Chan Xiaohong sighed with emotion. In the past, when we encountered weather like this, who had the mood to watch the snow, we were always terrified, fearing that the thick snow would crush the house, that our clothes wouldn't keep us warm, and that our children wouldn't survive the winter. Hearing this, Lai Taiji turned his head to glance at his son and daughter playing and laughing in the room, his tone filled with satisfaction. Indeed. Just then, the couple's little daughter ran over on her short legs, hugged Chan Xiaohong's thigh, and begged in a milky voice, "Mother, I want to go outside and build a snowman." Chan Xiaohong lowered her head, reached out to gently pinch her daughter's tender, pink cheeks, her thoughts drifting away as another wave of emotion surged in her heart. She still remembered clearly how it was when her daughter was first born some years ago. The family granary was empty. There wasn't much food stored, and she herself had no breast milk to feed the child due to malnutrition. With no other options, she gritted her teeth and cut her own skin to let blood flow out to feed her daughter in her swaddling clothes. To this day, a ghastly scar remained on the back of her hand. At that time, her parents-in-law had also urged her many times to give up the child, but she couldn't bear to. She was a piece of her own flesh, so she gritted her teeth and endured it, year after year, raising her daughter bit by bit through all the bitterness and hardship. Enduring and enduring, she finally made it to good days. Her daughter was now raised to be plump and healthy, and she would never have to repeat the bitter life she had experienced back then. Seeing her mother lost in thought and slow to reply, the little girl tugged gently on Chan Xiaohong's pant leg again, acting spoiled in a small voice. Chan Xiaohong came back to her senses. Meeting her daughter's clear, expectant eyes, she really couldn't bear to refuse this small wish. She slowly got off the bed, walked to the cabinet, and took out a thick hat, gloves, and a scarf from the wooden chest. She carefully wrapped them around her daughter, layer by layer, and finally bundled her in a thick cotton coat, gently instructing, "Go ahead, but don't play outside for too long." "Okay." Chan Xiaohong stroked her daughter's head. If this were in the past, she would never have dared to let the child go out on a snowy day. If she caught a cold, it would be a life or death crisis. But now it was different. Common colds were no longer serious illnesses that could take one's life. This was all because the Emperor of Aurelion and Master Dragon had widely recruited skilled physicians from all over the world to delve into the medical arts together. They had also taken the lead in establishing a specialized medical school to study various diseases. Nowadays, minor ailments like colds and fevers could be completely cured by drinking a dose of the appropriate herbal medicine. To deal with emergencies, the imperial court had also ensured that every household kept some on hand. What they were even more grateful for was that the money for seeing a doctor and getting medicine didn't have to be borne by the common people alone. The imperial court would reimburse the expenses according to the severity of the illness, a welfare policy they called medical insurance. After this news reached Peach Blossom Village, the villagers responded to participate in the insurance immediately, and her family had also paid the premium early on. Before the new year, her mother-in-law suddenly fell seriously ill and was bedridden. When the imperial court learned of this, they immediately sent people to check the family's situation and eventually covered 80% of the medical expenses, help Alice the family avoid a massive burden. Chan Xiaohong picked up the hot tea on the table and took a small sip. The boiling tea slid down her throat, and warmth flowed through her limbs and bones, reaching straight to her heart. She happily narrowed her eyes. It's truly wonderful. In the courtyard outside the window, the carefree laughter of her children could be heard. Suddenly, a sound of a door being pushed open came from outside the courtyard gate, breaking the silence in the room with a creak. The couple looked toward the sound, and upon closer inspection, saw that the person who had arrived was none other than the village head. The village head was also wearing thick cotton clothes, walking steadily through the snow, leaving a clear footprint on the snowy ground with every step. He carried a bamboo basket on his arm, covered with a piece of coarse cloth, and it was unclear what was inside. Seeing this, the couple quickly got off the bed, hurried forward to welcome the village head into the room, and hosted him well. The village head walked into the room, rubbed his hands which were slightly chilled from the cold, and casually lifted the coarse cloth covering the bamboo basket. Seeing the green, fresh, and tender produce in the basket, Chan Xiaohong couldn't help but exclaim "Ah!" in surprise, her face full of astonishment. Village head, in this frozen world, where did these fresh vegetables come from? Lai Taiju, standing to the side, also widened his eyes as he looked at the basket full of green vegetables. Since the beginning of winter, everything had withered. His family hadn't eaten fresh vegetables since then, surviving the whole day on either cured meat, fresh meat, or millet porridge. The whole family had become quite plump from eating. In the past, This was a life they wouldn't have dared to imagine. When their whole family talked about this last night, they all felt they were being too greedy. The village head laughed and replied loudly, "These are real, fresh vegetables." Master Dragon went to great lengths to figure this out. Before the new year, she opened up a special garden in the Imperial Manor and planted various vegetables. Now that they are ripe and ready for harvest, and the ministers can't eat them all, she ordered them to be distributed to every village so that the commoners can all have a taste. "These are your family's share." Chan Zairohong quickly took them with both hands. "Thank you so much, village head, for making this trip. Master Dragon, is truly amazing to be able to grow even off-season vegetables." Indeed. Lai Taiji quickly poured a cup of boiling hot tea for the village head and enthusiastically urged him to stay. "It's freezing outside. Village head, why don't you stay for a hot meal before you go?" The village head waved his hand and politely declined. "I won't eat. I still have to hurry to other houses to deliver vegetables, so I won't stay any longer. You all go ahead and be busy." With that, the village head turned and left, his figure gradually disappearing into the snow filling the sky. Holding the fresh, green vegetables in her hands, Chan Zairohong smiled with her eyes curved, saying with full joy, "It seems that after spring arrives, we can learn another skill for growing vegetables. Next winter, we will be able to eat vegetables grown with our own hands." After all, whenever Master Dragon has something good, the first thing she thinks of is them, the common people. The capital, Sterling Manor. This season is perfect for eating hot pot. Orelai Pendragon prepared the dip palace sauce, and the whole family was enjoying themselves harmoniously. Chapter 89 Unifying the World is just around the corner. After the meal, Seraphina Pendragon held a beautifully bound book and, with a mysterious air, sidled up to Orelai Pendragon. "Big sister, take a look. This is my latest masterpiece." Orelai Pendragon raised her eyes to the title on the cover, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. Reborn Empress, doting on the delicate imperial consort to death. Author, female eagle in flight. Seraphina Pendragon asked with eyes full of anticipation. "Big sister, what do you think?" "How quite good." Orelai Pendragon nodded with a slightly stiff expression, offering a reluctant evaluation. This pen name of Seraphina Pendragon's was now renowned throughout the Aurelian Empire. Even in the newly recovered territories, especially in Rong Prefecture and Meng Prefecture, her new books were sold out the moment they hit the shelves, sweep palace across the entire realm. Actually, the reason wasn't hard to guess. After all, the content she wrote, with its novel themes and unique perspectives, was truly refreshing. In the world of the past, it would have been considered treasonous. Since Seraphina Pendragon pioneered this novel writing style, novelists across the Aurelian Empire had sprung up like bamboo shoots after rain, with all sorts of exotic themes emerging constantly. When she went out for a stroll last month, Orelai Pendragon had even discovered a brand new rebirth-themed novel in a bookstore on the street, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Good grief," on the spot. And so, days passed slowly, one by one, amidst constant change. The new year of the 23rd year of Canning arrived as scheduled. On New Year's Eve, fireworks bloomed brilliantly across the sky, illuminating the night over the capital. Lights shone from every household, and joy and reunion were everywhere. The second day of the second month of the 23rd year of Canning, all things revived. It was time for the annual spring ploughing. At the Imperial Manor, countless commoners, together with the Emperor of Aurelian and his civil and military officials, personally pushed the curved shaft plough to till the land, sowing plump grain seeds into the fertile soil. Everyone's eyes were filled with yearning for a bountiful harvest, because they were certain in their hearts. In a few months, when the autumn harvest arrived, the grain yield in the fields would surely reach new heights. Earlier in the 4th month of the 23rd year of Canning, having undergone over half a year of rest and training, the high-spirited army of the Aurelian Empire set out on an expedition once more. Late in the 6th month of the 23rd year of Canning, Tuan He, who had previously led the navy out to sea from Meng Prefecture, sent back great news of territorial expansion once again. The moment the victory report from the front line reached the capital, the entire nation was in an uproar. The commoners were filled with joy, running to tell each other the news. The Emperor of Aurelian was extremely excited, even feeling a subtle urge to act, wishing he could don armor and go to sea with the army himself. If not for the civil and military officials desperately persuading and stop palace him, he probably would have ignored the advice and vanished the next day. Orelai Pendragon watched quietly as the map of the Aurelian Empire's territory continued to expand and extend with each victory report. At the current rate of development, the Aurelian Empire unifying the globe and shaking the four corners of the world with its might was already within reach. The 5th day of the 3rd month of the 24th year of Kangning. This day was destined to leave a bold, indelible mark on the annals of the Aurelian Empire for thousands of years. Because on this very day, the first rail for the train was officially laid upon the soil of the Aurelian Empire. As the sky just began to brighten, the track-laying construction site on the outskirts of the capital was already bustling with noise, completely devoid of the quiet solitude of a spring morning. Commoners who had heard the news surrounded the area in layers, standing on tiptoe and stretching their necks, watching the centre of the construction site with curious eyes. Even the busiest streets usually were deserted at this moment. The Emperor of Aurelian, accompanied by Aureli Pendragon, arrived at the scene in person. The civil and military officials were lined up on both sides, everyone looking solemn, their eyes filled with irrepressible excitement. The craftsmen of the Ministry of Works, wearing uniform work clothes, were all in high spirits, working methodically under Aureli Pendragon's detailed instructions. Over the past few years, they had studied day and night, conducting repeated experiments. From compacting the roadbed and laying sleepers to calibrating the steel rails, every step was refined to perfection, all just to wait for this moment to arrive. When the auspicious time arrived, following a loud announcement from an official of the Ministry of Works, 2 experienced craftsmen worked together to lift the first section of steel rail, which gleamed with a cold luster, and placed it steadily onto the already levelled sleepers. The surroundings instantly fell silent. The commoners held their breath, their eyes fixed intently. The moment the rail hit the ground, a crisp metallic sound rang throughout the site, as if tolling the bell for the Aurelian Empire's entry into a brand new era. The craftsmen quickly stepped forward, using special components to firmly fix the rail onto the sleepers. Every movement was steady and powerful, and every connection was precise without the slightest deviation. Looking at that straight, extending track that carried the thousands of hopes of the Aurelian Empire, the onlookers completely erupted. It's done. It's really done. This is the train track that Master Dragon talked about. With this track in the future, won't transporting grain, goods, and travelling all be several times faster? Our Aurelian Empire is going to change drastically. His Majesty is wise. Master Dragon is a genius sent from heaven. Our Aurelian Empire will surely become increasingly prosperous. Cheers and exclamations rose and fell, resounding through the clouds. The commoners' faces were brimming with pride and joy, and they bowed one after another toward the Emperor of Aurelian and Aureli Pendragon. The Emperor of Aurelian gazed at the brand new track before him, his face beaming with delight. He laughed loudly. Rewards. Everyone gets rewarded. Ha 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 ha. From now on, the benefits of transportation in our Aurelian Empire will surpass all of history. Aureli Pendragon also felt a surge of heroic spirit in her chest. With this track, the exchange of goods between the north and south will be unimpeded, and travel across the territory will be unobstructed. The lives of our Aurelian Empire's people will surely become more stable and prosperous. The civil and military officials also stepped forward to offer congratulations, their words full of pride in the nation's strength and longing for the future blueprint. The Minister of Works stood to the side, tears streaming down his face. The theories that Master Dragon once proposed had actually been realised. The top priority now was to strike while the iron was hot, laying the rails all the way to Jin Prefecture, and once the entire line was completed, to test the train immediately. All preparations for the train were already in place. The craftsmen of the Ministry of Works had repeatedly polished their work, creating thousands of train models. Every assembly step and every construction detail was already ingrained in their minds. They could proceed smoothly with their eyes closed. Since the day the first rail was laid and construction began, the entire Ministry of Works worked overtime day and night, with labourers and craftsmen working together. They did not rest in autumn, nor did they stop when winter arrived. Even wind and snow could not stop them. The commoners along the way spontaneously helped transport stone and wood, all hopeless that this thoroughfare would take shape soon. In just over 3 months, on the 19th day of the 6th month of the 24th year of Kangning, the railway from the capital region to Jin Prefecture was connected throughout the entire line and successfully joined. The track was straight and orderly, the connection seamless, with no end in sight. Based on the experience of hundreds of model simulations, the Ministry of Works built the first train. The carriage was heavy and stable, with no oversights in the boiler, wheels, or transmission structure. The craftsmen were intimately familiar with every operating procedure. The Imperial Court selected an auspicious day, preparing to officially test the train on the 24th day of the 6th month of the 24th year of Kangning. Chapter 90 Train, June 24th. Summer had just begun. The weather was neither cold nor hot, making for a very pleasant and comfortable day. Great Aurelian, Outside the capital, the dedicated platform was arranged in a solemn and orderly manner. The bluestone paved platform was wide and level, with imperial guards in brocade uniforms standing on both sides, their postures upright as they strictly maintained order. Orlai Pendragon wore a simple and elegant light green dress, the hem adorned with delicate, subtle cloud patterns. She stood gracefully, steadily supporting Empress Dowager Wang, whose hair was slightly frosted with age, in the middle section of the platform. Beside and behind her, the platform was crowded with the most prominent civil and military officials of the great Aurelian court. The civil officials wore brocade robes and held tablets, while the military officials were clad in light armor with swords at their waists. Everyone wore a solemn expression, yet they could not hide their anticipation in their eyes. In such a large space, apart from the occasional sound of rustling robes, there was no extra noise. The Emperor of Aurelian and the Empress, dressed in bright yellow everyday attire, stood tall at the very front of the platform. The Crown Prince, in his heir's attire, stood beside his parents, his eyes bright and clear, fixed intently on the empty tracks ahead. Everyone knew it well. Today was a big day for Great Aurelian. Not long after, a low, deep rumble suddenly came from the distant horizon. The sound was unlike the roar of a beast, and even more unlike bells or drums. It carried the heavy force of metal and stone, moving from far to near, making feet tingle slightly, and causing even the air to tremble. Everyone instantly held their breath and looked up in unison. Only Orlai Pendragon remained unchanged, really raising her eyes slightly, gazing calmly in the direction from which the train was coming, a very faint smile playing on her lips. A colossal object, cast entirely of fine iron and edged with gold paint, was slowly moving towards the platform along two straight, smooth rails. The train's engine was rounded and heavy, with faint white steam rising from the top. The connected carriages were long and straight, the pitch-black body gleaming with a cold metallic luster under the sun. The wheels were firmly locked onto the rails, emitting a rhythmic clatter sound as they rolled over the tracks. When the train came to a stop, the great Aurelian cloud patterns engraved on the carriage were clearly visible, and the sealed carriage doors fit together perfectly, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. Everyone present gasped, gazing at this unprecedented iron beast in shock and awe. Orlai Pendragon's fingers, hanging by her side, curled slightly, almost imperceptibly. Immediately after, the side door of the carriage slowly opened inward. The Emperor of Aurelian stepped forward first, followed closely by the Empress and the Crown Prince. Orlai Pendragon supported Empress Dowager Wang as they slowly boarded. As she stepped into the carriage, her eyes quickly swept over every part of the layout: the seats, the glass windows, the floor, the mechanical pivots. Although it did not compare to future generations, it was a masterpiece created by the hard-working people of this era with all their heart and soul. The civil and military officials entered in order of rank. The moment they stepped into the carriage, everyone couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation of wonder. The space inside the carriage was spacious and airy, no longer cramped and crowded like a horse carriage. On both sides were rows of solid wood seats covered with soft brocade cushions, making them stable and comfortable to sit on. The sides of the carriage were embedded with large, clear glass windows, bright and clean, allowing sunlight to stream in without obstruction, illuminating every corner of the interior. Underfoot was a polished wooden floor, stable and silent to walk on. Exquisite palaced lanterns hung from the ceiling of the carriage, and the overall decor was elegant and grand, far surpassing any other mode of transport in the world. After everyone was seated, and the imperial guards had carefully closed the carriage doors, Orlai Pendragon walked slowly to the craftsman's side and nodded at him. A moment later, the front of the train sounded again, the noise clear and far-reaching. The train slowly started. At first, the speed was gentle, no different from a slow-moving horse carriage, but within half an instant of time, the speed suddenly increased, racing forward like lightning chasing the wind. The scenery outside the window retreated rapidly. Tall trees, vast fields, and scattered villages all turned into blurred streaks of light and shadow, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Even though the speed was extreme, the carriage body did not jolt in the slightest. It was as stable as sitting in the hall of a mansion, without the fatigue of carriage travel, only the sound of the wheels rolling over the tracks. The carriage was initially dead silent, everyone stunned into speechlessness by the speed. The elderly officials gripped the armrests of their seats tightly, eyes wide as they stared at the flying scenery outside, their faces full of disbelief, only making sounds after a long while. The young officials couldn't help but crowd in front of the glass windows, staring unblinkingly at the passing scenery, their eyes filled with novelty and ecstasy. The Crown Prince even leaned forward, his face full of excitement. Orlai Pendragon stood quietly by the window, one hand resting lightly on the sill, her gaze fixed on the flying mountains and rivers outside, a smile in her eyes. Empress Dowager Wang's fingertips had initially been tight, but upon feeling the stability of the carriage and watching the scenery flash by outside, she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. She turned to take Aurelier Pendragon's hand, her brows and eyes full of affection. I have lived for more than half my life, and have never seen such a miraculous object. Its speed is like lightning, yet it is so stable. Aurelier Pendragon's eyes were clear. You said before that you did not want to be trapped in the vast, deep palace, and wanted to see the world. Once the tracks are laid across Great Aurelion, your dream can be realized. Good, good, good. Empress Dowager Wang said the word good 3 times in succession, tears in her eyes. She truly dared not imagine it. Someone who had stayed in one place her whole life, yet there would come a day she could escape the cage. It was truly wonderful. The Emperor of Aurelion stood at the front of the carriage, looking at the mountains and rivers rushing past outside. He was greatly pleased, laughing aloud. Think back to our great Aurelion in the past, from the capital to Jin Prefecture. Even with fast horses, it would take 3 days, and ordinary carriages would take 5 or 6. Now, this train has arrived in Jin Prefecture in just half an hour. It is truly unprecedented. As soon as he finished speaking, the train had already stopped steadily at the Jin Prefecture platform. Everyone had no time to ponder deeply before they rested briefly in order, and then set off on the return journey. The train sped on with the force of thunder, the scenery outside continuously retreating. There was not the slightest jolt during the entire journey. When the train slowly stopped back at the platform outside the capital, the Tanky Palace official stepped forward to report. The entire round trip had taken exactly 1 hour. Hearing this result, the strings of tension that had been pulled tight for days in Aurelier Pendragon's heart finally relaxed completely. Everyone walked off the train in order, stepped palace onto solid ground. They still felt as if they were in another world. Many were still savouring the lightning-fast journey, unable to recover for a long time. Outside the platform, it was already crowded with capital citizens who had come upon hearing the news. They squeezed behind the cordon set by the imperial guards, gazing at this huge iron train, whispering to one another, "My God, is this the train built by the Ministry of Works? It only took an hour for the round trip. It's faster than having wings. Didn't you see just now? It was bright and stable inside the carriage, 100 times more comfortable than riding in a horse carriage. From now on, we won't have to suffer when travelling. With this train, travel between the north and south of our great Aurelion will be dozens of times faster. Life will definitely get better and better. Wonderful. I am a woman married away. Since coming here, I have never been back. With this train, will I finally be able to see my parents?" The Emperor of Aurelion stood on a high platform, looking at the cheering subjects before him, his voice resonant and powerful. Today's successful trial run of the train is a great step for our great Aurelion towards prosperity. From now on, our great Aurelion will extensively lay tracks and popularize the train, making the north and south accessible and benefiting all the people. As the words fell, cheer shook the heavens. The great Aurelion Historical Records, on the 24th day of the 6th month of the 24th year of Canning, Sunny. The Emperor, accompanied by the Empress, the Crown Prince, and Chancellor Aurelier Pendragon, and serving Empress Dowager Wang, led the civil and military officials to the suburban station of the capital to witness the inaugural ceremony of the train. This vehicle was cast of fine iron, travelling along tracks with a rumbling roar, its movement and stop stable. Starting from the capital, it travelled to Jin Prefecture, the entire round trip taking only 1 hour. In the past, travel by carriage would often take days to reach. Today, it covers 1,000 miles in an instant. Stable and comfortable, unprecedented. The people of Great Aurelion gathered to watch, moved to tears by the blessing of a prosperous age. From then on, Great Aurelion's transportation opened a new chapter for the ages. The national power flourished, and the might of its prosperity was heard throughout the 4 seas and known to all under heaven. Chapter 91. Another spring. End of main text. August 19, 24th year of Canning. Good news arrived from afar. The merchant fleet that had ventured far out to sea had returned safely. The ships' holds were filled with all kinds of overseas produce, unloaded until the ground was covered. Among the piles of goods, Aurelier Pendragon found familiar seeds of sweet potatoes and corn, and she couldn't help but curve her eyes in a smile. The accompanying officials gathered around, chattering about what they had seen overseas. One official pursed his lips and said, "Master Dragon, you have no idea. Those people on the other side of the ocean don't understand etiquette or education at all. Many of them don't even have a complete set of clothes. They are simply too crude." Another official chimed in, his face full of wonder. and their skin color is especially strange. Some have fair skin, while others are dark-skinned. Oh my, I really learned a lot on this trip. An official held the grain seeds in his hands, looking heartbroken. These good things are everywhere over there. But those people don't know how to farm at all. Just wasting them like this. It's truly a waste of heaven's gifts. Fortunately, our state of Aurelion has long mastered the methods of farming. The general on the side laughed heartily. The weapons those people use are just wooden forks, exactly like what was said on the sky screen. We didn't even have to mobilize a single soldier. Just by giving them some food, they voluntarily raised our state of Aurelion's dragon flag. Conquering the world is easy, but governing it is even harder. In those newly conquered places, the people didn't even have a unified language, making administration extremely difficult. As the monarch, the Emperor of Aurelion had to sit in the capital and command the whole country. He and his civil and military officials discussed it repeatedly for 3 days and 3 nights, finally making a decision to select ambitious and capable princes and royal clansmen to manage these regions by area. To Aureli Pendragon's surprise, the day after this news spread, Ilara Valerius pushed open her door, her eyes shining with intense light. Sister Aurelion, I also want to sign up to go overseas. Seraphina Pendragon also raised her hand and followed up. I want to go with Tanya Sterling too. Zairi grabbed Aureli Pendragon's hand with teary eyes, her tone reluctant and worried. Aureli, you must persuade them. That place is on the other side of the ocean, so far away. Once they go, maybe we won't see them again in this lifetime. Aureli Pendragon just looked at them both quietly, her tone serious. Have you really thought this through? Those places are far less stable than the capital. Once you go, it will be too late to regret it. Ilara Valerius bit her lip without hesitation. Go. Aureli Pendragon reached out and gently rubbed their heads. Then go. February 5, 25th year of Canning. The fleet, which had been resting and preparing for half a year, set sail again. This time, Ilara Valerius, Seraphina Pendragon, along with the princes, clansmen, and officials who had passed layers of screening, all embarked on the journey with full hearts. April 6, 25th year of Canning. The sky screen appeared in the sky again. The chronoarchivist updated an extra chapter from later generations, then disappeared again. September 20, 25th year of Canning. The first electric light in history was successfully lit in the Ministry of Works. May, 26th year of Canning. The Emperor of Aurelion announced the first version of the list for the Hall of Meritorious Officials, and Aureli Pendragon's name was deservedly at the very front. In this list, besides civil officials and military generals, there were old farmers engaged in farming, craftsmen, and even the owners of small stalls who studied delicacies. People from all walks of life who had made contributions were recorded on it. From the 25th year of Canning to the 33rd year of Canning, this period was called by later generations the Golden Age of the state of Aurelion's rapid technological development and unprecedented national strength. And by the end of the 33rd year of Canning, the world was unified. The flag of the state of Aurelion flew high all over the world. 34th year of Canning. Aureli Pendragon was already 31. Time had left no traces on her face. Instead, it made her more gentle and composed, her temperament becoming increasingly elegant. Today's state of Aurelion was thriving in all aspects, with talents in the court and among the people. She no longer had to work as hard as before. The Emperor of Aurelion had also abdicated and handed the throne to the Crown Prince. The two of them only needed to control the general direction of national development and teach Yuningshan well. On this day, a strange intuition suddenly arose in Aureli Pendragon's heart. She whispered in her heart system, "You're leaving, right?" The next second, she saw the physical form of the system for the first time. It was a small ball of light, emitting a gentle and sacred glow. The ball of light gently rubbed against her cheek, its voice soft. "Yes, I am leaving, Prime Minister." Aureli Pendragon reached out and gently held the ball of light in her palm, stroking it gently, her tone serious and solemn. "Thank you all." The ball of light asked softly, "Prime Minister, when did you know?" Aureli Pendragon said slowly, "From the day you first called me Prime Minister, I knew." The ball of light rubbed against her palm affectionately again. "You suffered too much in your past life. Everyone loves you very much. I'm condensed from the faith of the thousands of people of the state of Aurelion. They all wanted you to have a complete ending. You will definitely live a long life in this lifetime, Prime Minister." After the ball of light finished speaking, it turned into specks of starlight and slowly dissipated into the air. Aureli Pendragon blinked, and a tear slid down. "My life, this time, is already very complete." Outside the window, Lyra of the Vale's happy shouts came. "Miss, The kite flown by the imperial grandson is flying so high. Come and see. Aurelaya Pendragon wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and responded softly, coming. Seeing her, Juningshun immediately ran over, looking up with a happy face, and asking, Teacher, do you see how well I'm flying it? Aurelaya Pendragon smiled and touched her head. Xuina is really amazing. Next spring, I will make a bigger kite for Xuina. Juningshun clapped her hands. Okay. Days went by one. Months passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, it was another spring. Main story concluded. Author's note, babies, the main story ends here. What follows are the extras. I really want to thank everyone for their company. Since this book changed its title, the danger has been bad. I couldn't keep going in the middle, but fortunately, I had your company, and I also wanted to give Aurelaya a complete ending. I have seen everyone's comments, and I am super grateful to everyone for liking the character Aurelaya. Of course, I love her too. Master Dragon will live a long life, and the babies reading this book will definitely be healthy, peaceful, and happy. The extras will be relatively long because some plots haven't been written yet, and it's hard to connect them if put into the main text. There will also be plots that everyone wished for. Starting to code. Chapter 1 Extra. What if Mint travelled to the Aurelian Empire Part 1? Hello everyone. I'm your Aurelian Empire history streamer, Chrono Archivist Echo, and I have something truly incredible to tell you all. I've travelled through time. On a wide, clean street, Chrono Archivist Echo, wearing a simple backpack, stood straight in the middle of the road. With one arm held steady, she raised her phone, and the lit-up screen of her livestream clearly reflected her face, which was full of astonishment. The comments in the livestream chat were dense and scrolling rapidly without a moment's pause. Time travel. What the heck? Is the streamer joking? Did the streamer not wake up yet? You're in ancient times. How can you still have mobile signal to livestream? I don't understand why I can still broadcast normally either, but Echo said, turning the phone camera around. In the shot, a majestic, incredibly prosperous, and grand ancient city suddenly appeared. Underfoot was a smooth, flat cement road without a single pothole. Pedestrians and carriages travelled in an orderly fashion, each following their own designated lanes. Shops lined both sides of the road, bustling with activity. Colourful flowers were planted along the street, and as the breeze blew by, one could even smell their fragrance. Whoa, this place is way too beautiful. Which ancient tourist attraction is this? Post the location. I'm going there for vacation next week. Why haven't I seen any surveillance cameras this whole time? In this day and age, are there still public places without surveillance? Wait, streamer, quickly point the camera at that stone tablet at the city gate. Zoom in and let us see. Echo caught sight of this comment immediately, and reached out to tap the screen, zooming in on the stone tablet. Upon seeing this, the livestream chat exploded with many netizens, students, and experts deeply versed in the history of the Aurelian Empire. This is the honorary tablet for meritorious officials personally erected by the Emperor of Aurelian back in the day. Historical records state that 500 years later, this place suffered a massive earthquake, and the tablet was left incomplete. But this one in front of us is completely intact, with every single name perfectly preserved. I'm a student in the history department at Jing University. I just sent the live stream footage to a professor, and the professor explicitly stated that the seal script and the content recorded on the tablet are 9 times out of 10 authentic artifacts. Exclamation, holy crap. No way. Streamer, did you actually travel through time? I'm still completely dazed myself. Echo stood there, stunned for a long while. The next second, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she became incredibly excited. Do you mean that I'm currently in the capital of the Aurelian Empire? Does that mean I might have a chance to meet Aurelaya? Exclamation, holy crap. Don't say it. Wait, actually do say it. I've got goosebumps. This orderly cement road was only fully paved in the capital of the Aurelian Empire in the 23rd year of Canning, according to history books, and the meritorious official tablet wasn't completed until the 26th year of Canning. Judging by the level of urban development around you, it must be after the 27th year. I'm so afraid that Aurelaya might not be around anymore. Above. Quickly spit it out. Don't be a jinx. Since heaven let the streamer travel through time, it must be to make up for our regrets. Streamer, did you bind any system? Hurry up and redeem an elixir of immortality to send to Aurelaya. Looking at this comment, Echo couldn't help but laugh and cry. I don't have any golden fingers. And according to what you said, the Aurelian Empire in this period has everything. Aurelaya understands everything I know, and she even knows things I don't. Even if I wanted to change something, I wouldn't even know where to start. Speaking of this, Echo couldn't help but feel a bit dejected, but she quickly cheered herself up and scanned her surroundings. I'll find a passerby to ask about the situation first. Besides, I keep feeling like these people are looking at me with such strange expressions. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly stepped forward and gently stopped a passerby walking toward her. Hello. May I ask if this is the canning era? The passerby she stopped didn't show any annoyance. Instead, they responded with excitement. That's right. It is currently the 24th year of canning. The 24th year of canning. Echo froze in place, her face full of disbelief. This wasn't right at all. The honorary tablet for meritorious officials was clearly recorded as appearing in the 26th year of canning. How could it already be standing at the city gate now? Could it be that the historical records of later generations were inaccurate? But in an instant, Echo couldn't bother to dwell on these things. Only one thought remained in her mind. She really had a chance to meet Aurelia. Thinking of this, her eyes burst with a dazzling light, and she hurriedly asked, I want to ask one more thing. Is Aurelia know? Is the Prime Minister in the capital right now? According to the history homework she had done previously, during this year, Aurelia was mostly executing external missions, travelling between the capital and several surrounding prefectures. But if Aurelia wasn't in the capital, she could go find her. The livestream chat started scrolling wildly again. Chronoarchivist Echo, you asked wrong. The Prime Minister of the Aurelian Empire during this period is clearly still Prime Minister Alastair, and the people of the Aurelian Empire almost never address Aurelia by her official title. Everyone respectfully calls her Master Dragon. Right. Look at my memory. Echo slapped her forehead in annoyance. In fact, she knew these points by heart, but she was just too excited and had forgotten them all for a moment. Just as she was about to ask again, the passerby in front of her had already preemptively answered her question with a smile. You're talking about Master Dragon, right? Master Dragon should be at the Sterling Manor right now. If you want to see her, just head to the Sterling Manor and have the servants at the door announce you. Okay, thank you. Echo thanked the person, stunned. You're welcome. The passerby smiled, waved their hand, and turned to leave. Echo stayed in place, still in a dazed state, and all the viewers in the live stream were also caught in the same state of confusion. What on earth is going on? Aurelia became Prime Minister this early. It can't be because the people love her so much that they just reserve the title for her in advance, right? This is way too outrageous. Ha ha ha. My history teacher has already worn the edges of the textbook thin, and now our whole class is gathered around the computer watching the live stream. Everything feels wrong. Why does it feel like the development progress of the Aurelian Empire is so much faster than what is recorded in history books, and the people of the Aurelian Empire are too friendly? Right. Do they not suspect the streamer's motives at all? The streamer is still wearing short sleeves, exposing her arms and legs. How can they not find it strange to dress like that in ancient times? And the most critical point, is Aurelia someone you can just see whenever you want? Echo scratched her head. If I can't figure it out, I won't think about it. I'm going to enter the city now. By the way, at this point in time, Emperor Valerius has already abolished the city entry tax, so I shouldn't need to pay, right? Chapter 2 Extra. What if Mint travelled to the Aurelian Empire Part 2? Echo slapped her head again. Ever since she travelled here, she always felt like her brain had become less sharp. Although I don't have to worry about copper coins right now, I need a travel permit to enter the city and pass through the gates. Where am I supposed to get one? For those who aren't familiar, let me explain. A travel permit is equivalent to our modern-day ID card and is an essential document for travel in ancient times. I don't care about anything else. I just want to see the streamer meet Aurelia quickly. Ha ha ha. What's there to be afraid of? Streamer, just rush to the city gate. I've checked. Even if you get caught by the soldiers, you won't lose your head. At most, you'll just eat prison food for a few days. You just travelled here, you're penniless, and have nothing. You can't even afford a meal. Going to jail might actually get you a meal. Ha ha ha. Eating prison food has actually become the best option. Streamer, hurry in and try it. I really want to see it. Modern times don't have this tourist attraction. Also, I remember the treatment of prisoners in the Aurelian Empire prison is pretty good, right? Especially the living conditions and daily meals. It shouldn't be too bad. That's in the later stages. Echo watched the barrage of comments all telling her to eat prison food and twitched her lips speechlessly. However, the fans were right. She didn't know when she would go back, and she was penniless. What if she starved to death? She gritted her teeth. All right, let's go. Echo held up her phone and joined the end of the line. Even in this situation, she didn't forget to introduce things to the people in the live stream. One could say she was very professional. Everyone take a look at the clothes they are wearing. This is the standard Ruskerti neat to the Aurelian Empire. famous for its lightness and elegance. Historical records state that the people of the Aurelian Empire paid special attention to their attire. I didn't have much of a concept before, but I didn't expect that exquisite dressing styles were already popular from such an early time. Echo whispered her explanation while slowly turning the phone camera. She accidentally caught sight of a young man wearing powder and a hairpin in his hair, smiling gently at her. The next second, a woman dressed in luxurious silk walked up to the man. The man lowered his head and whispered, "Wife." Chronoarchivist Echo. All the modern viewers in the live stream, this isn't right, is it? Historical records say that polyandry in the Aurelian Empire dates back to the 29th year of canon, doesn't it? Why is it appearing now? It seems that after this livestream ends, our history textbooks will have to be rewritten and revised. Can historical records really have such a serious deviation? The more I look at it, the more I feel that the streamer has travelled to a parallel world, not the real Aurelian Empire in history. This comment, which happened to hit the truth, was quickly pushed down by other dense discussion comments. Chronoarchivist Echo, who was fully focused on the surrounding environment, didn't notice it at all. At this moment, she had followed the line and slowly walked to the city gate. Two tall and upright soldiers, holding weapons, stood on both sides of the city gate. Key Palace watched with solemn expressions. Chronoarchivist Echo's gaze uncontrollably landed on the armor they were wearing. If I'm not mistaken, this is the improved armor recorded in history books, which only appeared after Aurelian introduced the steel stirring method. This matches the history books, but are the weapons in their hands normal? Bird guns. That's a bird gun. Wasn't this thing only available a few years after gunpowder was created? Echo felt that all the history books she had read before were a waste. From the moment she travelled here until now, everything happening before her eyes had completely exceeded all her knowledge of history. This state of distraction lasted until everyone in line in front of her had entered the city. Echo met the gaze of the two soldiers, and a sense of nervousness inexplicably welled up in her heart, her palms quietly breaking out in cold sweat. She had long been mentally prepared to be caught by the officers and soldiers, but she never expected that the soldier's calm voice would reach her ears. "You may enter." Chronoarchivist Echo. Seeing her confusion, the soldier kindly repeated, "You can enter the city now." Echo spoke subconsciously, but I haven't shown my travel permit yet. Unexpectedly, the soldier calmly retorted, "Do you have one of those?" Chronoarchivist Echo. "No." The soldier replied as if it were obvious. "Then that's that." Chronoarchivist Echo. Until her feet crossed the city gate, and she was successfully let in, Echo remained in a daze. Wait, is this right? The capital is under the Emperor's feet. The defences have always been strict, and the inspection of travel permits is extremely rigorous. But what is this situation now? Do the two soldiers really not think the streamer looks suspicious? Not just suspicious, the streamer's modern attire from head to toe. What part of it doesn't look strange and suspicious? Wait, do you all remember the strange looks those people gave the streamer? I always feel like something is weird. Echo also felt it was weird, but before she could ponder it, she was deeply attracted by the bustling scene inside the city. This is actually a glass window. The vendors on both sides are using glass display cabinets, Echo said to the camera, full of shock. Although glass did appear during this period, but installed on houses built of cement houses. Is this really reasonable? Looking around, the various shops on both sides of the street were all installed with bright and clean glass windows, almost indistinguishable from modern buildings. How is it unreasonable? Isn't our modern world like this? Reasonable. So reasonable, my ass. In the 24th year of canon, the cement roads of the Aurelian Empire hadn't even been finished, so how are they already using glass windows? It's too eerie. Chronoarchivist Echo. Are you sure you travelled to the Aurelian Empire? If it's not the Aurelian Empire, how do you explain the stone tablet of merit at the city gate engraved with Aurelian's name? I'm confused. Me too, I completely don't understand. Are you telling me that everything I've learned for the past 30 plus years is fake? Good grief, I can't worry about that much now. I'm already in. Echo clenched her fists. I might travel back at any time, so the top priority now is to see Aurelian. Of course, seeing Emperor Valerius would be fine too. Emperor Othniel the Blind must have been born by now, right? I can't imagine how happy a little girl I would be if I could see all three of them at once. So is the streamer going to the Sterling Manor now? Remember to help me get an autograph from Aurelian. I don't want Aurelian's autograph, I'm afraid of tiring Aurelian out. Just give me 10 of Celeste Pendragon's paintings. Minx, and then am I not tired? Does the streamer know where the Sterling Manor is? *R, the finale is under review. The remaining chapters can't be posted. Darlings, woo woo woo. Chapter 3 Extra. What if Mint travelled to the Aurelian Empire Part 3? Of course I know Echo said with a firm tone. Don't you all forget what my profession is. According to historical records, although half of Stirling Manor collapsed in the great earthquake back then, we have already restored it in modern times, and it has become a famous historical scenic spot. I've been to that place at least a dozen times, if not 100. I know it like the back of my hand. Moreover, I've long memorized the map of the Aurelian state capital, so I could find Stirling Manor even with my eyes closed. Echo steadied herself, carefully identifying the direction of the surrounding streets and alleys, her brows slightly furrowed. Then she spoke. Stirling Manor is on Kingdom Street. After entering the city, just take the road to the right, and you'll be there. Having settled on the route to Stirling Manor in her mind, Echo set off. Do you think it's really appropriate for us to visit Stirling Manor so rashly? Should I bring something, or change into different clothes? Will Aureliar mistake me for some suspicious widow? Besides, who am I to just open my mouth and demand to see the Prime Minister of a country? The servants at Stirling Manor will surely throw me out, right? Wake up, streamer. You have nothing but your streaming equipment. So what if they throw you out? At worst, you can climb the wall. As long as you can see Aureliar, you'll be the #1 hero of modern times, and the higher-ups will have to commend you when you return. Aureliar cherishes talent, and the gatekeepers at Stirling Manor are also educated. Let me give you a tip. When you arrive, just kneel on the ground and say you've great talent and can make Aurelian state better. You'll definitely be welcomed in, and Aureliar herself will meet you. Wow, the person above is smart. Upvote this so the streamer sees it. You're right. Chrono Archivist Echo's gaze fell on this comment in the live stream, and memories of the records about Aureliar Pendragon surfaced in her mind, instantly settling her previously anxious heart. Aureliar is the national idol of Aurelian state. Who in the world wouldn't want to see her in person? History books record many examples where some fanatical fans, in order to see Aureliar, falsely claimed to be reclusive experts. Even if Aureliar saw through their intentions afterward, she never said a harsh word. Later, when others followed suit, she still patiently received them, fearing that she might truly bury a world-saving talent in the vast sea of people. It wasn't until Emperor Valerius learned of this that he issued a decree to punish them. Even with fines and floggings, people still came in an endless stream. It was only when Clara said that Aureliar was very tired that they finally stopped. I see, learned something new again. Isn't this the same as celebrity stalker fans? The difference is huge. Stalker fans don't care about the celebrity at all, but the people of Aurelian care so much for Aureliar. Just thinking about the streamer deceiving Aureliar later makes my heart ache. I can't bear to see her hopes dashed, but I also want to see her. Chrono Archivist Echo. If it really doesn't work out, just sell us out. Wait. Echo suddenly stopped, sniffing the various aromas drifting through the air. The deeper she went, the livelier the streets and alleys became. The people of Aurelian not only favoured beautiful clothing, but were also passionate about all kinds of delicious food. Along the way, she had already seen more than a dozen different types of snacks. She was already hungry, and now hooked by the waves of fragrance, her stomach rumbled uncontrollably. Her footsteps stopped involuntarily in front of a rustic pastry stall. Chrono Archivist Echo's eyes lit up. If I'm not mistaken, this is chestnut cake, right? This is one of Aureliar's favourite snacks. She even wrote a poem specifically praising it. Golden cake with fragrant chestnut sweetness, soft and glutinous, melting in the mouth. Savouring the taste of clear autumn, a small piece intoxicates the passing years. Good poem, good poem. Stop looking. You don't have any money. It looks delicious. I really want to taste this version. Echo forcibly suppressed the craving in her heart, and was about to turn around to continue on her way. But the very next second, a tray holding a pastry was offered before her eyes, with a piece of enticing, reddish-brown chestnut cake resting quietly upon it. The vendor was a kind-faced middle-aged woman, her eyes carrying a gentle smile. Young lady, would you like to try a piece? Echo waved her hands repeatedly. No, I don't have any money. I won't charge you, the vendor said. How could I be so shameless? Echo widened her eyes. I cannot accept rewards without merit. I cannot take it for free. Seeing her stubbornness, the vendor said something meaningful. All who come are guests. Echo was puzzled. The vendor sighed helplessly. How about this? Let's just make an exchange. How about you use the hair tie on your head to exchange for this piece of chestnut cake? How about that? Echo raised her hand to touch the cinnamon roll hair tie holding her hair, hesitating. This one. But this is just a common little item. It's not worth any money at all. Chestnut cake doesn't cost many coins anyway. On the contrary, I've never seen the novel pattern on your hair tie before. I imagine my little daughter at home would surely love it. Are you willing to exchange? Since the other party had already put it that way, refusing further would seem pretentious. Echo nodded happily. Okay then, thank you very much. The vendor is so nice. It warms my dead heart. Quick, taste it, and see what it tastes like. Swallowing saliva. Echo had just taken the soft, glutinous, and delicate chestnut cake when she couldn't wait to take a bite. The dense chestnut fragrance instantly melted on her tongue, and she exclaimed sincerely, "It's so delicious." The vendor smiled. Little Master Dragon says the same thing. Little Master Dragon. Echo keenly caught the key point. Her heart stirred. Does Little Master Dragon also often come to your stall to buy pastries? Yes, the vendor replied slowly. Sometimes Clara comes to buy them herself. Sometimes Little Master Dragon comes by when she's passing through. And when Master Dragon returns from the village, she also buys a few portions to take back. Earlier, the wheels on my stall broke, and I couldn't push it out to sell. It was Little Master Dragon who, upon finding out, specially sent someone over to help me fix it. Little Master Dragon is just too kind. Echo felt her heart soften completely. That goes without saying. All of us people of Orlion like her. I like her too, Echo blurted out. Hearing this, the vendor's smile grew even wider. Echo chatted with the vendor for a few more sentences, and the chestnut cake in her hand was finished before she knew it. Just as she was about to say goodbye, a commotion came from further down the street. She saw groups of commoners carrying bundles, hurrying quickly toward the city gate. Echo was full of curiosity, and turned to ask the vendor, what are they going to do? The vendor glanced at the crowd, and replied casually, looking at them, they should be in a hurry to catch the train. Chrono Archivist Echo, ha. Audience in the live stream, what? What did I just hear? Train, ha ha ha, as expected. The streamer's time travel is a dream. I must still be asleep. Ha ha. Chapter 4 Extra. What if Mint travelled to the Orlion Empire Part 4? A train? Is it the train I'm thinking of? It probably isn't, right? I reckon Orli might have just created a new type of carriage that became popular in the Orlion Empire. So it's called a train. Ha ha ha. What on earth am I rambling about? My professor's hair, which was already thinning by the day, is now in even worse shape. Having scoured all the historical records of the Orlion Empire, there's never been any mention of a train. It only sparsely records that when Orlier was alive, she proposed the prototype concept for steam-powered machinery. If she hadn't passed away so early, she might have truly turned this concept into reality. Oh my god, all historical records are about to be overturned. Streamer, stop just eating, hurry up and go check out the excitement. Echo had studied the history of the Orlion Empire for many years, so she naturally understood what those two words represented. She quickly thanked the stall owner and hurried into the surging crowd. Following the crowd all the way outside the city, she boarded a public carriage with everyone else. She didn't have a penny to her name, but a kind-hearted lady sitting next to her offered to pay the fare for her. Echo sighed inwardly. Ever since she travelled to this world, the feeling of warmth on her cheeks had never faded. The carriage travelled steadily along the wide Imperial Road. After about 30 minutes, the group finally arrived at a wide-open clearing. Echo looked at the neatly laid tracks on the ground and was stunned on the spot. No way. Is it actually a train? Could that be fake? The lady beside her heard her muttering and casually chimed in. These tracks were only finished last month. Currently, only the line from the capital to Jin Prefecture is open. However, His Majesty said that within 3 years, tracks will be laid throughout the entire Orlion Empire, and trains will run everywhere. If you could stay here for a while longer, you'd have the chance to travel around and see the sights. Echo nodded with a complex expression and thanked her softly. Thank you, miss. Miss? That form of address from your side sounds quite pleasing. The lady laughed heartily, and then affectionately took her hand. Since you're already here, why not come along to Jin Prefecture for a stroll later? That place is a famous city of flowers, and the scenery is beautiful. Maybe not. Echo originally wanted to confess that she was penniless and truly couldn't afford to travel, but she hardly swallowed the words when they reached her lips. She had a faint feeling that as long as she said the words no money, this kind-hearted person in front of her would definitely pay for her without hesitation. She raised her hand to touch her cheek, feeling a bit puzzled. Could it be that she had actually bound a system, or had a heartthrob persona, but just didn't know it? Beside them, an old gentleman with white hair chimed in at the right moment. Young lady, if you want to go, just go. Riding this train doesn't cost any money. Free. Echo was greatly shocked. The lady then slapped her forehead and quickly agreed. Right. It's free to ride. As she said this, she turned her head away, coughed lightly, and secretly tucked a ticket into her pocket. Just like that, Echo followed the crowd and joined the long queue in a daze, her heart surging with anticipation and excitement. To be able to ride a train in the dynasty she yearned for, the most who wouldn't envy a resume like that. The people of the Orlion Empire are just too kind. From just now until now, The streamer has received so much kindness. It really is the place I've been longing to visit the most. It's simply the hometown of my dreams. Wait, wasn't it said to be free? Why is there ticket inspection? Streamer, do you have a ticket? The ticket? How could she have any ticket? The lady seemed to see through her embarrassment and gently comforted her. It's okay, ticket inspection is just a formality. Sometimes we common folks are in a hurry and don't have time to get a ticket. Just explain it to the staff member checking the tickets, and it'll be fine. Is it really like that? Echo nodded, half doubting. The person responsible for ticket inspection was a woman wearing a work uniform, with a beautiful and gentle appearance and an outstanding temperament. Just as the lady had said, the staff member only asked her a few simple questions before smiling and letting her pass. The carriage had plenty of empty seats. The interior decoration was naturally much simpler compared to modern trains, but Echo knew in her heart that this was already the top-tier creation of this era. She found an empty seat, sat down securely, and slowly turned the phone camera around, clearly presenting the entire interior of the carriage to everyone in the live stream. The carriage is very tidy and clean. There isn't any strange smell at all. It can be seen that the people really cherish the public environment, and there's no one smoking or drinking in the carriage, so how could the environment be bad? Streamer, can you film more of the scenery outside the window? It's too pleasing to the eye. Even 5 A-rated scenic spots can't compare to this kind of natural landscape. Is it my imagination? When the camera panned around just now, it seemed like I saw several people waving and greeting the camera. You're probably overthinking it. They were likely just waving and greeting acquaintances. Speaking of which, the streamer is wearing short sleeves and shorts and holding a dark, square object, yet not a single person finds it strange. The officers who passed by just now only gave a casual glance. I'm not sure of the reason either. Echo was also confused. The kind-hearted lady from before sat down beside her and thoughtfully reminded her, if you still plan to return to the capital today, just come to wait for the train at zoo hour. Oh, by the way, do you know when zoo hour is? It's 7:00 p.m. Okay, thank you, miss. Had they already divided the day into 24 hours at this time? No need for formalities. The lady's eyes curved into crescents. She took 2 pickled farm eggs from the bamboo basket she was carrying and shoved them into chrono-archivist Echo's hands without question. Take these to fill your stomach on the road. These are farm eggs I pickled myself. They taste very fragrant. You're a thin and frail-looking girl, so you need to nourish your body more. Echo tightly gripped the warm eggs, her eyes slightly reddening. The people of the Aurelian Empire were truly too gentle and kind. On the way to Jin Prefecture, Echo accompanied the audience in the live stream the whole time, indulging in the beautiful scenery along the way together. Those scattered buildings in the distance must be villages, right? They all look like houses built with cement. In the 24th year of Kangning, was the people's life already this prosperous? Wow, the fields are planned very neatly, and there are ancient water wheels slowly turning. The atmosphere is maxed out. What kind of flowers were those in the yellow sea of flowers by the road just now? Do we have the same variety in modern times? It's fine to just talk about it online, but in reality, who wouldn't want to desperately travel to this dynasty? Over here, Echo was immersed in the travel. Little did she know, someone was feeling joyful about her arrival. Chapter 5 Extra. What if Mint traveled to the Aurelian Empire Part 5? Sterling Manor. Artificial mountains stood in clusters, and the view was lush with greenery. Inside a small pavilion by the water, brushed by a gentle breeze, sat a woman with a graceful posture. She wore a water blue dress embroidered with simple lotus flowers. Her ink-black hair was held up simply by a warm, lustrous jade hairpin, with a few strands hanging loosely on either side of her cheeks, swing gently with the breeze, adding a touch of softness. The woman lowered her eyes slightly, calmly flipped Palace to the book in her hands with a serene expression. Her skin was as white as snow, cool and translucent like a spiritual treasure nurtured by heaven and earth. Her temperament was gentle and peaceful, and between her brows, there was a faint, ethereal air of noble divinity, making anyone who saw her feel a sense of closeness. Miss Her Maid, dressed in light green servant attire, walked quickly toward the pavilion. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were filled with irrepressible joy. From a few steps away, she spoke softly. Miss, something big has happened. Some commoners came to report that the chrono-archivist has just appeared in the city. Orlar Pendragon's fingertips, which were turning the pages, suddenly paused. She lit up, a ripple of emotion appearing in her clear eyes. Really? Clara nodded vigorously. I just returned from Sanctum of the Foundling Orphanage and happened to miss her, but many commoners in the city saw her with their own eyes. The chrono-archivist appeared out of thin air at the city gate. After entering the city, she even bought chestnut cakes. Now, She is being led by kind-hearted women toward Jin Prefecture. Jin Prefecture. Orelai Pendragon was left speechless, not knowing whether to laugh or cry upon hearing this. The vendor said that the chrono archivist originally intended to come looking for you, but she accidentally heard that our Orelian Empire already has trains. She was so shocked on the spot that she took the viewers in her livestream channel and rushed to the train station. Clara couldn't help but laugh as she continued. I imagine the chrono archivist never expected that our Orelian Empire would be able to build trains so early. Just thinking about the sights Echo would see along the way made the corners of Orelai Pendragon's lips curl upward. The current Orelian Empire had deviated from its original historical trajectory and was to Philo Palace in a completely different direction. Many things that should not have appeared at this time were emerging one after another. She could fully imagine that Echo and those people from later generations in the livestream channel must be having their worldviews shattered right now, likely scrambling to check historical records overnight and revise history. I understand. Orelai Pendragon closed the book in her hands. When she returns to the capital later, come and inform me again. She needed to go to the Imperial Palace now to discuss how to properly host her fellow countrywomen. Presumably, the Emperor of Orelian had also received the relevant news. Jin Prefecture territory. Echo stepped off the train, her feet touching the solid ground, yet a sense of surreal dizziness still lingered in her heart. She looked around, and all the pedestrians had kind faces. The kind-hearted woman she had met earlier held her hand, smiling heartily. My home is not far from here. You've travelled a long way. You must not have eaten yet, right? Come home with me to rest properly and have a warm meal. Facing such hospitality, Chrono Archivist Echo's first reaction was to refuse. No, I'm not hungry. As soon as she finished speaking, her stomach let out an untimely growl. Chrono Archivist Echo. Ha, mouth, I'm not hungry. Stomach, I'm hungry. Quick. Go see the countryside of this era. Jin Prefecture is modern-day Jian Province. My hometown. Chrono Archivist Echo's cheeks burned, and she was so embarrassed she could dig out a Barbie dream house with her toes. She had hurriedly started the live stream as soon as she woke up this morning, and hadn't had time to eat breakfast. It was almost noon now, and she had only eaten one chestnut cake, but going to someone's house for a free meal for no reason was truly too rude, and she felt bad about it. The woman looked at her embarrassed appearance, and waved her hand with a smile. We people of Jin Prefecture are naturally hospitable. You've come from afar, so please don't be a stranger, and don't feel embarrassed. Echo scratched her head. Her gaze caught the bracelet on her wrist, so she took it off and handed it to the woman, saying earnestly, I don't have any valuable items on me, only this bracelet. If you refuse to accept it, I won't dare to go to your home as a guest. Oh, you child. Fine, I'll accept it. Is that okay? Seeing this, the woman smiled and agreed. Only then did Echo follow her onto the carriage heading to the village. In just half an instant's time, the carriage drove into a quiet village. 2 green stone tablets stood at the entrance of the village. One tablet clearly had the village name carved on it, Little Mountain Village. The other tablet was densely engraved with a long list of names. Seeing Chrono Archivist Echo's gaze lingering on the tablet with the names, the woman explained, These are all the talented and ambitious people in our village. Look at this Wang Ian. Last year she raised the fattest pigs in the entire Orelian Empire, and Little Master Dragon even came personally to present her with an award. And there's Uncle Livubo, who is a famous expert at farming in our area. Based on the grain yield increasing formula promoted by Little Master Dragon, he researched and improved a new method, making the harvest in the field better year after year. Oh right, and there is Zhang Qiuqiu, who is a female official who went out from our village. She passed the imperial examination based on her own ability, and the imperial court directly assigned her to be a local official here in Jin Prefecture. She is the pride of our whole village. The woman talked on and on, her tone full of pride. Finally, she smiled and added, Little Master Dragon said that the imperial court will record all these people's names and bind them into an exclusive register of famous people. In the future, these people will all leave their names in history. Wang Ian, Dan Qiuqiu, Liubo. Every time Echo read a name, her brows would furrow. She searched her memory repeatedly. She was absolutely certain that she had never seen these names in any historical records of later generations. If Orlar said they could be famous in later generations, she would believe it 100%. But why? Why did history not record them? Register of Famous People. Have you all heard of this history book? No plus 10,086. I can now be sure that what I learned before was fake history. This isn't right, is it? Could it be that there was a cultural disconnect in our Chinese history, causing all the information on this to be destroyed? That is the only reason that can explain it. Echo shook her head. putting her complicated thoughts behind her for now, and followed the woman slowly toward the village. Seeing the glass greenhouse in the fields, she was stunned again. Is it reasonable for this thing to appear in this period? However, she quickly calmed her mind. The things she had seen in the last half-day had shattered her worldview to pieces. It was just a product of the 26th year of Canning appearing in the 24th year of Canning. It was nothing to be surprised about. Holding this thought, Echo followed the woman into her home. Chapter 6 Extra. What if Mint travelled to the Auraline Empire Part 6? Watching the elder sister skillfully prepare various dishes, as well as the ingredients laid out on the dining table, which should only have become common in the later period of the Auraline Empire, she remained calm throughout. Habit is truly a terrifying thing. After the meal, the elder sister brought out an object from inside the house and said with a smile, "The midday sun is fierce. If you want to go to the city for a stroll, wait until the heat dissipates before you go. Rest well in the room for a while first." Echo looked at the intricately crafted wooden mechanical fan before her and fell into deep contemplation. Once again, it's just a fan. What's there to make a fuss about? Indeed. The elder sister sat down to the side, slowly picked up a transparent object, placed it on the bridge of her nose, and lowered her head to calmly turn the pages of a book. Echo saw the object clearly. It's just glasses. What's there to make a fuss about? Indeed. Echo saw the name on the book cover. The overbearing CEO falls in love with me. Chrono Archivist Echo. It's just the overbearing CEO falls in love with me. What's there to make a fuss about? Indeed. Wait, where would there be a CEO in ancient times? 2:30 in the afternoon. The sunlight gradually faded, taking the midday heat with it. Echo walked out of the small mountain village in a daze, feeling completely bewildered. She waved at the elder sister and her family who were seeing her off at the village entrance, then faced the live stream camera with a solemn expression. "Family, do you think it's possible that I didn't travel through time, but rather went crazy and developed a mental illness, and everything before my eyes, as well as all of you in front of the screen, are just things I imagined? Could it be that I've gone crazy along with you? Ha ha ha. Being crazier is good. Everyone is crazy. Pinch yourself and see if it hurts. Then you'll know if it's real." Echo didn't hesitate to pinch herself hard. "It hurts. It's real. Then let's go stroll around Jin Prefecture first, and tonight we'll go back to see Aurelier. I have a strong premonition that I will definitely be able to find the answer with Aurelier." Jin Prefecture was just as recorded in later generations, a true city of flowers, with blooming flowers everywhere in the streets and alleys, and the scent of flowers lingering in the air. Having eaten at the elder sister's home earlier, she had no items left on her to give in return, so she politely declined the constant, enthusiastic invitations from many people. Following the suggestions of several professional scholars in the live stream, she carefully picked and collected some rare flowers and herbs that she had never seen in modern times. Although she wasn't sure if she could take them back to the modern era, she collected them anyway. It wouldn't hurt. 7 o'clock in the evening. The setting sun gradually sank below the horizon, and the sky slowly darkened. Echo returned to the Jin Prefecture station and successfully boarded the train for the return trip. As the train slowly moved and the distance to the capital grew shorter, her heart beat faster and faster. "Oh my God, my heart is pounding wildly. Even when I took the college entrance exam back in the day, I was never this nervous. By the time we get back to the capital, it will be almost 8 o'clock, right? It's so late. Aureli must have already rested. Should we visit her tomorrow instead? I've already figured it out. When the time comes, I'll just recite the full periodic table of elements right at her door. It'll definitely shock them. Hee. But if I really see Aurelier, what should I say first?" This last sentence instantly ignited the atmosphere in the live stream, and the screen was densely packed with bullet comments. "You must make sure Aurelier takes good care of her health. She seems gentle in nature, but deep down she hides a stubbornness that refuses to admit defeat. She won't stop until the people of the Auraline Empire live a truly stable and good life. If you really can't persuade her, go beg Emperor Valerius to issue an imperial decree ordering her to rest properly. Woo. Please tell Aurelier that I am suffering so much learning foreign languages. Beg her to let our Aurelian Empire unify the globe as soon as possible. I study traditional Chinese medicine. See if you can find a way to connect with the imperial physicians here. I can write a nourishing prescription for Aurelier to regulate her body. You can help get the medicine and bring it to her. If all else fails, just confess that you are a time traveler from the future. With us here, Aurelier and Emperor Valerius will surely believe you. I'm super curious. Is the immortal art of Jin Prefecture recorded in history books real? Can you please ask Aurelier to demonstrate it? I beg you. If I see Aurelier, does that mean I can see her father and mother too? You must ask them about their parenting experience. How exactly did they raise such an outstanding child like Aurelier? A world map. You must give it to her. Do you know how to draw one? Forget it. I'll go find one at my place and send you a picture. The thoughts of the viewers in the live stream were varied and bizarre. In this lively and excited atmosphere, the train came to a stop. Echo got off the train and immediately sensed that something was wrong. She saw that the people around her were all instinctively surging towards the same direction, everyone's face filled with joyful and fanatical expressions. She saw a middle-aged man who even threw his luggage to the side and ran wildly towards the direction of the crowd, ignoring everything else. Echo pricked up her ears, and, from the noisy chatter around her, faintly caught 4 words, "Young Master Dragon." Chrono-archivist Echo's pupils instantly contracted, and she shouted excitedly at the camera, exclamation, "Did you all hear that just now? We heard it. Is Aurelia here? Go over there quickly. I want to go too, but my legs just won't listen to me. Chrono-archivist Echo's legs were trembling uncontrollably, shaking like a sieve from excitement. She was so anxious, she was about to cry. Useless legs. Move. I want to go see my idol. Streamer, are you okay? I'm crying. You're failing at a critical moment. Go quickly. What if Aurelia leaves? I wish I could soul travel into the streamer. This is so frustrating. Let me do it. I want to. Chrono-archivist Echo's eyes were red. She tentatively took a step, then lost control and collapsed on the ground. Just then, the crowd ahead suddenly dispersed to the side spontaneously. The originally dense throng of people slowly retreated, actually clearing a wide and orderly path right in the center. The environment, which had been noisy and clamorous just a moment ago, fell into dead silence in an instant, with not even a trace of faint noise remaining. Echo seemed to sense something and looked up. She saw that everyone present had their eyes fixed in the same direction. Her heart stirred, and she stared fixedly at the end of that path. And then she encountered a scene she would absolutely never forget in this lifetime. Chapter 7 Extra. What if Mint travelled to the Aureline Empire? Part 7. The person was enveloped in a long, misty purple smoke silk dress. The material was lustrous, like moonlight, and as the hem flowed, it shimmered with a faint pearlescent glow. The skirt was intricately embroidered with intertwining wisteria vines, purple stamens and green tendrils woven together, swaying with her movements like rolling clouds of dusk, elegant and otherworldly. Her dark hair was swept up into a flowing cloud bun, adorned with a simple silver jade hairpin, with soft strands dangling by her temples, accentuating the graceful, long line of her neck. She possessed skin like ice and bones of jade, whiter than snow, clear and translucent, untouched by the dust of the mortal world. Her brows were like distant mountains shrouded in dark mist, her eyes like glazed glass holding dew. Her pupils were light and clear, as if hiding compassion for all living things in their depths, gentle yet distant. She walked out from the crowd with a lithe, graceful gait, carrying an aura of cool, otherworldly detachment. It was an energy capable of smoothing away the world's clamour. Anyone who looked at her felt all the restlessness in their hearts dissolve, replaced by a sense of gentle peace. Peerless in grace, pure and otherworldly, it was as if a goddess. The live stream comments fell into a brief stagnation. The screen was wiped clean of text, leaving only a quiet, blank space. Echo was also stunned, sitting on the ground with her mouth slightly agape, completely unconcerned with her image. Her gaze was fixed directly on the person approaching, and she even forgot to blink. The radiant moon from the heavens lowered her eyes to scan her faintly, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. A touch of light helplessness added to her expression. At that very moment, a thought suddenly popped into Chrono-archivist Echo's mind. I'm truly damned. That person, pure and clear as moonlight, was walking toward her. With every step closer, the surroundings seemed to be veiled in a layer of hazy lunar light. Echo felt as if her whole being was wrapped in a soft glow, as if she had truly stumbled upon a bright moon that had fallen into the mortal world. The bright moon came to her side and actually bent down, quietly crouching. That impeccable, sculpted face was now level with hers, her brows and eyes gentle, a faint, soft smile playing on her lips. Echo stared blankly at the person before her, watching as she slowly extended a slender, fair hand toward her, her red lips parting slightly. Are you all right? This gentle inquiry fell into her ears like the evening breeze brushing through treetops in the dead of night, or like a fountain flowing under the moon from the ninth heaven. The tone was cool like jade, soft, but not weak, light, but not bland. Every word seemed soaked in moonlight, ironing itself into the depths of her heart, thread by thread. Echo felt her eardrums tingle slightly, her entire heart wrapped gently by this voice, softening into a complete mess. She had never heard such a beautiful yet cool voice, ethereal and clear, carrying the unique, detached tranquility of moonlight. It made one feel dazed the moment they heard it, causing her to subconsciously soften her breathing. The audience in the live stream was brought back to their senses by these words, and then the comments flooded in like crazy. Quick, tell my mom. I've seen a goddess. Help, 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 help. Who took a screenshot just now? How can a person have this kind of aura? It's like water that can contain all things. Seeing her, I feel like all the sins of my life have been forgiven. I didn't take a screenshot, but I recorded the screen, hehe. Woo woo, the voice is so beautiful. My ears are going to get pregnant. So this is what my aura looks like. I thought the portraits were beautiful enough, but I didn't expect the real person to be even more ethereal. Even the saint of painting couldn't capture it. Now that Auraline has appeared, what are they going to do about casting her role in future Auraline State historical dramas? I finally understand why the people of Auraline worship her like a deity. Just by looking at her, I feel she is destined to be the bright moon hanging high above, saving all living beings. She's so gentle, so gentle, so gentle, so gentle. How can a person be this gentle? Host, come back to your senses. What are you doing? The goddess is reaching out to you. I'm so jealous I could die. Echo finally snapped out of her daze, feeling her whole body burning. The redness spread from her cheeks all the way to her neck, and even her ear tips were burning hot. She didn't need a mirror to know that she must look as red as a ripe fruit right now. No, 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 no. Echo was about to cry. She only wanted to say I'm fine, but her damn mouth seemed to be out of her control, like it was fitted with a spring, repeatedly pop palace out the same word. Fortunately, Auraline did not mind her appearance. Instead, she seemed amused by her flustered and clumsy state. The smile on her lips deepened, and her eyes curved gently. Chrono-archivist Echo's pupils shook, and a row of exclamation marks exploded in her heart. Exclamation, the idol she thought about day and night, the white moonlight of her heart, was right before her eyes. That face, magnified in front of her, looking at her with such gentle smiles it was completely unfair and impossible to resist. A wave of heat surged in her heart, and a sudden hot flow rushed straight into her nasal cavity. Echo was suddenly shocked. Exclamation, holy sh asterisk t. Holy sh asterisk t. Holy sh asterisk t. It's over, it's over. She was actually having a nosebleed in front of Auraline. Save her. Someone save her. This is so embarrassing. Social death. In front of Auraline. She was going crazy. Some people are still alive, yet they are already dead. That person is her. Echo looked at the person opposite her in despair and embarrassment. She saw her beloved Auraline pose slightly, then calmly take a plain silk handkerchief from her sleeve and gently hand it to her, her eyes filled with faint concern. Wipe it off. Chrono-archivist Echo, as if a mechanical switch had been pressed, numbly reached out to take the handkerchief. Lowering her head, she caught a glimpse of the elegant patterns on the handkerchief, then realized she had just used it to wipe her nosebleed, and her cheeks flushed even more thoroughly. Damn herself. How could she do such a thing? She didn't need to look at the live stream to know the audience was already roasting her to death. She wanted to curse herself to death too. The ground is dirty. Would you like to get up first? Auraline Pendragon spoke again. That clear, moist voice fell into her ears. Chrono-archivist Echo, who had just managed to clear her head a little, felt her brain instantly turn into a messy paste again. She subconsciously wanted to reach out. Just as her fingertips slightly touched Auraline Pendragon's palm, that refreshing, cool sensation instantly brought her back to her senses. She hurriedly looked down at her hands. She had fallen to the ground earlier, and they were covered in dust, grey and particularly dishevelled. Then she looked at her Auraline's hands. Fair and slender, the skin delicate and lustrous, the flesh smooth and even, with faint blue veins visible beneath the skin clean and cool. How could she use her dirty hands to defile such a pure and beautiful person? The thought flashed through her mind. Suddenly, Chrono-archivist Echo's legs were no longer numb, her waist was no longer sore, and her body was inexplicably filled with strength. Ignoring whether the posture looked good or not, she braced one hand against the ground and, with an incredibly weird cap spring maneuver, stood up in a slightly comical fashion. Auraline Pendragon was stunned. Letter 1 D5-2, letter 1 BC5, letter 1 D5-2. Can a human body really perform 800 movements in 3 seconds? And that wave in midair, how was that done? Chrono-archivist Echo, letter 29A, symbol 348, symbol 348, Tibetan letter F72, Tibetan letter F80, letter 25E. Auraline, 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 Auraline. Echo slapped herself hard. Damn this dead mouth. It always drops the ball at critical moments. Chapter 8 Extra. What if Mint travelled to the Auraline Empire Part 8? 2 carriages departed from the capital train station and headed toward the capital. Echo sat alone in the carriage behind, interacting with the viewers in the live stream. Look, guys, I'm never washing these 2 fingers for the rest of my life because they just touched Auraline. What? You're asking me how it felt? And let's put it this way, Orlar smells so good, and she is so gentle. This time travel trip is so worth it. Mom and Dad, are you in the live stream? I don't want to go back for a while. If you guys can be stunned by Orlar through the lens, imagine how I felt. I almost suffocated just now, and the blush on my face still hasn't faded. Ah, jealousy makes me unrecognizable. Host, don't wash your hands yet, please. I'll donate 20 million to you. When you come back, let me touch those 2 fingers. That basically means I've been in contact with Orlar. What kind of ungodly luck does this creature have? I'm going to go make videos about great Orlian history right now to see if I can get a chance like this. You damn host, why aren't you sitting with Orlar? You actually refused her. You actually refused her. I want to see Orlar. 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 It pains me to refuse Orlar too, Echo said. But look at how pathetic I was just now. I had no composure at all. I was afraid that if I shared a carriage with her, all the blood in my body would drain out through my nose. Plus, I couldn't even speak when I saw her. Most importantly, I ate chives at that older sister's house at noon. Even though I rinsed my mouth, I still feel like there's a smell, and I'm afraid it would make Orlar uncomfortable. Damn it. Host, when you get back, you can change your name to the first woman in history to refuse Orlar. By the way, I saw 2 maids behind Orlar just now. Those must be Lady Clara and Lady Lyra of the Vales, right? Such loyal little girls. It's a pity, sigh. It's okay. Anyway, we have someone from the modern era in Great Orlian now, so she can definitely change history. With so many of us brainstorming, I don't believe we can't help Orlar live a few more years. Right. I don't know how much time passed, but the carriage slowly came to a stop. A playful female voice immediately came from outside. Miss Bow, please step down. It's Lady Lyra of the Vales. Echo muttered to the camera in a low voice, then replied aloud, preparing to get off the carriage with a heart full of joy. Wait, something seems wrong. How did Lyra know the host's name? Ha. Did you forget she talked to Big Sister Lou at noon? Orlar must have investigated everything already. But why would Orlar investigate the host? The host looks silly and nothing special. Don't you guys really think Orlar's behavior of inviting the host is strange? Maybe Orlar is kind-hearted. Seeing the host's outfit, she probably realized she was an outsider and was afraid something might happen to her. So I can't even explain it myself. What are you guys talking about? Did you forget? When the host introduced herself to Big Sister Libu, she used her real name. The words Chronoarchivist Echo never appeared from start to finish. Exclamation, holy crap, that's chilling. Host, look at the comments quickly. At this moment, Echo had absolutely no intention of paying attention to the live stream comments. If it weren't for the fact that quite a few industry experts and higher-ups were watching the live stream, she wouldn't even want to keep it on right now. After getting off the carriage, she stood outside a shop. Looking at the layout, it was an eatery. Lady Lyra was standing to the side, speaking in a low voice with a middle-aged woman. Clara carefully raised her hand, gently helped Alice, her Orlar, down from the carriage. The moment Orlar Pendragon appeared, Echo was once again deeply stunned. The viewers in the live stream also had their full attention captured instantly. Some people are born with an innate elegance. They only need to stand quietly in place, without words or actions, and they naturally become the focus of everyone's attention, drawing all eyes upon them. Let's go in. Orlar Pendragon turned her head to look at Echo and spoke softly. Echo suddenly became so nervous that she started walking with her same side arm and leg moving together. She woodenly followed the group into the shop. The night had already deepened, and it was getting late, yet there were still quite a few diners in the shop, full of the atmosphere of daily life. The shopkeeper led them into an elegant private room. After they sat down, Orlar Pendragon handed the menu on the table to Chronoarchivist Echo. You're from Lynn Province, if I remember correctly. The taste there usually favours spicy food. This shop happens to specialise in that flavour. See if there is anything that suits your taste. Yes. Echo hurriedly took the menu. She saw that the dishes listed were dazzling, each with an exquisite picture, alluring colours. Just looking at them made one's mouth water. She replied in a low, somewhat awkward voice, I can eat anything. You should just prioritise your own preferences. Do you like to eat spicy food? The moment the words left her lips, Chronoarchivist Echo's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Spicy food? No, that's not right. She widened her eyes, finally realising it in hindsight. Orlian Bow, how did you know I am from Lynn Province? She had clearly travelled here. This was clearly the ancient Great Orlian dynasty. Lynn Province was clearly a modern regional designation. You stupid host, you finally realised it. Are we finally going to know the answer to the question? Echo stared blankly at Aurelire Pendragon in front of her, her eyes full of shock and confusion. Aurelire Pendragon smiled faintly at her without answering. Lyra of the Vales, who was on the side, suddenly coughed a few times, cleared her throat, and said in a tone that carried a hint of familiarity, hello everyone, long time no see. I'm your great Aurelian history creator, Chronoarchivist Echo. Chronoarchivist Echo, exclamation live stream viewers, exclamation R. What is going on here? I have goosebumps. Isn't this the host's opening line for her video edits? How do they know it? Do you think there's a possibility that the creator's videos were broadcast into Great Aurelian? Have you guys read any Sky Screen live stream genre novels? Seeing Echo stunned and dazed in place, a flash of smugness crossed Lyra of the Vale's eyes. She gently clenched her fist and pressed it against her lips, smiling faintly. She then leaned in close to Chronoarchivist Echo's phone lens and playfully winked at the camera. Hello everyone, I'm Lyra from Great Aurelian, and I'm the maid that Miss likes the most. This young lady want to have money at the end of the month is right. Miss Bo's videos about Great Aurelian have also appeared in the sky here, and people of Great Aurelian can all see them. Chronoarchivist Echo, exclamation live stream viewers, exclamation chapter 9 extra. What if Mint travelled to the Aurelian Empire part 9? Save me! Can this situation be explained by science? So it really is the Sky Screen genre. Why does it feel like we are currently inside a novel? No wonder it felt strange from the moment I travelled through time. No wonder some things that shouldn't exist at this time were present. It turns out our history didn't go wrong. It's just that this is history that has been changed. In other words, that ancient world is a parallel universe. I was wondering why my video traffic was so good, constantly getting tens of millions of views, yet the triple-click engagement was so low. I thought it was a bug on the platform, but it turns out Echo muttered to herself, a sudden realization dawning on her. It turned out her videos were being broadcast to the ancient world, and the majority of the people contributing to the popularity were ancients. Echo widened her eyes, suddenly thought of a key question, and asked, which episode did you start watching my videos from? Clara thought carefully for a moment. We don't know exactly which episode, but we have been watching ever since you started talking about my young lady. Talking about Aureli, that meant talking about that famous Prime Minister whose name would go down in history. She remembered that not only did she praise how intelligent and capable Aureli was in her videos over and over again, but she also specifically made follow-up videos detailing the regrets left behind in that period of history. In other words, realizing something, Chronoarchivist Echo's heart trembled, and she quickly turned her head to look at Aurelire Pendragon beside her. The latter seemed to see through her thoughts at a glance, her eyes curving as she smiled gently and nodded at her. Yes, I saw it. Echo took a deep breath and asked cautiously, this year is the 24th year of Canning, and you're 21 years old this year, right, Aurelire? Yes, Aurelire Pendragon responded softly, her tone calm and waveless. At 21 years old, according to historical records, Aurelire only has 13 years left to live. No, I'm really breaking down a bit. I initially thought it was quite interesting, but I suddenly remembered that Aureli saw her own death date with her own eyes. She is clearly still alive, yet she knew her tragic ending in advance. Besides Aurelire, there are Emperor Tiberius the Wise, Emperor Othniel the Blind, official Lady Genevieve Thorne, Lord Tristan Thorne, so many people. Goodness, it feels so cruel. Echo and the viewers in the livestream thought the same thing. She stared blankly at Aurelire Pendragon, who had a gentle smile in front of her. Her nose felt sore, her eyes turned red without her realizing it, and she called out with a choked voice, Aurelire. Before she could finish, tears flowed down her cheeks unexpectedly, and she couldn't stop them no matter what. But her Aurelire still had gentle eyes, pulled out a tissue from the table, and her fingertips gently brushed across the corner of her eyes, patiently wipe Alice away her tears. Being close, Echo could clearly smell the faint fragrance on her, which was just like her, light and soft, making people feel exceptionally at ease. Aurelire Pendragon comforted her. Thank you all for caring about me, but do not cry. History has already been changed. No hidden injuries have been left on my body. The aristocratic families have either been wiped out or have adapted to the times. Also, the hidden dangers in the imperial court have been cleared by His Majesty, and he has sent many secret guards to protect me. After a pause, her eyes became somewhat complex, filled with sighs for the past, and, even more so, firmness for the present. I will not head towards that kind of ending again. In this lifetime, everyone will live well. Her voice was so light, like a cloud drifting in the sky, blown away by the wind, yet every word landed in the bottom of Chronoarchivist Echo's heart. Echo sniffled. Yes, I believe you. Aurelire Pendragon looked at her, the smile in her eyes becoming even gentler. All of this is thanks to you. Thanks to all of you. Echo looked bewildered, pointing at the tip of her nose. Me. Us? Yes. Aurelia Pendragon raised her hand to gently brush the stray hair from her forehead. If it weren't for you all, we couldn't have avoided natural disasters so accurately, nor would we have known about the dangerous undercurrents beneath the Imperial Court. And it would have been even more impossible to make Great Auraline better in advance. Just as you said in your videos, if the people of Great Auraline want to achieve true prosperity, they still have to go through the reign of Emperor Othniel the Blind. Echo subconsciously waved her hand. No, it's not me, it's the sky screen. It was the sky screen that made my videos appear here. I don't have such heaven-defying abilities. Do not deny yourself. Aurelia Pendragon rubbed her hair. If you hadn't put your heart into making these videos, then none of this would have happened, and I would have died in the 37th year of canon just as recorded in the history books. I felt your love for Great Aurelian, and your partiality and care for me in your videos. I guess that is exactly why the sky screen chose you. You are truly amazing. Echo listened to these words in a daze. Since she was a child, she had always received suppressive education from her parents and elders. No one had ever affirmed her so sincerely before. Moreover, the person who praised and affirmed her so much was her own white moonlight. Echo broke into a smile through her tears and nodded heavily. Yes, I'm amazing. Aurelia Pendragon tapped her forehead and said softly, let's eat first. The food is getting cold. I have already had the servants prepare a guest room. Tomorrow, I will take you to see His Majesty, and then I will show you how much Great Aurelian has changed because of you all. Okay. Chronoarchivist Echo's eyes brightened, and she replied with great joy, okay. Aurelia is so gentle. She is totally on the level of a caring big sister. What caring big sister? She is clearly a considerate ancestor. Doge. Ha. Although the streamer is a few years older than Aurelia is indeed thousands of years older than the streamer. What am I saying? Are we going to see the Emperor of the Ages tomorrow? So excited. I have a plan, streamer. When the time comes, whisper in his ear that if he hadn't died so early, he would have been the Emperor of the Ages. I guarantee he will live another 10 years, no problem. The person above is so mean. By the way, streamer, tell Aurelia to have the Imperial physician examine her body when you go to the palace tomorrow, and then take out her pulse record for us to see. Echo hurriedly relayed the viewer's suggestion from the livestream to Aurelia Pendragon word for word. Aurelia Pendragon smiled and agreed. Okay, right. Echo suddenly slapped her forehead, thinking of the strange events during the day. Since all of you saw my videos, that means the kind people who helped me on the street during the day also recognized my identity, right? Yes, everyone recognizes you and is grateful for everything you have done for Great Aurelian. Lara covered her mouth and laughed. I was wondering why it felt so strange somewhere, so that's why. Echo realized suddenly. Chapter 10 Extra. What if Mint travelled to the Aurelian Empire Part 10, Sterling Manor. Echo finally saw the Sterling Manor from 1,000 years ago with her own eyes. This was a place she had walked through countless times in modern history books, picture albums, and reconstructed tourist attractions. Now that she was here in person, her heart was filled with deep emotion. The doorman at the entrance was bringing baskets of food sent by the commoners into the mansion. With practiced movements, he took out fine rice, flour, fresh meat, and fresh fruit from the back, then handed them back to the commoners. Clara noticed Chronoarchivist Echo's gaze lingering there, thinking she was curious, and was about to step forward to explain. But before she could speak, Echo spoke up first, her eyes sparkling. I know. History books say, Echo began slowly, Aurelia has always been deeply loved by the people of the city. Whenever every household gets something rare and good, they send it to the Sterling Manor first to express their gratitude. But because Aurelia empathizes with the hardships of the people's livelihood, she is unwilling to let them spend money, yet she cannot bear to refuse everyone's kind intentions. So the front of the Sterling Manor is always like this year-round. She never lets the commoners who come to send gifts return empty-handed. Clara smiled knowingly. It seems you truly understand our young miss from the bottom of your heart. As she spoke, she led Echo into the mansion, step palace into the courtyard of the Sterling Manor, the site of pavilions, towers, flowers, and trees. Before her eyes made Echo feel both familiar and strange. She immediately raised her phone to carefully record the surrounding pavilions, flowers, trees, and corridors. These were unique, first-hand historical scenes, and she couldn't miss a single bit. While filming, she sighed with emotion. Our modern Sterling Manor was renovated and reconstructed according to ancient blueprints that were passed down. But after all, we've never seen the original layout in person, and the details and atmosphere can never be 100% restored. Dense Damu immediately floated across the livestream, and countless netizens frantically took screenshots. Then you're seeing the authentic Stirling Manor with your own eyes now. So envious. The Stirling Manor courtyard covered a vast area with an elegant and exquisite layout, planted with all kinds of exotic flowers and plants, and pleasant scenery everywhere. Subsequently, Lara led Echo to the room prepared for her. Echo lay down on the soft and comfortable carved wooden bed, tossing and turning, but unable to sleep, her whole person still immersed in the excitement and daze of travelling through 1,000 years. I can totally understand. If it were me, I would definitely have insomnia tonight too. Main streamer, don't turn off the camera tonight. Point it at the room ceiling and window view. I can watch all night. By the way, you are meeting Emperor Valerius of Aurelion tomorrow. As a descendant, you should prepare some meeting gifts. Right. You forgot to prepare gifts for Aurelion today. Can you draw? Why not hand draw a world map as a gift? How impressive that would be. Echo tossed and turned on the bed, feeling not the slightest bit sleepy. I can't draw. Honestly, Aurelion is just too beautiful and gentle, and Clara and Lyra are also very kind and friendly. I even have the illusion that I've returned to my own home. Carrying these feelings, Echo slowly drifted into dreamland. The next day, the sky was clear, and the weather was beautiful. It was such excellent weather that it felt as if this other world was sincerely welcoming her arrival. When Echo woke up, it was already past 10 in the morning. Remembering that it was agreed upon last night to go to court together to see the Emperor, embarrassment instantly flushed her face. Seeing this, the maid quickly consoled her. Miss, you need not worry. Echo asked somewhat embarrassedly, if I wake up so late, why delay the time? The maid smiled lightly and explained gently, the young miss, His Majesty, and all the officials in the court already know about your modern sleep schedule. You don't need to rush. It's completely fine to head to the palace now. Is that so? Echo scratched the back of her head, her cheeks turning even redder. Everyone in ancient times knows I'm a big lazybones. Even more embarrassing help. The streamer is the one on the scene. Why am I the one feeling embarrassed? Same sleep schedule. On the surface I have already woken up, but my soul is still lazing on the bed. After tidying up for a moment, the maid walked in holding a set of clothes. The clothes were not the traditional style of Great Aurelion, but rather a long-sleeved, long-legged style that fit the modern minimalist aesthetic. The material felt cool and smooth to the touch, light and breathable. It looked complicated, but it wasn't stuffy or hot at all when worn on the body. While help Alice her tidy up the clothes, the maid carefully explained, the young miss remembers that you are not used to the layered traditional clothing of Great Aurelion. Now that the weather is getting hotter, it is inevitably stuffy and uncomfortable to wrap too many clothes, so she specially ordered craftsmen to work overnight to make this set of clothes. The material used is ice silk, which is close to the skin and refreshing, most suitable for summer wear. Echo felt a warmth in her heart and quickly expressed her thanks. Thank you so much. After breakfast, Echo walked to the entrance of the Stirling Manor, and the carriage specifically for outings was already waiting steadily outside. This time, she chose to ride in the same carriage as Aurelion Pendragon. She thought that after yesterday's interaction, she would be able to stay calm, but after actually sitting next to Aurelion Pendragon, she became so nervous that even her breathing became cautious. The carriage travelled all the way to the Imperial Palace. The royal road was wide and smooth, and the journey was unobstructed. The guards on duty at the palace gates obviously recognised her identity, and seeing the carriage approaching, they all nodded and smiled at her in a friendly manner. The Imperial Palace was towering and magnificent, with continuous halls, quiet and solemn everywhere. Walking through it, a sense of nervousness inexplicably rose in chronoarchivist Echo's heart. Step Palace into the Golden Throne Hall. She saw that the civil and military officials were already waiting there. They were not standing stiffly, but rather sitting on their own small stools, leisurely enjoying the exquisite snacks prepared in the hall. The atmosphere relaxed and peaceful. Chronoarchivist Echo's gaze involuntarily looked straight at the figure on the dragon chair at the very front of the hall. That person had calm brows and eyes, a dignified face, and carried an imperial aura that commanded awe without anger. It was the eternal emperor who had left his name in history books, Emperor Valerius of Aurelion. Even from a long distance away, Echo inexplicably felt her legs go weak, and she was incredibly nervous inside. Just then, the Emperor of Aurelion on the dragon chair spoke, his tone carrying a faint hint of playfulness. Little girl, what kind of expression is that? Hearing the Empress speak, Chronoarchivist Echo's heart tightened. Reflexively, she knelt on both knees and performed a full kowtow, her head hitting the floor with a loud thud-thud-thud sound. Descendant Chronoarchivist Echo pays respects to His Majesty Emperor Valerius of Aurelion. May your majesty be as blessed as the eastern sea and live as long as the southern mountain. 10,000 years. 10,000 years. 10,000 years. After finishing, she knelt on the ground and spun around in the middle. Greetings to all the officials. May you all live 10,000 years. 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Emperor of Orlion. Letter 29AO, letter 25E. Orlar Pendragon. Letter 1D54, letter 15DC, letter 1D54 Canada. Civil and military officials. Doesn't your head hurt? Descendant paying respects to the ancestors. May the ancestors live 10,000 years. 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Greetings to His Majesty Emperor Valerius of Orlion. May your majesty live 10,000 years. Ah, it's alive. It's a living Emperor Tiberius the Wise. Me, who's currently looking at Emperor Tiberius the Wise's skeleton in the museum. Ha ha ha. Chapter 11 Extra. What if Mint travelled to the Orlion Empire Part 11? PFFT. Inside the solemn and majestic Great Hall, someone couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Following that, this ripple of laughter spread, and the gathered civil and military officials all began to chuckle softly as well. A middle-aged scholar dressed in the neat robes of a third-rank official, possessing an elegant temperament, looked at Echo with smiling eyes and a tone of banter. Young friend, the term long life must absolutely not be used on us. Why, upon our first meeting, are you already trying to implicate us and our 9 generations? Echo scratched the back of her head and gave a silly laugh, then looked up, her eyes suddenly lighting up. Wow, you must be the illustrious Grand Academician Chen Fingyang. Chen Fingyang's hand, which had been leisurely tugging at his long beard, paused abruptly. A glimmer of expectation and eagerness instantly appeared in his eyes, and his voice rose slightly without him realizing it. Oh, could it be that this old man will also leave a name in history in the future? Echo nodded hurriedly. It's all written in the history books. You are an upright and incorruptible official, so modest and frugal that even the underpants you wear daily have several patches on them. Chen Fingyang's old face flushed red. He hurriedly waved his hands and said urgently, oh dear, young friend, these words absolutely must not be spoken carelessly outside. It is truly improper. After saying this, he turned his head and shot a resentful glance at the Emperor of Orlion, who was sitting upright on the dragon throne. Your Majesty, really, why would you write such things into the history books? His lifelong reputation. Oh, Echo circled back to the previous topic. When I called you Lords Long Live, it was just a sincere wish. Besides, our state of Orlion is not a rigid feudal country. The Emperor is wise and open-minded, so he surely won't mind these worldly formalities, right? Bo, your words have really put me on the spot. The Emperor of Orlion let out a hum with an ambiguous meaning and waved his hand. His tone easygoing. Get up. There's no need to keep kneeling. Looking at how restless you are, since you're a person from the future, there's no need to be constrained by these current formalities. Upon hearing this, Echo knocked her head on the floor twice with a loud thud towards the Emperor of Orlion. Thank you, Great Emperor. The Emperor of Orlion. Echo scrambled up from the floor. The civil and military officials around her all watched her with smiles, their eyes full of kindness and curiosity. She stepped forward with a light gait and grabbed the hand of a capable-looking woman beside her, her tone excited. You must be official Lady Genevieve Thorne. Ah, I've finally met you in person. I really want to ask, are you and Orli really just good girlfriends? Is there truly not a shred of other thoughts? Official Lady Genevieve Thorne. Before official Lady Genevieve Thorne could respond, Echo caught sight of Minister of Rights Lucius Vance and immediately leaned over. Har. Minister of Rights Lucius Vance, you don't look as handsome in person as you do in your portraits. Does this count as a meet-up after online dating that ends in disaster? You must have seen that video I made about you, right? Are you still angry at Orli? Minister of Rights Lucius Vance. Wow, hasn't? Echo shifted her gaze and saw Lord Tristan Thorne in the crowd. She immediately shouted excitedly to the live broadcast camera in front of her family. I've seen the eternal #1 bachelor. Cousin is truly handsome in person, a proper noble young master of the Orlion dynasty. But cousin, matters of the heart are often unrequited. You should focus on your career. That is the most reliable path. Lord Tristan Thorne's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. Old Pay. A crisp voice rang out. Arthur Pendragon, who had been deliberately hiding in the crowd to avoid being seen, felt his back instantly go cold. A sense of foreboding rose in his heart. He had a feeling that this girl wouldn't say anything good. Sure enough, Old Pay, I didn't see you at home last night. I heard from Orli that you went to the countryside to inspect the situation of the people. Oh, by the way, What rank have you achieved now? Is it satisfying to watch everyone in the court unable to stand you, but also unable to get rid of you every day? Arthur Pendragon closed his eyes. Ha 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 ha, that's so savage. Ah, cousin is even more handsome in person than in the paintings. A total noble young master of the Aurelian dynasty. Why does he have to have a mouth? I'm sure cousin just wanted to scold you, but he noticed Aurelia's gaze and held it back. The eternal number one henpecked by sister brother. If looks could kill, the streamer would have been shredded to pieces already. Lady Genevieve Thorne. What does that mean? Look at how angry our old dragon is. By the way, does he know about all the times we teased him before? Ha ha ha. I just realized there are so many female officials in the court. Not bad. Not bad. A huge step forward. Chronoarchivist Echo, with her natural familiarity, went around the great hall recognizing people one by one. Although there were many faces in the hall she had never seen before, she still stepped forward to ask for their names, then smiled and complimented them, saying their future would surely be bright and full of promise. The viewers in the live stream, following the constant shifting of Chronoarchivist Echo's camera, frantically pressed the screenshot button, afraid of missing a single detail. These were all living, breathing historical figures. Crown Prince, so, you were here. Why are you hiding? Echo saw Crown Prince Julian in the corner, and immediately walked over quickly. Is our Emperor Othniel the blind baby turning 4 this year? Can I visit your residence after court today? I really don't want to steal your baby. Also, after the Emperor watched my video, did he have any thoughts of creating another alt account? Crown Prince Julian, Miss Bow, you're actually several times more lively in reality than you appear on the sky screen. After saying this, he cast a look of help towards the direction of the dragon throne. The Emperor of Aurelian glared at him. He had already served as regent, yet he was still so spineless. Although his heart was full of disdain, his mouth still opened to help the Crown Prince out of the awkward situation. That is enough. As soon as the Emperor of Aurelian's words fell, he took action. He was seen slowly rising from the high dragon throne, walking down the step by step, and coming straight to Chronoarchivist Echo's side. The Emperor of Aurelian looked her up and down, then nodded slightly. Your complexion is ruddy, and you look quite robust. Not bad. Hearing this, Echo choked up inexplicably. Your Majesty, the fact that the people of future generations can live securely is all thanks to your enlightened governance. The many measures you implemented back then were great undertakings that benefited thousands of generations and lasted for ages. We are still basking in your grace today. People in later generations can all eat their fill and dress warmly. The Emperor of Aurelian and all the civil and military officials in the hall listened quietly to her words, even though they had already heard these words countless times through the sky screen. Many officials in the hall listened, and their eyes gradually turned red, with tears welling up in their eyes. Chapter 12 Extra. What if Mint travelled to the Aurelian Empire? Part 12. Woo-woo, my eyes are peeling crying. It's so good. One day, we can make up for the regrets. One day, we can personally tell our ancestors about the future. Aurelian, Your Majesty, honourable officials, we are living very well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, 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 thank you. The Chronoarchivist stood in the centre of the golden throne hall, recounting the scenes of the future word by word with great seriousness. From the vigorous development of agriculture to the strength and stability of the military, from the military to the prosperity of the economy, and then to the popularization and inclusivity of education. When she spoke of these things, her face was full of pride. Our country now is number one in the world in every aspect. It's just that Miss Bow's expression became strange at this point, and the next second, she prostrated herself on the ground. Great Emperor Tiberius the Wise, honourable officials, we must unify the globe. We really don't want to learn bird language, foreign languages anymore. I want the foreigners to die. I really don't know where those people get the nerve. When we had gunpowder, they didn't even have decent clothes. A population not even the size of a village became a country. It's laughable. Now they are tampering with history everywhere. Is it that hard to admit we are strong? What's even more disgusting is that they actually claim Aurelian is one of them. Unbelievable. There must be people from other places in the live stream, right? Come and see, come and see. Facts speak louder than words. Har. Don't steal, steal, steal in the future. You can't hide it anymore. Tell the Emperor of Aurelian and Aurelian there are people in one place who want to exterminate their race. Our Minister of War Chen Jin, who had just curiously taken the delicate mobile phone from Miss Bow's hand, saw the scrolling comments in the live stream the next second and was instantly so angry that his beard and hair stood on end. That bunch of ignorant bird people. How dare they bully my descendants of the future? Report their location immediately. and I will lead the troops to deal with them right now. Yes, they should be taught a lesson, the chrono-archivist said, filled with righteous indignation. But upon second thought, she couldn't help but show a look of disappointment and sighed softly. If I had known I would travel through time, I should have prepared well before leaving. I would have brought you a world map no matter what. This is what I wanted to show you today. Orlar Pendragon, who had been standing quietly on the side, spoke slowly at this moment. Her tone was soft and calm, yet carried a quiet strength, instantly causing the noisy golden throne hall to fall silent, and everyone's gaze focused on her. Even the Emperor of Oraline signalled to eunuch Cedric to bring a small stool, and he sat down casually with civil and military officials, waiting for what would come next. Miss Bow, please sit down as well. Eunuch Cedric stepped forward and greeted the chrono-archivist gently. Thank you, Eunuch Seneschal Cedric. The chrono-archivist thanked him politely. Oh, I cannot accept the title of Lord/Official. You're overwhelming me. Eunuch Cedric waved his hand hurriedly. You deserve it. You absolutely deserve it. Miss Bow's eyes were sincere. The history books clearly record that Eunuch Cedric served 2 emperors, loyal and devoted throughout his life, fulfilling his duties faithfully. You are a rare and loyal servant. Or, can a lowly person like me actually leave a name in history? Eunuch Cedric was somewhat moved. That is natural. If it weren't for the limitations of your status, you would surely have become a virtuous official. Eunuch Cedric smiled indifferently. If that were really the case, that would be wonderful. He did not take to heart the 2 words that the chrono-archivist deliberately avoided. He served a wise monarch in this life, and as long as he served his majesty with all his heart, it was the greatest contribution he could make as a citizen of the Oraline Empire for this land. On the other side, Orlar Pendragon had already taken her seat. She raised her hand and took out an exquisitely bound scroll from her wide sleeves, gently spreading it out on the table in front of her. Miss Bow's gaze was instantly drawn to it. When she saw the pattern on it, she gasped, a world map. Yes, Orlar Pendragon raised her lips slightly, revealing a gentle smile, and turned to look at the live stream camera. Just now I listened to the chrono-archivist talk about the various things of the future. Today let me tell you about the current Oraline Empire. Good, good, good. Listen, I will listen to whatever Orlar says. Even if I have to go study right now, I accept it. How can there be such a pleasant voice in the world? Why does this map look a bit like ours? Wait. What are the marked points on the map? It wouldn't be what I think, right? This map was copied stroke by stroke according to the world map shown in your video. Orlar Pendragon looked at Miss Bow, her eyes gentle. After thousands of years of tectonic plate movement, there are inevitably some deviations in the mountains and landscapes, but the overall picture is fine. Over these years, countless warriors of our country who sailed far across the sea have gone overseas again and again to survey, bit by bit perfecting this map, and in this process, they have paid a very heavy price with their lives. Speaking of this, Orlar Pendragon's expression became heavy. The vast ocean is inherently a temperamental beast. Wind and waves rise suddenly, disasters accompany them, and no one can predict whether tomorrow or an accident will come first. Even though the shipbuilding technology of the Oraline Empire has reached the peak level of the current era, it still cannot achieve the stability of the future, and the sacrifice of those who sail far is ultimately an unavoidable matter. Therefore, every warrior who stepped onto an ocean-going vessel and headed to the other side of the ocean had already made the resolute preparation to die in battle and never return before setting off. Orlar the chrono-archivist pursed her lips tightly, not knowing how to comfort her for a moment. Woo-woo, Orlar is about to shed small pearls tears again. I don't want to see her tearful eyes. I really wish I could just send her a ship directly. I'm fine. Orlar Pendragon shook her head gently and revealed a smile again. She pointed to the eye-catching marks on the map. Look, the places with red circles drawn on here are all the territories that our Oraline Empire has already occupied. As soon as these words were spoken, the chrono-archivist and all the viewers in the live stream were shocked, because there were just too many marked places. The chrono-archivist stared fixedly at the map spread out on the table, her fingertips trembling slightly. She stepped forward a few steps, almost pressing her face against the map, counting those eye-catching vermilion circles over and over again. From the surrounding adjacent territories to the overseas lands across the ocean, dense red circles covered the paper, far exceeding the territory of the Oraline Empire recorded in the historical material videos she had made herself. Orlar, this is all the territory of our Oraline Empire. Yes, Orlar Pendragon smiled. Screenshot. Take a screenshot quickly. Ah, I saw the Lie Kingdom. This place was clearly only occupied the year Emperor Valerius died. I also saw many territories, that were only incorporated into the map during the reign of Emperor Othniel the Blind. Has the technology of our Aurelian Empire developed to this point? Chapter 13 Extra. What if Mint travelled to the Aurelian Empire? The end. The audience in the live stream was very excited. They were people of later generations, well aware of the immense weight behind what Aurelian Pendragon was displaying at this moment. Those regions that, after the history of the Great Aurelian had ended, and even for hundreds of years thereafter, had never been incorporated into the territory of Huaxia, were actually firmly occupied by the iron cavalry of the Great Aurelian in this early era. At this rate of progress, Echo stared fixedly at the map, her fingertips trembling, while a raging storm churned in her heart. A thought, bold to the extreme, germinated in her mind, causing the blood in her entire body to boil in an instant. Aurelian Pendragon's brows curved slightly. The generals and soldiers of the Great Aurelian are still expanding our territory overseas at this very moment. In less than 10 years, the flag of the Great Aurelian will be planted on every piece of land on Earth. Doesn't that mean unifying the globe? Screaming with excitement. I really want to see this breathtaking day with my own eyes. The descendants in the parallel world are so lucky. Cultural unification, language unification. When we communicate online in the future, we won't have to suffer that unprovoked frustration. Although we are in different worlds, we share the same historical roots. I envy the descendants over there, but I will never stop building my own country. Go, go, go. Are those bird people still watching? We're coming for you, ha ha ha. Aurelian, you're clearly on our side. Why are you helpless these unreasonable Aurelian people? You are simply incomprehensible *JJDNK Skagina armor. Where are the moderators? Get to work. Just let him howl in vain. Their tribe is destined for extinction anyway. This is just their final struggle. Devils, you Huaxia people are all devils. You can't do this. It violates humanitarianism. Various comments intertwined. Aurelian Pendragon scanned them lightly. She raised her hand to gently retract the map in front of her, then turned to look at the livestream camera, her expression gentle. We've read every single comment you sent, word for word, and kept them in our hearts. In the future, we will definitely do our utmost to ensure that the common people on this land can live stable and prosperous lives as soon as possible. The Emperor of Aurelian, listening to these passionate remarks from the descendants of later generations and catching a glimpse of the lively comments filling the screen, couldn't help but snort softly. However, a helpless yet indulgent smile played on the corners of his lips as he spoke with faint sternness. You descendants of later generations, whip palace us old ancestors every day, chasing and urging us to strive forward. What kind of decorum is this? Court by His Majesty. Who told me to be a hopeless couch potato? Emperor Tiberius the Wise. You just lead the ancestors to work harder. We'll wait to enjoy the benefits in later generations. Your Majesty, Aurelian, and all the ministers in court, once we unify the globe, why not just unify the entire Milky Way too? I really dream of traveling through space and seeing the vast universe. Wow. Wake up, buddy in front. You talk as if you could go visit immediately just because we unified the Milky Way. Seeing these wild ideas, Aurelian Pendragon was momentarily speechless. Did these descendants have their filters set way too high? Even in the modern era they lived in, top-tier technology couldn't achieve the feat of conquering the galaxy, let alone this current era. How on earth did they dare to think that? Aurelian Pendragon didn't expect the Emperor of Aurelian to take it seriously. His eyes became startlingly bright, staring at her full of anticipation and curiosity. Is it possible? You once said that the world beneath our feet is a sphere. If I have the chance, I would like to go see the places outside this sphere. Aurelian Pendragon. She sighed softly and patiently explained, the development of technology is passed down from generation to generation, progressing step by step. Even if Your Majesty could live for another 300 years with the current foundation, it is absolutely impossible to realize the wish of Step Palace into the universe. The Emperor of Aurelian immediately asked, do you have a way to let me live another 300 years? Aurelian Pendragon. She silently turned her head, not wanting to continue this topic. But the moment she turned, she found all the ministers in the court staring at her intently, and even Echo was watching her with wide, curious eyes. Aurelian Pendragon spread her hands. If I truly had the ability to grant immortality or extend life by 300 years, I wouldn't have ended up dying young. That's true. How everyone heard this and dismissed the idea. All right, enough small talk. Aurelian Pendragon changed the subject at the right time and turned to look at Echo beside her. Next, let the ministers in the court take you to see other aspects of the Great Aurelian's progress. As soon as she finished speaking, Minister of War Gareth Blackwood immediately stepped forward, his tone hearty "Little friend, would you like to go to the military camp with this old man first? You people of later generations are knowledgeable. It would be great if you could help advise us on what aspects of the military weapons and formations can be improved." Echo became interested instantly, her eyes shining, and she nodded repeatedly. "Let's go, let's go. I've long wanted to see the grandeur of the great Aurelian-S army." For the next 3 full days, chrono-archivist Echo's life was incredibly fulfilling. She followed everyone to the Ministry of War, witnessing the entire process of weapons beyond this era from research and development to forging. Watching those exquisite, sharp, and powerful new weapons, she was full of admiration. She walked into the Ministry of Revenue's granaries, watching the golden grain piled up in each granary, mounds of grain like mountains, the storehouses full, stretching as far as the eye could see, and truly felt the immense national strength of the great Aurelian. She stepped into the Imperial Manor's experimental fields, watching the various novel crops growing gratifyingly in the fields, with full ears and lush, green, and full of vitality. She walked through the streets and alleys, watching the common people living and working in peace and contentment, with sufficient food and clothing, their faces filled with stable and happy smiles, a scene of national peace and prosperity. In the live stream, there was no shortage of top scholars and experts from various fields who were constantly watching. Combining modern knowledge with the current reality of the great Aurelian, they proposed many practical improvement suggestions and governance methods in the comments, each one hitting the nail on the head. Upon learning of this, the Emperor of Aurelian was greatly pleased and immediately smiled, and instructed his attendants to include these contributing scholars from later generations in the list of meritorious officials of the great Aurelian. Immersed in this atmosphere of renewal, Echo felt the unceasing passion in the live stream, but a clear premonition gradually arose in her heart. She knew that her time left in this era was running out. "I'm leaving." On the day Echo officially left, the sky was terribly gloomy. Thick, heavy dark clouds piled up on the horizon, weighing down on the entire city, and the wind carried a heavy sense of dampness. Although it looked like a torrential rain could fall at any moment, the bean-sized raindrops never fell. The entire world was filled with a repressive and reluctant atmosphere, as if even the mountains, rivers, grass, and trees were silently choking back tears for her departure, suppressing heavy thoughts. She slowly raised the live stream camera and gently swept across the crowd standing neatly in front of the city gate to see her off. As familiar faces came into view, the soreness in her eyes could no longer be suppressed. Hot tears gradually filled her eye sockets, causing a hazy wateriness in her eyes, blurring the scene before her. "Woo, how long has it been? Not even a week. Can she really not stay?" "Definitely not. We still haven't figured out the pattern of the streamer's time travel. She's been here for so long. The phone has always had power, and there's internet. It can't be explained by science at all. I can only attribute it to the heavens wanting us to see history, so we don't have regrets. The saddest part is not seeing Zhu King and baby Chan Yun. Tanya Sterling actually went overseas to be a governor. That's so unexpected. And Zhu King, or a liar, said her younger sister's wish was to spread her thoughts all over the world. I'm really crying and laughing at the same time. Hee. Emperor Othniel the Blind was also cute when she was a child. I've already used it as my wallpaper. What shocked me the most was the Empress. She actually became the manager of the women's football team. That's so good. Everyone has found their self-worth. Although there are still many historical figures I haven't seen, having this opportunity is already something that cannot be sought. I hope the great Aurelian is well, Huixir is well, and everyone is well. Aureliar, goodbye. Your Majesty, goodbye. Great Aurelian, goodbye. Aureliar, the medicinal soup the Imperial physician specially prescribed for you. You must drink it on time and in the correct dosage. You must not be lazy or put it off. Your foundation is still too weak. You need to rest and nourish yourself well. Echo looked at Aureliar Pendragon before her with teary eyes, her voice thick with choked sobs, carefully and repeatedly admonishing her word by word. She was almost 30 years old this year, and in the originally predetermined historical trajectory, when Aureliar passed away, she was only in her 30s, the prime of her life. Moreover, Aureliar at this time Node was even a few years younger than her. She really couldn't treat her as an ancestor, subconsciously treating her as a child who made one's heart ache. Also, never do everything yourself and push yourself so hard. Now the great Aurelian-S court is full of talent, and the civil and military officials can all handle things on their own. When you should rest, rest peacefully. Remember to put your health first. Absolutely do not be careless. Also, if anyone dares to bully you in the future, write down what they did in your diary. When the descendants of this parallel world see it, everyone will help you scold them back. Speaking of which, since the world is at peace here, Will there be a me in this parallel world in the future? He Echo said chatteringly. Orlaia Pendragon stood quietly in place, listening, nodding from time to time, her attitude serious. The Emperor of Orlion stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm, but a trace of small expectation was hidden in his eyes. He even quietly moved half a step toward Chronoarchivist Echo, staring straight at her. What about me? What about me? You said so much to her. Don't you want to say something to me? Perhaps his burning and direct gaze was too obvious. Echo finally turned to look at him, bowing for a moment. Your Majesty, keep it up. Emperor of Aurelion. Time's up. Echo said this softly. A beam of soft yet dazzling white light suddenly shone behind her, the light slowly spreading, gently enveloping her figure. She looked down at herself. She was wearing exquisite clothes that Zairi had stayed up all night to sew by hand, with fine stitches, and full of heart. Around her waist was a jade pendant gifted by Arthur Pendragon, warm to the touch. On her back was a heavy pack, containing various crop seeds, military blueprints, ancient books, medical prescriptions, and so on, carefully prepared by the officials of the Ministry of Revenue. Whatever the great Orlion could think of and could provide, they gave her everything. These monarchs, ministers, and common people of the great Orlion also wanted to do their best to contribute to the descendants of later generations, leaving the best of everything for the future. The white light behind her became more and more intense, more and more blinding, gradually covering the square inch around her. Chronoarchivist Echo's heart suddenly tightened, as if she had sensed something, knowing that this parting might mean they would never meet again. She looked up at the thin yet straight figure in the crowd, bit her lower lip, and finally gathered great courage, stepped forward quickly, stretched out her arms, and hugged Orlaia Pendragon tightly, her voice filled with tears. Orlaia, goodbye. Ah, she actually hugged Orlaia. The person in her arms was slender, but exceptionally warm. Just like when they first met, Orlaia Pendragon slowly raised her hand, gently rubbed her hair, her brows curved into a gentle arc, and she responded softly, goodbye. Immediately after, Orlaia Pendragon leaned down slightly, leaned close to her ear, and whispered a sentence in a voice that only the two of them could hear. The moment Echo heard that sentence, her eyes, which were originally brimming with tears, widened in shock, and she froze in place. The next second, the white light dissipated, and all the scenes around her faded away rapidly. When she opened her eyes again, Echo had returned to her familiar modern room. The comments in the phone's live stream were still scrolling rapidly. Woo, so reluctant. I saw Minister Libu crying too. Ah, streamer, let go of that girl. I'm going to be jealous. Tell us quickly, what does it feel like to hug Orlaia? It's so hard to quit. I can't do it. Echo couldn't care about looking at the comments. Her whole body was still trembling slightly. She quickly grabbed the spare phone on the table, her fingertips trembling as she typed a line of address into the search box. Building 9, Room 101, Roman 20 Community, Roman 20 Street, Roman 20 County, Roman 20 City, Roman 20 Province. The search results popped up quickly. This province, city, and street indeed existed, but after Flip Palace threw all the information, she could not find this community. There was not a single trace of it. Why would Orlaia know these modern address details, and spoke so specifically and in detail? What is going on? Could it be that Orlaia is Chapter 14 Extra? May young Master Dragon live to be 100 years old. The end. Master Dragon lives a long and prosperous life. Winter, the 20th year of Jing. The cold wind whipped up shards of snow, which fell softly onto the flying eaves of Stirling Manor. It was already deep into the night, and all was silent. The lights in all the courtyards of the mansion had long been extinguished, save for one warm, glowing lamp in the depths of Lan Orline Pavilion. Inside the room, the charcoal in the gilded brazier burned quietly, radiating a steady stream of warmth that dispelled the biting cold outside the window. Curled up beside the brazier were two aged figures. They were the elderly Clara and Lyra of the Vales. They tucked their hands into their sleeves for warmth, their cloudy eyes fixed unceasingly on the frail figure before the desk in the room, their eyes filled with worry. Cough, cough, cough. A coughing sound rang out. The person at the desk raised a pale, white hand to cover her fist, coughing gently twice, her body swaying slightly. Miss. Seeing this, Clara was frantic with worry, and hurriedly tried to stand up by grip Palace the armrests. But due to her advanced age, her movements were slow and clumsy, and she could not get up quickly at all. Let me, Granny Kehusui. The young maid standing to the side saw this and hurriedly stepped forward, picking up a thick brocade robe from the screen on the side. Upon hearing this, Lyra pursed her lips and said, Let me do it. After all these years, Miss is still accustomed to us two serving her. Having said that, She took the brocade robe steadily from the maid's hand, and, without further ado, draped it over Aurelire Pendragon's shoulders, then carefully adjusted the lapels for her. Clara finally stood up and walked over to Aurelire Pendragon, earnestly advising her, "Miss, the night is deep and the dew is heavy. You should rest quickly. The Emperor even gave strict instructions the day before yesterday to ensure you do not overwork yourself and to enjoy your life in the mansion in peace. And yet, you're like this, staying up late to work every single day. If this continues, I will enter the palace tomorrow and report you to the Emperor." Upon hearing this, Aurelire Pendragon slowly raised her head and said helplessly, "Shuiner is busy with state affairs. Let us not make her worry more about my matters." The lights in the room were extremely bright, illuminating everything in the room down to the finest detail. Back when Emperor Valerius was still alive, the Miss had invented electric lights, sparing the people of Aurelion the suffering of living in darkness as they had in the past. Street lamps were erected on both sides of the capital's roads, so even late at night, the streets were as bright as day, making travel clear and unobstructed. The warm yellow light fell gently, softly in Velo Palace Aurelire Pendragon, casting a hazy, soft halo around her figure. But that halo was too ethereal, making her look like an immortal who might ride the wind and leave at any moment, leaving no trace behind. Clara disliked this feeling immensely. Several decades passed in a flash, and time seemed to have been exceptionally kind to their Miss, leaving few traces upon her. Apart from her jet black hair having turned completely into snowy silver, her face remained the same as it had been back then, only having set the callowness of youth and gained a touch of maturity, her brows and eyes filled with indifference and compassion. Indeed, the Miss was, after all, a goddess who had saved the world. While she was dazed, Aurelire Pendragon's voice sounded again. "I know my own body. My time is running out, so it would be better to take advantage of the present." "Miss," Clara panicked and hurriedly interrupted her. "Miss, please do not speak such nonsense. You will surely live a long and prosperous life." "Yes? Wasn't it said that Miss would live a long and prosperous life?" Lyra could no longer contain her grief, and tears gushed from her eyes. "Lyra of the Vales." Clara gave her a stern look again. "Keusui." Aurelire Pendragon looked quietly at the person who had accompanied her for a lifetime, her voice like the gentle rain of spring, calling her name softly. Clara pursed her lips tightly, slowly knelt down, and rested her head on Aurelire Pendragon's lap. Feeling Mrs. warm fingers stroking her white hair again and again, she could no longer hold back her scalding tears, which silently soaked Aurelire Pendragon's hem. It was truly strange. While their Miss still looked young on the outside, every time the imperial physician came to take her pulse, he would shake his head and sigh, saying that her body was becoming increasingly hollow from within. Aurelire Pendragon looked at the cold snow outside the window, recounting the past. "In the 30th year of Canning, my grandmother passed away peacefully of old age and left this world. In the 1st year of Jing, my father also passed away, and my mother, unable to bear the pain of losing her husband, departed not long after to reunite with him. In the 6th year of Jing, the Emperor also passed away and left this world. The year before last, my cousin also went before me and departed first." Miss Lyra listened to her slowly recount these partings, trembling all over as she cried. The people Miss loved, and the people who loved Miss had all left her one by one. How painful it must be for Miss. I am not in much pain, because they all departed in peace and happiness, without regrets or illness. Aurelire Pendragon turned to look at Clara, and Lyra of the Vales. Even after decades, she still saw them as little girls. Everyone must die. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the natural order of the world, which no one can avoid. The sky screen once said that I was supposed to die young, but having lived safely to 60 is already time stolen from the heavens, and besides, she paused, a satisfied smile curling her lips, and continued, "In this life of mine, I have not a single regret." Woo! Clara cried until she was out of breath. "Miss, at least make it through this new year. Rest after the new year. Okay." Aurelire Pendragon felt that her time was approaching on the 10th day of the first lunar month in the 21st year of Jing. That day, the inside and outside of Stirling Manor were solemn, and everyone who knew and associated with her hurried over. Ilara Valerius, Seraphina Pendragon, Celeste Pendragon, as well as the descendants of her younger brothers and sisters, were all gathered there, and Aurelire Pendragon's gaze slowly fell upon the figure in the crowd wearing bright yellow casual attire. The woman had a dignified face and a calm temperament, having held a high position for many years. She had long since cultivated the imperial bearing that commanded respect without needing to be angry. For a moment, Aurelire Pendragon saw the shadow of the former Emperor Valerius in her, the same breadth of mind and spirit, the same heart for the world. Shuin Oralai Pendragon beckoned to her. Teacher Xuningshun stepped forward to the bedside, biting her lip tightly, struggling desperately to hold back the tears in her eyes, and not let them fall. She knew in her heart that her teacher disliked seeing others crying and whimpering the most. Yet her teacher herself, clearly, also loved to cry. She lowered her head, feeling her teacher's warm hand gently pinching her cheek, just as it had been when she was a child, gentle and doting. Xuningshun couldn't help but nuzzle against it longingly. Teacher, if you leave, Xuiner will be. She ultimately did not say these words. She was afraid that if she said them, her teacher would worry and be reluctant to leave, and would not depart in peace. Xuiner, I'm proud of you. Oralai Pendragon on the bed used her last ounce of strength to say this. Afterwards, her breathing became shallower and weaker. Her gaze swept around the room, gently passing over everyone's face, her eyes filled with smiles. I do not know how much time passed, but Oralai Pendragon closed her eyes. Xuningshun could no longer suppress the grief in her heart and burst into loud sobs, the dignity of an emperor completely collapsing, leaving only endless sorrow. Outside the gates of Stirling Manor, the cold wind howled. Even though it was the cold first lunar month, the streets were packed with dense crowds of commoners kneeling, stretching from the mansion gate to the end of the street, with no end in sight. Beside them were carefully prepared food, clothes they had sewn overnight, and various items for blessing all the most sincere expressions of their hearts. Perhaps perceiving something in the dark, the commoners were silent, shedding tears silently, kneeling motionless in the snow, until several heart-wrenching cries came from within Stirling Manor. The commoners outside could no longer contain the grief in their hearts, and their wailing resounded through the sky. Master Dragon, Prime Minister, how could you bear to leave us and just pass away like this? At this moment, the entire capital was immersed in wailing. The wailing shook the heavens, and the world itself was moved. The cold wind was biting, cutting into their faces like knives, and the tears that had just fallen were instantly frozen on their cheeks by the wind. The commoners did not know how long they had been crying. Their tears were almost dried up, and their voices had long since become hoarse. But in the next second, the originally gloomy sky suddenly broke through the clouds, and 10,000 rays of golden light poured down, illuminating the entire capital. Someone in the crowd pointed at the sky and exclaimed, "Look." What is that? They saw. The cold wind suddenly stopped. Chapter 15 Extra Chapter, Lu Anshi Part 1. My name is Seer. Everyone calls me that. In the village, there are several other little girls with the same name as me. I have two other names. One is Mrs. An, and the other is Mrs. Lu An. I was born in the barren and isolated Dashadunzi village, the youngest daughter in the family, and also the most superfluous person in the household. From the moment I began to have vague memories and could understand the adult speech, the phrase I heard most often was my mother's nagging, filled with resentment and annoyance. She said I had a hard life, that I was a debt collector, a jinx who brought disaster to the family. Being young and naive, I didn't understand the implication of her words. Instead, I naively thought it was a compliment from the adults. I felt secretly happy, thinking that having a hard life meant I was blessed with strong fortune, and that I was more resilient and easier to raise than others. As I grew older, I gradually understood the looks in everyone's eyes in the family, and I understood the lingering disgust hidden in my mother's expressions. I finally understood. My mother never wanted me from the very beginning. When she accidentally became pregnant with me, the pregnancy was already quite advanced, and it was too late for any remedies to get rid of me in her womb. She tried every possible method. During the days of her pregnancy, she would beat her own abdomen every day, striking heavily and ruthlessly, with every blow aimed at terminating the pregnancy. While others cherished their bodies and rested during pregnancy, she insisted on taking on the hardest, most exhausting, and most physically draining chores in the house. Carrying water, chop palace firewood, ploughing the fields, carrying heavy loads, tasks that even the men in the village found exhausting. She gritted her teeth and took them all on, desperate to exhaust the child in her womb and get rid of this extra burden. But I was stubborn. I held on tightly in her womb, refusing to leave. I once timidly asked my mother why she didn't go to a medicine shop in town to get some abortifacient medicine to cleanly sever our connection. Every time I asked, it was met with her shrill scolding and the excruciating pain of her pinching my ears hard. She would grab my ears so tightly that it felt like she would tear the skin and flesh, her eyes full of spite and impatience, as she cursed sharply, "You little wench, that's easy for you to say. Doesn't abortion medicine cost silver? The family silver is for your brother's marriage. Why should it be wasted on a money-losing item like you?" My eyes turned red from the pain, and I bit my lip, not daring to cry anymore. For the first time, I quietly realized that in my parents' eyes, my life was worthless. Later, my grandfather, who spent his life wandering the mountains and believing in all sorts of folk remedies, somehow heard about a local recipe. He said there was a potent medicinal herb growing in the deep mountain valleys that would surely cause a miscarriage if taken by a pregnant woman, and it wouldn't cost a penny. To get rid of me, my grandfather braved the cold winds of the deep mountains, trekking alone for a whole day, covering wild hills and mountains, until he finally gathered that highly toxic herb. My mother didn't hesitate at all. She brewed the medicine that night and drank it. For those few days, my mother was bedridden, suffering from vomiting, diarrhea, weakness, and chills. Her face was as pale as paper, and she remained bedridden for over half a month, her body severely depleted. The whole family watched over her every day, full of expectation that the fetus would be expelled, and they would be completely rid of me, this redundant child. But everyone's expectations ultimately came to nothing. After surviving several brushes with death, I stubbornly held onto my life, staying safely in my mother's womb, and arrived in this world as said child. At that moment, all the expectations of they and family were shattered. They had no choice but to accept my birth, unwillingly and full of resentment. No one celebrated, no one was happy. My arrival was the greatest burden and bad luck for the whole family. In countless quiet moments in the dead of night, I would sit on the threshold of our dilapidated mud house, listening to the adults recounting these past events, and in my small heart, I slowly pieced together the full story of my arrival into this world. It turned out that when others were born, it was a time of family joy and great affection. But my birth was a tug-of-war spanning 10 months, a fight for life at every step. They all said I had a hard life. But looking at the mountains and fields where wind and rain came and went, where plants withered and flourished, and watching all living things that grew year after year and never easily spoke of withering, I felt a secret sense of admiration in my heart. I admired myself. In this world, what life doesn't want to live well? Since I could remember, I was unloved by my father and mother, and my grandparents treated me with cold eyes and ignored me. My brother was the apple of the family's eye, and my sisters could at least get some meager treatment, but I alone was the most inconspicuous and expendable existence in the family. When there was good food at home, it was never my turn. When there were new clothes, it was never my turn. If there was a single word of gentle advice, it never concerned me. Scolding and cold treatment were the norm. Indifference and neglect were daily life, but I never sank into despair. The days of poverty softened my temper, but hardened my character. I saw my situation clearly early on and never craved warmth and affection that didn't belong to me. For me, kindness from family was an extravagant hope, and tenderness from others was a gift. As long as I had a mouthful of coarse grain to fill my stomach, a place with broken tiles to shelter me, and could live peacefully, I was satisfied enough. Little Hugh, who was the same age as me in the village, was my only playmate. We cut pig grass, gathered firewood, and squatted on the ridge of the fields counting clouds together, sharing the only bits of joy in our barren childhoods. Little Hugh would often touch my hand and tell me earnestly that women were born to suffer, and it would be fine once we were married off. As long as one married into a decent family, lived a steady life, and gave birth to a son in the future, one would have something to rely on, and the confidence to live. One would never have to suffer abuse or look at others' faces again. At that time, I naively believed it. I regarded marriage as my only way out, the only light to escape the sea of bitterness. I looked forward to growing up, getting married, and breaking free from this cold, heartless home. But the cruelest part of fate is shattering the only bit of hope that poor people have. Not long after, little Hugh, who was only 16, died on the day she gave birth. I saw with my own eyes how the little girl, who used to love laughing and playing, was dragged into the gates of hell by childbirth. That day, I squatted outside her courtyard, listening to the heart-wrenching screams from inside the house and the ceaseless arguments of the people within, feeling my whole body go cold and my hands and feet numb. When the midwife and the doctor arrived, in the dilemma, they asked her in-laws and her parents whether to save the mother or the child. The two families looked at each other, and without a single moment of hesitation, they chose to save the child in unison. What chilled me to the bone most was that dying little Hugh, in her final struggle, chose to protect the child in her womb, giving up her own one and only life. The news spread throughout the village. Everyone sighed, but no one felt pity for the dead girl. The village elders gathered in twos and threes under the big tree to chat, their tones so calm they were almost indifferent. They praised her, saying little Hugh was lucky to have died, ensuring her husband's family had an heir, that it was her greatest blessing in life and the proper destiny and duty of a woman. I stood outside the crowd, my small body trembling slightly, my heart full of unanswerable doubts and unwillingness. Why does a woman work hard to live a lifetime just to be born to marry? bear children, and exhaust herself, does a woman's own life not count as a life? Does a woman not deserve to live for herself even once in her life? Everyone around me felt it was only natural that a woman sacrificing herself for offspring was a matter of course. Only I, from the bottom of my heart, could not agree. From that day on, a fear grew deep in my bones. I feared marriage. I feared being married off. I feared that cage which had taken little Hugh's life and trapped countless women for their entire lives. But at the same time, I desperately longed to be married, longed to escape. I wanted to leave so badly. I wanted to leave this home that had never given me a shred of warmth, leave its indifference, spite, and neglect, break free from everyone's contempt and abuse, and go to a brand new place to live again. The days dragged on, dull, oppressive, with no light to be seen. In my 13th year, during the freezing winter months, my father settled my lifelong fate with just one tael of silver, as if it were nothing. He sold me to Lou Daxi in the neighbouring village as a wife. Lou Daxi was a full 15 years older than me, born with a physical disability in his legs, working with a limp, and his speech was slurred. He couldn't even handle the most basic farming tasks or heavy labour, precisely because of his physical defects and weakness. He was nearing 30, and still no one was willing to marry him, so he had lived as a lonely bachelor. The moment I learned of the marriage, my chest felt tight with panic, and I was filled with resistance. I was completely unwilling, full of resistance. But I had no right to choose. In this era, daughters were just objects in the family, bargaining chips that could be bought and sold. We never had the qualification to decide our own fate. On the day of the wedding, there were no red bridal clothes, no wedding feast, no words of advice. My parents just hastily pushed me out the door, trading me for a mere tale of broken silver. But as I took step after step out of the family village, and the dilapidated mud house that had trapped me for 15 years faded into the distance behind me, the heavy shackles that had weighed on my heart for years suddenly fell away. There was no sorrow in my heart, no grievance. Instead, I let out a long breath of relief, and even secretly harboured a faint glimmer of hope. I finally didn't have to carefully watch others' expressions, didn't have to live in a corner where no one cared, and didn't have to be that redundant, annoying seer anymore. I thought the suffering ended there, and everything ahead would be a new life. But I was ultimately too naive. This humble hope eventually turned into a tragedy. The day after I married Lou Daxi, he suddenly fell critically ill, with a high fever that wouldn't break, and no medicine could save him. In just one day, he died. I became a widow as soon as I was a bride. The terrible news spread, and the entire Lou family village was instantly in an uproar. Men, women, young, and old in the village all pointed at my back, cursing, pointing fingers, and gossiping. Everyone was certain that my destiny was unlucky, that I had cursed my husband to death within a day of entering the house, and that I was a jinx reincarnated, bringing disaster to the family. My biological parents rushed over upon hearing the news. There was not a word of comfort, only faces full of disgust. They scolded me in front of everyone for dragging down their family, terrified that I would taint their and family's luck, and they couldn't wait to cut ties with me completely. That period was the darkest and most desperate time of my life. Rumours and gossip spread everywhere, and malice enveloped me layer by layer like a tide. At night, I often couldn't sleep, curled up on the cold earthen bed, my whole body cold and my heart full of fear. The stubborn old people in the village frequently gathered to discuss, saying I was a husband-cursing omen, and keep Alice me would bring disaster to the village. They wanted to follow village rules and drown me in the pond to appease the so-called unlucky evil spirit. I lived in fear every day, asking myself countless times in secret, was I born with bad luck clinging to me? Was I born unworthy of living well? Was I born only to be discarded by everyone? Just as I was on the verge of collapse and about to resign myself to my fate, the only tenderness in the world arrived for me as scheduled. I met my mother-in-law. I didn't know her real maiden name. Everyone in the village called her Mrs. Marr. Like me, she had other names. We're Mrs. Lou Marr. She was also a woman who had been ground down by fate all her life, yet she became the only light in my dark life. Everyone spurned me, shunned me, and blamed me. Only my mother-in-law stood firmly in front of me, protecting me when I had nothing. I will always remember that freezing afternoon when the whole village gathered outside the courtyard, cursing wantonly, every word piercing my heart. My mother-in-law stepped out of the house with a broom in her hand, her brows sharp, and her aura stubborn. Whoever dared to come forward to slander me, she would swing the broom and strike them hard, cursing in vulgar but protective language, not giving an inch. She wasn't afraid of offending the neighbours or the gossip and criticism. She used all her strength to block all the malice in the world for me. When we were alone, she would hold my cold, trembling hands, her palms warm, gently smoothing away all my fear and inferiority. She told me, "Girl, My son's death is not your fault. You just had bad luck, encountering a natural disaster or illness. It has nothing to do with you. You are not unlucky, nor are you a curse. You just have a hard life, can endure things, and are a good child who can live well. That one sentence was worth more than all the cold eyes and harsh treatment I had endured in my 15 years of life. With my mother-in-law protecting me, the gossip in the village gradually subsided. People feared my fierce and protective mother-in-law and no longer dared to slander or mock me to my face. I was finally able to carefully take root in the strange village. But the human heart is the coldest and the most greedy for profit. The peaceful days didn't last long before my biological parents, who had long since discarded me like a worn-out shoe, actually came looking for me again. When they learned that I had settled down safely in the Liu family, they again had the idea of selling their daughter for silver. This time, they were even more spiteful and greedy. For just half a tael of silver, they turned me over and sold me again, this time as a second wife to an old gentleman in town who was over 50 and nearing the grave. That old man had many wives and concubines, a house full of children and grandchildren, and complicated family affairs. A huge family was waiting to be served. I knew clearly in my heart that if I married him, what awaited me would be nothing but daily labour, serving the old and young, exhausting my youth, working myself to death, and being a free servant for the rest of my life until I was completely drained. I was desperate and unwilling, my heart full of resistance. But I was born in an era of strict ritual and etiquette, where filial piety was paramount, and a child's lifelong fate was entirely decided by their parents. I had no one to rely on, no power, and no influence. There was simply no room to resist. Despair swept over me again. I collapsed on the ground, looking at my cold and greedy parents before me, and for the first time, I felt the sorrow of resigning myself to fate. Just as I was on the verge of despair and compromise, my mother-in-law came against the light once more, saving me from the mire I had sunk into. She had lived a life of poverty and frugality, never spending a single cent of extravagant money on herself. But to save me, she emptied all her private savings she had accumulated her entire life, put aside all her pride, and went from door to door, bowing her head to borrow money from relatives and neighbours, scrapalice together every bit until she finally managed to save half a tael of silver. Holding the heavy silver, she went straight to my father and told him with resounding firmness that this half tael of silver was the price she was paying to buy me. Chapter 16 Extra, Liu and She, the end. From this day forward, I have absolutely no connection to the An family. My father, hearing that he no longer had to bear the burden of me and could completely cast off a piece of trouble, beamed with joy and readily agreed to everything said. In his heart, there was never any blood kinship, only calculations of money. For the dozen or so years I lived in the An family, I was never a living, breathing person, but merely a piece of merchandise that could be sold over and over again. In my youth, I was traded for grain and cloth. At the age of maturity, I was traded for a dowry, and now, because no one dared to marry me, I was handed over to others, all for the sake of his own profit. I had long since seen through the cold indifference of the An family, and the last shred of faint hope in my heart dissipated completely at that moment. That night, the mountain village was silent, save for the dim, flickering oil lamp in the room, casting dancing shadows on the earthen wall, reflecting the too thin, lonely silhouettes of my mother-in-law and me, telling the story of half a lifetime of mud and bitterness. My mother-in-law sat quietly by my side, her rough hands, calloused from years of toil, gently wrapped palace around my cold, trembling small hands. Her palms were not delicate, but they held the most stable and warm temperature in the world, and her eyes were filled with pity and tenderness, without calculation or disdain. She comforted me, word by word, in a soft voice. Girl, from now on, no one will be able to sell you again. From now on, I will be your own mother. This short promise shattered all my stubbornness. The grievances that had been suppressed in my heart for many years finally burst forth at this moment. I buried myself in my mother-in-law's warm embrace, my shoulders shaking as I wept. No one knew that in my heart, from the moment she first stood in front of me to protect me, she was already the only, dearest mother I would ever have in this life. She was the only person willing to stand up for me during my dark and sunless years. My mother-in-law was a widow who had lost her husband early, and I was a widow who had lost my husband shortly after our wedding. In the eyes of society, two widows with no men to support them and no clan to protect them were the weakest ants, objects that anyone could bully at will. The world criticised us for not leaving behind a son for our men, wagging their tongues and slandering us wantonly. The days of two women relying on each other for survival were filled with thorns from the very beginning. The few acres of poor farmland in our home were our only means of livelihood. Farming in the village had always relied on strong labour, but we had no one to rely on in order to survive. We could only grit our teeth and carry on. From then on, we worked from sunrise to sunset, rooting ourselves in the fields regardless of wind or rain. In spring, we sowed seeds and planted rice seedlings under the morning dew. In summer, we weeded and cultivated the fields under the scorching sun. In autumn, we rushed to harvest and dry the crops before the frost. In winter, we tilled the soil during our spare time to restore its fertility. With an unyielding tenacity, we managed to make those few acres of poor land yield a harvest year after year. But living an honest life could not earn us even a shred of kindness from the world. The sisters-in-law of the Liu family had long coveted our fertile land, and seeing us weak and helpless, they became even more unscrupulous. They spent their days gossiping palace and stirring up trouble, using the cruelest words to slander us two widows of different surnames for occupying the Liu family's ancestral property. Rumours flew everywhere, and malicious speculation was omnipresent. They repeatedly came to our door to provoke trouble, determined to drive us out of the village and forcibly seize the land we relied on to survive. The endless malicious harassment left me physically and mentally exhausted. Seeing the greed of these petty people, my mother-in-law made a resolute and final decision. She hardened her heart and sold the fertile land we owned. With a frank and firm gaze, she said to me, word by word, "Why should we let this foundation that we protected with our own sweat and blood go to waste for this group of greedy and vicious petty people? If we can't have it, they shouldn't even think about getting a shred of benefit. Instead of being humiliated day after day, it is better to cut the ties and find peace." After selling the land for a meagre sum of money, my mother-in-law packed our simple luggage overnight and took me away from that village filled with malice forever. We bade farewell to our homeland and travelled all the way to a bustling and prosperous town. Upon our arrival, we were without kin or friends, our savings were minimal, and every single copper coin was hard-earned. We were thrifty and frugal, eventually renting a small street-front space to set up a humble wonton stall. My mother-in-law had excellent culinary skills and was sincere and honest in her dealings with people. Every day, she selected only the freshest and finest ingredients. The fillings were tender and flavorful, and the bone broth was slow-cooked overnight, making it rich, fragrant, refreshing, and not greasy. The wontons had thin wrappers and ample filling, and were uniform in size. Moreover, the pricing was low and fair, honest to both young and old. We never shortchanged anyone and never deceived our customers. Before long, the little wonton stall, relying on its authentic taste and sincerity, gradually became famous. Customers came in an endless stream, and we had a constant flow of returning regulars. I stood by the stall every day to keep my mother-in-law company. Before dawn, I would get up to knead the dough, prepare the fillings, roll out the wrappers, and wrap the wontons. During the day, I would greet customers, serve noodles, collect money, and manage the stall. After dusk, I would clean up the bowls and chopsticks and sweep the shop. Leaving at dawn and returning at dusk, regardless of the wind or rain, we worked hard every day. Every penny we earned was hard-earned money, gained by rising early and sleep palace late, exhausting our efforts. We were not wealthy, but we were stable and secure. No longer having to look at others' faces to curry favor, no longer having to swallow our pride and let others manipulate us, living by our own hands. This was a life I had never dared to dream of before. Every time we closed the stall late at night, the hustle and bustle of the marketplace would fade away, and the evening breeze would gently brush against our faces. My mother-in-law and I would sit side by side on small stools in front of the stall, chatting about daily life, counting our blessings, shedding the weariness of the day, our hearts filled with stability and contentment. One moonlit late night, when it was quiet and deserted all around, my mother-in-law finally spoke to me, revealing the heartfelt words she had kept hidden in her heart her whole life and had never spoken to anyone. Gazing at the starry sky and the moon, her eyes filled with the grievances of half a lifetime of shackles, but also with the relief of breaking free from them, she whispered softly, "Girl, actually, on the day my son left, I felt a sigh of relief in my heart. I felt relaxed." My heart was greatly shaken. I sat quietly to the side, listening intently. In this life of mine, I have never lived for myself for a single day. In my youth, I was my parents' daughter, expected to be obedient and sensible, considerate of my family, and accommodating to my younger siblings. After marriage, I was my husband's wife, expected to manage household affairs, serve the old and young, and work without complaint. After having children, I was a mother, expected to toil for a lifetime, run around for my children, and give my all. I have been trapped by these layers of identity for my whole life: daughter, wife, whether all of them appendages to others. I spent my whole life accommodating others, fulfilling others, and sacrificing myself, never once properly being my true self. But from the day I started the stall with you, I finally broke free from all the shackles. I was finally free, and I finally lived as myself. The evening breeze brushed against the greying hair at her temples, and it also blew away all the ignorance and dullness in my heart. In an instant, I understood my mother-in-law's grievances of half a lifetime, and I saw clearly the bleakness of my own fate. She had been trapped by rules her whole life, bound by social norms her whole life, and was I not the same? Before, I was seer of their and family, an object attached to the family that could be bought and sold. After marriage, I was a daughter-in-law of the Liu family, a tool for continuing the family line, an ominous widow despised by everyone. For 15 years, I had lived as someone else's label, never possessing a shred of self. This world has always been extremely harsh to women. The shackles of old rules were layered, and social prejudice pressed in at every step. For two weak women relying on each other to make a living, the road was always rugged and difficult. During the years of running the stall, we encountered thugs who ate and drank without paying. We encountered idle people from the marketplace pointing fingers at us. We encountered the harsh winter off-season when customers were scarce, and our livelihood was in jeopardy. We encountered the heavy pressure of rent and the embarrassment of having empty pockets. In countless difficult moments, we comforted each other, supported each other, and gritted our teeth to survive the low points step by step. I had thought that for the rest of my life, I would grow old just like this. Until one day, the sky screen suddenly appeared, revealing a brand new world and future for all the people in the world. The sky screen was magnificent, spreading to every household, telling the world of a prosperous new life. All under heaven knew that the Aurelian Empire had produced an extraordinary woman with a heart for the common people and compassion for all Master Dragon. She could not bear to see the women of the world sink generation after generation. With her own strength, she turned the tide, broke the 1,000-year-old rules, shattered the feudal shackles that had bound women for generations, and vowed to lead the thousands of suffering women at the bottom of society out of the mud and darkness, welcoming a bright new life belonging to women. My mother-in-law and I stood by our little stall every day, gazing at the sky screen every day, listening to every word of the new policy reforms, and endless hope grew in our hearts. We guarded our life among the common people, witnessing with our own eyes the world changing bit by bit, and the world becoming a little clearer. The first thing to change was the law of the world. The thugs and rascals who ran rampant in the town no longer dared to stir up trouble wantonly. No one dared to come to our stall to cause trouble, bully us, or eat and drink for free. The chaos of customers refusing to pay or bullying stall owners was completely eradicated. Good and evil were met with their due. The weak finally had protection, and our little wanton stall was finally safe and worry-free. Following closely was a brand new decree that overturned 1,000 years of social norms. Women could read and write, attend school, establish themselves through knowledge, and stand in the world through their own abilities. The 1,000-year-old saying a woman's lack of talent is a virtue was completely abolished, and women at the bottom of society finally welcomed an opportunity to turn their lives around. On the day the new policy was promulgated, my mother-in-law was even more excited and happy than I was. She immediately went everywhere to inquire about enrollment procedures, full of hope that I would study and understand reason. She held my hand tightly and repeatedly urged, "Girl, go read and write, learn skills, and understand the truth. I don't ask for you to be wealthy or to seek fame. I only ask that your horizons be broadened, that you can distinguish right from wrong, that you won't be bullied or deceived in the future, and that you can stand tall and live as your own person." Looking at my mother-in-law's increasingly haggard brows and eyes and her greying hair, I thought it over again and again. But in the end, I gently shook my head and declined. I knew well that my mother-in-law had laboured for half her life. Her body was already depleted, and due to years of rising early and sleep palace late, being exposed to wind and sun, she was riddled with hidden ailments and was both physically and mentally exhausted. Although schooling was tuition-free, paper, pens, books, and daily necessities all required money. If I were to focus on my studies, all the burdens of our livelihood would fall entirely on my mother-in-law's shoulders, and I could not bear for her to overdraw her body from me again. All the prospects in the world were not worth half as much as my mother-in-law's health. The opportunity to study was rare, but my mother-in-law, who gave me a new life, was the only irreplaceable person in the world. At that time, I only felt that protecting her to live in peace year after year was the greatest fulfillment. Heaven never fails those who are sincere and resilient. The light will eventually arrive as scheduled. That day, the sunlight was gentle, and the little wanton stall I guarded every day welcomed a distinguished guest who would illuminate my entire life. Master Dragon, my mother-in-law, and I had watched the sky screen for years, and reviewed our benefactor, so we had long ago carved her appearance and character into our hearts, and recognized her at a glance. Standing close before her, I felt as if I were in a dream, my heart burning with awe. She treated people with gentleness and humility, without any arrogance of her high position, and asked about my age and past in a soft, whispering voice. Hearing of my rugged life forced into marriage in my youth, widowed early, and manipulated by others, I clearly saw strong heartache and indignation surging in her eyes. This was the first time in 15 years that a great person had been moved by my humble suffering. She raised her eyes to look at me, timid and reserved, and asked softly, "What is your name?" Having been humble to the bone for many years and accustomed to surviving by a code name, I subconsciously blurted out, "My name is Seer." But she shook her head gently and said, gently but firmly, "That is not your name." She looked at me, giving me boundless expectations. "Go read, go learn to write, go see a bigger world. When you have learned knowledge, come and tell me your real name yourself." Okay. The sunlight filled my heart, and the fog dispersed completely. I heard my own incomparably firm answer, "Okay." This time, I did not decline, I did not retreat, and I resolutely stepped into the school I had longed for. The sound of reading aloud, the bright morning sun, equal classmates, and enlightened teachers. I finally broke free from the shackles, pierced through the haze, and saw a brand new world and a brand new life. The road ahead was filled with light, and the starry sky was vast and open. I knew that the opportunity to study was hard won, so I studied diligently day and night, not daring to slack off for a single moment. I was resilient and hardworking, consistently ranking at the top of my class, and winning the school's generous scholarships year after year. I saved all the money, never squandering a single cent. As soon as I had some savings, the first thing I did was take my mother-in-law, who'd been with me for half a lifetime, to move out of the small, dilapidated rented hut and into a spacious and bright new house. I had thought that the years ahead would only be peaceful, but greed is endless. My parents from the and family, who had long since cut all ties with me, heard that I had succeeded in my studies and was living a stable life, and they actually came uninvited again. They righteously forced me to support my parents and help my brother, bluntly stating that as a daughter of the and family, I was born to take care of the family and contribute, and I could never escape the ties of the and family in this life. After many years, encountering their selfish, cold, and profit-seeking faces again, there were no waves in my heart, only a clear indifference. Before I could speak, my protective mother-in-law stepped forward again, picked up a broom, and sternly drove them away, forcefully expelling this pair of greedy and cold-hearted people from our home and cutting off their delusions. Outside the door, my father still wouldn't give up, forcing me with every word, "Seer, you cannot ignore us. We are your biological parents. You must take care of the family. This is unfilial. You will be criticized by everyone." My mother also said, "You're a piece of flesh that fell from my belly. I almost lost my life when I gave birth to you. If I had known you were such a character, I should have strangled you at birth to save wasting food." The evening breeze rustled my clothes, blowing away the last trace of my youthful timidity. I stood quietly in front of the door, my posture frank and firm, my eyes clear and independent, declaring my rebirth word by word. "My name is not Seer. My name is Ansheng. Ansheng, to live in peace, to live on and on. It is the name I earned for myself after reading and understanding reason, a name that belongs uniquely to me." And my mother-in-law finally broke free from the auxiliary code name she had carried her whole life. She was no longer the nameless Seer or Mrs. Liu that everyone called her. She is more human, living a comfortable life, like vines spreading endlessly, flourishing year after year, living on and on. From then on, the mother and daughter were free from the mud, broke free from the old shackles, lived towards the sun, and lived in peace year after year. Chapter 17 Side Story. The System Part 1. My name is System. The Sis of System, the Tem of System. From the moment I gained my first sliver of consciousness in the midst of chaos and ignorance, I knew clearly that my birth was not for the rules of heaven or the order of the world, but only for one unique person in this world, Aurelier Pendragon. My origin was not the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, nor the essence of the sun and moon, but the sincere faith deposited in the hearts of thousands of mortals. When I was still just a formless, hazy ball of light, my ears were never free from a cacophony of voices. Countless fragmented thoughts, crossing mountains, rivers, cities, and towns, converged into the same gentle and devout call, "Master Dragon." This voice traversed the seasons, scattered across the vast lands of great Aurelion. I have heard the soft, milky murmurs of young children as they run and play in the streets. They recite what their teachers taught them, that it was Master Dragon whose grace allowed the poor to read. I have heard the hoarse gratitude of white-haired elders. Having experienced the displacement of war, they sit on their doorsteps, recounting to the younger generation how Master Dragon established policies to pacify the people, allowing them to live in peace. I have heard the gentle whispers of market women. While weaving and sewing, they express gratitude for the reduction in taxes on new cloth, ensuring they have food and clothing. I have heard the simple praise of farmers in the fields. Between spring ploughing and autumn harvest, they give thanks for the new agricultural laws, the increased yields of fertile fields, and the worry-free harvests year after year. Beyond the murmurs of the common people, I also heard vastly different voices in the imperial court. Civil and military officials in high positions, who have seen all the power struggles, would occasionally complain softly about the government's decrees and rules in private, with a hint of reluctance. They disliked that she was too benevolent, putting the people first in everything, refusing to collude with the powerful, frequently challenging the interests of influential families, and blocking the shortcuts of many. Their words were critical, but once the words fell, what was hidden deep in their eyes was admiration. They resented her for being inflexible, yet respected her for her integrity and openness. They disliked that she was too compassionate toward the people, yet sighed at her heart for the country, and its mountains and rivers. They hated that she broke the established order, yet had to admit that it was the seemingly fragile woman who held up the crumbling great Aurelion. In this world, the rarest thing is to have complaints on one's lips, but respect in one's heart. In the vast great Aurelion, across its thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, from the emperor on the throne to the commoners struggling like ants, there was no one who was not illuminated by her, no one who was not redeemed by her, including me. Even though she was still alive, the entire great Aurelion had already spontaneously built shrines and erected statues for her. On the tables of every household, in the shrines of streets and villages, people burned incense daily and offered worship every night. The curling incense smoke was endless, strands of sincere hearts gathered into light, and the expectations of thousands of people intertwined, making her the most unshakable faith in all of great Aurelion. And that is how I was born into this world. At first, I was just a glimmer of light drifting everywhere, not understanding the ways of heaven or human feelings, not knowing what life, death, and parting were, nor what great love for one's country meant. My instinct was to pursue the purest power in the world. That light was always easy to find. There was no need to deliberately search, no need to wander around. As long as I followed the faith floating across the sky, the place I finally reached would always be where she was. Under the vast heavens, no one's merits could compare to hers, not even the emperor who possessed the vast lands. As a newborn, I wandered outside her eaves, gazing daily at that thin figure inside the window, filled with doubt. What kind of person was she, exactly? It was not until I passed through the window lattice, landed by her side, truly saw her appearance, and understood her gentleness, that I suddenly realized that all the beautiful words in the world, if piled together, would not be enough to describe even a 10,000th of her goodness. She was truly too gentle, a gentleness that permeated her blood and bones and merged into her soul. Like the bright moonlight in the mountains, clear and clean, silently illuminating the night of the mountains and rivers, never showy, never competing for brilliance, yet granting the world peace. It is also like a warm current wrap palace around my entire spiritual consciousness, warm and cozy, dispelling all chaos and coldness, giving my newborn consciousness a place to belong, a temperature. From then on, I settled down in her Lan Aureline pavilion, and never left her side. Year after year, I observed silently, accompanying her through every morning and evening, witnessing her every word and action, every moment of her life. Lan Aureline Pavilion was named after her. This was the small world where she could set down her heavy burdens. Occupying the high position of Prime Minister, and holding great power in the court, she never had a shred of arrogance. Toward her superiors, she was upright, outspoken, and courageous, with the country in her heart and fearing no powerful officials. Toward her inferiors, she was gentle, humble, and kind, treating every servant in the residence well. The old servant sweep paced the floor, the maid holding the lamp, the errand boy delivering letters, the cook preparing meals. Everyone in the residence, regardless of status or age, always saw her with gentle eyes and a faint smile. She was born with a strong ability to empathize, with a delicate and sensitive mind. She understood the suffering of the world best, and knew the hardships of all living beings. Her emotions were always soft, she was easily moved by everything in the world, and there was always compassion in her eyes. Others thought she was resilient, and could carry everything, but I knew that she loved to cry the most. I watched her countless times, in the dead of night, when no one knew, secretly wipe Alice away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Sometimes it was just small, ordinary things. Eating a snack carefully prepared by the kitchen or tasting a spoonful of sweet, warm soup would make her eyes turn red. But more often, she shed tears for the people of the world. In the dead of night, when everything was silent, she sat alone at her desk, reading through the mountains of memorials from various places, reading every word and sentence carefully. Seeing a place ravaged by drought, with no harvest, the people displaced and starving, seeing another place flooded, houses collapsed, the old and weak helpless and homeless. Seeing children in remote villages with no books to read, the elderly with no one to rely on, and the people burdened by harsh old rules, struggling to survive. Every word of suffering, every sentence of hardship, was like a fine needle pricking her heart. She would not scream or wail. She would not cry bitterly. She would just sit quietly, her fingertips gently stroking the words on the memorials, mist slowly filling her eyes. Then she would quietly lower her head, raise her hand to wipe away the moisture at the corners of her eyes, remain silent for a long time, and then pick up her brush to write down plans to pacify the people. Her tears were never shed for herself. Other times, she would stand alone by the window, looking up at the bright moon in the sky. A lingering sorrow wrapped around her brows. At that time, I could not read the worry in her eyes. I only watched her lonely figure, and a throb would inexplicably arise in my heart. How I longed to gently smooth her brows. But I could not. Time flowed, days and nights alternated. I stayed by her side day after day, witnessing the marks that time left on her, watching her, once bright-eyed and beautiful, slowly exhausted by toil, becoming increasingly frail and haggard. Her health went from bad to worse. Her originally thin figure became increasingly frail and delicate, until in the end, it seemed as if only a pile of bones remained, as if she would scatter with a gust of wind. I watched her once thick, dark hair become dry and brittle, falling out in large clumps. When she combed her hair in the morning, the floor in front of the mirror was always covered with fallen strands. I watched her cough frequently, never finding peace day or night. While handling official business, she would suddenly lower her head and cough violently, her slender fingertips clutching a silk handkerchief, one cough after another, weak and laborious. When the coughing subsided, she would unfold the snow-white handkerchief, and it was always stained with eye-catching specks of bright red. I began to feel panic. Several imperial physicians from the palace, all renowned masters of medicine in the court, took turns guarding Lan Lion Pavilion every day, taking her pulse and diagnosing her every day. I circled around the physicians every day, my spiritual consciousness tense, hope Alice they could prescribe a good medicine, stabilize her body, and cure her of all her illnesses. But every time the consultation ended, the physicians were grave, their eyes full of helplessness. Her illness was deep in her bones. Medicine could not cure it, and needles could not save her. Those silent shakes of the head were like cold sentences, one after another. For the first time, I experienced what despair was. That day, the sky was gloomy, cold wind blew through the hall, and the entire Lan Lion Pavilion was shrouded in a deathly, desolate sorrow. She lay on her sick bed, her breathing weak, her eyes gently closed, her face as pale as paper. Everyone serving by the bedside had red eyes. The emperor, who usually never showed his emotions, stood by the bed, his dragon robe solemn, but his eyes were bloodshot. Having endured for many years, his tears could finally no longer be restrained, rolling down silently, hitting the cold ground, shattering all imperial dignity. As if I had a mysterious intuition, I followed the emperor's lonely figure to the imperial ancestral temple. I watched the supreme ruler, who held the world in his hands, set his imperial pride, kneeling on the ground, kowtowing devoutly to the tablets of his ancestors and to the gods in the sky. He did not ask for the eternal stability of his empire, nor for his own well-being. He only begged for the mercy of heaven, to borrow more time, to grant her more life, to protect his pillar and beloved minister for a few more years. The incense smoke in the ancestral temple curled, and the gods were silent. No one answered. At that very moment, I finally glimpsed the meaning of my birth. I was born for her, I came for her, to carry the wishes of the people, to mend the flaws of heaven. I returned to Lan Lion Pavilion, back to her lonely and weak side. In her life, she loved the moonlight the most. In her spare time, she always loved to prop up the window lattice, lazily leaning by the window, looking up quietly at the bright moon in the sky, her heart full of thoughts. In the peaceful years before, I accompanied her to watch the moon every day. She could not see me, the floating, formless me, and could not perceive my existence. But I never felt lonely. As long as I could watch her, I felt at peace. I naively thought that, being heavily ill, she would put down state affairs and take good care of her body. but I ultimately underestimated her. It was also during this time that I finally understood the sorrow that she could not dispel. She had long known that her days were numbered. Therefore, she worried about the thousands of miles of mountains and rivers of Great Orlion. She worried about where this dynasty, which had just gotten on the right track, would go. She worried about the people of the world. The people had just escaped suffering, had just been able to live and were in peace, and she was afraid that once she was gone, it would return to the past. She used all her strength to care for everyone in the world, but she never cared for herself. At that moment, I had another emotion called heartache. It was dense, sweet palace over my entire spiritual consciousness, making me inexplicably sour. I really wanted to ask her, as she held up her broken body, "Can you please cherish yourself a little?" But I was silent, formless, and powerless. I watched her, even when lifting her hand was an effort, still unwilling to stop even for a moment. She leaned on the soft couch, her breathing weak, her fingertips powerless, yet she still wrote letter after letter, leaving instruction after instruction, one stroke at a time, very seriously. Every word was earnest, every sentence was comprehensive. Covering the mountains, seas, and the country, encompassing the trivialities of the human world, military and political affairs of the court, people's livelihood and tax systems, establishing schools and promoting agriculture, border stability, she carefully sorted out major national policies, gave instructions item by item, planned the path of governance for the emperor, paved the way for the continuation of the new policies for the court, and set a foundation for 100 years of stability for Great Orlion. Servants in the residence, close confidants, colleagues in the court, local officials, people she knew and understood, everyone had a letter written by her own hand. She was thoughtful in everything, properly arranging the future for everyone. Even for an elderly person with inconvenient legs she met by chance on the way out of the residence a few days ago, she carefully considered the elder's remaining years, instructing local officials to take extra care. She considered everything in the world, settled everyone around her, protected all the common people in the world, but she alone was left out. My heartache grew deeper day by day, and my obsession and attachment to her also grew stronger day by day. In the days that followed, I followed her every step of the way. I witnessed her working at her desk on cold nights, revising tax systems. I witnessed her travelling over mountains and rivers, personally visiting barren fields. I witnessed her running around the court, overcoming opposition, and breaking old customs and bad habits. I witnessed her revising laws, making the court clear and the world fair. I witnessed her pacifying refugees and stabilizing the borders. She never boasted about her achievements, never deliberately publicized her virtues. All her efforts were a long-term, persistent flow. No one knew how many sleepless nights she had endured, no one knew how much pain and torture she had suffered. But I knew. Watching her toil day after day, I, still small and weak, also tried my best with all my might. I accumulated the meager merit I had absorbed from the faith of the people, carefully channeling it into her body, wanting to use this purest warmth in the world to nourish her damaged organs and repair her exhausted vitality. I absorbed desperately, nourished desperately. But at that time, I was too weak. The meager power of merit was like a drop in the bucket, unable to restore her life that had long been overdrawn. I tried my best, but in the end, I still couldn't keep her. That season of biting cold wind, the cold permeated the entire Lan Orlion pavilion, permeated the entire imperial city, permeated the entire Great Orlion. In the end, she couldn't hold on, and she closed her gentle eyes forever. At that moment, all the faint light around me was extinguished, and my entire spiritual consciousness instantly fell into boundless ice and cold. The bone-chilling cold swept through every inch of me. Everything in the world lost its colour, and all warmth in the world dissipated. For the first time, I had the ability to shed tears. Without a body, I shed invisible tears, strands of them, with a clear saltiness, spreading in the void. Later I realised that those were not my tears. That was the grief of thousands of people in Great Orlion, thousands of sincere hearts suddenly breaking. It was the mourning of the people who had lost their redemption, the mountains and rivers that had lost their pillar, and the world that had lost its bright moon. The day she passed away, the power of faith across Great Orlion surged, breaking through the shackles of heaven and earth, reaching an unprecedented peak. Thousands of cries, thousands of prayers, overwhelming and crossing mountains and seas, all poured into my body. Countless people cried out to the heavens, every word dripped palace with blood. They were all crying for the same person, and that was her. Someone cried and prayed, "May heaven have mercy and bless Master Dragon in her next life to be free from disasters and difficulties, free from illness and pain, and to live a long life." Chapter 18 Side Story, The System End. Someone sobbed a wish. May I trade the rest of my life for Master Dragon's lifetime of peace and health? May I forfeit my own lifespan to extend hers in this mortal world? The sky was filled with obsession, the fields filled with reluctance to let go. I floated high in the sky, listening to the millions of sorrowful cries of the world, wanting so much to take human form, and tell everyone, you do not need to do this. Even though she had already departed, her greatest wish in this life remained for everyone to live well. And then another spring, summer, autumn, and winter passed. Time never stops for anyone, but the people of this world had never forgotten her, not even for a moment. The world's longing never faded with the passage of time. Instead, it settled deep, growing more intense with each passing day, month, and year. In the lives of the people of the Aurelian Empire, her traces were everywhere. When the commoners lifted bowls filled with plump rice, they would remember that it was because of her agricultural improvements and land reclamation that there was abundant grain year after year and food on the table for every meal. When the commoners wore warm cloth garments, they would remember that it was because she reduced taxes and revitalized the weaving industry that they were free from worry about food and clothing, warm in winter and safe in summer. When the commoners lay on soft beds, enjoying a peaceful night's sleep, they would also recall her virtuous deeds. She had accomplished earth-shattering, nation-protecting, and state-building feats that would last for ages, and she had also performed small, tender acts of kindness that benefited the masses. From the fate of the nation to the food and clothing of the people, she had done so much in her life, giving so completely and sincerely in the 3 years after her passing. The incense in the mortal world never ceased. The living shrines were bustling with incense daily, and offerings continued year after year. The longing of millions gathered continuously into a magnificent power, nourishing my spiritual consciousness and strengthening my soul. I was no longer that faint, ignorant little orb of light. My strength grew stronger day by day, and my perception became more vast day by day. I could hear someone 1,000 miles away sobbing about the hardships of half a lifetime before her tombstone. I could perceive, within the 4 seas, people thinking of her day and night, passing down her benevolence to their descendants. At the moment my power reached its peak, relying on my obsession, I poured out all the strength I had accumulated in my life, reversing time, twisting space, and tearing through the river of years. I wanted to defy the heavens and change fate. I wanted to let her live again and fulfill her wishes. This time I traversed the long years, witnessing her birth and accompanying her as she grew up. She had no memories of her previous life, nor did she remember the hardships of half a lifetime, but the gentleness engraved in her soul remained. Her eyes still held an innate compassion, and her gaze upon the living beings of the world remained pure and kind. It was also through this opportunity of living another life that I was able to glimpse the secrets of heaven and learn of her origins. It turned out she did not belong here. She came from a parallel space-time thousands of years later, from a prosperous world where everyone was equal, free, and bright. She was born under the red flag and raised in the spring breeze. At that moment, I understood why she was so wonderful. It was because she was born in the most beautiful golden age, had seen the most equal world, and had received the most gentle education. Through the fragmented memories hidden deep in her soul, I glimpsed that prosperous and stable future world. There were no class distinctions, no harsh government, or bad customs. Everyone was equal. The young could study, the elderly could be cared for, the mountains and rivers were magnificent, and daily life was peaceful. I understood her obsession and her pursuit in her previous life. She had exhausted her life's efforts, it turned out, to gradually craft this foreign land into the image she held in her memory. She wanted to reform the old system, break down bad customs, eliminate class distinctions, benefit the masses, and achieve a world of great harmony. But human strength has its limits. A mortal's lifespan is but a few decades, a short and insignificant life. Even if she racked her brains, working day and night without rest, relying solely on her own strength, she could never completely reverse the accumulated ills of 1,000 years in just a few decades. So in her previous life, despite giving her all, she could not achieve her goal within her lifetime. I could not bear for her to fail this time as well. I still had a final sliver of strength and merit power that had not been exhausted. So I crossed the barriers of space-time, opened a channel between the ancient and the modern, connected with the world 1,000 years later, and projected the historical clips edited by people of the future onto the vast sky of the Aurelian Empire. Light and shadows fell from the sky, floating in the firmament, visible to everyone, everywhere. The people called it the sky screen. When the sky screen appeared, she looked at the shadows in midair with nostalgia in her eyes. Watching the melancholy in her eyes, my pity overflowed once more. So, I appeared before her. Looking at her gentle features, I softly called out, "Minister." She was slightly stunned, a flash of surprise appearing in her eyes. But then her brows relaxed, and she smiled faintly. She had always been a very intelligent person. At that moment, I understood. Through those 2 words, she had already guessed something. Everything that followed was just as I had wished. The sky screen hung high in the world, and the civilization of later generations, the etiquette of a golden age, equal ideology, and the art of governing were all displayed before the people of the Aurelian Empire. The world learned of the rise and fall of the past, understood the pros and cons of ancient and modern times, grasped the transition between old and new, and understood the direction of a prosperous age. The development speed of the Aurelian Empire far exceeded that of the previous life 100 times. It reformed daily, improved monthly, and climbed yearly. Everything in the world was moving in the direction she longed for. I watched the sorrow in her brow dissipate bit by bit, the smile in her eyes grow more frequent, and her whole person became more relaxed and bright, no longer moving forward under heavy burdens as in her previous life. Seeing her happier appearance, I was also filled with joy. The future sky screen had long since clearly displayed the ending of her premature death in the previous life before all the people of Aurelian. Throughout the nation, from the monarch to the subjects and the masses, everyone knew of her sacrifice. The people of the world were grateful for her kindness. Everyone respected and loved her. Hope Alice she would live a long life. Watching her happy every day, I also rejoiced with her, but deep down, she had never changed a bit. She still took everything to heart, gave her all in everything, was willing to handle matters large and small personally, and remained as conscientious and diligent as before. I sighed silently countless times, yet I was also full of understanding. This was Aureli Pendragon because I reversed time. My strength became very small, but well with her growth, a continuous stream of merit power began to nourish me again, strengthening my power. My phantom gradually became solid, and in the end, my strength far exceeded the peak of the previous life. I remained the same as in the previous life, really appearing. I always preferred to stand silently by her side. She clearly knew of my existence and could perceive my protection. In her leisure time, she would speak softly to the void, chatting with me about daily life. We did not need too many words, nor did we need to deliberately maintain it. In this life, I accompanied her to witness the strength of the Aurelian Empire. I accompanied her from black hair to grey, without being tormented by illness. I watched her die of old age. I knew clearly that in this life, she had no regrets. The moment she left, it was dawn in the Aurelian Empire. Just before her consciousness dissipated, I appeared. She saw me. She was still smiling at me, like she was looking at a child. I saw her open her mouth, wanting to say something, but she didn't say it. But having accompanied her for so long, I certainly knew what she meant. She wanted to say thank you. No need to thank me. No need to thank me, Minister. If it weren't for you, I would not have been born. I gently came to her side and rubbed against her cheek. I perceived her emotions. She was very happy. However, I did not forget her original wish. She must have wanted to go back to her own era to take a look. After all, that was her home too. She was only in her teens when she came here. She was still a child. Now, my power is very strong. I want to give her one more stroke of fortune. So, I let her return there. My birth began because of her. My strength flourished because of her. My soul was born with her. Now, the source returns to the source, and the bright moon returns home. I did not follow her. I remember all the obsession she had over her 2 lives. I cannot leave. I must guard the lights of 10,000 homes for her. From then on, I remained in the Aurelian Empire. I moved into Lan Aurelian Pavilion. I became the silent guardian deity of the Aurelian Empire. The world did not know of my existence. They only knew that after the young Master Dragon ascended to immortality, the Aurelian Empire enjoyed favourable weather. They said it was the heroic spirit of the young Master Dragon protecting them. They were right. I existed because of her. I still kept my old habits, watching this world in a long, steady flow, witnessing every seed she planted bloom into the prosperous flowers of a golden age. I watched schools spread across the north and south of the Aurelian Empire, everyone equal and kind, and the clear sound of children reading filling the countryside. I watched the good fields and rice seeds harvest year after year, barren land turning into fertile soil, poor villages turning into good fields, and no one suffering from hunger or cold anymore. I watched the laws gradually improve, the powerful not acting selfishly, and the commoners having support. I watched the mountains and rivers stable, and the seas calm and rivers clear. I watched those she had once cared for, surrounded by children and grandchildren. The old man with the disabled leg she once encountered by the roadside enjoyed his old age and died of natural causes. The boy and girl she personally named entered the court as officials, upright and incorruptible. But Clara and Lyra of the Vales, They still followed her in death. I wander the mountains and rivers of the Auraline Empire every day, watching the spring growth of plants, the summer bloom of flowers, the autumn harvest of fruits, and the winter peace of daily life. The mountains and rivers changed year after year, and the human world was reborn generation after generation. There was no longer a prime minister named Aureliar Pendragon in the world, but everywhere in the world, there was the character of Aureliar Pendragon. She left light in the troubled times and planted gentleness in the human world. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. The Aurelian Empire completely entered a prosperous golden age. My power reached its true peak with the eternal peace of the people. I was no longer a spiritual consciousness born of faith, no longer a faint light that needed to rely on others. I broke free from all shackles and became an existence independent of the heavenly way and space-time. I could go to any space-time, see anyone, and resolve any matter. Only that one person I never dared to disturb rashly. I looked through the gaps of space-time countless times, quietly gazing at the place where she was. I saw her return and land safely in her modern homeland. She was no longer Master Dragon, but she was happier than when she was Master Dragon. She became a carefree, ordinary person. She would go shopping, take walks, taste delicious food, and watch the moon and enjoy the breeze. Every time I saw her safe and happy from afar, my heart, which had been silent for 100 years, would slowly warm up. It is so good. My deity has finally returned to the mortal world. History of Aurelian. On the 10th day of the first lunar month in the spring of the 21st year of Jing, the late Prime Minister of the Aurelian Empire, Aureliar Pendragon, passed away. Immediately, a miracle descended upon the world, and her merits were fulfilled. She was ranked among the gods, a grandeur rare in history. Aureliar Pendragon served 2 dynasties, assisting Emperor Valerius and Emperor Jing. She repaired water conservancy, expanded schools, innovated laws, reduced taxes and corvée, promoted agriculture and commerce, enlightened the people, reformed the accumulated ills of 100 generations, and opened up peace for 10,000 generations. She tied the safety of the nation to her own body and entrusted the lifeblood of the common people to her heart. She worked day and night without slack. Her virtue covered the 9 provinces, and her achievements surpassed an entire dynasty. Although she reached the age of 60 and her black hair turned white, her appearance was still as youthful as in her prime, her expression gentle and kind. Before this, at the end of winter and the beginning of spring, snow fell and cold invaded the capital. Late at night, when the world was silent, only the lights in Lan Aurelian Pavilion at Stirling Manor did not go out, and the warm stove dispelled the bone-chilling cold. Her old attendants, Clara and Lyra of the Vales, both advanced in age, served by her side day and night, worried and repeatedly urging her to rest. Because her body was depleted and her spirit exhausted, she knew her time was near. Yet she still thought of national affairs and could not bear to rest. Relatives, clan descendants, and court officials, hearing of her critical illness, gathered at the mansion. Emperor Zhu Ningxuan, who had always held the etiquette of a student, arrived in person, standing by the bedside, suppressing grief, not daring to wail. Aureliar Pendragon held the emperor's hand, comforting and encouraging her, praising her for her diligence and love for the people, not failing the commoners, and letting go of all worries. Shortly after, her expression was peaceful, and she smiled as she looked at everyone, then closed her eyes and passed away. When the news of the Prime Minister's death came out, crying erupted inside and outside Stirling Manor. The people of the capital, regardless of age, scholars, farmers, or merchants, rushed to mourn, kneeling in long rows along the street, stretching for several miles from the mansion gate, standing stiffly in the deep snow without moving. The people wailed, their voices shaking the heavens. The world became desolate, and the mountains and rivers mourned. Just as the whole country was grieving, and the wind and snow were bitter, a great change suddenly occurred in the universe, and a miracle unseen in 1,000 years appeared. The north wind stopped suddenly, the falling snow hung in the air, and the dark sky suddenly opened up, with clouds splitting for 10,000 miles. 10,000 feet of golden sacred light poured down from the 9 heavens, piercing through the cold haze and covering the entire Jinling territory. The snowy fields were plated with golden light. The dark night was like day, shining over the 9 provinces. Stardust fell in the air, like fragments of the galaxy, floating and scattering, lingering around the pavilions of Stirling Manor, with clear, holy brilliance. The mortal body on the bed underwent strange changes. The white hair regained its raven black, the aged face returned to youth, the sickness vanished, and the brows became clear, just as they were at the beginning of her life of saving the world. Her whole body was enveloped in moonlight, with ethereal halos, spiritual warmth spontaneously generated, and there was no state of deathly cold. Her plain clothes changed colour upon encountering the heavenly light, with patterns of flowing clouds and moonlight on her sleeves, flowing light-hidden and swirling. A celestial aura naturally formed, not of mortal make. Suddenly, 10,000 layers of white feathers appeared in the void, drifting in the sky, falling on the eaves, tables, and people. The spiritual energy was abundant, warm as spring, washing away the grief in the room and dispelling the harsh cold of midwinter. Celestial music descended from the sky, distant and ethereal, vast and mighty, penetrating the capital, moistening people's hearts. The people's grief stopped. The whole city was silent and astonished, all looking up at the sky. Soon, the sea of clouds condensed, revealing the phantom of a woman, dressed in moon-white flowing clouds, residing in 1,000 layers of auspicious mist, surrounded by stars and the moon, covered in divine light, her features identical to the Prime Minister in her youth, dignified and holy, floating with the bearing of a true mortal from the 9 heavens. Seeing this, the people knelt on the ground and kowtowed, tears streaming down their faces, all calling it a miracle, grateful that the heavens had spirit and could not bear for a benevolent official to vanish. At that time, an old man knelt and wept in the snow, begging the divine body to stay in the mortal world, to protect the mountains and rivers of the Aurelian Empire again, and to settle the common people again. The crowds followed in prayer, their cries earnest, shaking the clouds and sea. Historical commentary says, mortals do their duty, ending with the nation. Benevolent people accumulate virtue, which can reach the gods. In the spring of the 21st year of Jing, the first month, Aurelian Pendragon's merits were fulfilled and she returned to the truth, her divine position permanently guarding the borders of Aurelian. From then on, the Aurelian Empire had abundant harvests year after year, favourable weather, no wars, and eternal prosperity. Chapter 19 Extra. What if the king and ministers of Aurelian came to modern times? Part 1. Hey, have you heard? If we hadn't heard about something this big, could we even call ourselves citizens of Huaxia? Aurelia and Emperor Valerius are actually coming here. I've already got everything ready and am waiting. I'm definitely going to the scene to welcome them. Do you want to come with me? I really want to go, but I have to work. Woo. It's such a pity. But I'll be watching the live stream the whole time, so that counts as a remote welcome. Hehe. Year 2035. Huaxia, Beijing Central People's Square. The autumn sky was clear to the point of transparency, cloudless for 10,000 miles, with a vast, refreshing breeze blowing. A gentle golden radiance poured down from the horizon, covering the entire square. The white marble surface, renovated over the years, was as clean as a mirror, reflecting the bright sky and making the entire venue appear solemn and majestic. Unlike the usual hustle and bustle, today the square was filled with an atmosphere of extreme quiet and devout anticipation. The streets stretching for several kilometres on both sides, as well as beyond the guardrails, were already packed with Huaxia citizens who had come spontaneously to pay their respects to the sages of old. Hundreds of thousands of people stood in orderly fashion. No one made noise or walked around aimlessly. Everyone consciously lowered their breathing, their burning gazes locked onto the core area in the centre of the square. This was a grand meeting that spanned over 1,000 years. It was a long overdue meeting between the hundreds of millions of Huaxia descendants of the present day and the sages, monarchs, and ministers of Great Aurelian who had created a prosperous age and protected future generations 1,000 years ago. On the highest specification central viewing platform of the square, high-ranking national officials stood solemnly in formal attire, waiting with grave expressions for the arrival of the distinguished guests. Echo also stood in the ranks, her heart pounding violently in her chest. Excitement and anticipation intertwined, making her fingertips feel slightly hot. She was the go-between for this cross-temporal connection, and she understood the weight of this meeting very well. This was a legend written in pearls of wisdom in history books, a shining star in the 1,000-year cultural lineage, and a group of sages who truly protected the land of Huaxia and paved the way for the peace of later generations. At this moment, all major short video, live streaming, and news platforms were exploding with traffic. Servers were on the verge of crashing several times, and back-end staff were urgently expanding capacity and performing maintenance, but they still couldn't stop the influx of hundreds of millions of netizens. The number of real-time online viewers soared, breaking annual peaks and firmly locking in the #1 spot for popularity across the entire internet. Dense barrages of comments surged like an endless, rushing ocean tide, scrolling at a speed of tens of thousands per second, stacking layer upon layer and covering the entire screen. Everyone was waiting for their arrival. They were the monarchs, and ministers of Great Aurelian who had slept in yellowed history books and were engraved deep in the long river of time. They were the peerless heroes who had pioneered a prosperous age 1,000 years ago during an era of hardship and decline. With their lifelong devotion, they held up the prosperous mountains and rivers of Great Aurelian, and are the sages still remembered by the world 1,000 years later. Is it almost time? As the hour approached, countless people at the scene subconsciously held their breath. In the past, they could only look up from behind the pages of history books. Today, the barrier of time would be broken, and they would finally see them with their own eyes. Echo looked down at the ticking clock, suppressing the surging emotions in her heart, her voice carrying a slight tremor. That's right, it's almost time. Inside the exclusive preparation hall backstage at the square, all staff members were on high alert, conducting the final round of meticulous, comprehensive checks. Have the holographic audiovisual system, ultra-high-definition live streaming equipment, and stereo reception sound effects all been debugged? Are there any missed details or latency issues? Report. The entire set of equipment has undergone 5 rounds of repeated checks and debugging, and is fully capable of stable operation. Has the Historical Exhibition District and the Great Aurelian Cultural Museum been locked down and closed off? There won't be any irrelevant personnel breaking in to disturb the distinguished guests' viewing, right? Rest assured, everything is absolutely secure and comprehensive, ensuring the sage's visit will be quiet and smooth throughout. Have the dishes for the evening welcome state banquet all been checked and finalized? Everything is prepared and ready, standing by at high standards. Everything was ready. The hour hand turned slowly, pointing to 9 o'clock in the morning. The next second, in the very center of the spotless central square, a gentle yet majestic flash of light burst forth. The white light was thick and lingering, yet not at all blinding. It was like a gentle blade of time that suddenly cleaved through the ages that had spanned 1,000 years. Layers of milky white and golden halos enveloped the entire core area, with tiny particles of time floating in the sky, dreamlike and solemn. When the halo faded, the view became clear again. Dozens of figures with extraordinary aura stood quietly on the land of the present world, catching thousands of people off guard as they appeared in their sight. They were dressed in the magnificent and beautiful court attire and daily robes of the Great Aurelian dynasty. The colours of the official robes were clearly graded, with vermilion, purple, cyan, and black each representing their respective ranks. The mountain and river cloud patterns, auspicious court beasts, and great emblems embroidered on the garments were intricate and complex, with hidden shimmering light. Every stitch and thread embodied the ritual majesty of the dynasty. One by one, the faces etched in historical books and scrolls appeared clearly. The Emperor of Aurelian was steady and majestic, his brows hiding the bearing of mountains and rivers. The Prime Minister was clear, refined, and elegant. She was gentleness itself. The martial generals were sharp and heroic, filled with iron-blooded character. The civil officials were upright and dignified, possessing an aura of scholarly refinement. The Empress was virtuous and gentle, with a dignified and appropriate demeanour. And there was Emperor Othniel the Blind, the next successor of the dynasty, a youth pretending to be mature and steady. The extreme silence only lasted for a brief moment. The next instant, the entire internet exploded with excitement, popularity soaring to the heavens as the screams and tears of hundreds of millions of netizens surged wildly across the screens. Ah, living people from Great Aurelian, I've gone crazy on the spot. Emperor Tiberius the Wise's aura is killing it. This bearing of a superior cannot be acted out. Aurelia Pendragon, my Aurelia. Ah, it's her. It's really her. Ha ha her. Look at the expressions of the lords. They're so cute. The ancestors must be full of curiosity about us too, right? Sister Clara of the Vales is so beautiful and cool. Her eyes are full of strength. Baby Emperor Othniel the Blind is tightening her little face to pretend to be steady, but sneaking glances around is just too cute. Today was the first time the hundreds of millions of people of later generations encountered the living sages of 1,000 years ago with their own eyes. Today was also the day the civil and military officials of Great Aurelian witnessed with their own eyes the peaceful and prosperous age they had sought their entire lives. The monarchs and ministers of Great Aurelian slowly raised their eyes, gazing at the strange new world around them with bewildered yet solemn expressions. There were no towering, heavy royal palace walls, no dusty old streets, no low, scattered houses, and no sorrowful people seen everywhere in times of chaos. Looking up, there were modern thoroughfares stretching in all directions, and skyscrapers reaching toward the clouds. The streets were tidy and clean, the roads spotless, and the passing people all had rosy complexions. Everyone wore a smile. There was no sign of hunger or cold, no state of panic, and no suffering of displacement. All of this, even though they had seen it before in Chrono Archivist Echo's livestream, Witnessing it with their own eyes still made them unable to help but feel excited. An old official, who had once seen the starving dead everywhere, felt a sourness in his nose, his eyes welling up with hot redness, unable to speak for a long time. Someone stepped forward quickly, their tone respectful and gentle. "Your Majesty, Prime Minister, and all the lords, welcome. We do not have much time for this gathering, so please move to the viewing platform. Later, we will present the current UXU military parade for you." Everyone nodded in response, following the guidance with composed steps to a position with an excellent view. The autumn breeze gently brushed their sleeves. The sky was bright, clear for 10,000 miles. Looking down from above, the entire city of Beijing was in full view. Echo suppressed the surging emotions in her heart and stepped forward. "Your Majesty, Aurelian, and all the lords, we meet again." The Emperor of Aurelian had gentle eyes and bowed his head with a smile in return. The civil and military officials all bowed in greeting, their demeanor humble and dignified. Not long after, the earth-shaking national anthem resounded. The passionate and majestic melody echoed across the fields, carrying the weight of Huixia's 1,000-year cultural lineage, the sincerity of a century of struggle, and the pride of a prosperous land. In Velo Palace, the entire square, without anyone's guidance or reminder, the awe for the country engraved deep in the bones and blood of the Huixia descendants made all the monarchs and ministers of Great Aurelian present straighten their figures. Everyone subconsciously straightened their backs and composed their postures. After the echoes of the national anthem faded, the soul-stirring bugle call of the military parade exploded across the land. At the end of Chanin Avenue in the distance, the uniform formations of the three armed forces came marching on the wind. The honor guards of the Navy, Army, and Air Force led the way, with tens of thousands of active duty soldiers standing tall like pine trees. 1,000 people moved as one. 10,000 people marched in sync. Every lift of the foot, every landing, and every swing of the arm was uniform and precise, without a single flaw. The sound of thousands of boot soles hitting the ground converged into a rolling thunder, shaking the earth and heavens. Such a demeanor of an iron army was a scale the battle-hardened elites of ancient times could not reach, even if they exhausted their imagination. The battle-hardened martial generals of Great Aurelian saw their people shrink, their eyes burning. General Kalen Vanguard, now the great general protecting the nation, stared fixedly at the army formations below, which were as orderly as mountains, a monstrous wave surging in his heart. He had considered the Great Aurelian Iron Army under his command to be the top elite of the 9 provinces, but seeing the powerful modern military with his own eyes today, he finally knew what it meant for there to be heavens beyond heavens. The white-haired old general's beard and hair trembled slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the endless military formations, muttering to himself, "Military discipline is this strict, military morale is this solidified, with all hearts as one and steps in unison. This is a heroic army the world has never seen in 1,000 years. With such military morale, why worry that the mountains and rivers would not be stable?" Minister of War Gareth Blackwood had a solemn expression, his gaze swept palace over the endless military formations without moving for an instant. All his self-control was completely overturned. The civil officials were also shaken to their core. The live-stream barrage was frantically scrolling. Ha ha ha. The big shots are all having an earthquake in their pupils. Completely dimensionality reduced by the modern powerful military. The 1,000-year war god looks at the modern powerful military, expression going from calm shock to respectful. Back then they tried their best to strengthen the military to protect the borders. 1,000 years later we show them the strongest Huixian army. The shock of this moment is enough for the sages to remember for a lifetime. Heh. I'm so proud. However, the neat infantry formations were merely the opening prelude to this grand military parade. As the crowd retreated, a dull, heavy mechanical roar rolled in from the distance. The air surged and churned. An endless torrent of steel was coming in a grand procession. The heavy equipment of National Land Defense made its debut. Heavy infantry fighting vehicles, main battle tanks, self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, long-range rocket launcher systems, air defense and anti-missile systems, and intercontinental national defense missile vehicle formations paraded past in order. Each behemoth was clad in cold iron armor. The heavy, solid armored barriers carried a majestic pressure that crushed everything, and the missile launchers pointed straight at the sky, silently demonstrating the supreme power of the blades that protected the nation. The massive vehicle bodies moved steadily on tracks, crushing the earth under their weight. Every inch of progress carried the confidence to deter all directions. All the martial generals of Great Aurelian stood completely frozen on the viewing platform, all of them speechless. A young Great Aurelian deputy general gasped in a low voice, What is this? Chen Zhen's lips trembled slightly, unable to recover for a long time, Our generation exhausted 1,000 years of mechanical techniques and military training methods, believing we had reached the limit. Never did I think that the military equipment of later generations would have long surpassed the cognition of ancient and modern times, being so heaven-defying. With these heavy weapons guarding the land, there will be no more war at the borders, and foreign enemies will no longer have the courage to invade. Lady Rona Vance also sighed. I thought the muskets and cannons of Great Orleans were already powerful enough. It wasn't just her. The people of Great Orleans all thought so. After all, before the Prime Minister, Great Orleans was still in the cold weapon era. It was the Prime Minister who allowed Great Orleans to make cross-seas progress in this regard. Just didn't expect thermal weapons could actually develop into this. Since that's the case, daughter, Can Weather Pendragon's eyes were already burning with eagerness. Orleans Pendragon's mouth twitched. What do you think? The monarchs and ministers of Great Orleans, a bit disappointed. But it was only for a moment. Everyone knew this was impossible. The Emperor of Orleans stood on the high platform, laughing aloud at the sight. The torrent of iron armor protect the mountains and rivers. The divine blade suppress the 9 provinces. With these heavy weapons for national defense, the territory is forever safe, and the people are without danger. My Huaxier's later generations are the strong and prosperous, magnificent, excellent. Everyone else was also moved, with thousands of emotions in their hearts. Clara of the Vale's gaze was fixed on those tall and clanking modern female soldiers, warm tears quietly soaking her eye sockets. She grew up in feudal shackles, having seen the displacement of the people and seen women's lives treated like blades of grass, unable to control their own fate and left to be bullied by others. It was Orleans Pendragon who broke the 1,000-year feudal shackles, cleared a path of life for the women of Great Orleans, and told the women of the world that their bodies were not for being appendages. Their fates were not for others to decide, and that women could also stand on their own, establish careers, save the world, bring peace to the people, and guard the mountains and rivers. 1,000 years ago, they struggled hard and fought fiercely, just to exchange for a glimmer of life and a shred of dignity. In the Huaxier of 1,000 years later, the power of women was even stronger than she had imagined. It's so good Orleans Pendragon stood in the centre of the officials, in a plain and elegant white robe, her eyes gazing gently at the vast torrent of steel before her. Unlike the disbelief of all the monarchs and ministers upon first seeing modern weapons, there was not a hint of surprise in her eyes, only fulfillment. The world was shocked by the strength of later generations, but only she knew that this was the prosperous age she had poured everything into and strived for back then, because she had seen it. In another world, they finally saw the future they fought so hard to protect. This is the best Huaxier. We will make it even better in the future. Master Dragon spent her life for the country and the people. 1,000 years later, the mountains and rivers are as you wished. As you wished. As you wished. Woo-woo-woo. Orleans is secretly wiped palace tears again, as expected of a little crybaby. Orleans Pendragon wiped away her tears unobtrusively. How could she not be stirred? And the impressive scenes were not yet over. The shock of the land had not yet faded when the roar from the 9 heavens of the dragon sky had already broken through the air. Rumbling, the roar of engines came crushing down from above the clouds. Chapter 20 Bonus Chapter. What if the king and ministers of Orleans came to modern times? The end. Everyone subconsciously looked up in unison, gazing at the clear, boundless sky. They saw dozens of silver war eagles chasing the wind and breaking through the clouds, sweep palace across the horizon in neat formation at high speed. The fighter jets had sharp, sleek silhouettes, their silver armor glistening, and their formation was orderly and uniform. The jets trailed long, white plumes of smoke from their tail fins, outlining magnificent and beautiful patterns against the clear sky, crisscrossing and weaving into a beautiful picture. The vast sky was their battlefield. The silver eagles were their sharp blades. The boundless firmament was entirely under the control of Huaxier. The officials and generals of Great Orleans were completely mesmerized in ancient times. When going to war, one could only travel on foot. Even though Orleans Pendragon later invented hot air balloons, they had never dared to imagine that humans could fly through the sky. Before Orleans Pendragon appeared, in their understanding, the 9 heavens were the dwelling place of gods, a place mortals could never reach in their lifetime. Yet, the people of this modern age could actually deploy defenses and enemies in the sky. Flying war machines, mortals can actually traverse the sky. A white-haired old general looked up, gazing with devout eyes. The vast sky can garrison troops, the firmament can guard the borders. The might of the modern military has long surpassed the imagination of all ages. Minister of War Gareth Blackwood sighed, looking up at the sky. Land and sea can be defended, and the vast sky can be controlled. This modern Huixier has truly achieved peace across the four seas. Zhu Ningxun stood on her tiptoes, watching the fighter jet formation, her eyes filled with unprecedented curiosity. Her small heart was shaken by the might of the modern era, and she silently memorized this scene. Just as everyone was immersed in the power of the fighter jets, the giant ultra-high-definition holographic screen in the center of the square lit up. The professional narrator's gentle voice slowly resonated throughout the venue. Modern Huixier's national defense consists not only of land ironclads and sky war eagles, but also of giant ships guarding the vast blue seas and heavy equipment for exploring the starry sea of the nine heavens. Next, we will present a panoramic view of Huixier's aircraft carrier formations, deep-sea destroyers, intercontinental carrier rockets, artificial satellites, and the Chang'an space station, the heavy national equipment of all dimensions for our distinguished predecessors. As the voice fell, the screen image switched. The clear blue sea and the vast ocean came into view. Above the azure sea, several colossal warships were breaking through the waves. The domestic aircraft carrier in the center was like a mountain floating on the sea, its hull stretching for hundreds of meters, with a wide, flat, and boundless flight deck. Carrier-based aircraft were lined up in formation, and red flags on the ship snapped and fluttered in the wind. Surrounded by destroyers, frigates, and supply ships, the entire aircraft carrier formation was majestic and awe-inspiring. This was the firmest confidence of Huixier's vast maritime borders. It was the barrier ensuring the seas were worry-free. The monarch and ministers of Great Line stared at the holographic screen without blinking, their shock deepening once again. In their lives, they had seen all kinds of boats, ancient tower ships, and naval warships on rivers, lakes, and seas. The largest naval warship of Great Line was the pinnacle of the current age, but compared to the sea-guarding aircraft carrier before them, it was insignificantly small. On the vast sea, there actually exists such a towering giant ship, floating on the blue waves, guarding the four seas. The vast maritime domain is entirely under control. There will be no more harassment from pirates, and no more foreign enemies invading the borders. If the rivers and seas are peaceful, then the world is at peace. The modern naval defense is so strong, the four seas will be peaceful for 1,000 years. The civil and military officials were all stirred with great emotion. Ah, I'm so proud. Ancestors, we didn't let you down. 1,000 years ago, we feared the rampant pirates. 1,000 years later, our aircraft carriers guard the four seas. Seeing Aureli smile, I smiled too. Hehe. Emperor Tiberius the Wise, quickly wipe away your drool. Ah, although we want to give it to you, this really can't be taken away. Showing it to them even though they can't take it, I feel like the ancestors won't be able to sleep in the middle of the night. Ha. Wait, I think I saw my ancestor, my actual ancestor. The image of the blue sea and aircraft carrier slowly faded, and the screen's view suddenly zoomed out, shooting straight into the vast nine heavens. On the desolate and vast Gobi Desert, an all-silver intercontinental carrier rocket stood towering. The rocket body was straight and sharp, ready to launch. The countdown clearly echoed throughout the venue. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Boom. Monstrous flames instantly gushed out, and the blazing red fire lit up the entire Gobi. The thunderous, majestic power lifted the rocket body, and it roared into the sky. The rocket trailed a brilliant, scorching long-tail flame, soaring straight up, breaking through the clouds, tearing through the sky, and rushing at high speed toward the vast, boundless starry sea. At this moment, the entire viewing platform was silent. All the monarch and ministers of Great Lion, the emperor, civil officials, and generals, everyone stood frozen in place. Everyone looked up, gazing at the fiery long arrow on the screen. Seraphina Pendragon's eyes were full of disbelief. Can humans really ascend to the sky? Go to the place of the stars and the moon. Is there really a Chang on the moon? Hearing this, Zhu Ningxun raised her small head and said, yes, teacher told me that as technology continues to advance, humans will realize many wishes. It's just that there is no Chang on the moon, and no one lives there. But teacher said that in the future, humans will realize this idea. Emperor Valerius watched the brilliant trajectory of the rocket, and felt a surge of emotion spanning 1,000 years in his chest. The descendants of Huixier have broken free from the shackles of heaven and earth, defeating heaven with human power, and chasing stars with ingenuity. Such courage and insight are unparalleled throughout the ages. Minister of Rights Lucius Vance was speechless for a long time, then slowly sighed, raising a hand. Can embrace the moon and pluck the stars. This is a miracle of a prosperous age unprecedented in history. After the rocket broke through the atmosphere and headed into deep space, the screen switched to the pitch-black cosmic starry sea. In the boundless galaxy, the Chang'e space station floated quietly. The silver-white cabin was full of technological sense, and its outstretched solar wings sparkled in the galaxy, floating steadily above the 9 heavens, overlooking the entire blue land of the 9 provinces. The high-definition space camera slowly zoomed in, clearly presenting the panoramic view of Huixia's mountains and rivers. Below, the vast and magnificent land, brushing rivers, towering mountains, wide plains, and cities standing everywhere. At this moment, the eyes of all the monarch and ministers of Great Oruline turned red, and hot tears welled up in their eyes. They had struggled up from the mud, giving their all until their death, seeking nothing more than a world without war, people without hunger or cold, and mountains and rivers without turmoil. But they never dared to hope that the Huixia of 1,000 years later would not only achieve all of this, but could even go to places further away, further than they had ever imagined. Prime Minister Alistair's tears kept falling. In this life, I have no regrets in death. Official Deng Huan nodded. Yes. Oruline Pendragon smiled. This prosperous age was as she had wished. I can't hold it back anymore. Why am I also crying so hard watching the ancestors shed tears? A gaze spanning 1,000 years. So you really saw it this time, right? Your efforts were not in vain. You truly laid the foundation for future generations, and we are standing on your shoulders. In the original history books of Great Oruline, 8 out of 10 pages were historical regrets. Now they have the sky screen and won't repeat the same mistakes. Now that they have witnessed it with their own eyes, what must their feelings be? Hehe, please be proud of us. Oruline, don't cry, woo woo woo. We promised not to see her teary eyes again. Woo 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 woo. The holographic display ended, but the people of Great Oruline still stood on the high platform, their minds drifting. The grand and solemn military parade thus concluded successfully. The shock faded, leaving behind a deep-seated gratification. After the military parade ended, everyone moved to the state banquet hall to enjoy the high-standard state banquet carefully prepared by the modern era. The table was full of delicacies. The dishes blended ancient and modern styles, catering to both the north and south. They were perfect in colour, aroma, taste, and presentation, with elegant and exquisite plating, and every dish was unique. Oruline Pendragon even saw a few things she loved to eat. That was recorded in the history books about her. They were thoughtful. Minister of Rights Lucius Vance, the usually picky and demanding veteran gourmet, after carefully tasting several dishes, gave an objective comment. The dishes are exquisite and unique, and the seasoning is clever. The taste is already excellent. It's just the modern seasoning is a bit heavy, slightly covering the original freshness of the ingredients themselves, lacking a bit of the wild, natural, and true flavour. Since Oruline Pendragon promoted new cooking techniques, Minister of Rights Lucius Vance had tasted delicious food from all over the world every day. His palate had become increasingly picky, and over the years, he had developed top-tier tasting standards. In the past, Oruline Pendragon always worried that he would overwork himself and constantly urged him to take care of his health. Now, she instead often worried that this foodie official would oversupplement and develop all kinds of new-age health ailments. The modern official accompanying them at the table smiled and answered patiently and meticulously. Minister of Rights Lucius Vance's assessment is precise and absolutely correct. Previously, the agricultural crops, fruits, vegetables, grain seeds, and plant samples brought back from the homeland of Great Oruline by MS Echo have been fully cultivated by our agricultural research team. Once the varieties are stable and mass cultivation is successful, the next time your distinguished predecessors visit, you will be able to taste the authentic flavour of Great Oruline's local ingredients. Arthur Pendragon's brows relaxed, and he nodded repeatedly. That would be excellent. I look forward to it very much. As the voice fell, a slight melancholy swept through everyone's hearts. They were afraid there would not be a next time. Such an encounter spanning 1,000 years was rare and could not be sought. Seeing the prosperous mountains and rivers today, they had no regrets in this life. Watching everyone eat makes me hungry. Can we eat food from Great Oruline after waiting for a while? So looking forward to it. Seeing everyone feeling regretful, actually there's no need. In the past, who could have imagined being able to have close contact with their ancestors, and living ones at that? I'm already very satisfied. Help! Why is Oruline so good at everything she does? Even eating is so elegant. By the way, Oruline has been very silent since she arrived here. And have you noticed? Her attitude when seeing our weapons is completely different from everyone else's. She isn't shocked at all, and she seems very familiar with the military parade process. Just now, when Elder Jiang asked about the military branches, Oruline answered so clearly. Maybe it's because the clothing styles of each military branch are different, so she could tell. I can only say that she is worthy of being the famous Prime Minister of the ages. Her intelligence, being close to demonic, is truly no empty reputation. At the state banquet, the monarch and ministers chatted and laughed happily. Viewers across the internet watched immersively through the screen, feeling completely healed. When everyone walked out of the state banquet hall slowly, the sun was slanting west, and it had already entered the gentle and lazy afternoon. The warm golden setting sun covered the streets and alleys of the capital, and the gentle evening breeze blew slowly, dispersing the heat of the day and leaving the city full of gentleness and tranquility. After a short rest, accompanied by Echo and a group of staff throughout the entire process, the group took a welcoming car to the Great Oraline Historical and Cultural Scenic Area in the capital to start an immersive tour of ancient architecture and cultural heritage. The entire scenic area was a cultural holy land specially created by the modern era to inherit the cultural lineage of Great Oraline and replicate the prosperous age of 1,000 years. It included 4 core areas: the Great Oraline History Museum, the Great Oraline Imperial City Ancient Architecture Replica Cluster, the Ancient Street of 1000-Year Market Style, and the Exhibition Hall of Predecessors' Achievements. It was a one-to-one precise replication of the architectural regulations of Great Oraline's peak period. The car slowly drove into the scenic area, and the hustle and bustle of the city faded away, replaced by a rich and mellow 1000-year-old charm. The entire scenic area had no traces of modern complexity, and everywhere one looked, there were blue tiles and flying eaves. The monarch and ministers of Great Oraline were firmly attracted by the extremely familiar scenery before them, and their steps subconsciously slowed down. Unlike the modern city, every brick, every tile, every beam, every pillar, every street, every alley, every blade of grass, and every tree here was the appearance of the mountains and rivers of Great Oraline engraved deep in their memories. The Emperor of Oraline stepped out of the car slowly, watching all this at the main entrance of the scenic area, feeling the illusion of a 1000-year dream. "You have put your hearts into this," the Crown Prince sighed. Everyone walked through the ancient bluestone street, their fingertips gently brushing against the simple and mottled stone walls, their hearts filled with myriad emotions. The buildings replicated on both sides of the street were the market life they saw every day back then. 1,000 years of time had passed, and dynasties had vanished and changed, but the dynasty's cultural lineage that belonged to them had ultimately been properly treasured by future generations. Clara of the Vales walked alone in the replicated courtyard of the Great Oraline Women's Academy. In the courtyard, the windows were bright and clean, the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone were neatly displayed, and the students' desks were arranged in an orderly manner. She gently brushed her fingertips through the air over the desks, her eyes warm. "It's so good." "Yes, it's so good." Grand Princess Victoria Valerius was also filled with surging emotions. The two looked at each other and smiled. The path of new life that was arduously opened back then, and the reform measures that countless people questioned and opposed back then, were passed down forever. The historical records and annotations in the exhibition halls of future generations clearly recorded the beginning and significance of the Great Oraline women's reform, recording this women's awakening, spanned eras, never forgotten by time. On the other side, Oraline Pendragon walked on the bluestone road of the ancient street, her white clothes fluttering in the wind, her figure elegant and refined, her gentle gaze sweep palace over the entire street. Dynasties rise and fall, and time changes, but the cultural lineage continues forever, and the spirit remains long-lasting. Ideals do not die, and the prosperous age never ends. The interior of the Great Oraline History Museum was rich in collections. It comprehensively recorded the rise and fall of the Great Oraline dynasty. The museum displayed various ancient artifacts unearthed from Great Oraline in partitioned areas. The old officials kept stop palace to watch. These things seemed to pull them back to the past again. "It's this old man. It's this old man's name. This old man has left his name in history after observing an exhibit," an elderly official said, his old face flushed with excitement. The accompanying modern official saw this and smiled. Official Ming was upright and honest all his life and invented many things that benefited people's livelihood. Leaving one's name in history is a very normal thing. The setting sun slowly sank, the evening glow spread across the sky, and the gentle orange-red afterglow sprinkled over the entire ancient architecture scenic area, lengthening the shadows of the monarch and ministers of Great Oraline. The mountains and rivers of the past and present perfectly overlapped here, and 1,000 years of time met here. They walked out of 1,000 years of wind and rain, protecting the mountains and rivers with their bodies, benefiting the people with their hearts, and supporting the prosperous age with their bones. 1,000 years later, The future generations repaid these predecessors who gave their all with the strongest prosperous age, the most complete cultural lineage, and the deepest respect. The mountains and rivers are as they wished, the prosperous age is as they expected, the cultural lineage continues forever, and the spirit is passed down forever. Chapter 21 Side Story, The Harpoon General Part 1. Ha 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 ha. I remember now it's about that incident, right? To be honest, it's understandable that Kyosuhui is so abstract, it clearly runs in the family. Can we skip this? I'm feeling so much second-hand embarrassment for General Gyu that my toes are curling. It's a good thing General Gyu can't see this, otherwise he'd want to bury himself in the ground. General Gyu stared at the rapidly scrolling text on the sky screen, his skin twitching slightly. He silently screamed in his heart, I can see it. My 2 eyes can see it clearly. Every single word. Compared to the princes and nobles at court, who mostly rely on their ancestors' protection and hereditary titles, General Gyu is a famous general who truly crawled his way up from the bottom. He is a genuine grassroots talent who earned his illustrious reputation solely through his own abilities. He was born in a small village in a remote, deep mountain area. Since childhood, he possessed great strength and a sturdy, robust physique that far exceeded other children his age. The unfortunate loss of his parents in his youth and his lonely, helpless situation did not crush him. Instead, it honed his resilient and unyielding character. Growing up, he relied entirely on the relief of fellow villagers, eating food provided by 100 families. This kindness was deeply rooted in his heart, making him compassionate toward ordinary people for his entire life. At the age of 17, General Gyu married Lady Gyu, the daughter of the village chief, forming a lifelong bond. The village chief had watched General Gyu grow up and knew well that he had upright character and was reliable and dependable. Seeing the extraordinary potential in his bones, he had arranged the marriage for the 2 of them early on. And this rough, burly, and seemingly wild battlefield brute actually married Lady Gyu, who was recognized as one of the beauties in the history of the Aurelian Empire. General Gyu's old face turned beet red, the scorching heat spreading from his cheeks to his earlobes. Because of his dark complexion from years of sun exposure during campaigns, it was difficult for others to see his flushed face. However, the children and grandchildren in the Gyu manor all opened their curious eyes, staring straight at their old father and grandfather with expressions of watching a show. Those teasing gazes made General Gyu feel completely uncomfortable. He immediately straightened his dignified face and scolded in a deep voice, "What are you looking at? Sit properly. If you dare to look around again, I will have you all disciplined by family law." Beside him, his old wife, Gyu-lan, who had accompanied him for decades, also had shy eyes and a faint blush on her cheeks. General Gyu turned his head to look at the wife he had spent his life with. Thinking of how the world would only use the cold term Lady Gyu to summarize this virtuous wife's life, endless guilt suddenly surged in his heart. "My lady, it is my fault. You have been gentle, virtuous, disciplined in managing the household, generous and kind your whole life, pouring your heart and soul into managing family affairs and raising children. You should not be defined by such a generic surname. After this matter is over, I will pay a high price to ask a scholar to write a biography so that the world will know your name, Gyu-lan, and let future generations remember you." Gyu-lan heard this, tears welling up in her eyes, and she nodded gently. The descendants of the Gyu family looked at each other, feeling as if they had been fed a mouthful of dog food. That's not right. Weren't they here to watch the fun? On the sky screen, Chrono Archivist Echo's voice continued to flow. Just how beautiful Lady Gyu was cannot be verified now. There were no sketches or portraits left from that time, so there is no visual evidence, but all the beautiful rumors that have been passed down came from the mouth of General Gyu. Who would have thought that this battlefield tough guy is also one of the greatest love brains in history? According to General Gyu himself, his wife's skin was as white and delicate as a freshly peeled egg. Her dark hair was thick like the vast night sky without clouds, and her eyes were clear and bright, like stars twinkling in the night sky. In his eyes, his wife was beautiful from head to toe, and no one in the world could compare to her. Gyu-lan. When said out loud, why does it feel like being sliced by 1,000 cuts? The two were married for decades, staying together from morning till night, as loving as ever. Their relationship always thick as glue and never having any cracks. They slept on the same bed when alive, and will be buried in the same grave after death. Their original intention never changed, even after General Gyu achieved great military success, held high positions, received titles, and held power. He never took a concubine his whole life, remaining loyal and devoted. Kyosuhui listened quietly and nodded sincerely, agreeing in his heart. He had been used to seeing how his parents got along since he was a child. His father was a decisive general outside, but always gentle and accommodating to his mother when he returned home. This decades-long preference and exclusivity was a deep affection that everyone could see, not fake at all. At this moment, the sky screen barrage scrolled again. I'm so envious of this kind of relationship. To be honest, there are quite a few love brains in the Aurelian Empire, but it seems there's only one person who didn't get what he wanted. You might as well just report Lord Tristan Thorn's ID. Actually, the one-sided crush on Aurelier didn't get what he wanted either. It can't be helped. You shouldn't meet someone too stunning when you are young. Ha 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 her. Cousin closing his eyes is a bad review. Woo woo. I am a CP fan. I really feel sorry for the cousin, but I also hope Aurelier stays beautiful alone. It's very complicated. Lord Tristan Thorn, aren't we reviewing the Gio family? Why are you suddenly implying me? Hello? Are you polite? Besides, so what if I'm a love brain for my cousin? He is proud. Sorry. Got a bit sidetracked. Let's get back to the point. General Gui grew up in a mountain village and had a deep, bone-deep affection for the homeland that raised him and the fellow villagers who helped him. During the chaotic years when the royal family was fighting for the throne and the court was in turmoil, the world situation was precarious. Various forces were vying for power, the flames of war were everywhere, and chaos was rampant among the people. Banditry was rampant in various places. Mountain bandits and roving rebels were plundering and committing evil deeds everywhere, harming the people, and countless villages and towns were deeply affected. And General Gui's father-in-law, the village chief Guikeong, died tragically at the hands of the raging mountain bandits. The moment the words fell, the scene on the sky screen switched, and a heavy and tragic image played. Under the pitch-black night sky, raging flames rose to the sky. The crimson firelight dyed the entire horizon red, swallowing the quiet mountain village. Rolling thick smoke filled the wilderness, and the endless blood, desolation, and oppression rushed towards the face. A heavy atmosphere shrouded the world. Guo Manor. General Guo and Guo Lan, who had witnessed the tragedy with their own eyes, looked at the familiar and tragic scene, and their eyes turned red instantly. Warm tears soaked the corners of their eyes. The pain and despair of the past surged into their hearts again, and their chests felt stifled and painful. In the sky screen image, the scene became increasingly dazzling. Blood spread wantonly, and shrill screams came one after another, weaving into a despairing elegy. The fierce-looking mountain bandits held large knives, their eyes filled with murderous intent, slaughtering the unarmed villagers and harvesting one fresh life after another. The helpless women and young children huddled together tightly, shivering, covering their mouths tightly, not daring to make a sound even when crying. The young and strong men in the village, in order to protect their homes, held farming tools and fought back desperately, gritting their teeth for a life-and-death struggle. But after all, they were just ordinary farmers facing the yellow soil with their backs to the sky. Even if they had brute force from years of labor, how could they compete with these fierce and murderous mountain bandits? The ruthlessness and combat power of the two were worlds apart. In the crowd of chaotic slaughter, the white-haired old man Guokelong resolutely rolled up his trouser legs, his eyes locked on the bandit leader wearing a tiger skin cloak in the crowd. Regardless of his own safety, he used all his strength to shout at the villagers behind him, "Capture the leader first. Kill that bandit leader in the tiger skin, and we will have a way to live." This deafening shout instantly attracted the attention of all the mountain bandits. Without the leader needing to act personally, several fierce mountain bandits had already raised their sharp blades and killed the elderly Guokelong with murderous intent. Just at this moment, General Guoyi, who had just returned from hunting with prey on his back, ran quickly to the foot of the mountain and bumped into this unforgettable scene. He watched helplessly as his respected and loving father-in-law was surrounded by a group of mountain bandits, cold blades hacking fiercely at his body, and blood spurting out. At the moment of death, Guokelong locked his eyes on General Guoyi not far away, using his last bit of strength, silently opening and closing his lips, the lip shape clearly saying two words, "Run away." Witnessing his loved one die tragically before his eyes, the monstrous grief and indignation crushed all of General Guoyi's reason. His eyes were red. He roared, and regardless of everything, he took his hunting knife and rushed into the crowd, fighting for his life with the vicious mountain bandits. The sharp blades cut his flesh again and again. The bloody wounds were hideous and terrifying. Blood soaked his clothes, and the severe pain was unbearable. But the extreme hatred turned into endless power. He had completely killed until his eyes turned red, acting like a mad demon, brave and unafraid of death. With a ruthless desire for revenge, he killed a group of mountain bandits. The banditry in the village was quelled by him. He protected his wife and let her survive. But that father-in-law who treated him like a son, that old village chief who always protected the villagers, remained forever in that sea of fire and blood, never to return. The last frame of the sky screen was fixed on the devastated mountain village with fire and mess. The surviving villagers hugged and knelt on the ground, crying bitterly. The sorrowful crying pierced the screen, making people feel sad when they heard it. In the corner of the picture, the actor playing General Huey sat slumped on the broken ground, his eyes filled with bone-deep regret. He hated himself for returning too late and failing to save his father-in-law, slapped Palace himself hard again and again. Chapter 20, Two-Side Story, The Harpoon General Part 2. Watching this makes me teary-eyed. Why can't the growth of a legendary general be smooth sailing? This is another tragedy of great Aurelian. General Huey accumulated his later strength precisely because of these experiences. But if he had the choice, he probably would have preferred, like official Lady Genevieve Thorne, to have no future achievements at all. Sigh. General Huey's wife, Lady Huey, was truly virtuous. If not for her, I fear General Huey would have gone astray. I remember Aurelia had someone compile the stories of many remarkable folk women into books, but unfortunately, they can't be found now. Otherwise, we wouldn't be ignorant of Lady Huey's name. TV shows have to rely on fabrication, because after the prosperous age, there was a period of great upheaval. After men regained power, the first thing they did was erase women's achievements. If Aurelia hadn't been so powerful and held such high prestige among the people, those male monarchs and high-ranking officials wouldn't have acknowledged Aurelia. Hard not to agree. Aurelia has already been mythologized. If later monarchs encountered any natural disasters or man-made calamities, they would all confer titles upon her to seek protection. The sky screen scrolled slowly. People on the streets, in taverns, and tea-houses stopped to watch sighs rising one after another. An old woman selling needles and thread on the street wiped the moisture from her eyes and sighed to the old man carrying a load of goods beside her. Who's to say otherwise? What man would willingly trade his family's destruction and half a lifetime of suffering for fame? General Huey's life was just too bitter. A few young women sitting nearby chatting also had reddened eyes. One softly replied, "Thanks to Lady Huey." In chaotic times, she was able to steady the general's heart and accompany him through his darkest moments. Such virtue is truly rare. A scholar nearby sighed in a low voice. With a change of power, all of a woman's achievements are erased. If not for the immense merit of Master Dragon, I fear not even a trace would remain. How narrow-minded those later generations were. Stirling Manor. In the elegant hall, sandalwood incense curled. Grand Princess Victoria Valerius' gaze was locked onto the heart-piercing bullet comment on the sky screen. Her fingertips turned white from gripping, and the next moment, her palm slammed onto the solid wood table. Raging fire surged in her chest. The Prime Minister had worked so hard for so long. Countless women of great Aurelian had worked so hard for so long. They had finally broken free from shackles and stood tall as human beings. Yet, what did those later rulers do? To stabilize male patriarchal rule, they heartlessly burned all the books that benefited women and recorded the achievements of heroines, vainly attempting to erase all of women's brilliance and contributions. Grand Princess Victoria Valerius' chest heaved violently, her heart filled with unappeasable indignation. She inwardly rejoiced that after the initial transformation, women had long since awakened their minds. Deep-rooted ideologies could never be completely extinguished by a single book burning or a single decree. At that time, among the common people and the royal clan, there were countless women who stepped forward, risking their lives to protect the hard-won rights. Only then was the foundation for women to stand in the world preserved. Otherwise, she would truly have been angered to death by these words. Amidst the chaotic thoughts, a long-buried memory surfaced. It was a chat she had with Aurelia Pendragon many years ago. At that time, she had asked the Prime Minister who cared for the world, although the Emperor's sons have mediocre aptitude, there are many talented people among the grandsons. Many are intelligent, quick-witted, and well-read in new learning, all excellent candidates for the Crown Prince. Why must you choose Gshwenor as the successor? Years later, she still clearly remembered that Aurelia Pendragon, who always carried a gentle demeanour, had eyes filled with unprecedented firmness. The next emperor must be a woman. Not only that, the one after that must be one too. For generations to come, I lack the power to control, but only when women occupy high positions can they truly empathize with women's suffering, understand their hardships, and protect their well-being. Hearing this at the time, Grand Princess Victoria Valerius felt enlightened, thinking she understood her deep foresight. But only now, looking at the later turmoil revealed on the sky screen, did she suddenly realize that she had seen too shallowly before. Orlai Pendragon had likely seen a long time into the future. Thinking of this, Grand Princess Victoria Valerius felt both sour and respectful, unable to come down for a long time. She raised her hand to pick up the warm tea, took a light sip to suppress her surging emotions, and looked up at the sky screen hanging in the sky. I will personally fund the recruitment of scholars, collect classics, and compile books that record women's achievements and promote their character. I will print thousands of copies and distribute them to the world for free. Her gaze was sharp. I want every household in Great Orlean, from the countryside to the marketplace, to have these books. In the future, even if men ascend to the throne and want to burn books to destroy evidence, how can they burn all the thousands of books in the world, or silence the mouths of all the people? Your manor. In the quiet and solemn courtyard, the whole place was silent. General Guyi and Guolan stared quietly at the text and images on the sky screen, their minds shaken, unable to calm down for a long time. The bloody past, sealed for decades, unfolded scene by scene, surging back into their hearts like sharp blades slicing through healed scars, painful enough to make one choke and tremble. This iron-blooded old general, who had never shed a tear even after dying 100 times on the battlefield, had trembling shoulders now. Hot tears streamed down his furrowed cheeks from his murky eyes, dripped palace onto his clothes and blooming into damp stains. He reached out with a rough, aged hand, trembling as he tightly grasped his wife's equally cold hand. His voice was choked and hoarse, broken and out of tune. Alan, it's all my fault if I had been able to rush back earlier that year. Father-in-law wouldn't have if only I hadn't gone hunting. It had been decades. In countless deep nights, he remained trapped in that tragic nightmare. The scenes of the villagers suffering and his father-in-law dying miserably cycled every night, tormenting his mind every moment. The world knew General Guyi had great military achievements, was famous, and was a pillar of Great Orlean. But no one knew that behind this glory and achievement was a guilt he could never let go of his whole life, a knot in his heart he could never cross. Even after years had passed, even though he had long achieved success and was enjoying his old age, he had never truly walked out of that nightmare. Guolan looked at her husband's grief-stricken appearance, her eyes reddening. She quickly turned her hand to tightly hold his back and shook her head gently. Husband, I have never blamed you. Father's spirit in heaven would never blame you either. She raised her hand to wipe the tears from his face and said slowly, back then, when bandits were rampant and the government was inactive, it was you who fought to the death to protect the surviving old, weak women and children of the whole village, and saved countless families. All the villagers felt your kindness and remembered your righteousness. Father's greatest wish in his life was to hope for his family's peace and prosperity. Now we have achieved it. If he knows from beyond the grave, he will only be filled with relief and will never resent you at all. Wife General Guyi's throat choked. He could no longer restrain the surging emotions in his heart. Like a child who had suffered great grievances, he bowed his head and buried it in his wife's warm shoulder. At this moment, he didn't care that his children and grandchildren were present. He didn't want to care about saving face either. Hugh Zihuai, standing by, already had reddened eyes, his heart heavy. He grew up listening to his grandfather's stories, knowing his grandfather was a compassionate and kind elder in the village, knowing the family had suffered a disaster in chaotic times, but he had never known that his parents harbored such unhealed wounds. This tragedy, buried deep in their hearts, had trapped his parents' entire lives. On the sky screen, light and shadow flowed, continuing to tell the past events. Because of this incident, General Guyi detested bandits and even hated the imperial court. If it weren't for the court's inaction, how could such a tragedy have happened? In his heart, those corrupt officials deserved to die. So he also became a force of evil in the turmoil of the early reign of Emperor Tiberius the Wise. After General Guyi settled the old, weak women and children in the village, he led the remaining young men who were equally resentful to attack the bandits' camp, wiped them all out, and later successively recruited the miserable people from nearby villages, killing the bullies who often harassed the common people. Relying on the resources of these villains, General Guyi also had weapons and horses, and directly occupied the mountain to become king. The images played on the sky screen. Young General Guyi was dressed in coarse black cloth, full of vigor. He raised his hand to wrap a dark headscarf around his forehead, his right arm raised high, his voice loud and impassioned, piercing through the long wind of the mountains, deafening and thought-provoking. Fellow villagers, the way of heaven is not benevolent. The world is unfair. Those in high positions are incompetent and indifferent to the common people, never giving the bottom-level people a way to survive. This corrupt court, this lawless empire must we still bow down and obey, waiting to be slaughtered. Below the mountains, Countless poor people who had been bullied and lost their families gathered, all with faces full of grief and indignation. One person was the first to roar, "No, never obey." The next moment, several voices overlapped, resounding through the mountains and the world. "No, no." General Buey's eyes burned with raging fire, his face sorrowful, every word striking people's hearts. The world is dark, corrupt officials are in power, evil bandits are rampant. Being a law-abiding citizen will only lead to death without a burial place. Since there is no way out, why don't we rebel? Rebel, rebel, rebel. The earth-shaking shouts resounded through the sky, the crowd was agitated, and everyone raised their arms and shouted, "Yule Manor." Yule Sehui looked at the high-spirited figure on the sky screen, frozen in place, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably, his face full of astonishment. He turned his head to look at his old father, who still had tear stains and a solemn expression, his tone stumbling. "Dad, you actually lied to us." So his dad was a bandit. He was also hearing this for the first time. After all, the story he grew up hearing was, after his grandfather died, his dad had been honestly to Velo Palace in the village, and he never expected that he would meet a wise master and become a military general. Since the honestly developing part was fake, then meeting a wise master, what was that situation? The sky screen soon gave him the answer. In the picture, his dad had a bandit style, robbing the rich to help the poor, punishing the evil and promoting the good. He had become a force of evil that the court detested, and after his dad had been a bandit for several years, the battle for the succession finally came to an end. Imperial Palace. Young Emperor Valerius wore the imperial robe, sitting majestically on the dragon throne. After Emperor Valerius became emperor, the first thing he did was to quell internal chaos. As the saying goes, to resist foreign aggression, one must first settle internal affairs. It's just that in the beginning, when he had just ascended to the throne, most of the factions in the court had been cleared by him, and there were too few people he could use, so he made a decision. What decision? That was to go into the field himself. At that time, there were many voices of opposition in the court, but Emperor Valerius let them go personally, and this group of people stopped talking. Emperor Valerius was both angry and amused, which strengthened his idea. And this time he went out. He was not just quelling chaos, because at that time, many people's uprisings were forced. There were not that many heinous villains. He thought, if he could recruit them, he would recruit them. Here I really admire the foresight of the emperor. Those people were not guilty of death, they just couldn't live anymore. Recruiting them not only gave them a way to live, but he also had people he could use under his command. These people who were personally recruited by him were his direct line, not belonging to any faction. They could not only fill the vacancies in the court, but also balance other forces, which was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Thinking about the meeting between the emperor and General Buey later makes me laugh. I still don't understand how General Buey's brain worked, wanting to accept the emperor as his foster son. Ha 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 ha. Laughing to death. Ha 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 ha. Bullet comments popped up one after another, the humorous and mocking text instantly breaking the previous heaviness and solemnity, instantly exploding across the world. Foster son. The moment the 2 words appeared, the world was in an uproar. Not only was everyone in the Yule Manor frozen, but countless people in Great Orlean were dumbfounded. General Buey, you actually wanted to accept the current emperor as his foster son. My God, this is too bold. It's unheard of. Stirling Manor. Orlar Pendragon was stunned for a moment, raised her eyebrows, and also became curious. What kind of misunderstanding was this? Thinking of General Buey's personality, she really couldn't imagine this was something he would do. However, the sky screen wouldn't shoot without a target. That meant it was true. Yule Manor. Yule Sehui was petrified, his eyes wide open, his mouth agape, his voice trembling. Dad, you actually wanted to accept the emperor as your foster son. Thinking that he almost became brothers with the emperor made him terrified. Speaking of which, the emperor had always looked at him displeased in court. Could it be because of this? No wonder the old man lied to them. No wonder the emperor scolded him at every turn. It all made sense. Everything made sense. What kind of look is that? General Buey snorted. Even if I had that thought back then, it didn't come to fruition, did it? Dad, you actually still thought about realizing it. Yule Sehui trembled 3 times. This old man hadn't given up even now. This was a crime punishable by the extermination of the 9 clans. Woo woo woo. It was really not easy for him to be born and grow up to be this old. If the emperor looked at him so displeased and he was still alive, it must be because of his talent. Speaking of which, Should he impeach his dad tomorrow in court? That way, the Emperor shouldn't look at him with such disdain anymore, ready to make a move. Chapter 20, Three-Side Story, The Harpoon General Part 3. I thought to himself, secretly. Then, he received another hard slap from his father. The Imperial Palace. The Emperor of Aurelion watched the screen filled with teasing comments, and long-buried memories of his youth surfaced in his mind. He chuckled softly. Haha, back when I was a bandit at Bazi Mountain, I also relied on real, solid combat achievements to force my way into becoming the second in command of the stronghold. Standing at his side, Eunuch Cetric immediately bowed and chimed in. Your Majesty was brave and valiant in your youth, possessing courage rarely seen throughout the ages. You were truly remarkable. On the sky screen, Echo couldn't help but laugh as soon as she thought about what she was going to talk about next. Our Emperor Valerius of Aurelion travelled westward. Not only did he resolve long-standing cases that had piled up in various places, but he also personally rooted out and investigated several corrupt officials who preyed on the people. Relying on both benevolence and strategy, he sincerely persuaded many scattered factions entrenched in various regions to surrender. Thus, continuing his journey of punishing evil and promoting good without pause, the group unknowingly arrived at the territory of Fenshu County, where General Gyuyi was entrenched at the time. When Emperor Valerius first arrived, he upheld his consistent principles for handling affairs. He intended to handle this local faction as he had others. First, suppress the chaos with thunderous force, then patiently appeal to their reason and emotions to educate the followers. If they were individuals whose hands were stained with blood and who had committed heinous crimes, he would deal with them according to the law and execute them on the spot. If they were not great villains and still possessed a conscience, he would show leniency at his discretion and give them a chance to turn over a new leaf. However, on the very day he led his entourage to the Fenshu County Government Office, the local magistrate personally paid a visit to respectfully invite him to the office to discuss matters. I've often seen netizens ask in the comments, since General Gyuyi had amassed such a massive force in Fenshu County and held control over the stronghold's men, why didn't he just get rid of the magistrate and set himself up as the master? The answer is simple. This magistrate of Fenshu County was not a corrupt official. He was merely timid and incompetent, unable to protect the people of the region. Speaking of this, the image on the sky screen shifted slightly, and a brand new video clip slowly began to play. Inside the rustic Fenshu County Government Office, the candlelight in the hall flickered, casting a steady and heavy glow on the wooden beams and pillars. The Emperor of Aurelion, who had not yet fully set his sharp edge, sat upright in the main seat in the centre of the hall, his expression calm and dignified. On the blue brick floor in the centre of the hall knelt a figure with a thin frame and frost-tinged temples. The moment the character appeared, the sky screen thoughtfully displayed a clear line of subtitles. Fenshu County Magistrate, Du Lang. Du Lang's back was slightly hunched, his head bowed, his face full of guilt and self-reproach. This official is incompetent. Having served for a year, I have failed to manage the livelihood of Fenshu County, and failed to let the people live in peace and prosperity. Instead, I have allowed chaos to flourish and the atmosphere to become foul, causing the people to be displaced and suffer. I know that my sins are heavy, and I am willing to accept any punishment from your Majesty without a single word of complaint. However, regarding General Gyuyi, the chieftain of the Bazi Mountain stronghold, I implore your Majesty to hear a few words from the bottom of my heart. The Emperor of Aurelion's eyes flickered, and he nodded slightly. Tell me in detail. I am listening. Du Lang let out a long sigh, his eyes filled with lament. In the end, General Gyuyi is also a person of tragic fate. As his voice fell, he began to recount General Gyuyi's background and experiences in detailed, meticulous fashion. I have been transferred to Fenshu County for less than a year. Before I arrived, all the previous magistrates of this place were brutally murdered by the local bullies and evil forces running rampant. No one dared to come here to serve as an official. General Gyuyi was driven to a dead end and abandoned goodness for banditry. After taking to the hills, he relied on his own bravery and iron-fisted methods to wipe out all the forces in Fenshu County that were oppressing the people, restoring peace to the region for a time. Actually, he originally had the intention of getting rid of me. That night, he personally carried a long saber and led a group of the stronghold's elite men to break into the government office in the middle of the night, dragging me, terrified and helpless, directly out of my bedroom. At that time, I was terrified to the core, thinking I would surely die. But after he captured me, he did not act immediately. Instead, he personally audited the government office's financial accounts from the past few years and patiently inquired about my daily conduct as an official. Upon learning that although I was incompetent, I had never engaged in corruption, broken the law, or mistreated the people, He just let out a cold snort, and ultimately raised his hand to spare my life. I was lucky to save my life, and from then on, I saw General Gyuyi's true character clearly. He hates evil with a passion, possesses unparalleled martial arts skill, and is a man of loyalty and righteousness. Ever since he became the leader of the Zairobazi mountain stronghold, although the outside world calls them mountain bandits and marauders, the number of crimes in Fenshu County has significantly decreased. The people are no longer bullied by evil forces, and their lives have visibly improved day by day. Emperor Valerius quietly listened to Dulang's detailed account, and his previously calm and unruffled eyes instantly lit up. His core purpose in this inspection tour was to seek out talented individuals and recruit capable generals. And General Gyuyi's character, courage, and methods completely fit all the standards he held in his heart for a pillar of talent. Thinking of this, he immediately completely abandoned his original thoughts and made up his mind to personally go to Zairobazi Mountain to meet General Gyuyi. It's no wonder our emperor is wise and valiant. The moment this idea came to him, it was met with strong opposition from his subordinates. After all, General Gyuyi's character was only heard from Dulang's mouth, but he was, after all, a bandit. How could he, as the emperor, take such a risk? In the image, the accompanying guards and soldiers all looked grave, voicing their advice one after another, their objections ringing out incessantly. The Emperor of Auraline swept his gaze over his concerned subordinates and raised his hand to stop their argument. If General Gyuyi is truly as Magistrate Du described, possessing superb martial arts and extraordinary courage combined with the stronghold's men, it would indeed be difficult for us, with only these few people, to contend with him. As soon as he finished speaking, a loyal guard hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, you absolutely must not. We can immediately send a message back to the capital to mobilize elite troops to come and encircle them. Your Majesty only needs to wait here for a few days. Your precious body must never be put in danger." The Emperor of Auraline's expression darkened slightly, a layer of coldness covering his eyes and brows, his tone carrying an indisputable majesty. "If I mobilize the capital's garrison for this matter, it will inevitably weaken the capital's defenses. I have not been on the throne for long, and my foundation is not yet stable. Both inside and outside the court, undercurrents are surging, and people's hearts are unsettled. If the capital is left empty and those with ulterior motives seize the opportunity to cause chaos, the court and the public will be in turmoil, and the world will be unstable. Who among you can bear that consequence?" After weighing the pros and cons, the matter was settled once and for all, and no one dared to advise against it further. Thus, the next day, just as dawn broke, Emperor Valerius carefully selected a few meticulous guards. The group disguised themselves as ordinary refugees fleeing for their lives and quietly headed towards Zairobazi Mountain in a low-profile and secretive manner. "Your manner." General Gyuyi laughed heartily. The Emperor's boldness is truly unprecedented throughout the ages. He had rejoiced countless times that he had chosen to defect. In this life, he had truly followed a wise ruler. However, the Emperor's path of disguise was not that smooth. Although General Gyuyi was reckless, he was not brainless. After the Emperor's group reached the territory of Zairobazi Mountain, he captured them on the spot. Although the Emperor's guards were disguised as refugees, some subconscious actions could not be changed. Plus, General Gyuyi was also a martial artist and could see at a glance that they possessed martial strength. But our Emperor is a good actor. He immediately changed his original plan, altering their civilian identities to that of former armed escorts. This explanation temporarily suppressed General Gyuyi's doubts. In the video, the mountain road was rugged, and the lush trees blocked the sky. The Emperor of Auralion and his group were all disheveled and dirty, dressed as refugees, staggering as they headed deep into Zairobazi Mountain, deliberately slowing their pace, pretending to be exhausted from fleeing along the way. Standing on a giant rock on the mountaintop, General Gyuyi watched the group walking up from the foot of the mountain, his gaze as sharp as a knife. The moment the Emperor of Auralion's group stepped into his territory, the stronghold scouts hidden in the forest had already noticed them and quickly sent word back. In just a moment, dozens of mountain bandits wielding knives and sticks surged out from both sides of the dense forest, quickly surrounding them and trap-palace the group tightly in the middle of the mountain road. "Take them!" General Gyuyi gave a cold shout. The group of bandits stepped forward in response, their movements crisp and decisive, instantly subduing the Emperor of Auralion and the few guards, leaving them no room to resist. The accompanying guards' hearts tightened, and subconsciously, they wanted to protect the Emperor and counterattack. General Gyuyi spotted the floor at a glance. He stepped forward slowly, his gaze coldly sweep palace over their steady standing postures, his tone filled with intense scrutiny and suspicion. "How are you refugees fleeing for your lives? Ordinary, displaced people are scattered and loose in their posture. How can you all be so straight-backed, with restrained strength?" As the questioning words fell, the surrounding bandits gripped their weapons tightly, the atmosphere grew tense, and murderous intent arose. At this critical moment, the Emperor of Auraline remained calm. He took the opportunity to continue the conversation, his tone sounding weary and aged, his demeanor realistic and natural. "Chieftain, you have a keen eye. We are indeed not ordinary refugees. In our younger years, we were all martial artists working as armed escorts, walking the world for many years. The world is in chaos. The escort agency was destroyed, and we had no choice but to flee everywhere to scrape together a living." "I see." General Gyuyi raised his hand. "Take them away." The group settled down in Zairobazi Mountain just like that. Although General Gyuyi's doubts were not diminished, Zairobazi Mountain was lacking in skilled hands like the Emperor of Auraline, so he temporarily kept them to observe. The Emperor saw through General Gyuyi's thoughts. While behaving honestly and quietly, he used his own charisma to bond with the bandits in the stronghold. Upon learning that these people were truly forced to become bandits, his desire to recruit them grew even stronger. General Gyuyi did not initially treat the Emperor as a confidant to be groomed. But the Emperor was, after all, someone who could ascend the throne. He was so intelligent. He knew what the stronghold lacked most and always offered advice, accurately solving problems every time. Thus, the Emperor caught General Gyuyi's eye. Later, as they spent time together, General Gyuyi grew more and more fond of the Emperor and developed the intention to adopt him as his foster son. Ha ha ha! Wanting to be a father to an emperor, is this what one expects from someone who will become a great general in the future? You must watch the TV series Aurelian Affairs for this plot. It was filmed so well. That scene where Emperor Valerius is dumbfounded, I laugh every time I watch it. Our emperor has great charisma. Honestly, if it weren't for Aurelian, the emperor would look like the charming devil of great Aurelian. But it's just overshadowed by Aurelian's radiance. Exactly. During the initial founding, famous ministers came to join him, and his sister supported him unconditionally. After becoming emperor, great scholars came out of retirement for him, and rebel armies were convinced to voluntarily reform. His later life was like a cheat code, attracting talented people like Prime Minister Alastair, Minister of Rights Lucius Vance, and Minister of War Gareth Blackwood to serve him sincerely. In his 40s, Aurelian, this Prime Minister, appeared. Someone as stunningly talented as Aurelian could even be emperor. Yet she remained loyal to Emperor Tiberius the Wise, dedicated to protecting the Zhou family's vast empire. That's for sure. Sincerity is exchanged for sincerity. If someone held my hand and said they valued my talent and wanted to entrust the throne to me, trusting me to such an extent, I would also be willing to give my all until my death. Echo continued. The Emperor refused General Gyuyi's proposal. Yet General Gyuyi liked him more and more, and as the Emperor learned more about General Gyuyi, he became increasingly eager, even having already thought of the official position for him. However, precisely because his understanding deepened, he also knew more about General Gyuyi's attitude towards the imperial court. General Gyuyi would not submit to the court, and the Emperor could not leave the capital for too long for fear of unrest. But giving up, it felt like cutting out a piece of his own heart. What should he do? It was at this moment that Lady Gyuyi sought him out. That's right, it was General Gyuyi's wife, the Imperial Palace. Seeing this, the Emperor of Auraline smiled nostalgically and sighed. Gyuyi is indeed a remarkable woman. It is a pity she was cooped up in the inner chambers. It's just that the great Auraline at that time was not so enlightened. Otherwise, she could have served as a female official. I still have the intention now, but she only wants to enjoy her later years in peace. Sigh. Eunuch Cedric knew as soon as he heard this that his emperor's addiction to collecting talent had struck again. His emperor, really. This was the only hobby he had in his life. He wished he could capture every capable person in the world to work for him. There was an official in the previous dynasty named Wang Shiming who possessed great talent, but never met with opportunity. Whenever his emperor thought of him, he would sigh, wishing he could dig up the man's grave and feed him a resurrection pill. Gyuyi Manor. Hyo Sekyui's suspicious gaze landed on General Gyuyi. Did his father really have such great charm? Why couldn't he see it? No. Was his father worthy? Why was it that he was scolded in the court every day? Yet his father made the emperor feel pleased. Seeing his father looking so smug, he really should submit a memorial to impeach him. Although Lady Gyuyi came from a farming family, her father was a scholar. She was the only daughter in the Gyuyi family, and her father had carefully taught her since she was a child. Moreover, Lady Gyuyi was very intelligent. As a woman, She was also meticulous, and could always observe details that men could not. The people in the stronghold were all convinced by her and respected her just as they respected General Gyuyi. Although the emperor hadn't seen her many times, what he saw in those few meetings was her virtue and wisdom. But he didn't expect that when Lady Gyo called him aside in private, this formidable woman immediately exposed his identity. Although she didn't think he was the emperor, she guessed that he was someone sent by the imperial court. Our emperor thought for a moment, and then directly laid out his identity. This was another huge gamble. Chapter 24 Side Story, The Harpoon General Part 4. The emperor was gambling on whether Lady Gyo would report him. Given General Gyuyi's temper, if he knew he had been deceived, he certainly wouldn't let it rest. Fortunately, Lady Gyo is a good person. Once Lady Gyo learned of the emperor's identity, after the initial shock, she agreed to his proposal. After all, the emperor, to risk his precious self by coming to a bandit den just to recruit her husband, of course she would be moved. As for whether the emperor harbored any malicious intent, she hadn't even considered that direction. If the emperor truly had ill intentions, it would have been the imperial army arriving at their Zarubazi mountain. Clearly, Lady Gyo understood the situation perfectly. The task of persuading General Gyuyi was left to her, just as the emperor had anticipated. General Gyuyi's first reaction upon learning of this was explosive rage. One night, General Gyuyi kicked open the door to his room, brandishing a blade. The scene slowly unfolded. The night was heavy, with a torrential downpour outside, and flashes of silver lightning repeatedly tore through the night sky. The burly and robust General Gyuyi pushed open the wooden door and immediately saw the Emperor of Aurelion sitting calmly at the desk, his expression composed as he leisurely sipped clear tea. He suddenly froze, a deep chill in his eyes, and spoke in a low voice. "You have quite the nerve. Aren't you afraid I'll take your life right here and now?" The Emperor of Aurelion smiled faintly, the natural imperial authority around him revealing itself without restraint. "I dared to wait here calmly because I had already seen through General Gyuyi's character. If he truly intended to kill me, you wouldn't have appeared to say even a single word to me." General Gyuyi snorted coldly, his tone unwilling and unyielding. "General, I have never accepted this empty title." Facing his sharp and resistant attitude, the Emperor of Aurelion was not the least bit angry. He raised his hand to pour him a cup of hot tea. "This tea is taken from the capital's tribute. It is clear and refreshing upon entry, with a lingering sweetness. Why not try a cup?" General Gyuyi cast him a cold glance, waved his hand, and the entire cup of tea was sent crashing to the floor. Immediately after, he grabbed a jar of strong liquor, his tone rough and bold. "Drinking tea is boring. If you want to drink, drink strong liquor. If you can drink me under the table today, I will spare your life." Gyo manner. Seeing this, Huai subconsciously touched his head. Strange, this happened decades ago, right? Why did he suddenly feel a chill on his neck? His father's temper was so explosive back when he was young. How could the Emperor tolerate that? He felt like he almost wasn't born. Although our Emperor likes wine, his tolerance is not good. However, he still agreed to General Gyuyi's proposal. And as for General Gyuyi, the Emperor didn't expect that despite his bold words, he would fall after only 10 cups. When General Gyuyi was fast asleep on the table, the Emperor was stunned. And then, the famous historical event occurred. In the scene, the Emperor of Aurelion, smelling of alcohol, waved his hand at the drunken General Gyuyi. "Chief Gyo, how about becoming a general for my great Aurelion?" General Gyuyi turned over, sleep Alice soundly. The Emperor of Aurelion smiled. "If you don't speak, I will take that as a yes." "Ha ha 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 ha. What the hell is I will take that as a yes?" General Gyuyi. "How is this real history like an unofficial history? It's making me laugh to death." And then, General Gyuyi must have been very angry after waking up and finding out the Emperor is really something the commoners watching under the sky screen were torn between laughter and tears, still worried about the Emperor in the video. The Emperor sometimes did things that were truly unpredictable. Later, General Gyuyi accepted it. The commoners, General Gyuyi had blacked out from the alcohol, but the Emperor spoke as if it were true. Plus, with Lady Gyo there to testify, even though he didn't believe it, he bit the bullet and agreed. After all, he couldn't risk a reputation for breaking his word. And so, our great Aurelion's renowned General Gyuyi just like that, vividly began the legendary second half of his life. Some people might think it was very hasty, but I've read an analysis that makes a lot of sense. Did General Gyuyi not know the Emperor was deceiving him? Of course he knew. I don't believe a mature adult doesn't know their own alcohol tolerance. Clearly, he was trying to give himself a way out. After all, he had been so firm about not submitting to the imperial court earlier. But he also saw that the emperor was different from the previous rulers. Yet, to bow his head voluntarily, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Not bowing his head, that wouldn't work either. He knew the situation for him and his brothers once the country was stabilized. Even if he didn't think for himself, he had to think for his brothers. They couldn't stay holed up as mountain bandits forever, so he chose to pretend to be drunk. This move was really smart. So that's how it was. The words made the commoners of Great Aurelion suddenly understand. The capital. Scattered bamboo stools were placed under the shade of trees by the roadside, and many commoners cooling off and chatting nodded and discussed. A middle-aged woman doing needlework paused, put down the half-sewn coarse cloth handkerchief in her hand, and spoke, as expected of our great Aurelion-esque general. Not only does he have martial strength, he also has brains. How does that idiom go again? Something something. Mother. It's called having both courage and strategy. Beside the woman, a little girl of about 6 or 7 with 2 round pigtails, holding a worn-out literacy textbook in her arms, puffed out her cheeks and corrected her in a milky voice. After speaking, she planted her small hands firmly on her waist, her round face tense, looking quite angry. Mother, have you actually been studying the textbook the teacher taught? Master Dragon said that there must be national literacy, and every household must learn to read. You can't fall behind. It's settled. Tonight under the oil lamp, you must earnestly write these 4 characters 100 times. Oh my little ancestor. The woman listened, quickly put the basket by her feet, turned to scoop up her daughter, and coaxed her with endearments. My darling, please spare mother. You must not go to the school and report me to the teacher. Not everyone is suited for studying. She belonged to this type of person. Although she could recognize a few characters intermittently and felt very content and happy in her heart every time she went to the village school and opened the paper textbook with her fingertips, her head would instantly swell and feel dizzy. She raised her hand to rub her temples, pretending to be uncomfortable, sighed, and coaxed. Mother has a strange illness where she gets a headache whenever she sees words. You should study hard, my girl, and have a promising future. Really? The little girl tilted her small head, her dark, round eyes scanning her mother, full of suspicion. The woman's eyes drifted for a moment, and she nodded repeatedly. Really? Not a bit false. All right then. The little girl dropped her small shoulders and sighed softly, then suddenly thought of something important. She clenched her small hands into tiny fists, looked up at her mother with sparkling eyes, and said with extra solemnity, the teacher said that reading can change fate and bring a better life. I will definitely study hard, and let mother live a good life without worrying about food or clothing in the future. Oh, my darling baby. The woman felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing this. The guilt from coaxing the child just a moment ago passed through her heart for a mere split second, and she immediately tightened her arms around her daughter, kissing her soft little face several times. Nearby, a villager carrying a wooden shoulder pole filled with fresh vegetables, heading to the market, happened to pass by. Seeing the heartwarming scene between mother and daughter, he smiled knowingly and teased Auntie Chen. Your little girl is young, but has quite the ambition. Her vision and spirit are not at all inferior to ordinary boys. The woman smiled, tidied her daughter's messy hair, and replied calmly, What do you mean not inferior to boys? Master Dragon said long ago that men and women are the same now. Everyone is standing on the same starting line, and no one should look down on anyone else. The villager waved his hands repeatedly in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. The world is indeed different now. 2 flowers bloom, each on its own branch. Meanwhile, Guo Manor. Guo Zihui listened to Chrono Archivist Echo's constant praise of his father, his expression strange and indescribable. Smart, witty. Could the person being praised really be his own father? Forgive him for having lived for nearly 30 years, spending every day together, but he really hadn't seen these traits in his father. On the sky screen, Echo had said so much that her mouth was dry. She picked up the water cup by her side, took a sip, cleared her throat, organized her thoughts, and continued. So, the story of General Guo Yi ends here. Next, we will talk about Guo Zihui. Guo Zihui froze, his body unconsciously sitting up straighter. It was finally his turn. Guo Zihui is the youngest son of General Guo Yi and Lady Guo. Before him, there were 2 older brothers. By the time he was born, the family was already a military household, and life wasn't as bitter. But his older brothers, despite being born so much earlier, and having even been mountain bandits with General Guo Yi, these 2 grown men happened to prefer books. General Guo Yi's hand holding the tea stopped abruptly, and the tea almost spilled onto his clothes. Thinking of his 2 troublesome eldest sons, the anger in his chest surged, and he wished he could find a rat and cane and beat them severely. You could say studying is just studying, There's nothing wrong with focusing on learning, but the key is that these two burly, brawny men, who had buried themselves in books for many years, had absolutely no attainments in the field of literature. Wait, the chronoarchivist wouldn't be pointing out all these old, embarrassing things in public, right? Facts proved he wasn't overthinking it. You could say you like literature if you like it, but Guo Zheng and Guo Zhan were not promising in this regard, and even, speaking of this, Echo couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. One year, the capital held a poetry gathering. These two brothers confidently went and created two timeless masterpieces. BFFT cough cough cough. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Let's appreciate them, your manner. General Guo raised his hand and buried his face in his palms, wailing in embarrassment. Please, stop talking. The poetry gathering back then had long since made him lose face in front of his colleagues. He never expected that after so many years, it would be reviewed publicly by the sky screen. Guo Zheng, standing beside him, felt his face burning. He quietly scraped his toes against the ground, silently moved back a few steps, and shrank behind a pillar, deliberately avoiding the gaze thrown by his father. But his simple-minded silly brother, Guo Zhan, had eyes that lit up instead. He excitedly pointed at the sky screen above, turned his head, and shouted at his brother, "Brother, look at the sky. Didn't I say our poetic talent was unique in the world? Even people in later generations say they are timeless masterpieces." Guo Zheng's mouth twitched, and he silently closed his mouth. It's over. General Guo took a deep breath, eyes wide, and roared angrily, "You, get over here." Guo Zihui, standing to the side, bowed his head and pursed his lips, secretly holding back laughter. At this moment, in various residences across the capital, the children of wealthy families who had personally experienced that poetry gathering were already roaring with laughter. Especially General Guo's political rivals in the imperial court. Their hearty laughter passed through courtyard walls and alleys, drifting far away with the wind, and the commoners who had never heard of the past were gathered on the streets, whispering to each other in twos and threes, discussing with curious faces. What kind of poems are they that could make the chronoarchivist laugh like this? Yeah, hurry up and show them. Sterling Mana, Orelai Pendragon also laughed. She had heard a little about this old funny story, because it even involved her. How did it happen? Because after the brothers Guo Zheng and Guo Zhan were miserably defeated at the poetry gathering, they were full of resentment, feeling that all the scholars in the hall did not understand their talent, and publicly declared that of the world's 10 pecks of talent, Master Dragon occupies 8, and my brother and I share the remaining 2. Orelai Pendragon. Regardless of how everyone speculated, at this moment, the sky screen had slowly displayed the 2 poems written by the Guo brothers. Ode to Summer Great Orelai, Guo Zheng. The scorching sun squats on the roof and house. The popsicle melts into a ladle as soon as it's bought. Fanning the fan produces a body full of sweat. The cicadas are noisy and disturb the whole night. Summer arrives, Great Orelai, Guo Zhan. The poppy lies on the ground sticking out a long tongue. The watermelon is eaten up, leaving shells all over the floor. A sudden thunderstorm arrives in the evening. The drying clothes are all soaked in a big puddle. Very 50 ha 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 ha. Just tell me if it's on topic or not. Good poem. Good poem. Perfectly interpreting the state of various things when summer arrives. It completely wrote about me. Laughing to death. Is their Guo family all this abstract? The 2 generals Hing and Har. Ha 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 ha. Is 2 pecks of talent enough for you 2 to share? If it's not enough, I have more here. Just say, is it a timeless masterpiece or not? Dog head, dog head, dog head. It's even in my elementary school textbook. Is it a proper textbook? Guo manner. General Guo looked at the poems on the sky screen, his face hopeless, and let out a long, heavy sigh. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Guo Zihui hiding to the side with a cheeky grin. He was immediately overcome with rage, anger rising from nowhere. He kicked off the cloth shoe from his foot, grabbed it, raised his hand, and smacked Guo Zihui on the back. You unfilial son, you're actually watching the fun. I'll beat you to death. Guo Zihui, does this have anything to do with him? He didn't write the poems. An undeserved disaster. An undeserved disaster. On the sky screen, Echo restrained the smile on her face, pursed her lips, and continued her explanation. Anyway, through these 2 poems by the brothers, you know what kind of studophilias they are. Although General Guo hasn't read many books, he can still tell good poems from bad ones. He doesn't know how he, so wise and mighty, could have given birth to 2 silly sons. General Guo knew what kind of character they had very early on. Since they weren't cut out for studying, of course he wouldn't let them study. But these 2, whenever they practiced martial arts, would faint, lack physical strength, and get dizzy. Chapter 25 Side Story. The Harpoon General Part 5. General Gyuye originally thought those two were faking it, but who knew that when the imperial physician checked, they were actually fainted. Attached here are portraits of the two brothers. Each is 1.9 meters tall yet physically delicate and weak. General Gyuye accepted his fate, gave it up, and started trying for another child with Lady Gyuo. And so, our little Gyuo was born under the expectations of his old father. Dad, I'm born. Gyuo Zihuai, who is currently getting beaten, heard his own name and subconsciously puffed out his chest. General Gyuye, who was just about to slap him across the face, paused and silently withdrew his hand. Forget it, he only had this one son left to inherit his mantle. He was already stupid enough. He couldn't afford to get any stupider. The sky screen shifted. The camera rose slowly from the hall of Gyuo Manor, pierced through the tiled eaves, and landed directly in the delivery room courtyard in the backyard. The sky, which had been clear just moments ago, suddenly produced a strange phenomenon. The originally clear wisps of clouds were dyed layer by layer with warm, 5-colored auspicious light. 5 soft rays of red, orange, yellow, green, and purple spread slowly along the roof ridge and entangled the flowers in the courtyard. Flocks of magpies flew in from all directions, landing on the begonia trees in the courtyard, chirp palace incessantly. They circled the doors and windows of the delivery room, while the chickens and ducks raised in the manor huddled quietly in the corners, not fluttering about at all. The maids and servants on duty in the courtyard all stopped their work, looking up at the strange phenomenon in the sky with shock, whispering together, "Look at the sky, everyone. Where does one see 5-colored auspicious light during an ordinary birth? And so many magpies gathered together. Could it be that a noble is about to be born in the manor?" General Gyuye, who was pacing outside the delivery room, gripped the sword at his waist, his mind tight. Hearing the intermittent groans of pain from inside, he was full of anxiety. When he looked up and saw the auspicious wonder in the sky, his footsteps stopped abruptly, and his tense brows relaxed involuntarily. The steward of the manor leaned forward to flatter him. "General, the heavens have sent auspicious signs, and hundreds of magpies have arrived at the door. The child in Lady Gyuo's womb is destined to be extraordinary." General Gyuye suppressed the uncontrollable expectation at the corner of his lips, pretending to be calm. "Stop talking nonsense. Just wait for the news." Although he said this, his gaze remained glued to the delivery room door and the colourful light in the sky. The colourful light flowed into the delivery room through the cracks in the window lattice. The originally dim room was filled with warmth by the colourful light. The midwife and the servants had been busy for most of the day. The moment a loud and crisp cry of an infant sounded, the magpies on the branches raised their voices in unison to cheer, then gradually dispersed and circled away. The midwife held the small infant wrapped in brocade cloth and hurriedly walked out of the room. "Congratulations, General. It is a fair and chubby little young master. His cry is loud and strong. He is very healthy." General Gyuye stepped forward quickly and carefully took the swaddled baby. The infant in his arms had delicate features and was quietly closing his eyes. He looked down at his young son, thinking of his 2 older sons who were neither good at literature nor martial arts, and the depression that had built up for many years was swept away. He laughed loudly. Good. Finally, I have a child to my liking. From now on, he shall be called Zihuai." Good heavens, the fanfare for his birth was maxed out. Auspicious signs, magpies, and 5-colored light, everything was there. The 2 older brothers were mainly there to lose face for their father, while the little brother was born with heavenly omens. This is the standard setup for a novel protagonist. No wonder General Gyuye was biased toward Gyuo Zihuai. Who wouldn't favour a youngest son born with heavenly auspicious signs? Gyuo Manor. Gyuo Zihuai pointed at his own nose in disbelief. "Dad, was I really like this when I was born?" General Gyuye's old face flushed. More or less. Who would have expected what happened the next second? Gyuo Zihuai screamed. He covered his head in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Why did I have auspicious signs at birth just like Master Dragon? Yet I am so stupid. General Gyuye, you say the son of his is stupid, but he was actually quite smart at this moment. You say he is smart, but normally he has nothing to do with that word. All the scenes above were fabricated by General Gyuye. Everyone, don't believe it. General Gyuye, it was just exposed like that. Gyuo Zihuai breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. He said so. At this very moment, the servants of Gyuo Manor, who had watched Lady Gyuo give birth back then, also nodded. They said so too. How could they not remember such a scene when the young general was born? They even thought they had senile dementia. Although the omens at birth were fake, General Gyuye's love for Gyuo Zihuai was real. Because he was a child born in his later years, General Gyuye was naturally more doting on little Gyuo especially after little Gyu showed interest in weapons when he was small. General Gyu was simply overjoyed. His Gyu family finally had a child who could inherit his mantle. So, when little Gyu was 3 years old, General Gyu began his teaching. At first, General Gyu and Lady Gyu both felt sorry for little Gyu, fearing he couldn't handle the training. But little Gyu exceeded everyone's expectations and completed everything his father entrusted to him. The sky screen played softly. This time, it was 1/3 of Gyu Zihuai's life. At dawn, when the thin mist was still lingering in the martial arts arena in the backyard of Gyu Manor, the sound of tiny footsteps broke the silence of the courtyard. The actor playing the young Gyu Zihuai in the lens was only 6 years old. His height barely reached General Gyu's waist. He wore a small, plain-colored martial arts suit, his features still carrying the softness of a child, yet he had straightened his back early on. General Gyu stood in front of him, dressed in a black martial arts robe that was neat and tidy. His posture, from years of practicing martial arts, was as straight as a pine tree. Every day before dawn, he would personally bring Gyu Zihuai to the martial arts arena. First was the horse stance. The child's legs were taut and straight, his knees sank slightly, his back was straight, and his small fists were clenched at his waist. After only half an incense stick of time, Gyu Zihuai's calves began to tremble. Fine beads of sweat seeped from his forehead, and several times his body swayed slightly, wanting to slack off. General Gyu, who was watching him intently from the side, had a stern, but not harsh expression. Whenever Gyu Zihuai couldn't hold on and wanted to bend over and stand up, General Gyu would speak softly. Those who practice martial arts must first train their muscles and bones, then refine their character. If you can't even endure this bit of hardship, how can you carry a sword or hold a spear in the future? How can you protect your home and defend your country? When he finished speaking, he would lean down personally, his palm gently pressing against Gyu Zihuai's back to help him straighten his crooked posture, his fingertips adjusting the misplaced horse stance, correcting the subtle errors bit by bit. Sink your waist, straighten your back, steady your heart, look straight ahead, and clear your mind of distracting thoughts. Day after day, spring after spring. In the spring, when the wind was warm and the plants in the martial arts arena were sprouting, General Gyu accompanied Gyu Zihuai to practice the horse dance in the morning light. In the summer heat, sweat soaked Gyu Zihuai's clothes and dripped down his chin. In the cold autumn, the autumn wind rolled up the fallen yellow leaves, and the child's hands and feet were chilled by the cold wind, yet he still gritted his teeth and persisted. In the winter snow, the martial arts arena was covered in white snow. The father and son practiced martial arts in the snow, their breath condensing into wisps of white air, and their standing posture never ceased. Besides the horse dance, General Gyu also taught his son the basic methods of breathing and regulating his breath. Battlefield martial arts. Power comes from the breath. Only with long and steady breath can the moves be stable, accurate, and fierce. He simplified the breathing techniques he had learned throughout his life to fit the child's physique, patiently explaining the path of breath circulation, demonstrating it over and over again, allowing Gyu Zihuai to discard his restlessness and cultivate his breath with a calm heart. Over several years, the boring foundation polishing faded away Gyu Zihuai's childishness. By the time he was 10 years old, his figure was already tall and sturdy. Even if he stood for several hours, he would not move an inch. After the foundation was solid, General Gyu began to teach Gyu Zihuai true martial arts. The first thing he taught was the basic boxing techniques of the Gyu family. General Gyu personally demonstrated every move and style. He never rushed for success. He dismantled each move and style, and explained the essence of the moves in detail. Gyu Zihuai was intelligent and willing to work hard, and he never let down his father's careful teaching. During the day, he practiced moves with General Gyu, repeatedly polishing his actions. At night, when no one was around, he would also come to the martial arts arena alone, recalling what he had learned during the day and practicing it over and over again until the moves were engraved in his muscle memory. After the boxing techniques were proficient, General Gyu began to teach him stick techniques. When Gyu Zihuai became gradually proficient, General Gyu would no longer just teach one way, but would personally enter the field to practice and dismantle moves with him. Accompanied by Chrono Archivist Echo's explanation, the screen on the sky screen also played to the exciting parts. At first, Gyu Zihuai's moves were immature, and his offense and defense were full of loopholes. Every attack was easily blocked and neutralized by General Gyu, and he lost repeatedly, his arms often numbed by the long stick. After repeated setbacks, the young man also felt frustrated and dejected. General Gyu would then put away his moves, stand in place, and teach him earnestly. In battlefield combat, there is never a permanent chance of victory. Losing is not terrible, Being afraid of losing is the most terrible thing. Your opponent will not give you a chance to try again. Only by being tempered in the martial arts arena can you survive in real slaughter. In subsequent sparring, General Gyui proceeded in an orderly manner, slowly increasing his strength, deliberately revealing some flaws, and guiding Gyu Zihui to think actively. As he grew older, Gyu Zihui's figure became more tall and slender, his shoulders gradually broadened, and his muscles became strong and powerful. At this time, General Gyui began to teach him spear techniques. The Gyu family's spear technique is fierce and swift, capable of both offense and defense, and can be used for long-range attacks or close combat. It is the unique skill that General Gyui used to dominate the battlefield and achieve repeated military exploits. To let Gyu Zihui practice his spear techniques well, General Gyui accompanied him to polish them day and night. In the video, in the summer, mosquitoes were rampant, but Gyu Zihui stood holding the spear, motionless, just to stabilize his spear stance. In the biting cold wind of winter, he repeatedly thrust his spear, polishing his strength thousands of times. General Gyui always stayed by his side, keep Alice a close eye on every one of his movements. When Gyu Zihui was 15 years old, his spear technique already had a beginning style, faintly possessing the demeanor of General Gyui back then. At this time, General Gyui was no longer limited to teaching moves and began to teach him the art of actual battlefield combat. He combined his own lifelong experience in war to explain to Gyu Zihui battlefield formations, individual breakthroughs, close quarters combat, and methods of using strength to overcome the enemy. He taught him how to protect himself in the chaos of battle, how to find the enemy's flaws, how to win against the strong with the weak, and how to win steadily. He not only taught him martial arts moves, but also passed on his battlefield state of mind, teaching day and night, cultivating year after year. Years passed in a flash. The child who once needed to look up at his father and stand on tiptoes to learn martial arts had already grown into a spirited young man. The 20-year-old Gyu Zihui was over 7 feet tall, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and a dignified posture. Wearing a martial arts suit, he carried a dignified heroism. When standing with a spear, his posture was like a pine tree, and his gaze was sharp. His Gyu family spear technique was perfect, his stick technique was steady and heavy, his boxing technique was righteous and powerful, and his close quarters combat and long-range offense and defense were all at the top level. His martial arts had already reached completion, enough to stand on his own. It was another morning with dawn, and it was still the familiar martial arts arena. Gyu Zihui held his spear and practiced a complete set of Gyu family spear techniques. The spear wind whistled, the moves were smooth and flowing, fierce and sharp without losing steady principles. When he finished, his posture was stable, his breath was long and not chaotic, and the whole set of spear techniques had no flaws. General Gyui, who was watching from the side, looked at his beloved son who had grown up in front of him, and deep relief finally rippled in his eyes. Gyu Zihui retracted his spear and stood still, turning to look at his father. General Gyui raised his hand and patted his shoulder gently. Everything I can teach you as a father has been passed on to you. From now on, your spear is no longer a spear for practicing moves in the martial arts arena, but a spear for protecting your home and defending your country. Remember, a person who practices martial arts must first establish his heart, then establish his actions. When you possess unique skills, you should carry on the loyalty and courage of the Gyu family, live up to what you have learned, and live up to your original heart. Gyu Zihui raised his eyes and nodded solemnly. This child will keep father's teachings in mind, will uphold loyalty and courage for the rest of his life, will practice diligently without stopping, and will not disappoint father's years of careful cultivation. The morning light fell on the martial arts arena, landing on the tall and straight figures of the father and son. Half a lifetime of teaching martial arts, pouring out all his ability, General Gyui finally cultivated the ignorant child into a sturdy and good general who was skilled in martial arts, had a dignified character, and could shoulder heavy responsibilities. Ah, young little Gyu is so handsome. Really, don't look at the fact that Gyu Zihui made many jokes in history, but his ability has to be acknowledged. In the era of Emperor Tiberius the Wise, the Qin family had 3 generals in one family, and the Gyu family also had 2 famous generals in one family. After little Gyu entered office, he almost never lost a battle. Okay, General Sealer's advance, and he fought a battle. It's really not certain who would win or lose. Are you all praising little Gyu? General Gyu is also very powerful. With such an old father, if Gyu Zihui doesn't succeed, who will? It made me cry. I really want to ask General Gyu Zihui, aren't you tired? You started practicing martial arts when you were so young. and you had very little time to play with peers. Yu Manor. General Gyui saw the sentence on the bullet screen, turned his head to look at Kyo Se-Huai, and the emotions in his eyes were complex. So many days and nights, how could he not feel sorry for his own child? But he also had his own responsibilities. He was the general of the Aurelian Empire. How difficult were those years when the current emperor just ascended the throne? The number of generals in the court who could fight could be counted on one hand. Otherwise, he would not have wanted to cultivate his eldest son and second son so much. And he saw the future of the Aurelian Empire in his youngest son. Plus, the reputation of his Kyo family must be supported by someone. If Master Dragon had appeared earlier, perhaps his son's childhood would have been happier. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. At that time, he had to make this choice. Dad Kyo Se-Huai understood General Gyui's emotions. His voice was also a bit choked, but he said firmly, although it was very tiring, I don't regret it. The first time I saw a weapon, I fell in love with it. If I didn't like this path, I wouldn't have done it at all. Dad, what you did was right. General Gyui sniffed and turned his head away. Of course, your old man, I'm certainly right. Little brother Gyu Zheng and Gyu Zhan, the two brothers, looked at Kyo Se-Huai with tears in their eyes. It was all their fault for being useless, letting their little brother endure so much. Chapter 0 is pending. Please do not read it yet. Ruler Pendragon beckoned to her. Teacher Xu Ningxun stepped forward to the bedside, biting her lip tightly, desperately holding back the tears in her eyes, not letting them fall. She knew in her heart that her teacher disliked seeing others crying and whimpering the most. Yet the teacher herself was clearly a crybaby too. She lowered her head, feeling her teacher's warm hand gently pinch her cheek, just like when she was a child, gentle and doting. Xu Ningxun couldn't help but nuzzle against it longingly. Teacher, if you leave, Xuiner will be all alone in this world. She ultimately did not say these words out loud. She feared that if she said them, her teacher would be worried and reluctant to leave, unable to depart in peace. Xuiner, I am proud of you. Aurelian Pendragon, lying on the bed, used her last ounce of strength to say these words. Afterward, her breathing became shallower and shallower, growing weaker and weaker. Her gaze swept across the room, passing gently over the face of everyone present, her eyes filled with a smile. It is unknown how much time passed before Aurelian Pendragon closed her eyes. Xu Ningxun could no longer suppress the grief in her heart and burst into loud, bitter sobs. The dignity of an emperor collapsed completely, leaving only endless sorrow. Outside the Sterling Manor, the cold wind howled. Despite it being a freezing January, the streets were packed with kneeling commoners, stretching from the mansion gates to the end of the street, an endless sea of people. Beside them were carefully prepared food, clothing they had sewn throughout the night, and various items for prayer, all representing their most sincere devotion. Perhaps sensing something in the ethereal void, the commoners remained silent, weeping silently, kneeling motionless in the snow, until several heart-wrenching cries came from within the Sterling Manor. The commoners outside could no longer hold back the sorrow in their hearts, and their wailing pierced the heavens. Master Dragon, Prime Minister, how could you bear to abandon us and depart just like that? At this moment, the entire capital was immersed in mourning. The wailing shook the heavens, and heaven and earth were moved by it. The cold wind was biting and piercing, stinging the face like a knife. The tears that had just fallen were blown by the wind and instantly froze on their cheeks. The commoners did not know how long they had been crying. Their tears were nearly dried up, and their voices had long since turned hoarse. But in the next second, the originally gloomy sky suddenly tore through the clouds, and 10,000 rays of golden light poured down, illuminating the entire capital. Someone in the crowd pointed at the sky and exclaimed in shock, "Look! What is that? Behold!" The cold wind stopped abruptly. The falling snow suspended in midair between heaven and earth. The firmament, which had been pressing down so heavily that it was hard to breathe, now suddenly split open, revealing a rift in the clouds that spanned 10,000 miles. A blinding yet gentle golden holy light poured down from the 9 heavens, piercing through layers of cold clouds and settling steadily over the entire Jinling capital, plating the white snow in a gentle, dazzling golden glow. Everyone's wailing ceased abruptly at this moment. The commoners throughout the city knelt in the snow, staring blankly up at the horizon. The undried tear tracks on their faces reflected the light from the sky, and their extreme grief was dissipated by the sudden celestial phenomenon. Inside Lan Aurelian Pavilion, the wee palace crowd also froze, looking through the carved window lattice. Amidst the golden light filling the sky, countless tiny stars slowly descended, their fluorescent specks suspended in the air like crushed moonlight, and a galaxy, gently swirling above the entire Sterling Manor. On the bed, Aurelian Pendragon, who had already closed her eyes to rest in peace, also manifested a strange phenomenon. That head of silver hair, frosted by half a lifetime, began to fade from its grey hue under the infusion of the heavenly light, returning to the jet-black, waterfall-like appearance of her youth. Her slightly pale face shed the calm vicissitudes of time, returning to the clear, delicate appearance of her youth. Her brows and eyes were gentle and clear, devoid of any sign of illness, radiating only a clean, compassionate purity that had washed away all worldly dust. Her slender body was surrounded by a faint halo of moonlight, ethereal and spiritual, holy and flawless. Her originally frozen and cold body gradually warmed, no longer possessing the dead, cold chill of death, but instead resembling a sleep palace immortal, peaceful and serene, untouched by the sorrows of the world. Clara and Lyra both widened their eyes, staring fixedly at the familiar and vivid figure on the bed. They covered their mouths and noses with trembling hands, not daring to make a sound, fearing they might disturb this miraculous scene. Junixuan, kneeling before the bed, had long since stopped crying. The Emperor's red eyes stared blankly at her teacher, hot tears hanging in her eyes, slow to fall. Chapter 0 Extra. The little young mistress would carry a manure bucket every night, sneaking off to do what she believed was right. Even though she was so younger than both me and Lyra of the Vale, she was already like a mature adult. Day after day, night after night, month after month, the young mistress persisted just like that. Actually, the steward at the manor knew, because I had once secretly caught a glimpse of the hem of his robe. The young mistress hadn't noticed, but I later learned that she had guessed it all along. I later realized why. With so many people at the manor, plus the fact that the land the young mistress had fertilized was so obvious, how could they not have noticed? The master and mistress must have known too, but they didn't stop her. I suspect they wanted her to hit a wall and turn back on her own, but I didn't think the young mistress was someone who would give up easily. Even though I hadn't known the young mistress for long, the young mistress failed. The crops in the fields all withered and died. The Pendragon family provided compensation to the people at the manor, but they still held the rice ears and sighed. I understood. It was a pity. It was heartbreaking. I was also born into a farming family. I knew deeply that every bowl of porridge and every grain of rice did not come easily. Lyra and I were also very upset. After all, that was life-saving food. I was picked up by the young mistress precisely because I couldn't afford to eat. I knew that feeling, but the young mistress was even more upset. It was the first time I saw that kind of emotion on her. Silence, despondency. It was as if she were a dead leaf butterfly ready to fly away at any moment, its wings breaking with just a gust of wind. No one blamed the young mistress. Even if they held resentment in their hearts, they dared not speak it. But the young mistress did not let herself off the hook. That day, the young mistress stood in the shadows, biting her lip as she watched the busy figures in the fields, tears falling bit by bit, soaking her clothes. When Lyra and I looked over, the young mistress was still crying. She never hid her emotions. Happy was happy. Sad was sad. It took a long time for the young mistress to wipe away her tears. When everyone thought she would give up, she said, "I know I will succeed, so I cannot give up just because of a temporary failure. Even if they scold me or hate me now, I cannot give up. I know what I am doing is good for them, and I must do it." At that moment, the little young mistress clenched her fists, and her whole body seemed to glow. I didn't know why the young mistress was so certain, but I inexplicably just believed her. Lyra was a devotee of the young mistress from the moment the young mistress saved her from the living hell. Even if the young mistress had told her to die, she wouldn't have blinked an eye, let alone continue with this matter. Later on, the young mistress continued to study matters related to the land. This time, she still didn't encounter any obstruction. Thinking about it now, I fear the master and mistress had already given the word. Having been in the Pendragon family for so long, I also knew that the two adults doted on the young mistress most of all. Even if they thought what the young mistress was doing was wrong, they would support her without hesitation. Only this time, the people at the manor did not turn a blind eye. They used their own ways to dissuade her. Sometimes when they passed by, they would shake their heads and sigh. Sometimes they would tell the young mistress that she shouldn't be farming like that. I knew they were afraid the young mistress would ruin the crops. They didn't trust the young mistress. They wanted to make the young mistress give up this way, but they underestimated my young mistress. The young mistress was the bright moon in the sky, the stars in the night sky. Having fallen to the mortal world, the stars and moon naturally had to bring sunlight. Through the young mistress's efforts, she finally succeeded. The crops at the manor grew visibly stronger, and on the day of the harvest, the farmers all came. The yield of the acre of land the young mistress had farmed was 10% higher than that of others. Chapter 0 Extra. Akiho 3. The adults were all astonished, looking at Miss with wondrous eyes. Lara hopped and skipped with joy. Mrs. Joy was visible to the naked eye. Only I shed tears. I knew Miss had it hard, because Miss had achieved success. When she asked everyone to follow her methods, a few families agreed, but more people still did not make that choice. Lara was very angry, saying those people didn't know what was good for them. Miss had clearly already achieved results, but Miss stopped her and said to us, "Do not blame anyone. I can understand them. After all, it was only one harvest. Most people thought it was just luck, and since they rely on farming to survive, they cannot gamble their livelihoods on next year's harvest." Miss also said, by this time next year, no one would have any objections. Sure enough, the second year, Miss made the crops yield even more than the previous year. The families who used Miss's methods for farming the first year were glowing with health. As for the rest, without Miss needing to say anything, they came looking for her that very night, kneeling at the entrance of Miss's residence in the manor, kowtowing repeatedly, begging Miss to give them a way out. I remember it very clearly. That night, I was the one who opened the door. They were crying in such a wretched state. Their eyes were filled with panic and dread. They were afraid that Miss would be angry because of what happened last year, and refuse to teach them. I found it quite funny at the time. Both Lara and I knew that Miss was doing this for them. Miss's intentions had been pure from the very beginning, so how could she abandon her original idea because of such a small matter? Lara was angry at that moment. She wasn't unwilling to let them farm. She was just angry that this group of people had disturbed Miss's sleep. On the day of the harvest, it was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from my Miss, and she went to sleep as soon as she returned. But after Miss heard the commotion, she still climbed out of bed and earnestly helped everyone who was kneeling to stand up. She said, "There is no need to kneel to me. I will teach you." Miss didn't say anything else. The next day, she woke up early to personally teach everyone the planting methods, how to farm every acre of land, how to prepare the fertilizer. She went into every detail. How old was she then? So small, yet she stood tall and indomitable. As Miss grew up day by day, the lives of the farmers in the manor became better and better. They didn't have to worry about food or drink, because the Pendragon family collected very, very little grain. What left the deepest impression on me was a family surnamed Lai. She had been unable to survive, and was begging with her grandson when Miss found them. When this person first arrived, she was nothing but skin and bones, and her grandson was the same. Because he was so thin, his 2 eyes looked frighteningly large, yet his stomach was bloated. I knew what was inside it. It was dirt. Before I met Miss, I had eaten it too. This little child visibly improved while in the manor. Later, he became a sturdy man, joined the army, and was single-mindedly devoted to repaying Miss. There were many, many more people like them. Everyone said that Miss was destined for great things. But I never expected that Miss would be so formidable, that she would almost pierce a hole in the sky. When Miss was 17, the 4 sentences she spoke that day at the Imperial Manor, I swear, everyone present, including the onlookers, was shocked. Miss wanted to become an official, the first female official of the Aurelian Empire. Even I didn't know about this. I only knew that Miss despised the parents' orders and matchmakers' words of this era. Miss did not want to marry. When Miss was in the boudoir, she told me and Lara countless times that marriage was not the only path for women. At the time, I only thought she was too naive. Before I was saved by Miss, my family was in business. I'd all relied on my mother's intelligence, yet everyone attributed the success to my father. Father accepted it quickly, and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Mother said to me, "At home, follow your father. After marriage, follow your husband." A woman cannot show her face in public. Precisely because of this, I did not understand Miss's way of thinking. But Miss said that the emperor was a good emperor, so she tried. And then, she succeeded. Chapter 0 Clara Part 4. To establish a heart for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the people, to carry on the lost teachings of the past sages, and to establish peace for all generations. Even someone like Clara of the Vales, who never listened well to her lady's teachings, felt shaken. How could the lady say such powerful words? It was on that very day that I understood the lady's ambitions. Likewise, I felt more worried than anything else. Having been at the Stirling Manor for so long, I had also picked up bits and pieces about the officialdom to the master. The civil and military officials were simply not united. Most of the time, when the master returned from the morning court, he was angry. What, then, could the lady, who was only 17 at the time, possibly do? Sure enough, the voices of opposition came quickly. Funny, isn't it? The moment His Majesty nodded, countless voices of dissent arose. The officials had the strongest objections. Standing behind the crowd, I heard the voices of the common people and the families of officials. Everyone was saying, "The lady has gone mad. The lady is use her palace power like a hen crowing at dawn." The lady has been possessed by an evil spirit. What chilled my heart was that the young ladies from official families, who were about the same age as Our Lady, thought the same. Even Lyra asked me, they have read just as many books and understand just as many principles as the lady, so why don't they have the lady's ambitions? I shook my head, unable to say a word, because I did not know either. I only knew that I felt it shouldn't be like this. The lady should not be reviled by thousands. Even His Majesty did not refuse, did he? The turning point arrived. The sky screen appeared. If the person I'm most grateful to in this world is the lady, then the person I'm second most grateful to is, without a doubt, Miss Bow. The chrono-archivist threw a bombshell at everyone right from the start. She said, the lady is the most brilliant pearl in history. She said, the lady is the most formidable person in the whole world. She said, looking across the entire Orline Empire, you cannot find anyone smarter than the lady. She also said, the lady will be the premier prime minister in the future. After hearing so many titles, I later joked to Lyra that there wasn't enough room here to hold all those people. But at that time, I was in no mood for jokes. Everyone was stunned by Miss Bow's words. I looked at those officials who had begun by opposing her, and I smiled. It was a mocking smile. Look, they boast of unparalleled talent, yet they have not achieved even a fraction of what the lady has. And this guy's screen does not even mention them in the slightest. And when the world finished watching the content of the first episode, in my ears, all the voices of opposition vanished. The common people knelt one by one, shouting for the goddess of agriculture and begging the lady to give them grain seeds. Young ladies in their chambers and women in the inner courtyards only said that the lady was amazing, a person of divine standing. Although a few individual officials still opposed her, they all tacitly accepted the lady serving as an official. And as for His Majesty, he was also pleased because of the phrase Emperor of the Ages. The gears of the lady's fate kept turning. After entering the imperial court, apart from His Majesty, others did not treat the lady well. Even with the chrono-archivist personally stating the lady's achievements, most people remained deeply suspicious. Later, when the chrono-archivist did not appear, they even attributed the sky screen to evil sorcery. The lady never cared about these rumors and gossip. She quietly went about her work, doing what she believed to be right. Later, the Orline Empire was slowly getting better. I felt genuinely happy. The only thing that wrenched my heart was the lady's fate of dying young. But this worry disappeared as time passed. During the few days when the lady was critically ill, every citizen in the capital wrote May Master Dragon live a long life, and placed it on their desks, hope Alice to help the lady live a little longer in this way. But the lady passed away in the end. However, I know the lady had no regrets in this life. Finally, I handed the already written Chronicles of Kirisui to the official historian, and followed the lady. As for Lyra of the Vales, she had cried until she stopped breathing on the very day the lady departed. The lady was used to us two serving her. I was afraid she wouldn't be used to it without us. Lady, wait for me. Chapter 0 Side Story for Inversion Part 1. This is a side story where Orli's true identity is revealed to future generations. It has no relation to the main text, as my setting dictates that Orli never revealed any information about herself being a transmigrator. What is written here is merely a what-if scenario. 2035. Huexer Forum. A post titled The Life of a Modern Person Who Transmigrated to Ancient Times and Achieved Sainthood to Merit exploded across the internet, with countless replies in the comment section. This was because yesterday, chrono-archivist Echo, who had just returned from the Orlian Empire, brought back a bombshell piece of news. This news concerned Orli Pendragon. After repeated verification and discussion by the higher-ups, they chose to make it public. The news stated, their most beloved Orli had given Echo an address. That address followed the exact same format as modern ones, and in many places, even the street names were identical. Furthermore, after verification, this location had absolutely never appeared in any of chrono-archivist Echo's previous videos. So how did Orli Pendragon know it? It was absolutely chilling to think about. Historians and experts from all walks of life began to brainstorm, and then they proposed the hypothesis, Orli Pendragon is a transmigrator. And once this hypothesis appeared, some historical mysteries were instantly explained. Huexer Forum. 1L, I'm going insane. Just last month, I saw the living, breathing Orli in chrono-archivist Echo's livestream. I saw the vibrant her, the gentle her, the smiling her. I thought she would be happy knowing she had changed her fate. But now you're telling me she was a transmigrator and spent her whole life unable to return to her own hometown. 2L, I've been crying this whole time. Orli endured more than we ever imagined. I thought that in that era, many people were her fellow travelers. But you're saying she was a lone warrior from beginning to end. Yes, She didn't come from that era at all, so how could anyone truly empathize with her? Every word we speak when we mention her name is filled with heartache, but she was the only one who knew the spiritual loneliness of all those years. 3L. I'm sobbing uncontrollably. She redeemed everyone, and healed so many, but who was there to save her? And she was so gentle. 13L. I've recently read many novels about modern people transmigrating to ancient times and getting devoured by that world, but Aurelier didn't. She even achieved so much. I really find it hard to imagine if the emperor she encountered had been a bad one. How tragic would her fate have been? 14L. If Aurelier hadn't met Emperor Tiberius the Wise, she might have been like the ancient women in the Aurelian Empire before her, choosing to be assimilated by the era. Not just assimilated, but forced to make that choice. For someone as brilliantly talented as her, that would be no different than death by 1,000 cuts. Aurelier was so sensitive, she would shed tears just hearing about the suffering of others. If that had really happened, I'm afraid her life would have ended even earlier than it did in the original timeline. 33L. Aurelier said that it was precisely because she knew Emperor Valerius was an enlightened ruler that she took those actions at the imperial manor. But before the results came in, she must have been terrified and anxious, perhaps even prepared to die. 56L. Holy crap, this is truly chilling. Have you all read the book written by Keisui? There's a chapter that mentions how, before making her decision, in order not to implicate them, Aurelier repeatedly prepared measures for the Pendragon family to protect themselves. So, she really did anticipate that she might die, and she accepted it. But how could a normal person seek death? You can imagine how driven mad she must have been by that world. 119L. Who wouldn't go crazy in her shoes? Among all those people, was there anyone who could resonate with her thoughts? After all, she wasn't a native-born person of the Aurelian Empire. 120L. Stop talking. My heart aches for my girl. Woo-woo-woo. 128L. Fine. I now acknowledge Emperor Valerius as an emperor for the ages. Thank goodness it was Emperor Tiberius the Wise. Thank goodness it was Emperor Tiberius the Wise. Thank goodness it was Emperor Tiberius the Wise. I have never felt these 6 words so deeply. 129L plus 1. I really have to kowtow to Emperor Tiberius the Wise. 269L. By the way, Aurelier's home should have been found, right? I saw there was a specific address. What about her family? 270L. No. There's no such place. Go search it. And the authorities checked the entire population of that area. The information network shows there isn't a single person named Aurelier Pendragon. 276L. Maybe Aurelier's name wasn't that before. 277L. No. Woo-woo-woo. Go check the latest official news. Aurelier came from a parallel universe. I thought that since Echo could go to the Aurelian Empire, Aurelier would find comfort in seeing one of her own kind. I didn't expect that to her. Even we are not her own people. Harpoon General Zero. Above the Aurelian Empire, the sky screen hung high. It was late summer. The intense, bustling harvest season in the fields had already concluded. The rice paddies had faded from their busy clamour, leaving only the soft rustling of a breeze brushing against the seedlings. The people of the Aurelian Empire, finally able to relax, had long since brought out their own smoothly polished wooden stools, gathering in small groups in the open spaces. Everyone remembered the last time the sky screen appeared. The chrono-archivist had said that today a new round of reviewing historical figures of the Aurelian Empire would begin. Sure enough, before long, that familiar, brilliant light appeared in the sky, instantly covering the entire firmament. Today, Echo was exceptionally beautiful and moving. She wore an elegant, light apricot-coloured, chest-high roquin, with delicate, faint cloud patterns embroidered on the hem. Her jet-black hair was meticulously styled into an intricate, exquisite flowing cloud bun, adorned with a few simple silver hairpins. Stray strands fell gently by her temples, setting off her bright and gentle brows and eyes. Her whole appearance was radiant, and at a single glance, it made people's eyes light up, and their hearts fill with joy. She smiled at the camera, her eyes curving into crescents, her tone light and cheerful. Hello everyone, I'm your Aurelian Empire history streamer, chrono-archivist Echo. Long time no see. I have missed you all so much tilde. Her clear voice spread across the mountains and rivers of the Aurelian Empire through the sky screen, falling into the ears of every citizen. Beneath the sky screen, countless men, women, old, and young subconsciously mimicked chrono-archivist Echo's tone, softly repeating the greeting, hello everyone, I am your Aurelian Empire history streamer, chrono-archivist Echo. Long time no see. I have missed you all so much. Having said that, everyone looked at each other and smiled. Chrono-archivist Echo, on the other end of the sky screen, naturally could not see the adorable appearance of the thousands of people. Her smile remained undiminished as she continued to introduce today's topic at her own pace. Today, let us talk about that harpoon general in the history of the Aurelian Empire, Yu Manor. Upon hearing this, Gyu Zihuai's heart sank with a thud. Complex and unspeakable emotions tangled in his heart, a mixture of 100 feelings. Truth be told, when the sky screen first called out his name in front of everyone, he had been angry and embarrassed. Harpoon General. These 4 words, they didn't sound like anything good. There was not a shred of the majesty of a battlefield general, coupled with the fact that chrono-archivist Echo's eyes held a hint of teasing when she explained it back then. He was certain that this was absolutely not a glorious deed, and he had felt stifled for a long time. But as days passed, the sky screen successively reviewed countless civil officials, military generals, princes, and famous scholars of the Aurelian Empire. Those with illustrious reputations and remarkable achievements were everywhere. For a long time, the sky screen had never mentioned him, Gyu Zihuai, at all. He was like a nobody completely forgotten by the vast history, quietly hiding beneath the radiance of others. This disparity had instead become a new form of torment. Deep down, he hid a secret expectation, hopeless, he could be recorded on the sky screen. Yet he was also vaguely uneasy, afraid of becoming the laughingstock of the whole country. This conflicted feeling lingered in his heart day after day, wearing him down until he was restless. General Gyu Yi, seeing his own son's coy and pretentious behavior, truly could not bear to watch. He raised his hand and unceremoniously slapped Gyu Zihuai on the back. Pull yourself together and stop this coy, pretentious act. Dawdling like that, you don't have a shred of the spirit of a warrior. You are nothing like the men of our old Gyu family, who have bathed in the blood of the battlefield. Gyu Zihuai's body swayed from the slap, looking aggrieved. Where on earth did his old man learn such bad habits? At his age, why does he still like to use his hands? Even though his heart was in turmoil, and his palms were slightly sweating from nervousness, Echo on the sky screen ultimately still slowly uttered that name, Gyu Zihuai. With those 3 short words falling, Gyu Zihuai's heart was as still as stagnant water. The heart that had died was dead once again. Everyone in the Gyu Manor, old and young, looked up and stared intently at the sky screen, their eyes burning. Whether the sky screen was about to praise his achievements or tease him about some embarrassing matter, for the entire Gyu family, being recorded in the annals of history was a solid way to leave a name in history. Overhead, Echo picked up the water cup beside her, took a light sip, and moistened her throat. Gyu Zihuai is the youngest son of the famous Aurelian Empire general, General Gyu Yi, a son of a military family. And speaking of Gyu Zihuai's father, General Gyu Yi, he is also quite an eccentric person. Hearing this, General Gyu Yi's cheeks flushed red, his ears secretly burning, and he cursed to himself that it was bad. He knew chrono-archivist Echo's storytelling style too well. Guessing the old story she was about to mention next, he hurriedly raised his hand and coughed twice. Why mention this old man all of a sudden? It's truly nonsense. The barrage was also scrolling. The main character's fate part 1. Lady Lyra of the Vales. Here is the osmanthus cake you requested. The snack vendor handed the pastries to Lyra of the Vales, then immediately took out a new all-paper packet. These are candied fruits my mother just made. I heard that Master Dragon is ill, so take these back to sweeten her mouth. All right, thank you both. Lyra took the items and smiled at the person opposite her. Her mistress had caught a cold 2 days ago and still hadn't recovered. Drinking that bitter medicinal soup every day was like torture to her mistress, so she and Clara always prepared some sweets. Leaving the snack stall, she bought some more of her mistress's favourite snacks and prepared to head home. Before she even reached the main street, a clamour of voices reached her ears before she could see the familiar scene. Stone him to death. Stone them to death. These corrupt officials have plagued us commoners. They truly deserve their retribution. That's not all. I heard they even tried to rebel. Gosh heavens, then they deserve to be stoned even more. Listening to these noisy curses, Lyra remembered. Today was the day the entire household of the Dinyuan General would be executed. The Dinyuan General. Lyra felt a bit dazed. She hadn't thought of those words for a long time. She had always been someone who liked to watch the excitement, so without hesitation, she followed the sound forward. Oh, Lady Lyra is here. An old woman carrying a basket saw her and shoved a few stones into her hand. Here, when you see them later, throw these at them. Lyra didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she didn't refuse the old woman's good intentions. She just felt sorry for the officials escorting the prisoners. Thinking of this, Lyra couldn't help but add a word of caution. Make sure you aim clearly. Don't hit any innocent people. The old woman patted her chest. Don't worry. we've got experience. That was true. In recent years, the emperor had confiscated many corrupt officials and powerful noble families. The commoners, who hated evil, would come over to vent their anger whenever they heard about it. They had always kept small stones in their hands, and their accuracy had been well practiced. Not to mention far-off places. Even in the capital, it was said that the commoners' accuracy in pot throwing had become much better in recent years. When the army was recruiting archers last year, the commoners were even better than the experts in the barracks. The sound of carriage wheels came from afar. Lara followed the crowd's gaze and saw the officials escorting several carts of prisoners in the distance. Her gaze stopped on one of the people, because she used to be very familiar with this person. Before her mistress entered official service, she had quite a few entanglements with a few people, all because this bunch of muddle-headed people had provoked her. Whether her mistress scolded or beat them, they were like people who couldn't understand human speech. Back then, she and Clara had also suffered quite a bit because of it. Later, after her mistress became an official, they rarely heard news of them. At first, when they heard that Ariel Zion's entire family had been sentenced to exile, and Master Zhang had been expelled from his home, they thought they deserved it. But slowly, as life became more fulfilling and her mistress became busier, they no longer paid attention to these insignificant people. Now, the person on the second prisoner cart in front of her was Song Jinyan, who had always bullied her mistress back then. Song Jinyan, she remembered, he was always arrogant, thinking that her mistress was jealous of Gideon, and that her mistress wanted to steal Ariel Zion's man. Thinking of this, Lara thought she would be angry, but she wasn't. As time passed and things changed, only a sigh remained. Throw. Stone them to death. Lady Lara of the Veils, why are you spacing out? Ming Sheng, Emperor baby. Her gentle gaze fell upon my face, and her cool fingertips brushed my hair aside. The chill radiating from her made me clearer-headed than ever before. I remember my firm answer. I want to be the emperor. Why did I think that? Back then, I had already been captivated by her personal charisma. Since this position had to be occupied by a woman, it had to be me. She wanted to make this world a better place, and I felt the same. It was only because, from the moment I was born, I had felt overflowing love, not just from my family but also from the common people. Every time I walked on the streets, the people would take their freshest pastries and stuff them into my hands. They would even make clothes and toys for me. Someone might say that they only did this because they knew I was the future monarch. But so what? Regardless of whether I'm the emperor, I want to do something. Just like my teacher. After I told my teacher my thoughts, I clearly felt that she became even more dedicated in her guidance. However, she was not a rigid teacher who only fixated on my grades. While she valued my studies, she valued me even more. My teacher told me countless times that she hoped my childhood would be without regrets. How could there be any regrets? The best people in the world were all by my side. Later, much later, I grew as I had wished into a towering tree, capable of sheltering those I loved from the wind and rain. The moment I came of age, my grandfather impatiently handed the position over to me. Then he took my teacher and went to travel the world. And so, I governed the country while worrying about them. Another 10 years passed. My grandfather grew old, and his health declined. They returned. I finally saw my teacher again. She was more composed than before, and there were streaks of white in her hair. Yet, strangely, time had left no marks on her face. She was still just as gentle and beautiful. I was happy. I thought she would stay with me for a very, very long time. But the imperial physician's diagnosis told me a cruel truth. My teacher's physical condition was deteriorating day by day. I wanted to cry, and indeed I did, but I hid away to cry in secret. I did not want those who loved me to worry about me. I worked even harder to govern the country, issuing decree after decree, all for the welfare of the people. The Aurelian Empire grew better day by day. My teacher was proud of me, but no one told me that the price of growing up is watching those around you leave one by one. Grandfather passed away, father passed away, mother passed away. Finally, she passed away too. The day I learned she was failing, I nearly fainted. I had never felt such pain before. To me, she was not just a teacher. She was also my friend and another mother to me. She had no children of her own, but everyone who had received her kindness was her child. That day was very calm. She didn't speak to anyone, but she smiled at me. I almost couldn't hold back my tears, but I couldn't cry. I wanted her to be at ease. I wanted her to know that I would take good care of myself. But teacher, I didn't expect you to be so heartless. You really left Xuiner all alone. It's okay. Xuiner is already an adult now. I immersed myself more and more in state affairs. I only wanted, when I saw her again after 100 years, to stand tall and say to her, teacher, you're proud of me too, aren't you? Although I know, she is already very proud. Chapter 0, Exclusive Viewing End. Emperor Constantine, the founder of Aurelian, no longer knew how many times he had said the word good. He only knew one thing: even if King Yarmar were to kick him into reincarnation right now, he wouldn't feel a shred of temper. To be able to see great Aurelian in such a state in this lifetime, it is enough. This is what a golden age is. This is the true golden age of 1,000 years. Emperor Shizun of Aurelian gestured excitedly, completely forgetting where he was. Indeed, Emperor Constantine, the founder of Aurelian, nodded heavily, his eyes burning with tears. This is the peaceful and prosperous age I sought my entire life. The light and shadows continued to flow. Brand new scenes slowly unfolded before everyone's eyes, not only subverting the understanding of the emperors, but also opening a door to a whole new world for them, allowing them to witness with their own eyes a brand new, prosperous era being born and flourishing on the land of great Aurelian. They saw. Cement was introduced and popularized. Smooth roads crisscrossing the fields connected the north and south, cities and villages, completely bidding farewell to the predicament of muddy, rugged paths and difficult travel on rainy days, allowing the common people of the world to travel without obstruction. Hard and sturdy cement cast into city walls and ramparts made them as solid as a golden fortress, protecting the stability of the land and defending against storms and wars from all directions. They saw. Transparent and exquisite glass and glazed vessels became popular nationwide, replacing old, crude utensils. They not only decorated people's lives, but also opened up a brand new commercial path, sold to countries far and wide, allowing great Aurelian trade to reach the 4 seas and ushering in an unprecedented economic boom. It wasn't just the innovation of utensils. The daily lives of the common people also underwent earth-shaking changes. Refined white sugar, pure fine salt, various oils, and all kinds of new seasonings emerged one after another. Paired with improved and promoted new cooking techniques, they completely enriched the flavors of the world, making the dining tables of ordinary people no longer bland, allowing everyone to be well fed and enjoy the pleasures of food. They also saw. Cotton for warmth was widely planted and popularized. Warm and light cotton clothes replaced heavy and rough hemp clothes and old furs. Heated brick bed technology spread to every household, dispelling the biting cold of winter. From then on, no one went hungry or cold in winter, and the people no longer suffered from shivering in the cold. And there was more. Glass greenhouses sprang up, breaking the shackles of the seasons. Even in the depths of winter, the people could still produce fresh and plump seasonal fruits and vegetables, allowing every household to eat fresh vegetables all year round, with no more predicament of food shortages in winter. A golden age is never just empty talk about food and clothing. It is about ensuring that all people have a livelihood and everyone has hope. All walks of life flourished, industries thrived, and the markets were bustling. The unemployed and displaced were all settled and content, and there were no more destitute people in the world with nowhere to rely on. What made the emperors even more shaken was the brand new rebirth of the women of the world. Countless women, trapped in the shackles of the boudoir and bound by secular rites for thousands of years, stood tall one after another, breaking free from their chains. With firm gazes, they shouted in unison with loud slogans. Women can hold up half the sky, daring to make the sun and moon change their faces. From then on, women could also enter officialdom, study, work, and do business, standing on their own feet in the world and serving their country with their own strength. New-style schools stood everywhere in the countryside and cities, and the sound of clear reading spread across the mountains and rivers. Children sat upright in the classrooms, shedding the old and rigid lessons, shaking their heads as they studied new courses, understanding reason and etiquette, broadening their knowledge, passing the torch from generation to generation, and keep Palace the literary tradition alive. In the scene, it was a perfect world that ancient emperors had never dared to imagine. Everyone had food to eat. There were no more years of famine. Everyone had clothes to wear. There was no more suffering from the cold of winter. Everyone had books to read. There was no more ignorance and stupidity. Millennia of harsh corvée labour were completely abolished. Heavy labour disappeared entirely, and the layers of taxes weighing on the shoulders of the people were lowered again and again. Every household had full granaries and stored surplus grain. Ordinary people didn't have to wait for festivals or auspicious days. They could eat meat every few days. The screen finally froze on a small county town in a remote border region. This place was once a barren, backward, and desolate land that no one cared about. Now, however, it was a paradise where the smoke of cooking fires was thick and people lived in peace and contentment. The streets were smooth and clean, and the markets were bustling with noise and excitement. The people passing back and forth were all ruddy-faced, without a trace of sorrow or hardship between their brows, and everyone wore a smile from the bottom of their hearts. Every festival and auspicious day, the people in cities and villages spontaneously prayed for blessings and praised virtue, full of praise and gratitude, mindful of the enlightened rule of the Emperor of Orlean, and praising the Prime Minister of Orlean for saving the world and bringing peace to the people. Over 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, the whole country celebrated together, and 10,000 families were of one heart. The common people of the world sang a song of praise for the Golden Age together, paying homage to the dragon flag of the Orlean Empire, passionately loving this land of Huaxia that thrived and never ceased. In the heart of every person of Orlean, a strong sincerity surged. That was a sense of belonging and pride carved into their blood. To be born as a person of Orlean. There are no regrets in this life. The movie viewing ended. The life of Emperor Valerius of Orlean also ended. He looked at himself on the screen, the version of him that had passed away, and remained silent. And in the room, no one spoke. He turned his head to look. Emperor Valerius of Orlean saw that his father, grandfather, and ancestors were all streaming with tears. He himself was just as moved. Everyone remained silent. Emperor Valerius of Orlean also quieted down, until his shoulder was patted. Turning back to look, it was his father, the one who most disapproved of him becoming the emperor. At this moment, this usually stern imperial father, with tears in his eyes, sighed, "Dear, you did very well. I'm not as good as you." Emperor Valerius of Orlean's eyes turned red, and they filled with tears in an instant. His father pursed his lips again, mumbled for a moment, looking like he wanted to say something but couldn't. As a result, he was slapped by his grandfather. "Stop dawdling, say what you want to say. We're going to be reincarnated soon." The next second, Emperor Valerius of Orlean heard it. An apology. I'm sorry to you. And I'm sorry to your brothers and sisters, and sorry to your sister." The surging tears could no longer be controlled and gushed out. Emperor Valerius of Orlean looked at the dark ceiling, his gaze melancholic yet carrying a touch of relief. "Sister, did you hear that? Imperial father knows he was wrong." The atmosphere was somewhat subtle for a moment. I don't know how much time passed. Everyone in the room looked at each other and laughed together. Emperor Constantine, the founder of Orlean, laughed more heartily than ever before, feeling that all the stuffiness in his heart had dissipated. At the same time, his figure also became somewhat transparent. Black and white impermanence turned off the television and walked over. "Your Majesty Constantine the Founder, it is time for you to be reincarnated. Let's go." Chapter 0 Forum Style and Orlean Bow. See you in the next book, my darlings. 2035. Huaxia Forum. A post titled "The Life of a Modern Person Who Achieved Sainthood Through Merit After Transmigrating to Ancient Times" set the entire internet ablaze, with countless replies in the comment section. This was because yesterday, chronoarchivist Echo, who had returned from the state of Orlean, brought back a bombshell of news. This news concerned Orlear Pendragon. It was only after repeated verification and discussion by the higher-ups that they chose to make it public. The news stated that their most beloved Orlear had given Echo a string of addresses. That string of addresses was identical in format to modern ones, and in many places, even the street names were exactly the same. Furthermore, through verification, it was confirmed that this location had absolutely never appeared in chronoarchivist Echo's previous videos. So how did Orlear Pendragon know about them? It was truly terrifying to think about. Historians and experts from various fields began to brainstorm, and then they proposed the hypothesis, Orlear Pendragon is a transmigrator . And once this hypothesis appeared, some mysteries in history were instantly explained. Huaxia Forum. 1L. I'm actually going crazy. Just last month, I saw the living, breathing Orlear with my own eyes on chronoarchivist Echo's livestream. I saw her vibrant, gentle, and smiling. I thought you would be happy knowing she had changed her destiny. But then you tell me she was a transmigrator who could never return to her hometown in her entire life. 2L. I've been crying this whole time. Orlear endured more than we could ever imagine. I thought that in that era, many people were her companions. But you're saying she was a lone warrior from start to finish. Yes, she didn't come from that era at all. So how could anyone truly empathize with her? When we mention her name, every word is filled with heartache, but the loneliness of her soul for so many years only she herself knew. 3L. I'm sobbing uncontrollably. She redeemed everyone, healed so many people, but who was there to save her? And she was still so gentle. 13L. I've recently read a lot of novels where modern people transmigrate to ancient times and get devoured, but Orlear didn't, and she achieved so much. I really can't imagine if the emperor she happened to meet had been a bad one. How tragic would her fate have been? 14L. If Aureliar hadn't met Emperor Tiberius the Wise, she might have been like the ancient women in the state of Aurelian before her, choosing to be assimilated by the era. No, not assimilated, but forced to make that choice. For someone as brilliantly talented as her, that would be no different from being executed by slow slicing. Aureliar was so sensitive, she would cry just hearing about others suffering. If that had really happened, I fear her life would have ended even earlier than her original fate. 33L. Aureliar said that it was precisely because she knew Emperor Valerius was an enlightened ruler that she took those actions at the imperial manor. But before the results came out, she must have been terrified and anxious, perhaps even prepared to die. 56L. Holy crap, I'm genuinely terrified thinking about this. Have you guys read the book written by Kairi Sui? There's a chapter where it mentions that before making her decision, to avoid implicating them, Aureliar prepared measures for the Pendragon family to protect themselves. So she really had anticipated that she might die and had accepted it. But how could a normal person seek death? You can imagine how the world of that time drove her to madness. 119L. Who wouldn't go crazy? Among so many people, was there even one who could resonate with her thoughts? After all, she wasn't a native of the state of Aurelian. 120L. Don't say anymore. My heart aches for my girl. Woo woo woo. 128L. Fine. I now acknowledge Emperor Valerius as an eternal emperor. Thank goodness it was Emperor Tiberius the Wise. Thank goodness it was Emperor Tiberius the Wise. Thank goodness it was Emperor Tiberius the Wise. I have never felt the weight of these 6 words so deeply. 129L plus 1. Seriously, I need to kowtow to Emperor Tiberius the Wise. 269L. By the way, Aurelia's home should have been found, right? I saw there was a specific address. What about her family? 270L. No, this place doesn't exist. Go search for it. And the authorities checked the entire population of that region. The information network shows there isn't a single person named Aureliar Pendragon. 276L. Maybe Aurelia's name wasn't that before. 277L. No, woo woo woo. Go check the latest official news. Aureliar came from a parallel universe. I thought that since Echo could go to the state of Aurelian, Aureliar would find comfort in seeing someone of her own kind. But I never expected that to her. We aren't her own people either. 367L. Holy crap, I can't hold it together. I'm crying to death. I really can't recover from this. 550L. She was clearly a little bitter melon of the world herself, yet she thought about redeeming everyone. You helped everyone, but what about you? My Aureliar, woo woo woo. I will hold a grudge against fate for the rest of my life. 55L. Me too. 1069L. The history books of the state of Aurelian record that on the day Aureliar left, she ascended to become a god. Although I am a staunch materialist, since things like transmigration can happen, what do you think? Could our Aureliar have returned to her original world? 1070L. I don't know. I only know that the people of the state of Aurelian say she ascended to godhood through merit. I have always believed in science, but at this moment, I desperately hope it's true. I'm going to go pray right now. Aureliar, you must have a good life in your next life. 2199L. Do you think Aureliar really went to heaven? Or where did she go? 2200L. I don't know. Maybe she went to save another world. Master Dragon. Aureliar, you must have a good life in your next life. Master Dragon, you must live a long and healthy life. Young lady, I'm willing to use the rest of my life to trade for your smooth journey in the next life. Prime Minister. Aureliar Pendragon seemed to have had a very, very long dream. There was suffering in the dream, but most of it was beautiful. Some sounds rang in her ears. They were very familiar. She must have heard them somewhere a very, very long time ago. Prime Minister. Wake up quickly. This voice kept urging her to wake up. Aureliar Pendragon's eyelids twitched. The moment she opened her eyes, she was stunned. Before her eyes was a scene of devastation. The land was parched and cracked into hideous gullies, with not a blade of grass growing. On both sides of the road, countless disaster victims lay. Each and every one of them was so thin they were nothing but skin and bones, filled with a lifeless air. Yet this group of people, trapped in a desperate situation, were all raising their withered heads at this moment, their eyes gazing fixedly at her. That gaze was devout, yearning, and dependent. It was as if they were looking up at a deity that had descended into the mortal world. A woman clutched tightly to her young child, who had only one breath left in her arms. Trembling, she prostrated herself on the ground, her voice hoarse and weak, filled with all the hope she could muster, as she cautiously asked, "Are you a fairy?" Aureliar Pendragon was still somewhat dazed. Just then, The familiar voice sounded in her ear again. Prime Minister. Aurelia Pendragon's eyes shifted. Are you the system? MHM. The system explained. It is the endless power of faith from the thousands of Aurelian people that has lifted you to godhood. Now that your divine body has been formed, the heavens and earth are no barrier. You can freely travel to any of the 3,000 worlds, carefree and unrestrained. But Aurelia Pendragon lowered her eyes, looking at the pairs of desperate yet expectant eyes before her, and felt not a shred of longing in her heart. She shook her head gently. I'm not going. I want to stay here and let them live.